Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 202, Chapter 204, The Death Day Party. A Ghost's Death Day. I've never attended one before, Harry said with genuine interest. Trust me, a ghost's death day isn't so wonderful, Ron said with obvious reluctance. Is there some problem? Hermione also asked curiously. As two children raised in Muggle families, they were indeed curious about ghost death days in the magical world. Ron looked pained, not knowing how to explain for a moment, and could only say vaguely, anyway, the feeling probably won't be too pleasant. But we've already agreed to attend Nick's death day, so you'll find out then. Dudley watched all this thoughtfully, already having some educated guesses in his mind. In the following period, Hogwarts seemed to truly return to peaceful tranquility. Dudley hadn't sensed any dangerous aura in the castle for a long time, as if that mysterious yellow light had never appeared. The people living in the castle, after the initial panic, returned to their previous comfortable state. Most people felt that the yellow light might have just been an accident. After all, Hogwarts was an ancient school that occasionally had various supernatural problems. But like the problems that had appeared before, often when people ignored them, they would disappear on their own. Just like this time. Everyone acknowledged the existence of that mysterious yellow light, but many people felt it definitely wouldn't appear again. During this time, Dudley hadn't rashly used his interrogation authority to investigate anyone. Firstly, the danger hadn't reappeared, and secondly, he didn't want people to think he was abusing his power or deliberately creating crises to gain authority. Time passed day by day like this. Soon, Halloween was approaching. Oh, I'm somewhat regretting agreeing to go to Nick's 500th death day, Ron said with obvious chagrin, looking at the magnificently decorated Great Hall, especially that huge carved jack-o'-lantern. Although Harry was curious about a ghost's death day, seeing the Great Hall so grandly decorated for Halloween, he inevitably felt some regret too. If you really don't want to go, then forget it. I can go alone. After all, I was the one who agreed, Dudley said reasonably. At that time, he had felt somewhat embarrassed about accidentally hurting Nick with the solar ring, which was why he had agreed. No, since we promised, we must do it. And when you said we would go, that didn't just represent you alone, Hermione said with serious conviction. I was just talking casually, Ron muttered quietly. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the four left the lively Great Hall and headed downstairs. Nick's death day was in an underground classroom. When Dudley and the others arrived, a row of candles had already been lit in the corridor. But these candles were completely different from those in the Great Hall. They were black, thin, and emitted not bright orange-yellow light but eerie blue fluorescence, making Dudley and the others' faces look very ghostly. So this is a ghost's death day. It really is different, Harry said, looking around with fascination. It feels like the temperature here is considerably lower, Hermione said, grabbing Dudley and Harry's hands respectively for warmth. There seems to be some kind of rotting smell too. Ron said with a pained expression. Harry, this time last year, we should have been eating a sumptuous Halloween feast in the Great Hall, Ron continued wistfully. Harry nodded. He had spent a completely different Halloween last year, and thinking back now, it felt very happy. This time last year, I should have been crying in the bathroom, Hermione suddenly said. Well. That one sentence instantly left Harry and Ron speechless. Good thing you came to find me later, or I might have been beaten to death by a troll with a club, Hermione continued. Thanks to Dudley. He used his powerful strength to defeat that troll. Hermione's words stirred up everyone's memories. I remember I was startled at the time. Dudley was like the incarnation of a warrior, a bare-fisted combat wizard, Ron recalled. From then on, I firmly decided to stick close to Dudley. Dudley remained silent, somewhat embarrassed by the praise. Recalling last year's events, everyone's mood improved considerably, and they didn't seem to regret coming here as much. Turning a corner, they saw Nick standing at the door of the underground room, draped in black velvet curtains. My dear friends, welcome. I'm so delighted you could come, Nick expressed his welcome in an infinitely sorrowful tone. Dudley and the other three came before Nick, momentarily unsure what to say. Should they tell him to grieve? But Nick had been dead for 500 years. Should they tell him to cheer up? But this was someone's death day. Please go in quickly. The banquet is about to begin, Nick said. Just when Dudley and the others didn't know what to say, Nick removed his feathered hat and gestured for the four to enter the classroom. Dudley and the others quickly nodded and went in. The scene before them surprised them all. In this small classroom, several hundred milky white, semi-transparent figures were crowded together. They saw many familiar figures, the ghosts belonging to Hogwarts, but there were also many they had never seen before. Various rotten foods were placed on tables, and the ghosts would occasionally pass through these rotten foods, as if this way they could taste the food. Not far away, several ghosts were playing jarring music with musical saws, like thousands of fingernails scraping against a blackboard. I really regret this now, Ron said with a pale face. The temperature in this underground classroom was extremely low, like a large freezer. Each time they spoke, large amounts of vapor would puff from their mouths. It's indeed not pleasant, Harry said with a frown. Oh. Turn around quickly. I don't want to talk to Moaning Myrtle. Hermione spotted a familiar figure among the ghosts and quickly turned away, afraid of being seen by that ghost. Who? Ron asked. Moaning Myrtle, that ghost over there with glasses and a melancholy expression. She stays in the second-floor girls' bathroom. She has a terrible temper and often wails shrilly. So frightening. Hermione secretly pointed in that direction. Dudley and the other two looked in the direction Hermione indicated and soon saw a girl wearing thick glasses, half her face covered by long bangs. She looked very melancholy, and even the air around her was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Her. Seeing this ghost, Dudley frowned slightly. You know her? Hermione asked somewhat strangely. Moaning Myrtle basically stayed in the second-floor girls' bathroom. How would Dudley know her? Once, when I was bathing in the prefect's bathroom, I discovered a ghost peeping at me. It was her, Dudley said, pursing his lips with obvious discomfort. Chapter 203, Chapter 205, The Terror Unleashed. Oh. Hermione gasped in shock, covering her mouth with obvious horror. Bloody hell, she was watching you bathe. Ron looked at Dudley with a mixture of horror and fascination. Didn't Hermione say she lives in the toilet? She probably floated to the prefect's bathroom through the plumbing, Dudley said somewhat helplessly. How terrifying, Harry couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Just thinking about a female ghost secretly watching while he bathed made Harry feel absolutely awful. After that incident, I cast protective spells around me when bathing to prevent ghosts from sneaking in, Dudley said with obvious discomfort. He didn't know whether Moaning Myrtle had done it intentionally or not, but after that time, Dudley had employed some protective measures. At the funeral, ghosts came and went in endless streams. Dudley and the others tried to avoid areas where ghosts congregated, wanting to find an unoccupied corner to wait. A ghost rapidly floated past them, and Harry couldn't dodge in time, the spirit passing directly through his body. Harry's face immediately became very pale, and he stood in place trembling. What did it feel like? Ron asked with concern. Like someone poured a bucket of ice-cold water over me from head to toe, Harry said, shivering uncontrollably. Let's leave as soon as Nick finishes his speech. This really wasn't a place for the living. Not far in front of them, thick green moldy cheese emitted a strong putrid smell, making them wish they could seal off their sense of smell entirely. Finally, they endured until Nick finished his speech. Dudley and the others quickly went up, preparing to greet him and then leave. Suddenly, at that moment. Tear you apart, kill you, murder. Harry froze in place. That sinister, terrifying voice appeared again. Dudley also immediately sensed changes in the castle. That dangerous aura made his hair stand on end with alarm. This also meant that this time was different from the previous two times. That danger was very close to them. Let's go quickly. I really don't want to stay here anymore, Ron urged impatiently, seeing Harry and Dudley both stop simultaneously. Perhaps if we go back now, we can still catch the Halloween feast, Hermione also said hopefully. She was already missing the bright lights of the Great Hall and the abundant edible delicacies. Dudley, that voice. After Harry came to his senses, he immediately looked at Dudley with urgent alarm. The danger is very close to us. Dudley confirmed grimly. Damn it. Dudley cursed under his breath. Without time to think, he directly produced the solar ring and put it on his hand. Solar halo. Dudley activated the ring's power. The solar halo covered a 20-meter radius around Dudley. Harry, Ron, and Hermione within this area immediately felt a warm aura surge into their bodies. They felt filled with courage, and the eerie coldness from being surrounded by ghosts instantly dissipated. At this moment, they felt as if they were standing in the noon sunlight of midsummer. Oh. What's happening? So hot. Panicked screams came from all directions. The ghosts, enveloped by the solar halo's aura, felt like ice and snow meeting midsummer sunlight, experiencing scorching heat. This aura made them instinctively terrified, and they quickly fled in all directions. Ghosts farther from Dudley hadn't been affected by the solar halo yet, but they also sensed the air seemed filled with the scent of sunlight, making them instinctively uncomfortable. All the ghosts panicked at this moment. No one cared about the Death Day anymore as they began racing in all directions, charging directly into walls and disappearing. What's happening? Ron and Hermione were completely confused, not knowing what was occurring. Go, stay close to me. Dudley commanded the three. Then he aimed for the door and ran in that direction. Along the way, the solar halo's range also expanded, and some ghosts who hadn't reacted yet were also burnt by the scorching aura, screaming as they scattered and fled. The danger appeared again. Hermione finally realized what was happening and quickly asked. "Yes, I heard that voice." Harry confirmed. "What did it say? Any changes from last time?" Dudley asked while quickly locating the position from which the dangerous aura emanated. "So hungry, for so long. Kill, it's time. Tear apart, tear you apart, kill you." Harry repeated the voice he heard. These sounds were all fragmented, without complete sentences, and kept repeating without much useful information. Just these few phrases. Why doesn't it sound like a person speaking? Dudley frowned with concern. This kind of meaningless repetition was more like animal instinct. However, Dudley didn't have much time to think about this problem now. He had clearly sensed that the monster was moving and was somewhere not far from him. "Are we going to deal with that danger?" Ron asked. For some reason, he felt that encountering danger this time, he wasn't afraid but rather eager to try, filled with fighting spirit and courage. "First let's try to determine what that thing actually is," Dudley said practically. Only by knowing where the danger came from could they respond calmly, otherwise, they might very well be caught off guard. This was the most important lesson Dudley had learnt in that otherworldly realm. "Look over there." Suddenly, Harry exclaimed, pointing toward a nearby window. Dudley and the others looked over and immediately saw a frozen milky white figure floating in midair, emitting a faint glow. It was a ghost, but now it had solidified, or rather, been petrified. A ghost has been petrified. Dudley looked at this scene in complete amazement. That kind of dark magic was so powerful that even ghosts couldn't resist it and were directly petrified. Over there are more over there. In the nearby corridor, several more milky white ghosts were floating there, also already petrified. The situation seemed somewhat out of control. Damn it. Dudley's expression was grim. After pondering for a moment, he drew his wand and pointed it at his throat. Sonorous, he cast the amplification charm. "Attention all Hogwarts teachers and students, I am Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Interrogator Dudley Dursley. Unknown danger is rampaging through the castle. Please have all professors protect the students, and everyone should not wander the corridors. Also, please remember, do not look at glowing objects, especially yellow light." Dudley's voice echoed throughout all of Hogwarts. The situation was becoming dangerous. Only by doing this could he minimize the potential casualties. Chapter 204, Chapter 206, The Chamber Opened. In the Great Hall, a large number of students and teachers were still gathered together. The Halloween feast hadn't ended yet, and everyone was celebrating enthusiastically. Just then, Dudley's voice suddenly appeared, interrupting everyone's laughter and chatter. After Dudley's voice disappeared, there was brief silence throughout the Great Hall, followed by even more chaotic noise than before. What danger? Where's the danger? What's happening? Who is Dudley Dursley? Various voices kept appearing as everyone momentarily didn't understand what had happened. It's that attention-seeking guy again. Malfoy heard Dudley's voice and said with a dark expression. Are we in danger? Crabbe and Goyle asked, somewhat panicked. Can you two stay calm? Do you believe everything Dudley says? Malfoy said with obvious irritation. Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other and didn't dare speak further. Most of the Slytherin House students around them also didn't take Dudley's words seriously. Humph, just a second-year brat, really thinks he's some interrogator. Exactly, I think Dumbledore must be getting senile to make such a decision. I've disliked that guy for a long time. Last year he beat up my brother. I've been wanting to settle the score with him but haven't found the chance. Everyone discussed among themselves with obvious skepticism. Aside from Slytherin, students from other houses still held some reverence for Dudley, since he had indeed repelled a dark wizard's invasion last year. Of course, they weren't clear how much of that was exaggerated. At the same time, the most intense reaction came from Gryffindor House. After Dudley's words concluded, Prefect Percy had already taken up his responsibility, beginning to systematically calm the lower years' emotions and making proper arrangements. Others, whoever had contact with Dudley, believed his words without doubt. They would rather stay in the Great Hall than run around outside at this time. On the staff table, Professor Dumbledore hadn't appeared tonight, apparently having encountered some urgent matter. The other professors were also looking at each other, unsure whether to believe Dudley's warning. Everyone, do as Dudley requested, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out at this moment, serving to stabilize morale. They might not listen to Dudley, but they couldn't ignore the deputy headmistress. Professor McGonagall, what exactly happened? Professor Flitwick quickly asked. I'm not clear either, but since Dudley said so, it proves there's definitely danger in the castle. Our priority now is to ensure the students' safety, Professor McGonagall said rapidly. All right, I'll have the Ravenclaw students do as Dudley said, Flitwick quickly agreed. Snape had already stood up, his gaze deep and full of doubt. Professor Snape, what should we do now? A Slytherin prefect ran over to ask. Stay in the Great Hall, don't run around. Snape said coldly. Although he disliked Dudley, he had to admit that Dudley indeed had unique insights in predicting danger. Yes, sir, the Slytherin prefect quickly left, stopping those students who wanted to go look in the outside corridors. Should we still go out? Goyle asked uncertainly. The 3 Slytherins who had reached the door were stopped by the prefect's orders. Damn it. Malfoy cursed under his breath. What danger could there be in the castle? Everything is fabricated by Dudley Dursley for the power in his hands. Can't those teachers see clearly? I absolutely don't believe his nonsense. If they won't let me out, I'm going out anyway. Malfoy fundamentally refused to follow Dudley's arrangements. Goyle and Crabbe looked at each other, wanting to object but not daring to speak up against their friend's determination. Malfoy pushed past everyone and, taking advantage of when the prefect wasn't paying attention, secretly slipped out through a side door. Meanwhile, after reporting the danger to the entire school, Dudley immediately continued tracking the threat. The voice disappeared. Before long, Harry suddenly announced. Disappeared. Dudley closed his eyes and carefully sensed the situation in the castle, indeed finding that the dangerous aura had vanished completely. How does it manage to come and go so freely, completely untraceable? Dudley frowned with frustration. He looked toward the dark night sky outside the window. According to Hogwarts, a history, apparition magic couldn't be used within Hogwarts grounds. Last year, Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, wanting to escape, could only first flee Hogwarts boundaries before using apparition. In this school, Dudley had only seen Professor Dumbledore possess abilities similar to apparition, and he wasn't sure if this was his privilege as headmaster or if he had used some special magic. Now, the source of danger appearing in the school seemed to also possess similar abilities to appear and disappear without a trace. Each time it appeared abruptly, then suddenly vanished. Even though Dudley was very familiar with Hogwarts, he couldn't track it effectively. Let's go back to the Great Hall first and explain the situation to everyone, Dudley decided after thinking for a while without getting anywhere. Along the way, they saw many ghosts that had been petrified. The only fortunate thing was that no students appeared to have been petrified. This might be a blessing in disguise. However, just as they turned the corner at the end of the corridor, Dudley and the others had to stop abruptly. At the same time, several people emerged from the end of another corridor. Professor McGonagall and others, who had come out to investigate after settling matters in the Great Hall. And in the middle of this corridor, there were several more people. Malfoy. Didn't I tell you to stay in the Great Hall? You. When Snape saw Malfoy, his brow immediately furrowed, his expression becoming ugly. However, just as he was about to scold Malfoy, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, everyone saw the situation beside Malfoy. A rigid cat and a rigid person. Mrs. Norris and caretaker Filch. They were both like stone sculptures, frozen in place. And on the wall not far from them, bloody letters formed a sentence that flickered with crimson light under the torchlight. The chamber has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Everyone saw this ominous sentence and the petrified Filch with his cat. It wasn't me. Coming to his senses, Malfoy said in genuine terror. However, everyone's gaze at this moment unanimously fell upon him with obvious suspicion. Chapter 205, Chapter 207, the interrogation begins. It really wasn't me, Malfoy quickly defended himself with obvious desperation. Yes, I can testify that it wasn't Malfoy, Crabbe immediately said. They were already like this when we arrived, Goyle added for support. However, no one believed their words. Everyone looked at them with shock and disbelief, and several female teachers couldn't help but cover their chests, obviously frightened by the scene. Even Snape looked at Malfoy with distrust in his eyes. Ha, Malfoy, caught red-handed. What did you do to Filch and his cat? Ron questioned loudly with obvious accusation. Malfoy, so it was you all along. Harry said coldly. It wasn't me. Malfoy's face was deathly pale. At this moment, he felt like he couldn't explain himself no matter what he said. Are they dead or? Someone asked in genuine terror. Snape narrowed his eyes, quickly walked over, and carefully examined Filch and Mrs. Norris with professional attention. Professor McGonagall and the others followed closely. Very powerful dark magic. It shouldn't have been done by them, Snape said with simple assessment. What a pity. If I had been here when it happened, I would definitely have found a way to cast spells to save them, Lockhart said pretentiously after looking at Filch's frozen body. He's not dead. He should be petrified, Professor McGonagall said with serious evaluation. She could sense traces of dark magic on Filch. Combined with Dudley and Harry's previous encounter, the Filch before them should still be salvageable. Oh, well, I could tell from the start they weren't dead, just petrified. What I meant was, if I had been here at the time, one spell could have lifted this petrification. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Lockhart's expression stiffened, but he quickly recovered with his usual confidence. Professor McGonagall glanced at Lockhart with obvious skepticism, almost rolling her eyes. Professor, when we came here, they were already like this. It wasn't me. Malfoy quickly came to Snape's side for protection. Snape nodded. He had already determined that Malfoy didn't have the ability to accomplish this. Malfoy, why are you here? I remember I already notified all students not to wander around. Dudley slowly walked over, staring directly at Malfoy. Malfoy was momentarily speechless, showing obvious panic, but immediately realized something and retorted sarcastically, "What gives you the right to control me? You're not even a school professor." "What interrogator? I don't recognize you at all." "Mr. Malfoy, I also said in the Great Hall just now that students shouldn't wander around." "I think I have that authority." Professor McGonagall spoke directly before Dudley could respond. "Professor McGonagall, I." Malfoy's expression looked increasingly uncomfortable as he looked to Professor Snape beside him for help. He could ignore Dudley's orders, but he couldn't violate Professor McGonagall's direct commands. "Professor McGonagall, Malfoy he." Snape pondered for a moment but still opened his mouth, intending to defend his student. "Oh, Professor Snape, I remember hearing you just now commanding the Slytherin prefect to keep all Slytherin students who were in the Great Hall from moving around. Did I mishear, or are my ears not working properly?" Professor McGonagall said with merciless precision. Snape pressed his lips together but couldn't say anything in response. "Mr. Malfoy, due to your unauthorized actions, 20 points from Slytherin. 20 points each for all three of you," Professor McGonagall said coldly. The faces of the three Slytherins immediately became very pale. "Also, all three of you will serve detention for 1 week." Snape frowned, wanting to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Although Professor McGonagall's punishment was severe, it followed the rules and didn't deduct extra points. He couldn't find fault with it. However, as soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, Snape's gaze immediately fell on Dudley and the others. Then, "Dudley Dursley, why are you several here?" "Dudley has special permission from Professor Dumbledore, so I won't question that, but Harry Potter and you others don't seem to have that authority. I don't even remember you appearing at the Halloween feast, so where did you go?" Snape asked with methodical precision. This question immediately shifted everyone's focus from Malfoy to Dudley's group of 4. "We went to nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party. Several hundred ghosts can testify for us," Harry immediately explained. "Death Day party?" Snape showed quite doubtful eyes. "Today is indeed Sir Nicholas's 500th anniversary death day. I can testify to this. If they really attended the Death Day party, those ghosts can indeed testify for them," Professor McGonagall proactively confirmed. Professor McGonagall was obviously very familiar with Gryffindor's resident ghost. "By the way, something happened to the ghosts too. Over a dozen ghosts were petrified," Harry continued with concern. Hearing this revelation, everyone's expressions became even more grave. Generally speaking, ghosts were rather special existences. Few magics could affect them, let alone petrify them. And now, since even ghosts couldn't escape being petrified, it really meant. Everyone's gazes unanimously turned to those abnormally crimson letters on the wall illuminated by flickering torchlight. "Could it be? Has the chamber really been opened?" someone said in genuine terror. "Professor, what is this chamber, and what is this so-called air?" Dudley spoke up with direct inquiry. He had already seen that the chamber was the key to understanding this situation. And he didn't know what the situation with that chamber was. Among the teachers present, some also showed confused expressions, but more were like Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, silent and grave. "You don't need to know about this." Professor McGonagall opened her mouth but quickly stopped, looking deeply at Dudley. "Actually, you have the right to know about this. Come to my office later." Then Professor McGonagall arranged for everyone to move Filch and his cat to the hospital wing while having someone check on the ghost situation. With Professor Dumbledore absent, McGonagall as deputy headmistress had to shoulder the full responsibility. "Let's go," Professor McGonagall said to Dudley. "Wait, Professor. These three can't leave yet." Dudley didn't move but looked at the three Slytherins who were preparing to leave. "Why can't we leave?" Malfoy said arrogantly. "Professor Snape already said that dark magic couldn't possibly have been cast by us. Are you questioning Professor Snape's abilities?" Snape said nothing but stood beside Malfoy, looking coldly at Dudley. The meaning was self-evident. Dudley smiled slightly, glanced at Snape, then mimicked Malfoy's characteristic slow drawl. "I certainly wouldn't dare question Professor Snape's abilities, but what he said was that with your three's abilities, you couldn't cast that level of dark magic. But this doesn't mean you didn't open the chamber. Now, in the name of Hogwarts Interrogator, I issue you a summons for questioning." Please cooperate with my investigation, Mr. Malfoy. As well as Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle. Chapter 206, Chapter 208, The Legend of the Chamber. Dudley's voice was firm and carried an inexplicable sense of oppression, directly causing the previously arrogant smiles on Malfoy's trio to instantly fade. It wasn't me. I didn't. Malfoy stammered in clear panic. This is slander. Crabbe protested loudly. You have no right to interrogate us, Goyle added, though you could see their legs trembling slightly. The pressure Dudley had just exerted was quite intense. Dursley. Don't go too far. Snape said coldly. Professor Snape, this is the authority Professor Dumbledore granted me. The chamber has been opened, caretaker Mr. Filch and over a dozen ghosts have been petrified. Under such circumstances, I cannot miss any clue, Dudley replied with unwavering determination. Unless Professor Snape has already found the perpetrator of this incident and can guarantee such things won't happen again, otherwise interrogating them is something I must do tonight. An interrogator should look like an interrogator. Previously, when Dudley didn't have sufficient certainty, he could choose not to use this authority, but now, to uncover the truth, he couldn't retreat. Standing here now, he represented the law and represented order. You. Snape's expression darkened. Under Dudley's commanding pressure, he actually involuntarily took a step back. That unquestionable momentum and authority was something even Snape couldn't resist. Every word Dudley spoke seemed to become an order from someone he couldn't defy, making him dare not argue back and only submit. You three, come with me. Dudley directly commanded the three Slytherins. The three were silent as cicadas, not daring to show the slightest resistance, fearfully following Dudley's pace. Professor McGonagall, let's go, Dudley said. All right, Professor McGonagall looked deeply at Dudley and nodded. The scene just now, falling in McGonagall's eyes, made her marvel at Dudley's imposing presence. She believed that if she were in Snape's position, she wouldn't have done better than Snape. Dudley truly had a naturally convincing authority. Perhaps this was why Dumbledore trusted him. Professor McGonagall thought so. When they were almost at the office, McGonagall stopped and looked at Harry's trio following beside Dudley. You three. Professor McGonagall frowned, wanting to send the three away. It was enough for Dudley to know about this matter. There was no need for Harry and the others to get involved. Let them follow, Professor. Otherwise, I'll have to tell them again when I get back, Dudley said reasonably. Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly nodded. They were more curious than anyone about what the chamber was. Making them go back now would be worse than torture. All right, Professor McGonagall ultimately nodded. At the same time, she glanced at the three Slytherins trembling as they followed behind Dudley and didn't stop them either. In Professor McGonagall's office, Dudley and his friend sat on the comfortable sofa, while the three Slytherins could only stand aside nervously. Professor McGonagall sat behind her desk, thought for a moment, then spoke. Regarding the chamber, it has always been just a legend. Many people don't believe in the chamber's existence. Hogwarts has also invited the most learned wizards to investigate but still found no clues, so for now, you only need to treat it as a story. Those words on the wall. My current judgment is that someone is using this legend to confuse the situation. Professor McGonagall first stated her viewpoint and position clearly. I understand your meaning, Dudley nodded. Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by four of the greatest wizards of their time. The four houses bear their names: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. For the first few years, the four founders worked together harmoniously, seeking out young people who showed magical talent and bringing them to the castle to train. But disagreements soon emerged. Professor McGonagall paused here. Let me guess, it was probably Slytherin who disagreed with the other three. Dudley speculated. Professor McGonagall nodded. Dudley thought it was indeed so. Slytherin believed that Hogwarts should be more selective in choosing students, accepting only children from wizarding families, that is, pure-blood wizards. But the other three founders believed that all children with magical talent should have the opportunity to receive education. Later, it said that Slytherin had a big argument with Gryffindor, then left the school. The legend begins from here. It said that before Slytherin left, he built a chamber in the castle that only his heir could open, to release the terrible thing inside to cleanse and purify the school, that is, those whom Slytherin believed were unworthy of learning magic, Professor McGonagall said gravely. Hearing this, Hermione's breathing became much heavier, and her face also grew somewhat pale. Dudley patted Hermione's hand, comforting her emotions. The three Slytherins, hearing this, couldn't help but glance at Dudley and Hermione, their eyes full of contempt and disdain. However, they didn't dare show it too obviously, but they were very pleased inside, wishing they could see the chamber's monster deal with Dudley and Hermione right now. I see, Dudley nodded thoughtfully. This chamber seemed quite complex, especially since Dudley had been at Hogwarts for a year without discovering that place. Perhaps those few places I marked before might be passages to the chamber. Having wandered Hogwarts for so long, Dudley hadn't been without discoveries. There were some abnormal places in the school that he remembered. For example, that wall in the 8th floor corridor. Besides that, Dudley had also discovered several secret passages, but he hadn't investigated them thoroughly. Now that there was this matter of the chamber, Dudley began planning to thoroughly investigate those secret passages and problematic places. "Professor, did the legend mention what monster is kept in the chamber?" Harry asked with obvious concern. "No, it's not even certain that what's inside is a beast. It might be an object, something that can identify children from Muggle families and..." McGonagall stopped here without continuing. But Dudley's heart suddenly stirred, secretly speculating, if it's not a beast, could it possibly be a living magical artifact? No, it should be called a living magical item, like something similar to the Sorting Hat. Chapter 207, Chapter 209, The Truth About 50 Years Ago. Dudley's mind flashed to the yellow light he had seen in the mirror of Eriste before. That might be part of some monster's body, or some powerful dark magical object, or even something with living characteristics. After all, if Gryffindor could turn his hat into the Sorting Hat, there was no reason Slytherin couldn't do the same. "Professor McGonagall, the legend says only Slytherin's heir can open the chamber. Does the legend tell us how to identify his heir?" Dudley asked thoughtfully. Professor McGonagall shook her head. "The legend doesn't specify what characteristics Slytherin's heir would have. We're not certain either." Dudley nodded in understanding. "Professor, has the chamber been opened before, or is this the first time?" Harry asked with obvious concern. Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together, seeming to consider whether she should tell Dudley and the others about this sensitive information. "Well, the chamber was opened once before. Of course, we can't determine now whether that was truly the chamber being opened." Professor McGonagall fell into distant memories. 50 years ago, there were also attacks at the school, and that time, someone died. Hearing this, everyone's breathing immediately became rapid with alarm. Not petrification. How could someone die? Hermione exclaimed with shock. Whether it was Dudley and Harry's previous encounter or this attack, everyone had been petrified, with no deaths occurring. This made everyone think that the worst outcome of the attacks was petrification, and they still had a chance to be saved. But what McGonagall was saying now directly shattered their hopeful illusions. That attack was different from what we're seeing now. The student wasn't petrified, she was killed, Professor McGonagall said quietly. A shadow of solemnity crossed Dudley's face. Slytherin's chamber was indeed not so simple. If they didn't stop the situation from developing, students might very well die because of it. He had thought nothing would happen this year, but unexpectedly they had encountered this matter of Slytherin's chamber. Could Dumbledore have anticipated that something would happen this year, which was why he made him promise to protect Hogwarts? That old fox's calculations were truly deep. Forget it. I'll do what I promised. I'll need to be more careful when dealing with Dumbledore in the future. However, this matter was closely related to Dudley's own safety. Even without promising Professor Dumbledore, he couldn't completely stay out of it. Moreover, Hogwarts was his jurisdiction, and to advance, he also needed to protect Hogwarts from harm. "Professor McGonagall, how did that student die? Were there any investigation results?" Dudley asked after thinking for a moment. "We found no wounds on that student. When she was discovered, she was already dead. If we had to say specifically how she died, her death looked much like someone who had been hit by the killing curse," Professor McGonagall said with obvious distress. The faces of Harry's trio became much paler. Malfoy showed a hint of a sneer but quickly restrained it. "Similar to the killing curse. Then it seems it was indeed very powerful dark magic. Perhaps she actually died from the killing curse," Dudley said analytically. "Indeed, after that attack occurred, we also suspected someone had used the killing curse to kill but ultimately found no related evidence. However, we did find the perpetrator who might have been the chamber's heir," Professor McGonagall said. Hearing this, several people's expressions changed dramatically. Seeing Professor McGonagall's previous worried appearance, they had thought the culprit hadn't been found last time, but it turned out they had been caught. "That's right," Professor McGonagall said, casting a meaningful look at Malfoy and the others. She raised her wand and murmured a spell, creating a barrier that separated the three Slytherins from the group. What she was about to say was better not heard by the three Slytherins, or it might cause some unnecessary trouble. Seeing Professor McGonagall's action, Dudley immediately felt something was seriously wrong. Who was the culprit? Harry couldn't help asking with urgent curiosity. Hermione and Ron also showed eager expressions. At that time, the Ministry of Magic believed that the person who opened the chamber was Hagrid. McGonagall revealed. "What?" Harry exclaimed in disbelief. "Impossible." Ron protested. "How could it be Hagrid?" Hermione added with shock. The three were shocked beyond belief, never expecting it would be their beloved friend. Dudley had already suspected this possibility. Hearing Hagrid's name, he felt it was unexpected yet reasonable. He also remembered what happened at the wand shop before, when Ollivander asked if Hagrid's wand had been snapped, and Hagrid's treasured pink umbrella. Everything seemed to make sense. Hagrid had been expelled because of the chamber incident, and his wand had been snapped because of this matter. I don't believe Hagrid would be the culprit who opened the chamber, Dudley said with firm conviction. Professor McGonagall glanced at the composed Dudley, nodded, and said, Professor Dumbledore also believes Hagrid is innocent, but at that time, we did discover that Hagrid was indeed raising a monster. And ever since Hagrid was taken away, the chamber was never opened again, and no more attacks occurred. This doesn't prove Hagrid was the culprit, Dudley said reasonably. No, but that's what the Ministry of Magic believed, McGonagall said with obvious regret. Dudley pressed his lips together. He was tired of complaining about how terrible this world's Ministry of Magic was. It could practically be described as utterly useless. I estimate that after this incident, the Ministry might take some action against Hagrid. If we can't find the real culprit, Professor McGonagall's face showed a trace of worry. It was both concern for Hogwarts and worry for Hagrid. She also didn't believe Hagrid would be that kind of person. What are they saying? Outside the barrier, Goyle asked in a low voice. They were isolated by McGonagall's magic, unable to hear the people inside talking or see clearly. Don't know, but they're probably talking about the culprit, Malfoy said with a dark expression. Do they think this will prevent me from knowing? I just need to write a letter to my father to find out what happened 50 years ago. Crabbe and Goyle immediately nodded in agreement. Dudley looked at Professor McGonagall, thought for a moment, then said, rather than believing Hagrid is the culprit, I think people from Slytherin House are more suspicious. If I were Slytherin, I would definitely have my heir sorted into my own house during the sorting, wouldn't I? As Dudley finished speaking, he looked toward the three people outside the barrier. It was time to interrogate them. Chapter 208, Chapter 210, The Interrogation. Professor McGonagall, I have nothing more to ask you, Dudley stood up and said. Are you really going to interrogate Malfoy? Professor McGonagall asked with a frown. They are indeed quite suspicious, Dudley said with conviction. All right, but you need to be careful. Although Professor Dumbledore gave you the authority to interrogate, Lucius Malfoy is very powerful and is one of the members of the Board of Governors. If he finds out you interrogated his son, I'm afraid. Professor McGonagall didn't finish her sentence and just looked at Dudley with obvious concern. I understand, but since I promised Professor Dumbledore, I will do everything possible to find the person who opened the chamber, Dudley said with serious determination. The classroom next door is available for you to use, Professor McGonagall offered. Being closer, if something really happened, Professor McGonagall could intervene. Good, Dudley agreed. Harry, you three wait here for me for a moment, Dudley instructed. Good luck, all three of Harry's group said simultaneously. The three Slytherins saw Professor McGonagall withdraw the magic that had been blocking them. Can we go back now? Malfoy couldn't help asking with obvious hope. Next, I will interrogate you, Dudley said straightforwardly. You. I'm going to tell my father about this, Malfoy said with an ugly expression. As you wish, but now, you must accept my interrogation. Next door classroom. I don't want to say it a second time. Dudley said in a commanding tone. Malfoy's face flushed red. He looked at Professor McGonagall, but she showed no reaction. Humph. Malfoy snorted, turned around and walked toward the next classroom. In the empty classroom, darkness enveloped the four people, with only the light from Dudley's wand illuminating the pale faces of the three Slytherins. Dudley stood on the platform, looking down at the three boys from above. The authority of an interrogator was released at this moment, pressing down on them, making them unable to generate any thought of resistance. Under Dudley's deliberate control, the surrounding environment was full of oppressive atmosphere, very suitable for interrogation. All three Slytherins looked very uncomfortable. They felt as if they were in endless darkness. Except for Dudley, they seemed to be abandoned by the entire world here, unable to perceive anything around them. Dudley gave them the feeling that he could control their life and death at any moment. That authority, that unquestionable aura, made them unable to summon even half a point of courage. The opening of the chamber, do you have anything to do with it? Dudley asked in a low voice. The light from his wand shone on their faces, and they couldn't see Dudley's expression at all. No relation, we didn't open it, Goyle immediately said. It wasn't us, Crabbe also said. Dudley turned his head and looked at Malfoy. Feeling Dudley's gaze fall on him, Malfoy very much didn't want to answer Dudley, but the authoritative aura emanating from Dudley made him have to speak. It wasn't me, he admitted reluctantly. Dudley narrowed his eyes and continued asking, let's try a different approach. Are you Slytherin's heir? Crabbe and Goyle both shook their heads simultaneously, but in their gazes toward Malfoy, there was a trace of uncertainty. From some perspectives, Malfoy could possibly be Slytherin's heir. The Malfoy family itself was very ancient, and they were all from Slytherin. Counting back, they wouldn't be surprised if Malfoy carried Slytherin's own bloodline. Malfoy's face flushed red. He wished he were Slytherin's heir, but obviously, he wasn't. I'm not, Malfoy shook his head. How much do you know about the chamber? Dudley pressed. Crabbe and Goyle shook their heads. I've heard some things before, but definitely not as much as Professor McGonagall knows, Malfoy answered. Tell me what you know, Dudley commanded. At this point, Malfoy no longer knew how to resist. Whatever Dudley asked him, he answered. After hearing Malfoy's answer, Dudley felt he really didn't know much. Even if Lucius knew something, he probably wouldn't tell his son. Dudley continued asking some questions and found that they knew nothing about many things. It seems they really don't have much to do with this. Dudley's gaze swept over the three people, thinking to himself. Under his authority, the probability of Malfoy lying was very low. Crabbe and Goyle, those two fools, were even less likely to lie. In this situation, he still hadn't gotten any useful information from them, so the probability was that they really didn't know. Malfoy, interrogating you is only to clarify the truth of the matter, not to target you, Dudley said with a light smile. If you remember anything later, remember to come tell me. I'll reward you. As Dudley spoke, he took out a piece of candy from his pocket and placed it in Malfoy's hand. Also, don't tell your father about such a small matter. It would make you look incompetent, wouldn't it? You two as well. Dudley gave each of the two a piece of candy. All right, today's interrogation ends here. You can go back. Dudley nodded to the three. The three Slytherins looked at the candy in their hands, then looked at Dudley. Suddenly they felt that Dudley wasn't so detestable after all, and even felt a trace of goodwill toward Dudley in their hearts. Walking out of the classroom, Dudley saw Professor McGonagall and Harry's trio waiting outside. How was it? Professor McGonagall asked. It really wasn't them, Dudley shook his head. Oh no. Ron couldn't help exclaiming. He had already determined that all this was Malfoy's doing and had even been discussing with Harry just now how Malfoy would be punished after confessing, whether he would be expelled like Hagrid and have his wand snapped. Harry and Hermione also showed disappointed expressions on their faces. Soon, the three Slytherins walked out of the classroom, looked at Dudley with complex expressions, then turned and quickly left. Well, that's the end of this matter. You should go back and rest early, Professor McGonagall said. Professor, I want to know, where did Professor Dumbledore go? Such a big incident happened at school, and he's still not coming back. Dudley asked. From when this incident occurred until now, Dumbledore, as Hogwarts headmaster, had never appeared, which made Dudley very suspicious that something had happened. Dumbledore has more important matters to handle. This is not something we can control. During his absence, I will handle the school's affairs. If you have anything, you can also come directly to me, Professor McGonagall explained simply. Chapter 209, Chapter 211, The Spreading Fear. Hearing that Dumbledore had more important matters to handle, Dudley frowned slightly. Did this old man really feel comfortable leaving Hogwarts in his hands? Professor McGonagall saw this scene, walked over and patted Dudley's shoulder, saying, Good boy, if you feel tired, then rest. We'll handle the school's affairs, it's our responsibility. You don't need to shoulder so much responsibility. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, but since I promised Professor Dumbledore, I will naturally fulfill my duties, Dudley said with determination. McGonagall gazed at Dudley for a moment, then said nothing more. After saying goodbye to Professor McGonagall, Dudley and the others headed toward Gryffindor Tower. Dudley, is Malfoy really not Slytherin's heir? Harry asked with obvious disappointment. Based on my current judgment, he really isn't, Dudley said with certainty. Unless Malfoy could resist his beyonder abilities, otherwise, in such circumstances, the probability of Malfoy lying was very low. What a pity he isn't, or we could have had him expelled from Hogwarts. Ron angrily swung his fists at the air. Hermione thought for a moment and said, Slytherin's heir should be from Slytherin house, right? Think about it, who else seems more like Slytherin's descendant? Upper year students are also possible, but we don't really understand the upper year Slytherin students. We can't go ask them one by one, Ron said practically. They had the most contact with same year students. As for those in 5th and 6th years, they basically had no contact with them normally. Harry seemed to be thinking about something. He opened his mouth but didn't speak. What's wrong, Harry? You seem off, Dudley asked with concern. There are some things I don't know how to explain, Harry said with obvious difficulty. Whatever it is, just say it directly. With our relationship, what are you afraid of? Ron said encouragingly. Don't worry, whatever it is, just say it, Dudley said, while using his beyonder abilities to calm Harry's emotions. Hearing Dudley say this, Harry's emotions stabilized somewhat, so he said, I can hear that voice after the chamber opens, and when school started last year, during the sorting hat wanted to put me in Slytherin house. I'm wondering if I might be. If you might be Slytherin's heir? Dudley chuckled with understanding. Yes, Harry nodded with obvious worry. So, did you open the chamber? Dudley asked with a smile. Of course not. Harry immediately protested. Then that settles it. Obviously, you're not Slytherin's heir, Dudley said logically. But the Sorting Hat. Harry still hesitated somewhat. Don't take what the Sorting Hat says seriously. Sorting is inherently very subjective. I never told you before, but the Sorting Hat also said that if I went to Slytherin, I would achieve great things, Dudley said with a laugh. What? Harry showed a surprised expression and blurted out, the Sorting Hat said the same thing to me. It said if I went to Slytherin, I would accomplish great things. Does it say this to everyone? Harry felt speechless. He had always thought the Sorting Hat's words might have deep meaning, which made him constantly doubt whether he had entered the wrong house. But unexpectedly, the Sorting Hat had said almost the same thing to Dudley. Was this the Sorting Hat's usual tactic? Coaxing those undecided students to go to Slytherin to maintain balance among the four houses' student numbers. Well, the Sorting Hat never said that to me, Ron said awkwardly. Me neither, Hermione shook her head. So the Sorting Hat thought you two brothers would be best suited for Slytherin. My God, could you two actually have a Slytherin bloodline? Ron said in surprise. What are you talking about? Dudley gave Ron a look. Think about Harry's parents, they were both from Gryffindor House. If we had Slytherin blood, our previous generation should also have been in Slytherin. Ron nodded awkwardly. I forgot about that. However, your ability to hear that voice is indeed strange, Dudley said thoughtfully. I'll investigate later and should be able to find some clues. Harry could hear that voice while others couldn't. There must be something significant here. Thinking of this, Dudley couldn't help but look at Harry's forehead, at that lightning bolt scar. He still remembered when he had accidentally touched that scar last year and sensed the evil aura. He had asked Dumbledore about this issue, and Dumbledore's answer was that this was left by the killing curse at that time, so naturally it would have the evil aura of dark magic. However, Dudley felt there was definitely more to it than that. It's just that Dudley's current abilities weren't sufficient to investigate what was really going on with that scar. After all, that thing was on Harry's forehead. One wrong move and Harry might die on the spot. So even knowing there was something wrong with that scar, Dudley didn't dare act rashly for now. Could it be possible that the scar allows Harry to hear that voice? Dudley speculated internally. Because this was the only thing different about Harry from others. As for the Slytherin bloodline and such, Dudley didn't believe it. When they returned to Gryffindor, many people hadn't rested yet. They had just finished the Halloween feast and returned to the common room, and they all wanted to know what had actually happened. Seeing Dudley return, many people gathered around, asking what had happened and why he had warned everyone not to wander around outside. Dudley briefly explained what had occurred but didn't mention too much about the chamber. After hearing about this, everyone's faces became grim. Because in Gryffindor, there were quite a few children from Muggle families. The opening of the chamber was like a sword hanging over these people's heads. No one knew when it would fall. The originally relaxed and happy campus life was completely shattered by the opening of the chamber. The next day, a piece of news began spreading around campus, and many people believed it. Before the monster appears, there will be a scorching aura. If you feel your whole body heating up, immediately run away. Remember, immediately run away. Don't hesitate, don't look back. Chapter 210, Chapter 212, The Ghost Warning and New Plans. When Dudley first heard this news, he was stunned but quickly reacted and even knew who had spread this information. That's right, it was the ghosts. What happened last night could be said to have caught all the ghosts at Sir Nicholas's death day party in one devastating sweep. Over a dozen ghosts were petrified, and that wasn't all. Some other ghosts were also burnt by a scorching aura. These injured ghosts almost covered all the ghosts who had attended the death day party, leaving them utterly terrified. Many ghosts, after experiencing this incident, were left with severe psychological trauma. The ghosts who had originally come from elsewhere to attend Nick's death day party fled Hogwarts Castle overnight and swore never to return. As for the ghosts who originally belonged to Hogwarts, they had nowhere to escape unless they gave up this place and found somewhere else to haunt, which was unacceptable for many ghosts. But staying at Hogwarts had already become a very dangerous thing for them. The only consolation was that petrification could be reversed, and those ghosts who had been scorched were slowly recovering. Otherwise, nearly headless Nick would probably have died of guilt. Regarding this matter, Dudley could only sigh with regret. In that situation, Dudley naturally had to ensure his own safety first, and the solar halo wouldn't directly kill ghosts, so using it was justified. It's just that aside from him, no one knew this was caused by his magical artifact. Everyone thought the scorching was something that appeared along with the opening of the chamber. After all, when Dudley and Harry were almost petrified last time, Nick had felt the scorching, and this time was the same. This almost confirmed this explanation. After finishing classes during the day, Dudley had originally planned to go to Hagrid's to ask him about some matters regarding the last time the chamber was opened. However, at noon, Dudley learned from Professor McGonagall that Hagrid had been taken away by the Ministry of Magic for investigation. Did they take Hagrid away without conducting a proper investigation? Dudley asked with obvious concern. The Ministry of Magic believes that since the last time the chamber was opened was Hagrid's doing, there's no need for investigation this time, Professor McGonagall said with an ugly expression. She had already spoken to the Ministry of Magic, but unfortunately it was useless. Dudley frowned with frustration. He had wanted to get some first-hand information from Hagrid, but now he had no chance at all. After Professor McGonagall left, Harry and the others were all dejected. If only Dudley could go to the Ministry of Magic to investigate, Ron sighed wistfully. That's something only Aurors can do, Harry said practically. Dudley was only Hogwarts interrogator. Outside of here, he was nothing special. It's not completely impossible, Dudley said thoughtfully. Hearing Harry's words, Dudley's expression changed with sudden inspiration. Huh? You're really going to investigate at the Ministry of Magic? Harry asked in shock. I can't do it looking like this now, but if I looked like someone else, it should be possible, Dudley said with growing excitement. You mean Polyjuice Potion? Hermione understood what Dudley meant and immediately said. Exactly, Dudley nodded. Dudley had always wanted to find a magical item that could disguise him, but unfortunately had never found one. However, he had recently learned about Polyjuice Potion. It was during Snape's potions class when he mentioned some powerful potions and talked about the effects of Polyjuice Potion. This was a potion that could completely transform one person into another and was very difficult to detect. But we don't have the recipe, Harry said with obvious concern. He remembered this potion, but as a very advanced magical brew, they couldn't access it now. It's in the restricted section. Professor Snape said it's in a book called Most Potenti Potions, Hermione reminded them. So how do we get that book? You just said that book is in the restricted section, Ron asked practically. We just need a professor's signature. I'll handle that, Dudley said with confidence. His reason for thinking of Polyjuice Potion wasn't just to investigate Hagrid's matter but also because his current child identity was too obvious. It was inconvenient for him to do certain things. But if he could transform into someone else, then he could act without restraint. His Beyonder characteristics had been digesting quickly recently. It probably wouldn't be long before he could advance to judge. His strength would make a qualitative leap, and then he could do some relatively dangerous things. Hermione seemed genuinely excited about brewing Polyjuice Potion, completely unconcerned about breaking school rules, and was already trying to convince Harry and Ron to help her. You've changed, Hermione, Ron observed with a complicated expression as he watched her eagerly plan rule-breaking. Have I? Well, if I have, it's because you two have corrupted me, Hermione said, laughing. Harry and Ron looked at each other, speechless. While the four were discussing how to brew Polyjuice Potion, Dudley began considering other possibilities. Perhaps I could use Cole's connection. Dudley thought to himself. Cole had previously been an Auror. Although he couldn't go back now, he was still very familiar with some of the Auror's procedures and processes. If Dudley really wanted to find some clues from Hagrid, who was detained at the Ministry of Magic, Cole should be able to help. There's also Kingsley, Dudley thought to himself. His relationship with Kingsley was quite good. If he could get Kingsley to relay a message to Hagrid, that could also work. However, this matter might involve some unnecessary trouble. Kingsley was the last resort. Thinking of this, Dudley already had some concrete plans. I'm going to the washroom, Dudley got up and left. After entering a toilet stall, Dudley took out several pieces of parchment from the Mirror of Erist. These were obtained from Borgin and Burkes before and used for transmitting messages. Dudley had specifically asked for more at the time to send messages to Cole. After writing about inquiring about Hagrid on the parchment, he snapped his fingers. Bright flames ignited, the parchment burnt quickly, and soon disappeared completely without even leaving any ashes. After about 1 or 2 minutes, a bright flame appeared before Dudley, transforming into a piece of parchment. Received. After seeing these 2 words, Dudley waved his hand. Flames burnt, and the parchment turned to ash. He would leave Cole to gather information about Hagrid. As for Hogwarts, Dudley needed to think of other methods. I have to say, having someone to run errands is really much more convenient. Is this the benefit of the fool creating the Tarot Club? Dudley thought to himself. Perhaps he could also create a similar organization in this world. But that would have to wait until his strength grew considerably more. Chapter 211, Chapter 213, A Dangerous Favor. Defense Against the Dark Arts class began with its usual theatrical atmosphere. After Dudley had hospitalized Lockhart for half a month during their last encounter, the professor refused to let him participate in any classroom demonstrations, not even as an inanimate prop. On the contrary, Harry had gained Lockhart's favor. In almost every class, he would be invited by Lockhart to the platform to play a character from his books and then show everyone how he defeated the monster that Harry was portraying. Aha, let me see what content I should teach you today. Lockhart showed his charming smile and said to the students below. Professor, there have been attacks in the castle. Could you teach us how to respond when we encounter danger? A student immediately asked. Lockhart's originally charming smile immediately stiffened somewhat. Ahem, currently, the school hasn't determined what danger we're facing, but I believe my books will always have the answers. Lockhart smoothly changed the subject. For example, this experience with vampires. Believe me, if you read this section carefully, when you encounter vampires, you'll definitely know how to deal with them. Lockhart said with forced seriousness. All right, let me see who should come up to play the vampire. Lockhart winked at the crowd below, especially at Hermione and several other female students. Swoosh. Just then, Dudley raised his hand. Seeing this scene, Lockhart's expression obviously became somewhat ugly. However, he still maintained his smile and looked at others hopefully. At this moment, as long as any other person raised their hand, Lockhart would choose that person. Lockhart now deeply regretted why he had said those words about choosing someone. He should have directly appointed someone, not giving Dudley any chance. This was mainly because since the last incident, Dudley had been very considerate and never raised his hand, but today Dudley didn't know what was wrong with him. He actually volunteered to play the vampire. Last time, the werewolf had punched him flying with one blow. This time, would the vampire really bite him? Lockhart's heart rejected this possibility entirely. Anyone else? Let me see which lucky one wants to become my chosen vampire. Seeing no one else raise their hand, Lockhart proactively spoke. However, after his words fell, the classroom remained silent as cicadas, with no one raising their hand except Dudley. Lockhart's smile gradually became stiff. He realized that after noticing Dudley had raised his hand, others wouldn't raise their hands to compete with Dudley for this opportunity. Professor, I think I can do it, Dudley spoke directly. Now, Lockhart couldn't ignore Dudley anymore. Everyone watched the scene with great interest. Wouldn't they be staging another scene of Professor Lockhart being beaten up by Dudley today? That would be quite a show. Ha ha ha, Mr. Dursley is very active. Do you have any questions you don't understand? Lockhart talked around the subject, completely not mentioning letting Dudley play the vampire anymore. Professor, there's a book I'd like to borrow from the library, but it requires faculty approval. I was told that demonstrating excellence in class might earn me that signature. Could you help? Dudley asked with a smile. Signature. Ha ha ha, no problem. You've always been excellent. You don't need to deliberately show off. I'll sign it for you right now. How many do you need? Hearing what Dudley said, Lockhart was overjoyed and quickly took out his treasured signature paper to sign for Dudley. He'd give however many were needed. Any price was worth paying to avoid another demonstration with Dudley. Well, I've already prepared it. Dudley took out the library request form for most potenti potions that he had written beforehand. No problem at all, Lockhart quickly walked down from the platform, snatched the paper from Dudley's hand, and signed his name without even looking at it. Thank you, Professor, Dudley smiled as he took back the signature and sat down again. So next, the vampire. Lockhart's gaze turned nervously, looking at Dudley once, afraid that Dudley would raise his hand again. Professor, I'll do it, Harry raised his hand immediately. Very good, Harry, you do it. You look most like a vampire among all the students. If I didn't know your identity, I'd suspect you have vampire blood, Lockhart showed his charming smile. To commend Harry, 10 points to Gryffindor. Dudley smiled and nodded to Professor Lockhart. This Lockhart might be weak in ability, but he was really understanding. Throughout the class, Lockhart used various pretexts to award Gryffindor a full 30 points. After class ended, the students filed out with obvious amusement. Ha 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 ha, did you see Professor Lockhart's expression? When he saw Dudley raise his hand, he almost cried. Ron laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. Dudley really left Professor Lockhart with psychological trauma. To prevent Dudley from raising his hand again, he actually gave me so many points, Harry also said with a laugh. This defense against the dark arts class was simply the most interesting one they'd ever had. Professor Lockhart still has some real talent. Hermione said uncertainly. If he has any actual talent, it's probably just creative writing, Dudley said with dry practicality. Regardless of everything else, he helped us out. Professor Lockhart deserves our thanks. Thank you, Professor Lockhart, Ron and Harry recited in unison. Hermione shook her head with fond exasperation and quietly added, Thank you, Professor Lockhart. The four went straight to the library. This time, Madame Pants didn't stop them again, and Dudley successfully borrowed the book, Most Potenti Potions. Polyjuice Potion. Found it, Dudley flipped through the book and quickly found the content about Polyjuice Potion. So complicated. This is the most complex potion I've seen so far, Hermione said with a frown. And there are many precious materials in it. The student materials room doesn't have them. Only Snape's private storage room has them. You mean we have to go steal materials from Snape's private storage room? Harry asked with an ugly expression. My God, if we get caught, Snape will definitely kill us, Ron said with a pale face. He seemed to already see the miserable scene of himself going to steal materials and then getting caught. It should be okay, Hermione said after pondering for a moment. Harry, Ron, and Dudley all looked at her simultaneously. Was this still the Hermione they knew? If someone had told them last year that Hermione would say stealing things from Snape's private storage room was no big deal, they would definitely have thought that person was crazy. Hermione's face turned slightly red under their gaze. I mean, Dudley should have a way to find the materials. Chapter 212, Chapter 214, Eyes in the Crowd. Dudley nodded. They indeed didn't need to steal from Snape's private storage room. Although these things were precious, they weren't unavailable in the outside world. As long as one had money, it was still quite easy to get some. Leave this matter to me. I have a way to get the materials, Dudley assured them. Harry asked somewhat curiously, where do you plan to get these from? These are very precious materials. Ordinary potion shops might not even have them. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own channels, Dudley smiled mysteriously. Harry's expression shifted as he guessed something. Previously, Dudley had a good relationship with Kingsley. If he asked this aura for help, it might be possible to get those things. That evening, Dudley found an opportunity to write the materials he needed on the parchment Borgin and Burkes had given him, burnt it, and waited quietly. These materials might stump ordinary dealers, but Borgin and Burkes, as the most notorious shop in Knockturn Alley, would have no trouble procuring anything for the right price. Dudley was quite confident in Borgin and Burkes' methods. Previously, whenever Borgin and Burkes received any good items, they would tell Dudley to see if he needed them. However, over this long period, no new magical artifacts had appeared, so Dudley hadn't purchased any more dark magical items. Soon, a burning flame appeared before Dudley, transforming into a piece of parchment. Very well, Mr. Dursley. I will prepare them as soon as possible and deliver them to Hogwarts. Borgin and Burkes' reply was very simple. Hogwarts seems to inspect packages. Does Borgin and Burkes have a way to bypass the inspection? Dudley thought to himself. Since Borgin and Burkes had said so, there probably wasn't a problem. Dudley didn't investigate further. The weekend arrived. Today was the first Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. It was also Harry's first time appearing on the field as Gryffindor's seeker. Many people were looking forward to this great battle. Early in the morning, Harry appeared very nervous. After all, it was his first time participating in an official Quidditch match, and against their old rivals Slytherin, no less. Harry felt quite a lot of pressure. Additionally, this year's Slytherin team had all switched to the fastest brooms, Nimbus 2001s, which raised Slytherin's strength to another level. Everyone felt like they were facing a great enemy. Gryffindor's Quidditch captain would had nearly been driven crazy recently. The only consolation was that their team's seeker Harry was also riding a Nimbus 2001, which could compensate for some of the gap at the seeker position. But overall, Slytherin still had the greater advantage. Moreover, since this was Harry's first time playing, it was hard to say how he would perform. They had seen many people who showed great talent during training but couldn't perform in actual matches. Whether Harry could competently serve as Gryffindor's seeker would depend on this battle. Harry, you can definitely do it. Believe in yourself, Dudley patted Harry's shoulder, soothing his anxious emotions. Thank you, Harry replied with gratitude. The weather is a bit muggy today. I wonder if it will rain, Ron observed. I hope not, or it would greatly interfere with the match, especially since this is Harry's first time playing, Hermione said with some worry. Harry looked up at the overcast sky and remained silent. As 11 o'clock approached, all the teachers and students began heading toward the Quidditch pitch. Although the weather wasn't good today, it still couldn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. For many Hogwarts students, Quidditch matches were the most exciting and spectacular events at school. Anyone with even a slight interest in Quidditch wouldn't miss this battle between Slytherin and Gryffindor. More importantly, this was also the first match for the famous boy who lived, Harry Potter, representing Gryffindor. Many people, whether they liked Harry or disliked him, would pay attention to this match. Harry said goodbye to Dudley and the others at the changing room door. This Quidditch match must beat Slytherin until they're rolling on the ground. Let that Malfoy fellow know that buying your way onto the Quidditch team is useless. Only strength is what matters most, Ron said indignantly. Ever since they learnt that Malfoy had bought Nimbus 2001s for the entire Slytherin team and become Slytherin's seeker, they had looked down on him. But looking down on him was one thing. Watching that lightning-fast flying speed, not being envious and jealous would be fake. But this was also unavoidable. No one in Gryffindor had a father wealthy enough to buy so many of the world's fastest flying brooms for them at once. They could only hope that Harry could quickly catch the golden snitch and end the match without letting Slytherin score too many points during that time. Harry's technique is fine. As long as he performs normally, beating Malfoy will be easy, Dudley commented confidently. He had previously watched Harry and Malfoy fly. Harry was obviously more talented than Malfoy. With the same brooms, Malfoy would have difficulty defeating Harry. The group expressed their opinions while waiting for the match to begin. As both teams entered the field, enthusiastic cheers and applause rang out from the stands. Compared to Slytherin, there were obviously more people cheering for Gryffindor. This was mainly because Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students preferred to see Slytherin lose. Dudley sat in the stands, his emotions also ignited by the enthusiastic atmosphere around him, loudly cheering for the Gryffindor team. But in such circumstances, Dudley's brow suddenly furrowed. There's been an ominous tension in the air today. I can sense something major approaching, Dudley reflected grimly. He looked around but didn't notice anything unusual. Could the chamber have been opened again? Dudley's expression became grim. He turned back to look toward the castle. At this time, there should be almost no one left in the castle. After carefully sensing the situation in the castle, Dudley didn't discover any abnormalities. As an interrogator, he could clearly feel that everything there was normal. Then what's causing this unease? Dudley frowned. The match had already begun, but at this point Dudley no longer had much attention to spare for the game. Suddenly, Dudley's expression sharpened. He had a distinct feeling of being spied upon. Someone was secretly watching him. And this person seemed to have a familiar aura. Following his spiritual intuition's guidance, Dudley looked toward the opposite stands. That was Slytherin's section. In the sea of dark green, Dudley's gaze captured a spot of different green. What he saw were massive eyes, unnaturally large, like tennis balls, fixed directly on him. Chapter 213, Chapter 215, The Rogue Bludger. This is. Dudley felt those green tennis ball-like eyes were somewhat familiar. After just a moment's thought, he recognized them. That house elf. Dudley recognized those distinctive eyes from his encounter at number 4 Privet Drive. How did he appear here? Dudley's expression hardened. When he tried to look for him again, the house elf had already disappeared. Go Gryffindor. Gryffindor must win. The Quidditch match on the field had already begun, and Dudley was submerged in the roar of cheers for Gryffindor. On the other side, Slytherin students were also loudly cheering for their team. Looking out, it was a sea of dark green, with no trace of the house elf anymore. Appearing among the Slytherin crowd, is it possible he was brought in by someone from Slytherin? Dudley speculated in his mind. The most likely candidate was Malfoy, but at this moment, Malfoy was on the field playing the match, so the possibility wasn't great. As for others, Dudley's gaze swept around but found no suspicious figures. There are quite a few ancient pureblood families in Slytherin House. It would be perfectly normal for them to have house elves. But at this stage, with that house elf appearing, what exactly does he want to do? Dudley couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. The dark clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker. Before long, heavy rain poured down, soaking everyone, but this still couldn't stop people's enthusiasm for watching the match. Dudley cast an impervious charm on himself, making the rainwater slide off while keeping himself dry. At the same time, his sharp gaze swept over the situation on the field. What's going on with that bludger? Suddenly, Dudley frowned, focusing on a black bludger in the rain. Although he wasn't watching the match seriously, he still noticed something unusual. Normally, bludgers would terrorize players from both teams equally, creating chaos and excitement throughout the match. However, this particular bludger was behaving completely differently. It appeared extremely persistent in chasing Harry. Several times when Dudley's gaze fell on Harry, he saw this bludger chasing Harry around the entire field. Did Slytherin tamper with that bludger? Why is it constantly chasing Harry? Ron also noticed the abnormality at this point. Oh! My goodness! Hermione suddenly exclaimed. That bludger had just grazed past Harry's head. If Harry hadn't reacted in time, his skull might have been shattered by now. Fred and George are already doing their best to protect Harry, but it's useless. That bludger keeps chasing Harry and won't go anywhere else, Ron said anxiously. The Weasley brothers, serving as beaters, were already doing their best to protect Harry, but that bludger remained fixated on Harry. Even when knocked away, after a while it would fly back and continue charging straight at him. They should have noticed the problem with the bludger too, Dudley said. He had already activated his spirit vision, but due to the great distance, Dudley wasn't sure what was wrong with that bludger. However, he could see that the Gryffindor players were already making hand signals to Madame Hooch, apparently calling for a timeout. Scarhead, you're not good enough. Malfoy's mocking laughter came from the sky. Slytherin was also loudly booing, filling the field with jeers. Many people in the stands couldn't see very clearly at this point either. Under the heavy rain, it was difficult to notice details. They only saw that Gryffindor had called a timeout, and many people were quite dissatisfied. What's going on? Why the timeout? What is Gryffindor doing? Hurry up and beat Slytherin. What's wrong with Harry Potter? Didn't they say he flew well? He's been chased around by a bludger for so long without catching the golden snitch. There were many complex voices in the audience stands, with people saying all sorts of things. Especially for Harry, who was the focus of everyone's attention, any poor performance would be magnified infinitely. The higher he had been praised before, the harder he would fall now. If they paused the match at this point, Gryffindor might be disqualified. Ron looked at the field with worry. Damn Slytherin, they must have tampered with it. Harry's first match won't end like this, will it? Hermione said with a pale face. In the current situation, if the match ended like this, it would be very unfavorable for both Gryffindor and Harry. The subsequent mockery and pressure were unimaginable. They should choose to continue the match. Dudley watched the situation on the field. Wood was saying something to Harry and Madame Hooch, obviously communicating about the bludger situation. Before long, just as Dudley had predicted, the match on the field resumed. How did you know? Ron asked in surprise. That's Harry's character. He wouldn't let others suffer losses because of his own problems. So I guessed he would continue the match. As for the bludger. Before Dudley could finish, the match had started again. As expected, that bludger continued frantically chasing Harry. This isn't working. Harry has no time to look for the golden snitch, Ron said with an ugly expression. Being constantly chased by a crazed bludger, Harry was already exhausting all his energy just dodging. He had no opportunity to search for the golden snitch. Meanwhile, the situation on the field wasn't optimistic either. Slytherin, with their entire team riding Nimbus 2001s, had pulled far ahead of Gryffindor with their speed advantage, already leading by a large margin. If they couldn't catch the golden snitch and end the match quickly, once the score gap widened to more than 150 points, Gryffindor would have almost no chance of winning. Scarhead, you look really pathetic when you're running away, Malfoy would occasionally fly past Harry, taking the opportunity to taunt him. He didn't want to end the match quickly now. He just wanted to watch Harry's pathetic appearance being chased by the bludger. Dudley watched this scene from off the field, thinking of countermeasures. Suddenly, he drew his wand and pointed it at his throat. Dudley mouthed words silently, the spell leaving his lips without a whisper. Neither Hermione nor Ron detected his subtle intervention. Even Hermione and Ron beside him didn't notice this action. Not long after Dudley closed his mouth, Harry, who had been chased around the sky, suddenly turned direction and flew straight toward the stands where Dudley was, at extremely high speed. Chapter 214, Chapter 216, The Exploding Bludger. Look. Harry's heading straight for us. Ron shouted with barely contained excitement. Look, Harry has accelerated and flown past. Did he see the golden snitch? Someone in the audience immediately shouted loudly. Under the rain, everyone couldn't see the situation in the sky clearly, but Harry's acceleration and change of direction still caught quite a few people's attention. For Harry as a seeker to do this, the most likely situation was that he had spotted the golden snitch. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Malfoy's expression immediately changed, and he also accelerated to give chase. He hadn't seen the golden snitch, but since Harry had flown over, if he didn't do something and let Harry easily catch the golden snitch, that would be too big a mistake on his part. Regardless, following Harry in pursuit was always the right thing to do. Behind Harry, the bludger still persistently chased him like a ghost, flying at high speed. Did Harry really see the golden snitch? Ron looked around, trying to find traces of the golden snitch, but found nothing. Wait, what is he doing? Hermione exclaimed, and the people around also showed shocked expressions. They saw Harry, when approaching the stands, suddenly dive straight down at high speed toward where everyone was sitting. If he didn't control this well, Harry would become a cannonball and crash heavily into the crowd. Following Harry's movement, the bludger chasing behind him also immediately changed direction and accelerated to catch up. Whoosh! Just about 10 meters above Dudley and the others' heads, Harry suddenly changed direction again, flying horizontally forward. But at this moment, the bludger had already plummeted down rapidly, heading straight for the stands due to inertia. Oh! Panic screams erupted from the crowd as they watched in terror as the black bludger crashed down like a cannonball. Reducto. A calm, steady voice cut through the chaos, followed by a brilliant beam of light that struck the plummeting bludger dead center. Bang. With a loud crash, the bludger exploded directly in midair into brilliant fireworks, causing a shock throughout the entire field. What happened? What's going on? What was that just now? Many people hadn't reacted to what had just happened. They all thought Harry had spotted the golden snitch and chased after it, but the next moment they saw brilliant fireworks explode, echoing throughout the field. Wait, was that a bludger being blown apart? Who cast that spell? That's against the rules, isn't it? It can't really be called against the rules. That bludger was threatening the lives of spectators. Some people not far away saw clearly what had happened here and immediately began discussing it. Madam Hooch on the field also noticed the problem and blew her whistle for a timeout. Soon, Madam Hooch rode a flying broom up to the stands. At the same time, players from both Gryffindor and Slytherin also flew over together, surrounding the area above the audience. What happened? Who cast that spell? Madam Hooch asked sternly. That bludger was crashing toward our stands just now. I had to cast the reductor curse. Dudley voluntarily stood up and said. He's lying through his teeth. This was obviously planned to sabotage our advantage. Malfoy protested vehemently. Madam Hooch, Gryffindor has seriously violated the rules. This match must be declared a loss for them. Right, exactly. Using magic to attack a bludger during a match is very bad behavior. That's right, they must be declared the losers. The Slytherin crowd said indignantly. Madam Hooch, Dudley was only protecting himself. There's nothing wrong with that. Similar situations have occurred in Quidditch matches before. This completely follows the rules, Wood stood up to argue reasonably. Madam Hooch frowned. Technically speaking, there was indeed nothing wrong with Dudley destroying the bludger, but Dudley had acted too quickly, so quickly it seemed like he had been prepared. Harry, why did you fly in this direction just now? Madam Hooch asked with a sharp gaze. If this was coordination between Harry and Dudley, then Gryffindor had clearly violated the rules. But if it was just a coincidence, then the match could continue. Madam Hooch, I saw the golden snitch over here just now, so I chased after it, and then what just happened occurred. Harry insisted that he had spotted the golden snitch. No, he's lying. There's no golden snitch here at all. I didn't see it, Malfoy immediately protested. He was certain that chasing over here, he hadn't seen any golden snitch. Previously he didn't understand why Harry had flown over, but now he was clear. Harry was using Dudley's hand to destroy that bludger. If you couldn't see it, that's because you're blind. Harry retorted without courtesy. Malfoy was quite angered and immediately wanted to say something more. All right, the match continues, Madam Hooch made her decision. But. Malfoy started to protest. No buts. I'm the referee, and I have the final say, Madam Hooch said firmly. In that situation just now, there was no problem with a wizard attacking a bludger in self-defense. Everyone returned to the field. The match continues, Madam Hooch said to everyone. We're missing a bludger, a Slytherin team member reminded. Playing with one less bludger is fine. It's not like we're missing a quaffle. Madam Hooch said irritably. Destroying a bludger meant they'd have to buy another one later, quite an expense. The match began again. This time, without a bludger constantly chasing Harry, his abilities were perfectly displayed. He locked onto the golden snitch on the field at extremely high speed and accelerated toward it. Malfoy wasn't to be outdone either, closely pursuing behind Harry. The two staged an exciting chase in the heavy rain. In the end, Harry's superior skills allowed him to successfully catch the golden snitch, ending the match before Slytherin could lead Gryffindor by 150 points. Harry! Harry! Gryffindor! Screams and cheers echoed throughout the stadium. This battle was Harry's first appearance in a Quidditch match, and his extremely outstanding performance won the cheers and applause of everyone present. Seeing the match come to an end, Dudley breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, no more out-of-control blood jares appeared afterward, or Dudley would have had difficulty dealing with it. Was that the house elf's doing? Don't let me catch you. Dudley said with obvious menace. Intercepting letters, blocking platform 9 3/4, delivering little notes, and now controlling blood jares to attack. These small actions weren't deadly, but they were extremely disgusting and persistent. Chapter 215, Chapter 217, The Art of Spatial Magic. Although Dudley had previously researched that Hogwarts had anti-apparition charms protecting it, house elves were not affected by these spells, which made things rather difficult. Trying to catch a house elf that could apparate at any time was extremely difficult, unless Dudley immediately used very powerful spells to severely injure or even kill it. But this didn't align with Dudley's intentions. He still wanted to figure out what this house elf's purpose was and find the person behind it. These creatures were mere tools following their master's will. Destroying the tool wouldn't solve the problem, the real threat would simply acquire a new instrument. Perhaps I could ask Professor McGonagall if she has any solutions, Dudley thought to himself. Since the start of school, Dudley had already bribed Professor McGonagall quite a few times. This small request should still be manageable. After the Quidditch match ended, Dudley left with the crowd. However, he didn't return to Gryffindor Tower with Ron and Hermione to celebrate, but headed straight to Professor McGonagall's office. Knock knock. Dudley knocked on Professor McGonagall's office door. Come in, Professor McGonagall's voice came through. Dudley pushed open the door and walked in. "Oh, Mr. Dursley, do you have some delicious treats to give me again today?" Professor McGonagall asked with a smile. "No, Professor. I'm here today because there's something I'd like to ask for your help with," Dudley said sincerely. "Oh. What is it?" Professor McGonagall looked at Dudley with focused attention. "You also saw today's Quidditch match, Professor. That bludger had been enchanted by someone, and I suspect it was done by a house elf," Dudley said directly. Professor McGonagall's expression became serious. As a Quidditch fan, she had naturally watched today's match and had also noticed that the bludger was very likely problematic. But as head of Gryffindor House, she couldn't interfere with the match at that time and could only watch as that bludger kept chasing Harry. Fortunately, Dudley had cleverly dealt with that bludger later, allowing Gryffindor to win. "You did well," Professor McGonagall said approvingly. Although Professor McGonagall wasn't clear about what had happened in between, when she saw Harry charging toward Dudley and then Dudley directly destroying that bludger with magic, she understood everything. "However, regarding the house elf you mentioned, do you have any evidence?" "That house elf has appeared around Harry and me more than once. During the summer holidays, he intercepted letters to Harry and me, then later sealed platform 9 3/4, forcing Harry and Ron to drive to school. Today he controlled a bludger to frantically chase Harry. I believe we must take some action and not let him act so recklessly," Dudley said seriously. "Moreover, I saw that house elf appear among the Slytherin crowd today." Hearing this, Professor McGonagall frowned even deeper. "So you think that house elf might be acting on orders from some wizard in Slytherin?" "Exactly. Professor, I want to know, are there any spells that can prevent house elves from operating?" Dudley asked. "You want to catch that house elf?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Yes," Dudley nodded. "Ordinary spells only work on wizards, like the anti-apparition charms you mentioned, but these spells are ineffective against house elves. They have stronger magical constraints, namely, they must respond to their master's demands at all times," Professor McGonagall said with a frown. "Is there really no way to prevent them from escaping?" Dudley asked with obvious concern. If that were truly the case, house elves would be far too invincible. But since wizards could defeat elves and completely enslave this race, it meant wizards had great advantages when facing elves. Logically, this situation shouldn't occur. "There are still methods, but they would be very difficult for you," Professor McGonagall said. "How about this? I'll try to pay more attention to you and Harry recently. If I spot that house elf, I'll act to detain him. How does that sound?" Dudley showed a bitter smile. First, Professor McGonagall couldn't constantly watch the two of them. Who knew when that house elf would appear? These were all unpredictable things. Second, he didn't want to be watched, especially by a powerful wizard like Professor McGonagall. "Professor, you can't watch Harry and me at all times. If possible, I hope you could teach us the method," Dudley said. Professor McGonagall looked troubled and said, "Dudley, it's not that I don't want to teach you the method, but this kind of magic requires advanced magical skills. First, you yourself need to know how to apparate before you can learn this spell. It's called a spatial binding charm. It creates a temporary magical barrier that prevents any form of apparition, even by house elves who normally bypass such restrictions. But this spell also has flaws. The binding can only last for a very short period, determined by the caster's ability. It might only be 10+ seconds, or 1 or 2 minutes, and cannot be maintained long-term. This requires you to defeat that house elf in a short time and bind the magic power within him, thus preventing his escape," Professor McGonagall explained patiently. Hearing McGonagall's words, Dudley's eyes lit up with interest. "Professor McGonagall, perhaps you could first teach me the apparition spell, then teach me that spatial binding charm. What do you think?" Dudley immediately suggested. Professor McGonagall paused, then couldn't help saying, "Are you serious?" "Dudley, apparition is something only fifth-year students can learn. This is very advanced magic. You're currently—" Before McGonagall could finish, Dudley eagerly interrupted, "Professor, I've already proven myself by taming a Norwegian ridgeback and surviving confrontations with both Quirrell and Voldemort. Surely that demonstrates the magical ability needed for these spells." McGonagall fell into contemplative thought. "Professor McGonagall, I really need you to teach me these spells," Dudley pleaded earnestly. At the same time, he took out a piece of toffee he had prepared from the Mirror of Erised and handed it to Professor McGonagall. Bribery. Dudley activated his Beyonder ability. Professor McGonagall accepted the candy Dudley handed her, and a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of her mouth. "All right, Dudley. Seeing how sincerely you want to learn, I can teach you apparition and spatial binding magic," Professor McGonagall said. Dudley's face immediately showed a happy smile. At the same time, the Briber potion accelerated its digestion, and Dudley clearly felt his Beyonder abilities improve. Chapter 216, Chapter 218, The Chamber Stirs Again. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall," Dudley said warmly. Feeling the Beyonder characteristics being digested, the smile on Dudley's face became even more satisfied. At this rate, he might only need about a month to complete the acting of briber and interrogator, thus completing his advancement. Honestly, Dudley felt that the acting effect in this magical world was much easier than in that otherworldly realm before. This might be because Dudley had already acted once and successfully digested the potion. Now, he was just redigesting these Beyonder characteristics, making the entire process much smoother. Even with the advancement of his sequence, Dudley clearly felt that even without deliberately acting, the Beyonder characteristics were slowly being digested. As long as there was enough time, his strength was improving every minute and second, just not at such a rapid pace. This was the legendary, just lying low and continuously absorbing Beyonder characteristics to become stronger. However, Dudley indeed couldn't be satisfied with this passive absorption speed. If possible, he still hoped his strength could improve in the shortest time possible. After all, this magical world wasn't particularly peaceful. That Voldemort, those mysterious organizations hiding in the shadows collecting magical artifacts, all these required Dudley to deal with them. Some things couldn't be avoided just by not participating. As Harry's cousin, he was naturally drawn into the turmoil of the magical world. To survive, he had to improve his strength as quickly as possible. "All right, don't pull these little tricks anymore," Professor McGonagall said, lightly tapping the toffee Dudley had given her with her fingertip. "Just some candy." "I'm honored to share it with you, Professor McGonagall," Dudley said with an innocent smile. Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together and said nothing more. "So when do we start the lessons, Professor McGonagall?" Dudley asked eagerly. "Tomorrow," Professor McGonagall said. "Aren't you going to join the celebration later? Gryffindor just beat Slytherin, and your cousin was the biggest hero." "It's fine. Learning apparition is more important," Dudley said immediately. "But I'm going to the celebration," Professor McGonagall said with obvious enthusiasm. Well. Dudley found himself momentarily speechless. Professor McGonagall really was a devoted Quidditch fan. "All right, Dudley. Tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, Transfiguration classroom," Professor McGonagall said with a knowing smile. "Yes, Professor," Dudley nodded and left Professor McGonagall's office. In the office, only Professor McGonagall remained. She picked up the candy Dudley had given her, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. The milk flavor was rich, the sweetness abundant. It really was delicious candy. Was I bribed by Dudley? I actually agreed to his request. Professor McGonagall smiled and shook her head. Dudley's talent is indeed very high, but can he really learn apparition at his current stage? I'm actually starting to look forward to it. Perhaps this is the sense of accomplishment from teaching a genius. The celebration was held in the Great Hall. Almost all Gryffindor students were there, mixed with some students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Although it wasn't their own teams that had won the match, they all had a common opponent, Slytherin. Seeing Slytherin lose made them genuinely happy. From this alone, you could see that Slytherin's popularity at Hogwarts was indeed questionable. Dudley joined the celebration with everyone else and chatted with Luna, who had come to support Gryffindor. During this time, Professor McGonagall came over to say a few words, praised Harry and the others' efforts, then left. She knew that with her there, everyone couldn't have as much fun. After the celebration in the Great Hall ended, everyone felt they hadn't had enough fun, so they moved to Gryffindor's common room to continue celebrating. Fred and George secretly ran to the kitchen to get quite a lot of delicious food to share with everyone in the common room. "Dudley, we really need to thank you today." Wood, the Quidditch team captain, specially came over to toast with Dudley. "Just lending a hand. Besides, I was just ensuring my own safety." Dudley smiled and winked at Wood. "Exactly," Wood laughed and nodded. The other Quidditch team members, seeing this, also came over to toast with Dudley to show their respect. They knew very well that Dudley's intervention to shatter the bludger during the match was a crucial winning move. Without Dudley's clever methods, Gryffindor might not have won today's match. Or even if they had won, they would have paid a considerable price. "Dudley, you were absolutely amazing today," Ron said with obvious admiration. "I was so focused on thinking about how to avoid that crazy bludger that I didn't think of having Harry lure it over and then directly smash it." "That was brilliant," Ron said. "Ron. Dudley was just protecting our safety." Hermione quickly shushed Ron while looking around to prevent anyone from spreading this information. "Oh, right, just for our safety," Ron quickly nodded. Harry, watching the scene from the side, couldn't help but laugh. "You don't know how nervous I was today. Being on the field for the first time was already stressful enough, but then that bludger went crazy chasing me. If you hadn't told me at the crucial moment to lure the bludger over to you, I wouldn't have known what to do next," Harry said with genuine emotion. "You were flying just fine." Before Dudley could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed dramatically as he sat up from the sofa. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Harry and the others' expressions immediately tensed with a bad premonition. "The chamber has been opened again." Dudley's expression was extremely grim. Without much thought, he immediately rushed outside. Dudley. Harry and the others quickly called out, but Dudley had already run out of Gryffindor's common room. Quick, Ron, go tell Professor McGonagall. Harry said immediately, while chasing after Dudley out of the Gryffindor common room. Wait, it's dangerous outside. Hermione tried to stop Harry and Ron from rushing out, but it was useless. Gritting her teeth, Hermione also rushed out, only to collide head-on with a figure entering Gryffindor. Oh. Ginny, sorry, I don't have time to talk, I have to go. Hermione looked apologetically at Ginny, who had been knocked pale-faced by the collision, and rushed out of Gryffindor's common room. Chapter 217, Chapter 220, The House Elf's Warning. Chapter 220, The House Elf's Warning. House Elf. What did he say? Hearing the words House Elf, Dudley immediately pressed for details, completely putting aside anything about girlfriends. Harry didn't bother dwelling on it either and quickly said, it was all that House Elf's doing. Our letters were intercepted, platform 9 3/4 was sealed, he gave me notes, and even today during the Quidditch match, that out-of-control bludger was his doing too. I'm absolutely furious with this House Elf. He said everything he did was to protect me. I could have strangled him. Harry's voice trailed off as he struggled to contain his anger. You could tell Harry was truly livid. Can you believe it? He intercepted our letters and sealed the platform to prevent me from coming to Hogwarts. After discovering I still came to Hogwarts anyway, he gave me notes telling me to leave quickly. Then when he saw I still hadn't left, he controlled the bludger to attack me, thinking that would force me to leave Hogwarts. I really think this House Elf's brain isn't working properly, Harry said with a flushed face, all worked up by that House Elf's actions. Did he say anything else besides this? Dudley pressed further. Dudley had already figured out these things earlier. The only breakthrough was understanding this House Elf's purpose for doing all this. He had previously thought it was someone's prank, like Malfoy instructing his family's House Elf to specifically annoy Harry and Dudley. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. The elf genuinely seemed to want to protect Harry, but his chosen methods were completely incomprehensible. He also said terrible things are happening at Hogwarts and told me to leave quickly, or I would be in great danger, Harry continued. I only held back from cursing him because he really seemed to care about me, Harry said with obvious frustration. Hearing Harry's words, Dudley fell into deep thought. That House Elf must know something. Since the summer holidays, he's been trying every way possible to prevent you from coming to school, Dudley said thoughtfully. Exactly, Harry nodded. If the terrible thing he mentioned refers to the chamber being opened, then during the summer holidays, that House Elf already knew what was going to happen at Hogwarts. Also, to tip me off, he's been punishing himself the whole time. He said this violates his master's rules. He even showed me the injuries on his body. Hearing this, Dudley's eyes sharpened with focus. That means he came to tell you all this on his own initiative. His master doesn't know. So if we work backwards, we can deduce that this matter very likely has connections to his master's family. Either his master's family was directly involved, or they helped accomplish something. Otherwise that House Elf wouldn't know about these things. Hermione picked up the thread and continued, House Elves serve old wizarding families through inherited bonds that go back generations. That points to established families in Slytherin House, but now. No need to say more. It's definitely someone from Slytherin. I even think it's Malfoy, Harry continued with conviction. Although Dudley had already questioned Malfoy and confirmed he wasn't Slytherin's heir and didn't know about the chamber, Harry still thought Malfoy was more suspicious. He just didn't know how Malfoy had deceived Dudley. Harry, looking at it now, the possibility of it being Malfoy really isn't high, Ron said with a frown. Why? Didn't you also think it was him? Harry asked in surprise. Because just now, we discovered that Crabbe has been petrified, Dudley said gravely. What? Harry was shocked. Crabbe was actually petrified. Ron nodded and explained, Crabbe is one of Malfoy's most loyal followers. If Malfoy was really behind all this, I don't think he would attack Crabbe. And there's another important issue. Crabbe is a pureblood wizard. According to legend, he shouldn't be attacked, but he was attacked anyway. This means things are spiraling out of control. The things left behind by legend can no longer be completely trusted. The group fell silent, each lost in thought. With developments reaching this point, they had hit a frustrating dead end. Next time I see that House Elf, I'm definitely going to make him stay so I can question him properly, Harry said with determination. He can apparate. You won't be able to keep him, Dudley said practically. Hearing this, Harry immediately felt deflated. However, this House Elf's appearance does reveal some issues. Since he specifically warned you and said you'd be in great danger staying at Hogwarts, it proves this matter might very well be targeting you specifically, Dudley said while thinking. So then, who would target you specifically and orchestrate all these events? Or rather, who has a grudge against you? Dudley asked, unraveling things step by step. Voldemort. Harry almost blurted it out. Hermione and Ron's faces immediately paled at the mention of the name. You mean after Voldemort escaped from Hogwarts, he ordered his followers to attack Harry? Ron asked in shock. It's very likely, Dudley nodded. This was all he could think of, deduced through the house elf's warnings. Originally, he hadn't connected this matter with Voldemort. Let's go back first, Dudley decided. I feel like I'm overlooking something important. I need to think this through carefully. The group headed back toward Gryffindor together. News of Crabbe's attack had already spread throughout the houses. Those pureblood wizards who had originally mocked Muggle-born wizards were quite shaken after learning that Crabbe had also been attacked. They had previously maintained an arrogant attitude of indifference, even watching everything unfold with amusement, since Slytherin was only purifying Muggle-born wizards and had nothing to do with purebloods like them. But now, when this danger might also fall upon them, they could no longer maintain their arrogant posture and began to feel anxious, afraid, and even terrified. As they approached Gryffindor's common room, a ball of flame appeared before Dudley. Then, a piece of parchment emerged from the flames. Dudley's expression shifted as he reached into the flame and took the parchment. Hagrid says he didn't open the chamber. If you want to know more, you need to go to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. There was no signature, but Dudley knew this was a message from Cole. The depths of the Forbidden Forest. Dudley murmured, staring at the cryptic message. Chapter 218, Chapter 221, Into the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 221, Into the Forbidden Forest. What's this? The three asked curiously, looking over at the note. Soon, all three of their expressions changed dramatically. Is this the result of you asking someone to inquire about Hagrid? But what does depths of the Forbidden Forest mean? Harry asked, studying the words on the parchment. They knew Dudley had found someone to ask about the imprisoned Hagrid, but they hadn't expected Hagrid's answer to be so cryptic. Couldn't he just tell us directly? Making us go to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, really, Ron complained with obvious dissatisfaction. Maybe it's inconvenient to say directly, Hermione frowned thoughtfully. After all, Hagrid was currently imprisoned, and it might also involve some of Hagrid's personal privacy, so not speaking directly was understandable. You go back. I'm going to the Forbidden Forest, Dudley said with determination. Since he had already received the message, Dudley didn't plan to continue waiting. He would go to the Forbidden Forest tonight to check the situation. We're coming with you, Harry said firmly, with no room for argument in his voice. Yeah, we won't mess about, promise, Ron added quickly. Hagrid helped us before. We need to help him now, Hermione said with quiet determination. Dudley looked at the three of them carefully. Are you sure you want to come with me? The Forbidden Forest isn't very safe, and it's even more dangerous at night. Also, let me remind you. I can violate school rules, but you can't. The three barely hesitated before immediately nodding. Blimey, when Hermione's encouraging rule-breaking, you know things are serious, Ron said with nervous bravado. After everything you've taught us. We can handle ourselves now, Harry said, unconsciously touching his wand. Besides, if Hagrid sent us there, he wouldn't put us in real danger, Hermione reasoned aloud. Dudley thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Some dangers they would eventually have to face anyway. Also, as Hermione said, since Hagrid had told them to go to the depths of the Forbidden Forest to find answers, the possibility of encountering serious danger really wasn't high. All right, I'll go get the invisibility cloak. Wait for me here, Dudley instructed. Soon, Dudley brought the invisibility cloak from the dormitory and draped it over the three of them. He himself walked openly and boldly straight toward the outside of the castle. Dudley, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet? From the shadows at the castle entrance, a small figure emerged. Professor Flitwick, what are you doing here? Dudley looked at the charms professor before him with some surprise. Another attack occurred, so Professor McGonagall decided to have everyone take turns patrolling the castle. I probably won't get a good night's sleep tonight, Flitwick said while yawning. What about you? What are you going outside to do so late? Dudley gestured with his eyes for the three in invisibility cloaks to go ahead first, then said, I couldn't sleep, so I'm planning to go outside the castle to see if there are any clues. Professor Dumbledore entrusted me with Hogwarts security issues, but so many attacks have occurred. I feel terrible about it, Dudley sighed heavily. Good child, this isn't your fault, Flitwick consoled him gently. Well, Professor, you continue your patrol. I'll go outside to take a look and we'll be back soon, Dudley said. Be careful. If you encounter any danger, immediately send up magical signals. We'll see them, Professor Flitwick instructed with concern. Yes, Professor. Dudley nodded respectfully. After saying goodbye to Professor Flitwick, Dudley quickly raced toward the Forbidden Forest and caught up with the three hidden companions. Professor Flitwick isn't having it easy either. Staying up late, unable to sleep, and having to patrol the castle, Ron observed sympathetically. With the castle like this now, probably no one can get a good night's sleep, Harry said grimly. It's not just us who are worried now. The people in Slytherin must also be worried, since pure blood is no longer their protective charm. Crabbe's attack is the best proof of that, Hermione said seriously. That's good. It saves Malfoy from mocking us all day long, Harry couldn't help saying with satisfaction. But at the same time, it also means that Monster might be out of control and no longer following the rules Slytherin left behind, Dudley pointed out soberly. The three fell into contemplative silence. Soon, they passed by Hagrid's hut. The warm yellow light that usually glowed from Hagrid's windows had vanished, leaving only darkness. Ron peered nervously into the gloom around them. Good thing Professor McGonagall took Fong to care for him, or how lonely would he be, Hermione said sadly. I hope this matter can end quickly and clear Hagrid's name, Harry sighed wistfully. After the group lingered in front of the hut for a moment, they headed toward the Forbidden Forest. Here, they no longer feared meeting anyone, so they removed the invisibility cloak and gave it to Dudley to keep. Lumos. All of them cast the spell, lighting up their wands with bright white light. Hagrid only said the depths of the Forbidden Forest but didn't say which direction. Ron looked at the pitch-black surroundings with some apprehension. Let's just keep walking inward. We should find clues soon, Dudley said confidently. After walking for about 20 minutes, Dudley stopped and crouched on the ground. Look at this, Dudley pointed to several rapidly moving black shadows on the ground. The three immediately crowded over, but when Ron saw clearly what those black shadows were, he jumped back several steps in fright. Why is it spiders? Ron exclaimed, already afraid of spiders. This time he encountered palm-sized ones, which scared him so much his face turned white. What's wrong with these spiders? Harry asked in confusion. Just now at the scene where Crabbe was attacked, I saw many spiders fleeing the castle. Perhaps these spiders can point us in the right direction, Dudley explained. I suspect that if there really is some monster in the chamber, it must be the natural enemy of spiders. Otherwise, these spiders wouldn't be fleeing the castle. This was Dudley's logical speculation. Originally, he had planned to go to the library tomorrow to look up relevant information, but since he had Hagrid's hint tonight, he came to the Forbidden Forest first. Do we really have to follow the spiders? Ron asked with a pale face. Currently, this is the only clue we have, Dudley said matter-of-factly. All right, Ron agreed reluctantly. Although his expression was ugly, he still followed along. The four continued deeper into the Forbidden Forest, and as they went further, Dudley increasingly felt a menacing presence closing in. The surrounding forest gradually became less peaceful, as if something was quickly crawling around them, making strange rustling sounds that sent chills down their spines. Chapter 219, Chapter 222, Aragog's Domain. Chapter 222, Aragog's Domain. Bloody hell, Dudley, something's crawling about in there. Ron said, his voice shaking. Yeah, I can sense it too, Harry muttered, gripping his wand tighter. Hermione held onto Dudley's clothes with one hand while gripping her wand tightly with the other, too nervous to speak. Dudley looked around, his spirit vision already activated. He could see much more than Harry and the others. Spiders. Dudley had already identified those skittering creatures in the darkness. They were all spiders. And they were very large, some even comparable to horses, moving extremely fast as they shuttled through the Forbidden Forest. Even above Dudley's and the others' heads, numerous spiders hung from silk threads dangling from the tree branches. Is this what Hagrid wanted us to find? Dudley frowned deeply. He felt these spiders weren't as friendly as he'd imagined. In fact, they seemed filled with hostility. Because Dudley sensed obvious dangerous auras from these spiders. It was just that for some reason, they hadn't launched an attack on them yet. Dudley stopped, took out the solar ring from the Mirror of Eriste, put it on his hand, and channeled spiritual power into it. Solar halo, he whispered. Instantly, the cold atmosphere around them was completely dispelled, and the three felt as if they were bathing in summer sunlight, their entire bodies filled with warmth. Their previous fear seemed to disappear like ice and snow under this warm aura, and they felt courage rising from the bottom of their hearts. Even Ron didn't seem so afraid of spiders anymore. Dudley, what did you do? What an amazing feeling. Harry asked in surprise. He saw Dudley put a ring on his hand, and then they felt the warm aura. This was obviously the ring's effect. This is a magic ring that can dispel severe cold and evil auras within a 20-meter radius, filling people with warmth while boosting our courage, Dudley explained simply. No matter what happens later, remember not to go more than 20 meters away from me, understand? Understood, all three answered simultaneously. They felt incredible now. Their previous fear had completely vanished, and it seemed like no matter what situation they faced, they were filled with courage and confidence to challenge it. The originally dark and cold Forbidden Forest felt warm and bright to them now. After the solar halo spread out, those spiders that had been lurking in the shadows quickly moved away from Dudley's vicinity, not daring to get too close. But at the same time, more and more spiders gathered in areas beyond 20 meters from Dudley, and the rustling sounds around them obviously increased. What is that? Harry looked toward the darkness, his wand's light shining in that direction, but only saw several darting black shadows on the ground. We should be almost there, Dudley didn't answer. In his perception, he had already detected an aura dozens of meters away from here. That aura carried a hint of darkness and evil, seemingly some kind of dark magical creature. Hearing Dudley say this, Harry and the others quickened their pace, no longer paying attention to those rapidly moving black shadows around them. Gradually, they found that the surrounding trees had become much sparser, especially in the distance where there seemed to be an area with no trees growing at all, and the entire ground gradually sloped down into a depression. Dudley, Dudley. Ron's voice was somewhat terrified. Even under the influence of the solar halo, he still couldn't resist this instinctive fear. He looked up at the sky, his body slightly stiff. Following Ron's gaze, everyone looked up. They saw numerous white spiderwebs shining down above their heads, with huge black spiders suspended from them. Spiders, so many spiders. Ron's face was pale. Even the solar halo couldn't dispel his deep-rooted fear of spiders. Harry's and Hermione's expressions also became much more serious than before. While they weren't as afraid of spiders as Ron, seeing so many giant spiders gathered together, hanging right above their heads, they also felt their scalps tingling. If it weren't for the solar halo boosting their courage, they might have already turned tail and run by now. Right, so what's the plan then? Ron asked, trying to sound braver than he felt. We're almost there. Let's go over and ask. Dudley's gaze looked toward the clearing not far away. He felt there was a powerful presence over there. Perhaps these spiders hadn't attacked them because of that creature's influence. Follow me. Dudley ignored those spiders and slowly led the three toward the clearing. Those spiders followed around Dudley and the others but didn't dare enter the solar halo's range, only running back and forth anxiously around them, making clicking sounds with their pincers. Before long, they walked out of the forest area. Moonlight fell from the sky, and combined with the light emanating from everyone's wands, they could finally see those spiders clearly. 8 eyes, 8 legs covered in black hair. Each one was a massive creature, with the largest being even bigger than a horse. They surrounded Dudley and the 4, their 8 dark legs quickly skimming across the ground as they constantly ran back and forth. Their mouths were wide open, their 2 large pincers swaying back and forth, making clicking sounds as if they were communicating. Hagrid's mental if he thinks this is helping. Ron whispered fiercely. It should be. Dudley's gaze passed over these spiders to look at the sunken valley below the slope. There was a huge spider web there, and on top of the web lay an 8-eyed giant spider larger than all the others. Its body was comparable to an elephant. Aragog. Aragog. The surrounding spiders made sounds with their pincers, seemingly calling to that giant spider. The next moment, everyone saw that giant spider move. It opened its 8 eyes, but each eye was covered with a layer of white mist. It was blind. What's going on? The giant spider asked in a deep, gravelly voice. Humans, a spider answered. Hagrid. He hasn't come for a long time, the spider said with what sounded like sadness. Strangers, a spider corrected. Hearing this, the giant spider seemed somewhat displeased and said irritably, kill them. I'm sleeping, don't disturb me. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately changed with alarm. We are Hagrid's friends. Harry couldn't help but shout loudly. Chapter 220, Chapter 223, Aragog's Betrayal. Aragog, who had originally been about to leave, hesitated for a moment and said slowly, Hagrid has never sent anyone to me before. Seeing this opening, Dudley spoke up, Hagrid has encountered some trouble and is temporarily not at Hogwarts. May I ask, do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets? The Chamber of Secrets. Aragog pondered for a moment, seeming to fall into deep thought. Around them was the continuous clicking sound of numerous spider pincers colliding together, making people feel increasingly on edge. After a while, Aragog spoke again, that was many years ago. Why do you ask about this? The Chamber of Secrets has been opened again. They think Hagrid was the one who opened it last time, so this time they took Hagrid away without even questioning him, Dudley said calmly. They are still so foolish, Aragog said in a cold, disdainful voice. Back then, it was precisely because of this incident that Hagrid was expelled from school, but Hagrid was wrongly accused. I was the monster Hagrid was raising at that time, but I was not the monster from the Chamber of Secrets. They thought Hagrid had opened the chamber and then released me. How ridiculous. Hearing this revelation, Dudley's and the others' expressions all changed. They all knew that Hagrid was most likely wrongly accused, but they hadn't expected there to be such specific details involved. Hagrid had actually been raising a monster at Hogwarts. Although this monster hadn't hurt anyone, looking at the giant spider with such a massive body before them, no one would think this creature was particularly friendly. Moreover, Dudley and Hermione had already guessed its identity from this spider's appearance. An acromantula. This was a very terrifying magical creature that, by nature, ate humans. Having such a monster in the school, what was Hagrid thinking? Even though they were Hagrid's friends, they didn't think this was the right thing to do. I came from a distant land. A traveler gave me to Hagrid when Hagrid was still a child, and he has been taking care of me ever since. He is a good person, Aragog continued. Later, people discovered me and made me responsible for the dead girl. It was Hagrid who stood up to protect me. He would rather be expelled than betray me. Later, he even found me a wife. Look around, those are all my descendants. All of this is thanks to Hagrid. Ron glanced at the surrounding spiders and felt his scalp tingle with revulsion. After hearing this, Dudley thought for a moment and then asked again, so from birth until now, you have never attacked anyone, is that right? No. Aragog said with some resentment. Although it is my instinct, Hagrid wouldn't let me attack humans, so I have never harmed anyone. That murdered girl was found in a bathroom, while I was kept by Hagrid in a cupboard and never went to other parts of the castle. Bathroom. Dudley frowned slightly. This was key information. Although he couldn't think of anything specific yet, Dudley instinctively felt this news was very important. One last question. Do you know what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is? Dudley asked. He had actually already determined that this spider should know about that thing. Because from the previous situation, spiders seemed very afraid of that creature, which was why they fled from the castle. As a member of the giant spiders, Aragog's perception was definitely much more acute than other spiders. That fellow in the castle is an ancient creature that we spiders fear most, Aragog said with obvious emotion. I remember very clearly, when I sensed that thing was active in the school, I once begged Hagrid to let me go. But Hagrid didn't do that. Hagrid really should have released the spider, Ron said quietly. Harry nodded, agreeing completely. Perhaps if that spider had been released at that time, Hagrid wouldn't have been expelled later, and he wouldn't just be a gamekeeper now. Dudley looked at Aragog and continued asking, what is that thing? They were already very close to the answer. As long as they knew what that fellow was, what ancient creature, dealing with it would be much easier. We don't speak of it. Aragog said with sudden agitation. We don't say its name. I didn't even tell Hagrid the name of that terrible creature, even though he asked me many times. I still didn't say it, this is our taboo. Dudley frowned with frustration. Can't say. Seeing the answer right in front of them but being unable to know it, Dudley's expression became somewhat grim. Perhaps you could reveal some information to me, so I can research it myself, Dudley said. He didn't want to force this spider, but he desperately wanted to get the answer. He had already learned some information. He just needed Aragog to reveal a little more, and he would be able to narrow down the scope and quickly identify that monster. Can't say. I could never tell you, Aragog said in an icy voice. Its 8 eyes covered with white mist swept a glance in Dudley's direction, then its body slowly curled up as it retreated toward the depths of the spider web. At the same time, the surrounding spiders began to grow restless. Their dark, hairy legs began to shake violently, and the sound of clashing pincers became continuous, making people's scalps tingle with dread. Thank you for your answers, Dudley said diplomatically. Let's go. The situation here was becoming somewhat ominous. Since Aragog refused to speak even if it killed him, Dudley didn't plan to continue questioning, lest he anger this monster. After all, it was an acromantula, not exactly a gentle creature. However, he had already obtained quite a lot of information. He just needed to go back and research thoroughly, and it would still be easy to find the answer. Ancient magical creature, natural enemy of spiders, deadly yellow eyes. Dudley gradually connected this information together. He could feel the answer hovering just beyond his grasp, like a word on the tip of his tongue that refused to surface. Leave. Heh, I never said you could leave here, Aragog suddenly said with menacing amusement. What? Everyone who had been preparing to retreat changed expressions with alarm. We are Hagrid's friends, Ron emphasized again desperately. You can't harm us, you promised Hagrid, Hermione also said anxiously. I did promise Hagrid that I wouldn't harm humans, but this doesn't include my children. They obey my commands and haven't harmed Hagrid, but when fresh human meat delivers itself to our door, I can't stop them from enjoying it. Moreover, such tender-skinned students, that taste. Aragog's voice took on a predatory quality. Goodbye, friends of Hagrid. Aragog said with a hint of a cruel smile, completely indifferent to their pleas. Chapter 221, Chapter 224, Battle in the Spider's Lair. Aragog, are you sure you're not joking? Dudley said coldly, his voice laced with anger. Originally, Dudley hadn't wanted to force this acromantula into anything, after all, it was raised by Hagrid and could be considered Hagrid's friend. Even though it was extremely dangerous, it hadn't harmed humans for so many years, which was still acceptable. But it had just openly encouraged its offspring to eat Dudley and the others. This was no longer an ordinary threat, it really intended to do this. We are Hogwarts students. If you dare harm us, Professor Dumbledore won't let you go, Harry threatened, though his voice wavered slightly. All their faces were somewhat pale with fear. There were too many spiders here. If they really swarmed over, even though they knew Dudley's strength was formidable, it would be difficult to handle such an overwhelming situation. The solar halo's effect of boosting confidence and courage showed great value at this moment, preventing them from being scared into collapse and allowing them to think normally. Aragog seemed to hesitate for a moment, but the clicking sounds echoing around made him finally make his decision. Hogwarts students aren't supposed to enter the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Since you came here, you must have violated school rules, Aragog said with cold logic. No one will know you were here, and no one will find your bodies. Goodbye, friends of Hagrid. Aragog bid farewell again with chilling finality. The surrounding spiders could no longer restrain themselves. Despite the scorching aura of the solar halo, they wanted to charge over and devour this fresh human meat. After all, they weren't ghosts or wraith-like beings that were truly restrained by the solar halo, but merely dark creatures. Although the solar halo made them feel uncomfortable and hot, that was all, it couldn't cause them substantial harm. Do you know what the consequences will be if you try to eat us? Dudley said coldly. This time, his body emanated a terrible aura of authority, suppressing all around. Those spiders that had gotten too close were immediately intimidated by Dudley's overwhelming presence and quickly retreated, not daring to continue their attack. Aragog seemed surprised that Dudley would actually resist so powerfully. Your threats change nothing, you are already going to die, Aragog said with cold finality. Then you just die, Dudley's patience was completely exhausted. Ron, aren't you afraid of spiders? Today, we'll kill until you're no longer afraid. Dudley raised his wand high and swept it forcefully in a wide arc, incendio, he roared. Boom. Crimson flames erupted from Dudley's wand, swirling toward the surrounding clearing. In just the blink of an eye, a massive wall of fire formed around them. Such powerful fire magic, incredible. Hermione exclaimed in genuine admiration. Although Dudley had only used the simple fire-making charm that they all knew how to cast, the flames he produced had far exceeded their understanding. Whether in terms of the quantity of flames or the intense temperature released, it had far surpassed ordinary spells. Moreover, while casting the spell, Dudley had expertly controlled the shape of the flames, forming a protective wall of fire that could block the surrounding spiders and force them back. This was something ordinary wizards could never accomplish, pure magical mastery in action. What are you standing around for? Kill them. Dudley roared angrily. Diffindo. Hermione was the first to react, raising her hand to release a spell aimed at a giant spider charging straight at them. Splurt. The spider, over a meter tall, split directly into several writhing pieces while running, spilling disgusting fluids everywhere. Bloody hell. Ron finally snapped out of it and roared to give himself courage. Reducto. Ron shot out a spell that hit a spider's body, directly blowing apart the giant spider comparable to a horse, scattering flesh and blood everywhere as the air filled with a bloody, fishy stench. Incendio. Harry added a flame spell, covering areas that Dudley's spell hadn't reached. But his flames were obviously a level below those Dudley had cast. Although still excellent for a second year, they weren't nearly as effective. You dare to slaughter my offspring. Aragog was furious beyond measure. It hadn't expected that Dudley's group would dare to resist, and their magical power was so great that its offspring couldn't get close enough to attack in such a short time. You dare let them eat us, so we dare kill them all. Dudley shouted back fiercely. And you too, Aragog, today is your death day. From the moment this giant spider decided to let its offspring eat Dudley and the others, Dudley had already prepared to kill Aragog. Even if this was Hagrid's pet, he would still kill it. He wouldn't easily let go of anything that threatened their lives. Incendio. Dudley added another flame spell, immediately causing the surrounding crimson flames to surge violently in the wind, continuously sweeping outward. Spiders were naturally afraid of fire, and Dudley's flames were so powerful and intense that they couldn't get close at all. At the same time, Harry, Hermione, and Ron weren't idle either. Their spells were released one after another in rapid succession, almost without pause. Especially Hermione, who had even stopped using her wand and switched to silent casting in Hermes, greatly increasing her spellcasting frequency. Those spiders brave enough to cross the flames to attack them were almost all blown apart on the spot by Hermione's magical attacks, none surviving. Harry and Ron were also killing with growing enthusiasm. Under the courage boost provided by the solar halo, they no longer knew what fear was. Killing, only killing remained. There were too many spiders. If they couldn't eliminate them in a short time and let them charge to their side, the consequences would be absolutely catastrophic. I'll kill you all. Aragog was thoroughly enraged. It quickly crawled out from its web, its elephant-sized body moving with surprising speed as it charged straight at Dudley. Facing the crimson flames, it wasn't afraid at all. Although these flames were powerful, they couldn't burn it to death in a short time, at most they could singe its thick fur. I was waiting for you to come over. Seeing Aragog forcibly break through the wall of fire and charge over, a cold, cruel smile appeared at the corner of Dudley's mouth. Mental piercing. The spiritual power he had been gathering was released in concentrated focus at this moment, striking directly at Aragog's soul. Ah! A piercing, inhuman scream came at that moment as Aragog's soul was directly penetrated by the condensed transparent spear, letting out a terrifying wail of agony. Then Dudley directly raised his right hand wearing the solar ring and brought it down forcefully. Holy light summon, he commanded. Boom. A brilliant golden holy light was summoned from the ring, descending from the sky to strike directly at Aragog's massive body with devastating power. Chapter 222, Chapter 225, The Final Strike. After the golden light fell, the strong purifying power directly corroded and burnt a large hole in Aragog's body. Holy aura burst forth from the light, causing the surrounding giant spiders to scatter in terror from the radiance. Pain whip. Dudley showed no hesitation as his Beyonder ability activated again, directly transforming his spiritual power into an invisible whip that lashed at Aragog's wounded body. Aw. Sharp hissing sounds continuously emanated from Aragog's mouth. If you hadn't heard it personally, probably no one would know that an acromantulous wail sounded so utterly inhuman. Under Dudley's devastating combo attack, Aragog was already severely injured, and both its mind and soul had suffered tremendous damage. Reducto. Dudley raised his hand and released a spell, blasting it directly at the agonizing Aragog. Bang. A tremendous crash rang out as Aragog's massive body was directly blasted away by the spell. Its carapace showed numerous deep cracks, especially where the spell had hit. It had completely split open, revealing the flesh and blood within. Kill. Kill you all. Seeing Aragog severely wounded by Dudley, the surrounding spiders began charging toward Dudley's group with reckless abandon. They were all Aragog's offspring. Watching their parent being attacked so brutally, almost all of them went completely mad with rage. Incendio. Dudley raised his hand and reinforced the surrounding wall of flames, but he quickly discovered these spiders were behaving very differently from before. They no longer seemed afraid of fire. Even if they would be burnt or killed by the flames, they still charged forward one after another, using the corpses of fallen spiders to extinguish the fire, then surging forward like a relentless tide. Dudley. There are too many spiders. We can't kill them all. Harry shouted with obvious desperation. They were already casting spells with all their might, but there were simply too many spiders around. So many they couldn't possibly eliminate them all. Under the firelight's illumination, they could clearly see the distant surging ocean of spiders, like black waves, rolling toward them in wave after wave. Even thousands upon thousands could no longer describe the current scene. It was as if the entire forbidden forest contained nothing else but these giant spiders. Damn it. Just how many spiders has Hagrid been raising here? Ron cursed angrily. If these spiders in the Forbidden Forest went mad and charged toward the school, it would absolutely be a catastrophic disaster. Did Hagrid even know what he was doing? Use silent spells to increase your casting frequency. Hermione called out from beside them. After using Hermes to cast silent spells, Hermione's casting speed was remarkably fast. Her spell output alone could match that of both Harry and Ron combined. But we're not very skilled yet. Ron protested. Now is the perfect time to practice. Dudley replied grimly. He temporarily abandoned the blasted away Aragog and began attacking the large number of spiders surging around them, greatly reducing the pressure on Harry and the others. Harry said nothing and immediately put away his wand, beginning to silently recite Hermes in his heart to cast spells. At first, he indeed wasn't very skilled, even slower than his previous casting speed. But as time passed, he found he was getting better and better at mastering this technique. Under the intense pressure of the spider attacks, Harry unleashed unprecedented potential, improving at incredible speed. Ron was experiencing the same rapid development. Without realizing it, both had skillfully mastered Hermes' silent spells, greatly improving their casting speed and accuracy. Click-clack, click-clack. Suddenly, a group of spiders broke through the flame barrier. They stepped on other spiders' corpses and forcibly tore open a gap in the wall of fire Dudley had set up. In an instant, dozens of spiders rushed through, reaching the group in the blink of an eye. Those massive black spider legs stabbed straight at them like numerous deadly spears, seemingly indestructible. Ventus. Dudley's left hand swept forcefully, releasing the spell. Gale force wind suddenly appeared, directly sweeping all these rushing spiders away, sending them falling dozens of meters back. Incendio. Dudley added another flame spell, reinforcing the previously torn fire wall. I'll control them, you handle the killing. Dudley shouted over the chaos. He found that while Harry and the others had greatly increased their casting speed, their accuracy still wasn't quite sufficient. Combined with these spiders' extremely fast movement speed, this caused their spells to often miss their targets. Although they could hit some spiders, the ones charging at the front would always escape destruction. In such situations, once these spiders charged to close range, it would be nearly impossible to continue casting spells calmly. Incarcerus. Dudley cast a binding spell, and his wand tip immediately shot out numerous magical ropes toward nearby spiders, quickly binding over 10 giant spiders in place. Reducto. Diffindo. Harry and Ron immediately followed up, their spells precisely hitting the bound spiders, completing the kills efficiently. Hitting stationary targets was much easier than hitting rapidly moving ones. Glacius. Dudley cast another spell, and a blast of freezing air suddenly erupted, freezing numerous nearby spiders solid in place. Incendio. Hermione added her flame spell, giving these spiders a devastating taste of ice and fire, instantly killing large numbers of them. The four coordinated perfectly. Dudley provided control and binding while the other three used offensive spells to eliminate threats. Their efficiency improved dramatically compared to before. In just a few intense minutes, hundreds of giant spider corpses had piled up around them, and the distant spiders had visibly decreased significantly. Obviously, while there were many spiders here, they weren't infinite in number. No matter how fertile Aragog had been over the years, it couldn't match the speed at which Dudley's group was systematically killing spiders. Kill you all. Kill you all. In the distance, Aragog, seeing the field of corpses littered with its offspring, had gone completely insane. It had lost all reason now. It had forgotten about not harming humans, about Hagrid's friends, about everything. Now it only wanted to kill these four people before it, tear them to bloody shreds, and feed them to its remaining offspring. The next moment, Aragog's large pincers violently clashed together, making urgent clicking sounds. Hearing this commanding sound, all remaining spiders began charging toward Dudley's group with complete disregard for their lives, forgetting about survival entirely. At the same time, Aragog itself charged over with suicidal recklessness. Dudley. Seeing this final desperate assault, Harry's trio's expressions immediately changed with alarm. This had exceeded what they could reasonably handle. This was the rhythm of mutual destruction. Seeing this dangerous situation, Dudley's gaze suddenly focused with deadly intent. Get behind me. Now. Chapter 223, Chapter 226, Fiendfire Unleashed. Dudley's gaze was focused and solemn as he whispered something under his breath in the ancient language. Boom. In the next moment, terrifying flames soared into the sky, transforming into a massive fire dragon that illuminated large swathes of sky and the forbidden forest. Dark red flames released terrible malevolent aura, enveloping hundreds of meters around them. The moment the fire dragon manifested, it charged forth with fierce intensity, heading straight for Aragog and those giant spiders. Nothing could stop its devouring power wherever it passed. The fire dragon burned through the sky, and everything seemed to turn to ash under these flames. It consumed everything that could be burnt, whether spiders, trees, or even the earth itself. All melted under its burning, flowing as dark red lava. Dark magic, Hermione said, her face pale with recognition. In this fire dragon, she felt the ultimate aura of killing and evil. This was advanced magic that only dark wizards would use. A spell she had once heard of appeared in Hermione's mind. Fiendfire. That's right, the spell before them was almost identical to the Fiendfire Hermione knew about, whether in terms of aura or destructive power. It had reached or even exceeded the scenes described in books. What spell is this? Ron was already stunned by the scene before him. He could hardly believe such a spell was released by Dudley's hands. This was a spell cast by a classmate the same age as him. Fiendfire. Harry also recognized it with shock. Fiendfire was actually quite recognizable because the flames formed by this spell had mimetic abilities, able to take the shape of various animals for attack. It would devour everything combustible, and with sufficient magical power and control, even things that couldn't normally burn could be consumed by the fire. However, this spell belonged to the category of dark magic. They normally couldn't possibly encounter it, only occasionally seeing it in books about dark magic when reading. And mostly in negative teaching materials, such as how dark wizards had used this magic to kill people and the major damage caused when this magic went out of control. In short, this spell appeared in books with basically no positive descriptions. After the fire dragon charged forth, it headed straight for Aragog to burn it. At this point, Aragog noticed the terrifying fire dragon and felt an extremely dangerous aura. But it was too late to retreat now, and it had already been driven mad by fury. Even knowing this spell's power was terrifying, it still charged forward. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The surrounding spiders swept by the fire dragon's flames were almost instantly burnt to ash, while those spiders farther away made unpleasant crackling sounds as they were roasted, their internal moisture rapidly evaporating, leaving only shells trembling continuously. Boom. In the next moment, the fire dragon opened its bloody maw and directly swallowed Aragog whole. Flames raged and violent aura swept the surroundings as Aragog struggled fiercely, trying to tear through the fire dragon and escape. However, everything was futile. Aragog was already very old, and combined with Fiendfire's terrible power, it only lasted about 20 seconds before its body was ignited by the fierce fire and quickly lost its breath. Return. Seeing Aragog burnt to death in the Fiendfire, Dudley immediately controlled the flames, wanting to recall the fire dragon. Acromantula corpses were quite valuable, especially their venom. It would be a real pity to destroy them like this. However, what Dudley hadn't expected was that the giant fire dragon seemed to have lost control, continuing to burn Aragog's corpse and still spreading, wanting to burn everything combustible around it. What? Dudley's expression changed with alarm. Although this was his first time casting Fiendfire, he had studied this spell quite thoroughly. He hadn't expected the spell to become uncontrollable at this moment. Come back to me. Dudley again controlled his spiritual power to recall the fire dragon, while terrible authoritative aura released from his body, suppressing the fire dragon's momentum. This time, the fire dragon finally responded, slowly separating from Aragog's corpse and returning to Dudley's wand. With Aragog's death, the surrounding giant spider ocean that had been like a tide immediately scattered like birds and beasts. But some of them seemed to want to avenge Aragog and launched a suicidal charge at Dudley's group of 4. However, they had been unable to handle Dudley and the others before, and now without Aragog's command, these spiders' intelligence plummeted. They only knew how to charge blindly, no longer having their previous strategic advance and retreat. After Harry and the others recovered from witnessing the Fiendfire, they immediately cast silent spells to attack these spiders, killing all those that dared charge over. After Dudley recalled the Fiendfire, he also joined the battle, frantically attacking those spiders that rushed toward them. In just a few minutes, the battlefield became completely quiet. All spiders had been slaughtered, and Dudley's group didn't pursue those that had escaped into the deeper forest. The surroundings were filled with the rich smell of roasted spiders, especially Aragog. Its body had been burnt by Fiendfire, with many parts already cooked, emitting an indescribable smell that was both nauseating and carried a hint of roasted meat fragrance. Are we finally done killing them? Ron asked, completely exhausted. He felt like he was about to collapse on the ground, his entire body nearly numb, his brain completely blank. We should be done. Some ran away, Harry said. He was gasping for breath, looking at the distant forest where some giant spiders had fled after Aragog's death. Hermione had already collapsed on the ground, barely able to lift her hands. In the recent battle, she had been the main force, casting more magic than Harry and Ron combined. At this moment, the magical power in her body was almost depleted, she was too tired to even have energy to speak. Well done, Dudley looked at the battle results around them and praised sincerely. Although Dudley had some trump cards he hadn't used, like the brass book and others, facing such a situation, Harry and the others being able to perform to this degree exceeded Dudley's expectations. Moreover, in this battle against spiders, all 3 of them had shown powerful magical talent. Facing real mortal threats, they had grown rapidly during combat, using Hermione's silent spells with masterful skill. This one technique alone had already left most Hogwarts students far behind. If it came to sudden sneak attacks, Harry's group now had the ability to threaten adult wizards. The depths of the Forbidden Forest. I definitely need to ask Hagrid if he's gone mad. Hermione finally caught her breath and said with obvious frustration. Chapter 224, Chapter 227, After the Battle. I estimate that Hagrid simply didn't recognize Aragog's danger. He thought that since Aragog promised not to harm humans, we would be safe, never imagining that Aragog wouldn't restrain its offspring at all, Harry said with obvious frustration. But now that we've killed Aragog, when Hagrid returns, I wonder if he'll blame us. Blame us? He still has the nerve to blame us. Ron's voice rose several octaves. If it weren't for Dudley, we'd already be delicious food in these spiders' mouths by now. Besides, judging from these spiders' behavior, once Aragog dies and so many giant spiders lose their restraint, that would be the truly terrifying thing. Just thinking about the Forbidden Forest being filled with these giant spiders made Ron shudder with revulsion. When the time comes, we'll tell Hagrid honestly. If he blames us for this, then we don't need to continue being friends with him, Dudley said matter-of-factly. He believed Hagrid wouldn't intentionally harm them, but Hagrid's thought processes were sometimes truly peculiar. These giant spiders' instincts were inherently evil. Hagrid wouldn't be attacked by these spiders because of his relationship with raising Aragog, but other people weren't the same. When Hagrid told Dudley this information, he hadn't even pointed out the potential dangers involved, showing just how dangerously naive he was. It was fortunate that Dudley's strength was formidable enough to handle the current situation. Otherwise, he really didn't know how Harry and the others would have escaped if they had rashly entered the Forbidden Forest. That was already beyond what someone Harry's age could normally accomplish. Unless they were extremely lucky and escaped the Forbidden Forest through other means, in a direct confrontation, Harry's group would have had no chance at all. You all rest for a bit. I'll clean up the battlefield, Dudley said after surveying the carnage. After Dudley finished speaking, he walked toward Aragog's corpse. This giant spider's body had been burnt quite severely by the fiend fire, with not much remaining. However, fortunately, its head hadn't suffered too much damage, allowing him to extract quite a bit of valuable venom. After removing the charred parts, Dudley stored Aragog's corpse in the mirror of Ariste. Then Dudley began checking the surroundings, piling up all the severely damaged corpses together, while storing all the bodies that hadn't suffered too much damage in the mirror of Ariste. These could all be sold for substantial money. Dudley, what do you plan to do with these giant spider corpses? Harry asked with obvious curiosity. I have my own channels to sell them, Dudley said casually. Borgin and Burks definitely couldn't refuse so many giant spider corpses, especially with their precious venom. When I sell them for money, I'll split it with you all, Dudley offered. Split it with us. Ron was stunned by the generous offer. The spiders were killed by all of us together, so naturally I should split it with you. Everyone gets a fair share. Dudley smiled warmly. Money wasn't particularly precious to him. If he wanted money, he could use the Philosopher's Stone to obtain plenty of gold. There was no need to sell spiders for money. But this money would be very necessary for Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Especially Ron. If he gave him money directly, he definitely wouldn't accept it. But if it was money from selling spiders he had killed himself, he wouldn't refuse. This money would be enough for him to live quite comfortably for some time. For example, buying a new wand or getting new robes. Although Ron never complained about his family situation, you could tell he also longed to have things he wanted, rather than always using old things left behind by his brothers. But we didn't contribute much. You were mainly the one who acted, Hermione said modestly. The three of them combined probably hadn't killed as many spiders as Dudley alone. We're a team. Don't haggle over these things. If it had been just me alone, I might not have dared fight these spiders at all. I would have just run away, Dudley said with a laugh. Harry's trio smiled at each other. They all knew this was Dudley comforting them. Given the combat power Dudley had previously displayed, it was impossible he would flee without fighting. A glimmer of hope appeared in Ron's eyes. Even if he couldn't get much money, it should be enough for him to replace some worn items. He could even already see himself in Ollivander's wand shop selecting a proper wand in his mind. After Dudley finished cleaning the battlefield, he burnt the piled-up spider corpses completely clean with fire. As for those escaped spiders, Dudley didn't pursue them further. If these spiders could peacefully stay in the Forbidden Forest without causing trouble, he wouldn't exterminate them all. But if they continued harming people, it would be necessary to clear out all the giant spiders here. Let's go. We should head back, Dudley said. The group looked back once at the spider nest Dudley had burnt down and left together. Thud, thud. After walking just a few steps, they suddenly heard some mechanical banging sounds. Then two beams of light came toward them, shining directly on Dudley's and the others' faces. That's a car. Dudley's gaze focused slightly as he saw a familiar vehicle. During the earlier battle, Dudley had sensed something around them, but he had been too busy to pay attention. Now it seemed this car had been waiting here all along. Oh! My God, that's my dad's car. Ron exclaimed with recognition. Harry also recognized it immediately. This was the flying car they had driven to school, the one that had crashed into the Whomping Willow and then charged into the Forbidden Forest and disappeared. They hadn't expected to see it here. V-room. The car gunned its engine and drove up, stopping directly in front of Dudley's group, then automatically popped open its doors. Is it telling us to get in? Dudley asked with obvious surprise. The car seemed to understand Dudley's words. Its door opened and closed repeatedly, as if nodding or inviting them to get in quickly. Let's go. Dudley climbed in and sat in the driver's seat, while Harry's trio quickly squeezed into the car. Bang. After everyone got in, the car suddenly started up. Without needing Dudley to drive, it headed straight out of the Forbidden Forest with purpose. This car. Dudley looked at the automobile with burning curiosity. He felt this car seemed to already have its own consciousness, similar to a living magical artifact. This was truly amazing. I wonder what enchantments Mr. Weasley added, or what magic he built into this car to give it intelligence, Dudley thought to himself. Perhaps he could ask Mr. Weasley about it later. 20 minutes later, the car rushed out of the Forbidden Forest, and its doors popped open automatically. Harry's trio was directly ejected, rolling to a stop 3 or 4 meters away with obvious discomfort. Only Dudley got out of the vehicle himself with dignity. Thank you, Dudley said his thanks to the car. The car closed its doors, turned around, and charged back into the Forbidden Forest, quickly disappearing from sight. Chapter 225, Chapter 228, The First Apparition. Why were we thrown out while you walked out yourself? Looking at the car charging back into the Forbidden Forest, Ron said with obvious resentment. That was his family's car, after all. Maybe the car was afraid Dudley would cast some powerful spell on it, Harry speculated, then went to pick up the invisibility cloak from where it had fallen. The group hid under the invisibility cloak and quietly headed toward the castle. Dudley, about that spell earlier. Hermione asked with obvious curiosity. You mean that fire spell? That's right, it was dark magic. Fiend fire, Dudley didn't deny it. What does it feel like to cast dark magic? Harry immediately asked with interest. Nothing particularly special, but if I had to say, there's a bit of a cold aura seeping into your body. This is probably why wizards try to avoid casting dark magic, Dudley explained. So it's true that frequently casting dark magic will cause you to fall and become a dark wizard? Ron asked with concern. The magical world's definition of ordinary wizards versus dark wizards wasn't very clear, but one point was universally acknowledged. That casting dark magic would cause one to fall and become a dark wizard. It seemed dark magic had some kind of power that would continuously accumulate within a wizard's body. Once used too much, it would cause the wizard to fall and ultimately become an irredeemably evil dark wizard. Whether a wizard is good or bad doesn't depend on the magic they cast, but on whether that person is good or bad, Dudley said after thinking for a moment. There's no such thing as bad magic, only bad wizards. Casting dark magic does indeed accumulate some dark forces within the body, but as long as you control the degree properly and don't let yourself be controlled by inner dark desires, you won't fall, Dudley explained. Actually, judging from how he felt after casting Fiend Fire, Dudley thought this was somewhat similar to Beyonder loss of control. Both involved continuously accumulating destructive tendencies. If wizards were compared to Beyonders, then dark wizards probably meant madness and loss of control. The difference was that for Beyonders, loss of control meant death and destruction, while dark wizards were eroded and controlled by dark forces, losing themselves and becoming apostles of darkness and desire. In comparison, the consequences caused by wizard corruption were much lower than Beyonders' loss of control. Of course, the upper limits of Beyonders also couldn't be compared to wizards. Based on Dudley's current understanding of the magical world, the most top-level wizards here probably had around demigod-level strength. Beyond that, wizards couldn't compare with Beyonders anymore. Can you teach us that Fiend Fire spell? Harry asked after pondering for a moment. Not now. You can't even master ordinary spells properly, let alone dark magic, Dudley directly refused. All right, Harry said with obvious disappointment. Actually, your current strength already far exceeds that of second-year students. Just the silent spell technique alone could let you easily defeat quite a few wizards, Dudley consoled them. So there's no need to think about dark magic at this stage. Without comparison there's no harm. You're too dazzling, Dudley, Hermione spoke the honest truth. My situation is special. You don't need to compare yourselves to me, Dudley said reassuringly. The castle at midnight was very quiet. The students had all gone to sleep, with only a few professors still patrolling the corridors. No one had noticed the great battle in the Forbidden Forest. Aragog's location was already deep in the forest, far beyond the range Hogwarts castle could observe. After returning to Gryffindor Tower, everyone was already exhausted. After saying goodbye, they each went back to sleep. Lying in bed, Dudley pondered the information he had obtained from Aragog. He felt he was already very close to the truth this time. Natural enemy of spiders, ancient magical creature, Harry can hear its voice. Dudley thought, gradually falling asleep without realizing it. The next day, Dudley explained the situation with the giant spider corpses and venom to Borgin and Burks. Borgin and Burks was indeed very interested, and after agreeing on a time, they decided to trade in Hogsmeade Village, not far from Hogwarts. At the same time, the polyjuice potion ingredients sent by Borgin and Burks had also arrived. Dudley handed them to Hermione to brew. Dudley himself spent time in the library, beginning to search for information about the monster in the chamber. Until evening, Dudley hastily ate something and headed straight to the Transfiguration classroom. Yesterday Professor McGonagall had already agreed to teach Dudley apparition. Today was the first lesson. Knock, knock. Dudley knocked on the classroom door. Come in, Professor McGonagall's voice came through. Professor McGonagall, Dudley walked into the Transfiguration classroom with a smile. This is a dessert for you, Dudley thoughtfully took out a dessert and handed it to Professor McGonagall. Didn't I say no more of these? Professor McGonagall looked at Dudley with mock severity. You're additionally teaching me apparition, while I only gave you a dessert. Actually, I'm the one who got the better deal, Dudley laughed. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall smiled and shook her head, accepting the dessert. Thank you, Dudley. Every time Dudley gave her desserts, she actually didn't really want to accept them, since it made it seem like she was accepting bribes from Dudley. But each time she accepted Dudley's gifts, she would feel very happy, and the more she looked at Dudley, the more she liked him, even having the feeling of treating him like her own son. It was a very conflicted mentality. Seeing Professor McGonagall accept the dessert, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Dudley's mouth. Another powerful wizard successfully bribed. All right, let's begin, Professor McGonagall quickly put on a serious expression. When it came to teaching, Professor McGonagall was always meticulous. Dudley also immediately put away his smile and began listening to Professor McGonagall's instruction. Regarding apparition, first there's an important thing to remember. Apparition follows the 3DS principle. Destination, determination, deliberation. Professor McGonagall said with emphasis. First step, focus your consciousness on your destination, Professor McGonagall said, pointing to a wooden hoop not far away, which is the center of that wooden hoop. Now, please concentrate your attention there. Dudley nodded and focused his attention on the center of that wooden hoop. Second step, Professor McGonagall continued, make up your mind, think that you must move to the target location. Let the desire to go there fill your entire body from your brain. Dudley continued to follow her instructions carefully. Third step, Professor McGonagall said, turn around where you are, feel your body becoming incorporeal, and move deliberately. Like this. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, she gently waved her wand. The next moment, her figure directly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already standing in front of the wooden hoop. Obviously, this classroom had been modified by Professor McGonagall, temporarily removing the restrictions on apparition. Do you understand? Professor McGonagall asked. Yes, Dudley nodded, imitating McGonagall's actions while reciting the incantation. Professor McGonagall continued, apparition is very advanced magic, generally only 17-year-old wizards can learn it, because this spell is very dangerous. If anything goes wrong during the casting process, splinching will occur. So you must be careful at all times, every step must be correct. About a month later you can try to appara. Swoosh. Dudley's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing beside Professor McGonagall. At this moment, the classroom fell completely silent. Chapter 226, Chapter 229, Mastering the Impossible. Ah, it seems it's not that difficult either. Dudley looked at Professor McGonagall, who looked like she'd seen a ghost, and said somewhat embarrassedly while touching his nose. My goodness. After a second, Professor McGonagall finally came to her senses and exclaimed directly. You've already. Professor McGonagall was somewhat incoherent. Obviously the scene just now had given her quite a shock, so much so that even a rigorous wizard like her had cried out in surprise. Maybe I've got talent in this area. Dudley said with a smile. The feeling of casting apparition just now wasn't as difficult as he'd imagined. He just recited the incantation, thought about that location, and Dudley naturally completed the apparition. He wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling at all. Like he was born knowing how to do it. It's similar to spirit world traversal, the thought suddenly flashed through Dudley's mind. Dudley. I really can't believe you succeeded on your first try. Do you know how dangerous this is? You could have been splinched. Do you understand splinching? Professor McGonagall's voice rose with agitation. She was both shocked and excited that Dudley had completed apparition, and also worried about his recklessness. Dudley had succeeded just now, but what if he hadn't? That would have been such a terrible situation. She hadn't even taught Dudley some details to pay attention to during apparition yet. Just gave a simple demonstration, and Dudley had learned from her and completed apparition. If it were other magic, it would be fine, but this was apparition. The danger coefficient was too high. Could even lead to death. Swoosh. Dudley waved his wand again. His body disappeared once more, and when he appeared, he was already standing at his previous position. Professor, you see. This really isn't difficult for me. While speaking, Dudley tried to apparate to other places but found that the surrounding space seemed frozen. He could only apparate within the classroom's range and couldn't leave this area. Sure enough, it's limited to the classroom's range. However, Dudley had just tried and found that those frozen spaces weren't unbreakable either. Given time, he probably could find a way to forcibly break through Hogwarts' anti-apparition charm restrictions. Looking at Dudley, who'd cast apparition again not far away, Professor McGonagall was completely speechless. She no longer knew what words to use to describe her current feelings. Shock, fear, excitement. I feel like there's nothing left I can teach you, Professor McGonagall said after a long while. Professor, you haven't taught me how to prevent apparition yet, Dudley quickly said. He'd come to learn apparition partly for this, but on the other hand, he wanted to trap that house elf. Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment, then said, let's first get familiar with apparition. I'll see how much you've actually mastered, then we'll talk about anti-apparition. Dudley quickly nodded. In the following time, Professor McGonagall had Dudley cast apparition multiple times in front of her. Although each movement wasn't far, you could tell that Dudley had truly mastered this advanced magical technique. Perhaps you really do have a talent for learning apparition, Professor McGonagall finally had to acknowledge Dudley's excellence. Compared to other students, you're truly composed, as if apparition is an innate ability for you. Combined with clear goals and determination, I've never seen a second-year student able to reach your level at this stage. Thank you for your praise, Professor McGonagall. Dudley smiled. His experience in that otherworldly realm had indeed made Dudley far exceed his peers mentally. Combined with his previous experience with spirit world traversal, Dudley had natural advantages when learning apparition. Alright, next I'll teach you how to prevent apparition. It's actually quite simple. When you apparate, you use magical power to break through spatial constraints and transcend the concept of space to appear in a location. The principle of anti-apparition is to use magical power to seal the surrounding space, or rather reinforce the surrounding space, making it difficult for apparition to break through spatial constraints and complete the transfer. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, she took out her wand and waved it gently while chanting, Prohibio apparatum. Hum. A transparent aura surged from Professor McGonagall's wand, permeating the surrounding space. Try apparating, she reminded. Dudley immediately cast the spell to attempt apparition, but found that the surrounding space seemed frozen. His magic could no longer break through the spatial constraints here and traverse to his destination. However, the frozen space was rapidly recovering. Probably only able to maintain for a few dozen seconds. The prerequisite for learning anti-apparition is that you must first learn apparition yourself and have some perception of space, so you can cast this anti-spell. Do you understand? I understand, Dudley nodded. At this time, Professor McGonagall's spell had automatically worn off. You try it. Originally, according to the complete teaching method, Professor McGonagall should now tell Dudley the details of casting this spell and what to pay attention to. But facing Dudley, she felt it wasn't necessary. Dudley also didn't ask Professor McGonagall again, but carefully recalled her movements and incantation when casting the spell just now. Prohibio apparatum. Dudley waved his wand and recited the incantation. Hum. A transparent aura also surged from the tip of his wand, permeating the surrounding space. Apparition. Professor McGonagall cast the spell. Her body became transparent but didn't immediately disappear. Instead, after a while, she suddenly disappeared and appeared beside Dudley. Very good. This can already be considered successful. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to complete apparition, Professor McGonagall nodded. She was already feeling somewhat numb to Dudley's powerful learning ability. Good, let me try again. Dudley began constantly attempting to cast this space-sealing spell. By the time the 1-hour class ended, Dudley could already skillfully seal the surrounding space for about 30 seconds. For Professor McGonagall, she couldn't even cast apparition during the first 20 seconds, but in the last 10 seconds, she could forcibly complete spatial teleportation. This was already an excellent result. Originally, I planned to spend a semester teaching you apparition, but now it seems one lesson was enough. Professor McGonagall looked at Dudley and said with both relief and some complexity in her expression. Chapter 227, Chapter 230, The Dueling Club. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. You taught very well, Dudley smiled and thanked her. I know what it'd look like if someone else tried to learn these spells. You don't need to be so modest, Professor McGonagall said with a shake of her head. If it were an ordinary wizard, never mind learning these 2 spells in one class, they probably wouldn't even understand what apparition was about. You may go back now. Remember, use it with caution. Professor McGonagall finally instructed. All right. Dudley thanked Professor McGonagall again, then turned and left the classroom. His talents already surpassed even a genius like Professor Dumbledore. I wonder what heights he'll reach in the future. Professor McGonagall thought silently to herself. Monday morning brought grim news. Word of Crabbe's attack had spread throughout the entire school. Everyone realized that even pureblood wizards weren't safe anymore, filling Hogwarts with an atmosphere of panic and tension. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall had the foresight to have professors take turns patrolling the corridors. That dispelled some people's concerns. Otherwise, many wouldn't even dare leave their common rooms. But this wasn't a long-term solution either. If Hogwarts couldn't solve this problem, it might very well have to close down. Especially since Crabbe, who was attacked this time, had a pureblood family behind him. The school was now facing tremendous pressure. However, what surprised everyone was that even at this point, Professor Dumbledore still hadn't appeared. He seemed to have been missing for quite some time. What surprised Dudley even more was that Lucius, who'd been clamoring to have Professor Dumbledore dismissed, hadn't jumped out to say anything at this critical juncture. Obviously, he should know what Dumbledore was doing. That Dumbledore had sufficient reason not to be at school right now. And this also meant that what Dumbledore was handling might be more serious than the problems Hogwarts was currently facing. Early in the morning, when Dudley and the others passed through the entrance hall, they saw quite a few people gathered around the bulletin board, discussing something heatedly. Come and see, Seamus noticed Dudley and the others and immediately waved them over. They're starting a dueling club. Seamus said excitedly. Tonight's the first meeting. I definitely want to go see, might come in handy later. Right, are you going to participate? Dean Thomas asked from the side. You don't think that learning some dueling will let you fight the chamber monster, do you? Ron pursed his lips. It's good to make some preparations. I don't want to be helpless when I really encounter the monster, Seamus said seriously. Maybe you could blow up that monster, Ron joked. Seamus rushed forward and gave Ron a beating, making Ron immediately beg for mercy. Are you going? Hermione seemed very interested. We could go take a look. Maybe we really could learn something, Harry said. Recalling the scene of fighting those giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, several people's faces became serious. If Dudley hadn't been with them, they probably wouldn't have been able to leave there alive. In any case, being able to learn something would be good. Let's go take a look then. I wonder who'll teach us, Dudley said. At 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered in the Great Hall. The long dining tables had disappeared, replaced by a gilded stage, with hundreds of candles floating above for illumination. The ceiling had turned to velvet black, and almost all the students in the school had come. After all, no one wanted to be helpless when attacked. Guess who's going to teach us? Ron asked curiously, while giving his own answer. I guess it's Professor McGonagall. Just don't let it be Professor Snape, Harry said casually. Oh, and preferably not Professor Lockhart either. I guess it might be Professor Flitwick. I heard he was a dueling champion when he was young. It'd be perfect for him to teach us, Hermione said thoughtfully. Of course, if it's Professor Lockhart, that's not impossible either. Harry immediately gave Hermione a questioning look, as if to say, are you serious? Hermione pretended not to see it. Dudley, what do you think? Actually, I think you teaching everyone wouldn't be bad either. You've got talent in dueling. Dudley glanced at the situation and said directly, I think Harry might be right, but it's the opposite. What do you mean? Harry and Ron were stunned. But soon, expressions of despair appeared on both their faces. They saw Professor Snape and Professor Lockhart appear at the entrance to the Great Hall at the same time, walking toward them. Oh. No. Harry let out a despairing voice. The two professors he least wanted to see were now all together. Professor Snape still wore his black robes, unchanging for years, as if they'd never even been washed. On the other side, Lockhart was dressed brilliantly. Purple robes, carefully styled hair, and that standard charming smile. I've got no hope for this dueling club anymore, Harry said, looking at the two on stage, completely giving up. Ron nodded, deeply agreeing. Only Hermione, looking at Professor Lockhart, had an intoxicated expression. Under everyone's gaze, Lockhart gave a simple self-introduction, then launched into a long speech. Under Professor Snape's impatient expression, he finally began to demonstrate to everyone how wizards duel. As expected, Lockhart was directly blasted away by Snape with a disarming charm and didn't get up for a long time. Professor Snape's strength is still pretty good, Harry said, seeing this. Finally, Lockhart climbed up from the ground under everyone's concerned gazes. After straightening his clothes, his pale face squeezed out that signature charming smile. Well, everyone saw that, this was a disarming charm. I lost my wand. Yes, Professor Snape demonstrated this move to us. This was really wonderful. But don't mind me saying so, your intention to use this move just now was too obvious. When you raised your hand, I knew what spell you were going to cast. To be honest, if I'd wanted to stop it, it would have been effortless. But I thought, in order to let everyone see the effect of this spell, I'd rather sacrifice myself. When Lockhart finished speaking, seemingly sensing Snape's murderous gaze, he quickly changed the subject. All right, next, let my student experience Professor Snape's strength and give everyone a demonstration. Dudley Dursley, you come up. Lockhart directly pointed at Dudley in the audience, not giving Dudley any chance to refuse. Chapter 228, Chapter 231, The Duel. Dudley, who was watching from the audience, was stunned. He hadn't expected Lockhart to have him come up on stage to demonstrate with Snape. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on Dudley. Everyone was familiar with Dudley. Last semester, everyone knew about him riding the Norwegian Ridgeback to battle a dark wizard. This semester he'd also caused quite a stir, like putting Lockhart in the hospital for a full half-month before he could return to teach. That's the second-year student with high talent, someone whispered. I heard he doesn't get along with Professor Snape. It's not just him. Gryffindor and Slytherin have never gotten along peacefully. Everyone discussed among themselves, sensing there'd be a good show to watch. Not just in terms of dueling, but also the rivalry between the two houses. Professor Snape, you don't mind, do you? Dudley is my most outstanding student in defense against the dark arts. Lockhart didn't forget to flash his charming smile at Snape. Looking at Snape's side, his face was iron blue, and whether looking at Lockhart or Dudley, his gaze appeared extremely cold. Professor, this isn't appropriate, Hermione immediately spoke up after hesitating for a moment. Dudley's just a student. How can he be a match for Professor Snape? Lockhart smiled slightly and said, Miss Granger, don't worry. This is just a demonstration of spells, not a real duel. Then it should be two students demonstrating on stage, Harry couldn't help but say. Oh, well, let's see what Professor Snape thinks then. Lockhart threw the difficult decision to Snape, looking like he was enjoying the show. He clearly knew Dudley's strength was formidable. Bringing up Dudley at this time was to have Dudley deal with Professor Snape. He also knew the two didn't get along. Once they faced off, a real conflict might erupt. But when Snape had attacked him just now, he hadn't left him any face, causing him to lose face in front of all the students in the school. That made him very embarrassed. Having Dudley step up might make Professor Snape stumble in front of everyone. That'd be quite entertaining. Professor Snape on stage narrowed his eyes slightly, glared at Lockhart, then looked at Dudley. If Mr. Dursley has no objections, I'm willing to demonstrate with him, Professor Snape said indifferently. Being able to dampen Dudley's arrogance in front of so many people was something Snape was willing to see. He'd always found Dudley disagreeable, especially since Dudley often caused trouble for Slytherin and had beaten his prized student Malfoy. What made him most angry was that he'd never had a chance to properly teach Dudley a lesson. Last time in the corridor battle, he'd inexplicably fainted and stayed in the hospital for a long time. That made Snape hate Dudley even more. This time, in front of so many people, it was indeed an excellent opportunity to teach Dudley a lesson. Even knowing this was Lockhart's deliberate arrangement, he didn't refuse. Dudley frowned as he looked at Snape, then glanced at Lockhart. These two really knew how to scheme. Fine. After pondering for a moment, Dudley nodded. Go, Dudley, someone shouted loudly. We're rooting for you. Gryffindor students supported Dudley one after another. Beat him hard. After Ron's words fell, he was glared at fiercely by Snape. Professor Snape, teach that guy a harsh lesson. Beat him. Beat him. Malfoy shouted loudly, wishing he could rush onto the stage himself to teach Dudley a lesson. Slytherin students loudly cheered for Snape, especially the second-year students, whose voices were so loud they almost lifted the Great Hall's ceiling. The scene of Dudley beating them up last year was still vivid in their memories. Dudley's subsequent display of strength made them realize they probably wouldn't be able to get revenge on Dudley in this lifetime. Today they finally caught an opportunity. Even though this was just a spell demonstration, the crowd's roars made it seem as intense as a life-and-death duel. Dudley leaped onto the stage with Gryffindor's cheers. Dursley, if you're afraid, it's still not too late to back down now, Snape looked at Dudley and said coldly. I'm honored to face off with you, Professor Snape. How could I back down? Dudley responded with a smile. Very good. I hope you can still smile later. Snape narrowed his eyes. All right, you two, please bow first. We must follow etiquette like in a formal duel, Lockhart said with a smile, making himself the referee of this duel. Dudley and Snape simultaneously bowed to each other. Ladies and gentlemen, the exciting duel's about to begin. Please make sure not to blink, Lockhart said to everyone below in an exaggerated tone, creating a very tense atmosphere. Next, raise your wands. Both simultaneously raised their wands like swords in front of their chests. I'll count to 3, and then you can begin casting. Remember, this is just a demonstration. Don't use attack-type spells. Lockhart emphasized once more. Snape looked at Lockhart with icy eyes, clearly having lost patience. 3, 2, 1. Lockhart's voice echoed through the vast Great Hall. Everyone held their breath and stared wide-eyed at the scene on stage. Snape's reaction speed was extremely fast. The moment Lockhart's voice fell, he was already waving his wand to cast. Looking at Dudley's side, he was obviously a step slower, just like Professor Lockhart earlier. Seeing this scene, everyone seemed to have already predicted the outcome. Dudley would be disarmed by Professor Snape and then fly out embarrassingly. Expel. Snape's voice came. However, at the same time, Dudley had already finished his incantation. Expelliarmus. He didn't wave his wand, nor did he make any sound. In his mind, he recited the spell in Hermes. Swoosh. A red light suddenly appeared, shooting directly at Professor Snape, accurately hitting him before his spell could be fully cast. Bang. The tremendous force made Snape stagger backward and fall to the ground, while his wand flew out ahead of him, drawing a beautiful arc and landing in Dudley's hand. The entire movement was fluid without any hesitation. The Great Hall fell completely silent at this moment. Many people hadn't even reacted to what had just happened. The scene they'd imagined of Dudley flying out not only didn't appear, but instead Snape had been disarmed by Dudley. Professor Snape, thank you for your cooperation, Dudley smiled at Snape, who was getting up from the ground with a shocked expression not far away. Chapter 229, Chapter 232, The Aftermath. Silent wandless spellcasting. Snape's expression was extremely ugly. He never expected to be ambushed by Dudley and had completely failed to anticipate that Dudley could perform silent wandless spellcasting. This wasn't something a second-year child could do. What's going on? What happened? What was that about? What just occurred? The students below all showed bewildered expressions. Everything that had just happened on stage, they hadn't reacted to it at all and couldn't understand it. They'd clearly seen Snape casting magic and were about to succeed, but at that moment, he was suddenly hit by a red light that came from nowhere and was instead disarmed. Looking at Dudley's side, he'd seemingly done nothing at all. Just standing there like a fool. He hadn't used his wand, nor had he recited any incantations. He seemed to just be standing there prepared to receive Snape's spell. Yet under these circumstances, Snape had become the one who was disarmed. His wand had even flown into Dudley's hand. Many people couldn't understand what had just happened. Only some upper-year students showed thoughtful expressions, having caught some clues. Dudley, was that silent wandless spellcasting? On stage, Professor Lockhart asked with a shocked expression, even forgetting to show his signature charming smile. Yes, Professor, Dudley openly admitted it. When competing with a wizard of Snape's caliber, in situations where beyonder abilities weren't used, silent wandless spellcasting was the most effective method. Unexpected and extremely fast to cast. My goodness, you actually did it, Lockhart couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Cheating. He cheated. Malfoy shouted loudly from below, not having heard what Lockhart said at all. That's bullshit. He cheated. Cheating. Many Slytherins hadn't seen clearly what happened and just heard Malfoy shouting about cheating, so they joined in shouting together. You're the one cheating. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand, Ron and Harry loudly retorted. When they saw Dudley not waving his wand, they already knew what Dudley was going to do. And the result was indeed as they'd expected. Professor Snape, your house students seem to have some objections. Do you need me to explain to them? Dudley asked with a smile. Snape's expression was already very ugly, but with so many people watching, he couldn't actually say Dudley was cheating. He clearly understood what advanced magical techniques Dudley had just used. Shut up, Malfoy. Snape barked. Only then did the Slytherins quiet down. Professor. Malfoy urgently wanted to say something. Dudley used a silent spell and can cast wandlessly. I indeed lost, Snape explained with an iron-blue expression. Hearing this, Dudley smiled at Malfoy. Malfoy, not convinced. How about you come up and we duel? What'd you say? Dudley invited. Malfoy's expression turned ugly. He didn't dare go up. Even Snape had been disarmed by Dudley. Going up himself would just be asking for trouble. Silent spells. My God, he actually knows silent spells. And he didn't even use a wand. This is a very advanced magical technique, even I don't know it. The speaker was a sixth-year student. Obviously, the magical talent Dudley had just displayed was beyond what even some upper-year students could match. Some who understood a bit began explaining to those around them what Dudley had just done. After learning about the methods Dudley had used, almost everyone let out sounds of amazement. Many people knew Dudley was excellent, but hadn't witnessed it personally. This time, they truly saw Dudley's magical abilities. It definitely wasn't just talk. Can second-year students already do this level of magic now? How are we supposed to live? I suddenly feel like these past few years at Hogwarts have been wasted. At this moment, those upper-year students all felt what it meant to be thoroughly beaten down. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Lockhart's voice boomed across the hall. Mr. Dursley actually defeated Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. This is truly shocking to me. In the duel just now, Mr. Dursley displayed advanced magical techniques, using silent spells and wandless casting, something even ordinary adult wizards can't do. Lockhart showed his charming smile and winked at the audience below. However, I should mention that I happen to be able to do this as well. Seeing Snape's murderous gaze fall on him, Lockhart quickly shut up. All right everyone, for the remaining time you can pair up and practice. Of course, I think we could also invite a few students up on stage to demonstrate for everyone. After Lockhart finished speaking, he looked at Professor Snape. Snape frowned, but soon looked toward Malfoy. I'll do it, Professor, Malfoy volunteered. As long as it wasn't against Dudley, he was still confident. Harry, how about you and Malfoy have a match? Lockhart immediately said. Another Slytherin versus Gryffindor showdown. Fine. Harry hardly hesitated before immediately agreeing. Snape didn't wait for Lockhart to continue and directly went on. Goyle, you go with Ron. Parkinson, you go with Granger. I think your little dream team should be broken up, Snape sneered. Hearing this, all the students below seemed to smell gunpowder in the air. Snape had just been embarrassed, and now it seemed he wanted to rely on Malfoy and the others to regain face. In everyone's impression, Dudley's magical talent was indeed very high, but Harry hadn't shown much magical talent. As for Ron, he was about the same as Harry. And Hermione Granger. She was excellent at book learning, but in this kind of practical combat, she might not necessarily beat pureblood wizards who'd been exposed to magic since childhood. Very well, Professor. Pansy Parkinson showed a nasty smile. She'd never liked that mudblood Hermione, and what made her even more angry was that Hermione far surpassed her academically. Today she finally found an opportunity to deal with Hermione in a real wizard's duel. Come at me, Weasley. Goyle cracked his knuckles with loud pops. Without Dudley, weren't these three just there for them to handle as they pleased? You're about to learn what happens when you face your betters, Scarhead. Malfoy pointed his wand at Harry and made a throat-slitting gesture. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other and all saw the smile in each other's eyes. They were delivering themselves right to them. Chapter 230, Chapter 233, The Student's Turn. If this confrontation had happened before their battle with the giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, Harry and the others might have had to think about how to defeat Malfoy and his group. But now, they hardly needed to consider these problems at all. In terms of actual combat ability, they were definitely much stronger than Malfoy. Especially since they now all mastered silent wandless spellcasting, which was a significant boost to a wizard's combat power. Malfoy, don't cry when you lose later, Harry said with a light laugh. No, he won't cry, Ron grinned from the side. He'll cry for his daddy. Ha ha ha. The Gryffindors burst into laughter. The confrontation hadn't even begun yet, but the atmosphere was already thick with tension. Malfoy's face flushed red, like his little schemes had been exposed. Embarrassed and angry. Seeing this, Snape walked over and whispered something to Malfoy while glancing at Harry and the others. Malfoy nodded slightly, and his expression improved considerably. Dudley, can we use those techniques? Hermione asked quietly. Silent wandless spellcasting was taught to them by Dudley. Without his permission, they didn't want to expose it in front of everyone. Yes, Dudley nodded. After all, he'd just demonstrated it himself, so there was no point in continuing to hide it. Hearing Dudley's agreement, Ron immediately showed Goyle a malicious smile. Everyone, are you ready? Lockhart asked loudly. Several people nodded simultaneously. The noise below gradually diminished as everyone stared at the 6 people who'd stepped onto the stage. Malfoy versus Harry, Goyle versus Ron, and Hermione versus Parkinson. I bet Harry can win, Fred said. Before the duel even started, the twin brothers had already opened a betting pool. There's nothing to bet on there. Harry'll definitely win, George said. Let's bet on something more suspenseful, like whether our brother can win. Ron, hard to say. Forget it, I bet he wins, Fred said after thinking for a moment. Then I bet he loses, 1 silver sickle, George countered. Deal. Can't you both support Ron? Ginny said helplessly from the side. No. The twin brothers said in unison. Dudley watched the 2 brothers and shook his head helplessly. They really could make fun out of anything. Truly the life of the party. On stage, who goes first? Lockhart asked, looking at several people. Ladies first. Harry looked toward Hermione. Fine. Hermione didn't decline and stepped forward directly. On the other side, seeing Hermione step out, Pansy Parkinson also stepped forward without hesitation. I'll count to 3, then you begin, Lockhart announced. Hermione and Parkinson bowed to each other, then raised their wands and looked at each other with obvious disdain. Granger, do you know? Your curly hair and big front teeth make you look like an incompletely evolved curly-haired baboon, Parkinson said in a low voice that only Hermione could hear. Parkinson, don't you know everyone calls you a pug? Hermione shot back directly. Parkinson's face immediately became very ugly. Because she really did know that people privately called her a pug. An ugly pug. This wasn't just because of her appearance, but also because her sharp and mean image was already deeply ingrained in people's minds. You wait and see, mudblood. Parkinson said with a dark expression. Oh. Her words were heard by some people below, who immediately showed incredulous expressions. Bitch, let's see how I deal with you. Hermione immediately retorted. My God. Quite a few people below heard Hermione's voice and thought they'd misheard. She finally learned how to curse, Ron said to Harry. I feel like we really corrupted her, Harry replied. But I have to say, she was really cool just now. The crowd below discussed among themselves, while Lockhart had already begun the countdown. 3, 2, on. Stupefy. Parkinson immediately cast a stunning spell. On the other side, Hermione seemed to have anticipated this and lightly waved her wand. Protego. A shield charm was instantly cast, neutralizing Parkinson's stunning spell. Parkinson obviously hadn't expected Hermione to cast a defensive spell. After her spell was blocked, she hesitated for a moment. But Hermione gave Parkinson no time to react. Petrificus totalis. Hermione was lightning fast. As her wand moved, the spell had already been released. Parkinson had just prepared to cast a defensive spell, but it was too late. The spell hit her directly. Snap. Parkinson's whole body went rigid, her legs and feet pressed together, and she fell to the ground like a plank. Ventus. Hermione had no intention of stopping. She raised her hand and released another spell, sending the petrified Parkinson flying toward the far end of the stage. Finite incantatum. Snape's expression was dark as he raised his hand to cancel Parkinson's spell, preventing her from crashing heavily to the ground. Humph. Bitch. Hermione slightly raised her chin, looking down at Parkinson not far away with the posture of a victor. If it were the old her, being called a mudblood might have caused a mental breakdown and made her cry. But the current her would never fall into collapse and helplessness because of others' insults. Instead, she'd fight back directly. This was the posture a strong person should have. Aw. Parkinson's face was flushed red as she seemed to go crazy, wanting to rush back. She'd already lost her wand and stretched out her hands toward Hermione, about to stage a hair-pulling fight. Enough. Snape said coldly. Professor, Parkinson was very unconvinced. Miss Granger, this is a demonstration. You can't use attack spells. You've crossed the line. 20 points from Gryffindor. Snape said slowly with a dark expression. Professor Snape, wasn't it Parkinson who used an attack spell first? If you're going to deduct points, please first deduct 20 points from Slytherin, Dudley said loudly. Snape glared fiercely at Dudley and said coldly, the stunning spell doesn't count as an attack spell. Then I think the body bind curse doesn't count as an attack spell either, Dudley said in direct confrontation. Probably only Dudley among all students would dare speak to a professor like this. Snape looked at Dudley with a dark expression. If so many students weren't watching, he might not have been able to restrain himself from acting. I think both of these spells don't count as attack spells, so there's no need to deduct points, Lockhart stepped out and said. If this continued, he was really afraid these two would start fighting. Snape silently turned to look elsewhere, and Dudley also didn't speak further. Seeing this, Lockhart finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, everyone below held their breath and didn't dare make a sound. Chapter 231, Chapter 234, The Final Showdown. So next, Ron. Lockhart looked toward Ron. Harry and Malfoy's duel was the main event. He wanted to save it for last. All right, Ron nodded and walked toward the center of the stage. Good luck, Hermione brushed past Ron with a very happy smile as she walked back. On the other side, Goyle also stepped out, gripping his wand tightly. I'll emphasize once more. You can only use the disarming charm, understand? Lockhart said loudly. Both Ron and Goyle nodded, but no one knew whether they'd follow Lockhart's requirements in the upcoming duel. After all, Hermione and Parkinson's battle situation was right there for everyone to see. 3, 2, 1. Lockhart began the countdown. Expel. Expelliarmus. Both cast spells almost simultaneously, but Ron was obviously faster and more composed. By the time Goyle's incantation wasn't even finished, Ron's spell had already been cast. A red light illuminated the entire venue, then struck Goyle's body. Bang. His large body was knocked over by the tremendous force, falling to the ground, while his wand flew directly out and landed at Ron's feet. Seems really quite simple, Ron shrugged his shoulders and turned away casually. Ron, Ron, Ron. Gryffindor cheered loudly. I lost, George gave Fred a silver sickle. But seeing Ron defeat his opponent so cleanly, this silver sickle was worth it. Exactly, Fred happily accepted the coin. This was Ron's rare moment of glory. Everyone was surprised by Ron's strength. After all, compared to the others, Ron was the least conspicuous one. He wasn't a dragon rider, nor a top student, much less the boy who lived. But this person who'd always been overlooked by everyone had cleanly defeated Goyle, who came from a pure-blood family. Visibly, the Slytherin side all had very ugly expressions. This was simply a disgrace to purebloods. If calculated by best of 3, their Slytherin side had already lost. Very good, Lockhart clapped enthusiastically. Ron Weasley has shown us how to quickly and accurately cast the disarming charm. You can tell he's been listening carefully in my classes. Wasn't that spell taught to us by Dudley? What's it have to do with Lockhart? Seamus and others said with obvious dissatisfaction. When Dudley had substitute taught before, he'd taught everyone this spell. Many people could cast this spell because of Dudley. It had nothing to do with Lockhart. But at this moment, no one wanted to stand up and refute anything. After all, Lockhart at least appeared to be on Gryffindor's side. If they pushed him too hard and he sided with Snape, then Gryffindor would truly be isolated and helpless. Dudley also didn't mind Lockhart's self-aggrandizing behavior. Apart from loving face and bragging, this person didn't have any particularly detestable points. Let him be. All right, all right. Lockhart pressed down with both hands, signaling everyone to quiet down. Finally, we have the duel between our famous Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. I'd say this should be a very exciting battle. Don't you agree? Yes. Everyone shouted loudly. Malfoy, defeat him. Slytherin must win. Go. Malfoy. The Slytherin crowd desperately cheered for Malfoy. Honestly, Malfoy was indeed one of the few second-year students Slytherin could put forward. The others were basically no different from Goyle. As long as Malfoy defeated Harry in the final duel, all the previous setbacks could be recovered. This was the truly crucial duel. Harry, Hermione, and I just didn't use silent wandless spellcasting. You still have the element of surprise, Ron said to Harry in a low voice. In their recent duels, they'd easily defeated their opponents without needing such advanced magical techniques. This also meant that Malfoy and the others still didn't know Harry's trump card. If Harry demonstrated silent wandless spellcasting now, then Malfoy would have no power to fight back. This was the advantage Ron and Hermione had secured for Harry. Don't worry, dealing with Malfoy might not even require it, Harry said confidently. Don't underestimate Malfoy, Dudley reminded from the side. Ever since the Night Emperor had pressured Malfoy, this kid had been quite diligent in his studies. Moreover, as a wizard from a pureblood family, he could access much more magic than Harry could. He might very well have some magic unique to the Malfoy family that could catch Harry off guard. I understand, Harry nodded. While the group was talking, Lockhart launched into another long speech, boasting about how he'd taught Dudley and the others, while also whetting everyone's appetite. Harry, Draco, are you ready? Lockhart asked. Both nodded simultaneously. Good, then let the duel begin. Harry and Malfoy walked toward each other, bowed to each other, and raised their wands. Scarhead, are you scared? Malfoy asked with a cold laugh. Dream on. You're the one who should be scared, Malfoy, Harry shot back. Don't think just because your two friends won that you're so great. I'll show you how formidable pureblood wizards are, Malfoy said in a low voice. After speaking, Malfoy immediately turned around, not giving Harry a chance to retort. Harry could only snort coldly and return to his position. Listen to my countdown, Lockhart announced. 3, 2, 1. However, Malfoy struck directly when Lockhart counted to 2. Seeing this, Harry also immediately struck without hesitation. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Both simultaneously cast the disarming charm. Red lights suddenly flew out, collided together, and exploded with a roar. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. Tarantaligra. Rictusempra. Boom boom boom. One spell after another continuously erupted. Various colored lights flashed through the air, making the entire Great Hall look like an entertainment center. The crowd below occasionally let out exclamations and panicked screams, because some spells that the two had dodged shot directly toward the audience below, hitting quite a few people. Ventus. Incendio. Both cast spells very quickly, almost one after another. They couldn't stop, nor did they dare give their opponent a chance to breathe. Otherwise, they'd be directly suppressed and unable to raise their heads, or even be hit by continuous spells. Neither of them wanted to lose. Chapter 232, Chapter 235, The Serpent's Voice. I said, only disarming spells. Stop now. Lockhart looked at the fierce battle between Harry and Malfoy on stage with horror. These two were truly the standout figures of their year. Their strength indeed surpassed their peers. When did Malfoy become so strong? Ron frowned as he watched the intense duel on the field. Harry's strength was already formidable, and he'd had Dudley's special training, so having such ability made sense. But Malfoy's strength somewhat exceeded their expectations. Without Harry using silent wandless spellcasting, it currently looked like he could only fight Malfoy to a draw. Neither could overcome the other. Maybe Snape gave him special tutoring, Hermione speculated. Not far away, Snape frowned as he watched Malfoy and Harry's battle, his expression unchanged. But if you looked carefully, you'd notice some slight fluctuations in his gaze toward Harry, as if he were remembering something. This prevented him from intervening to stop their fight. He just stood there watching, staring at Harry's eyes. Just then, Malfoy's expression suddenly hardened, as if he'd made some determination, and he violently waved his wand. Serpensortia Maxima. Bang. A mass of black light erupted from Malfoy's wand, then spread out as numerous black snakes burst from the light and landed on the stage. These black snakes raised their heads, flicking scarlet tongues, and launched an attack toward Harry. On the other side, Harry wasn't idle either. When Malfoy had just cast his spell, he skillfully cast the disarming charm. Expelliarmus. Bang. Red light struck Malfoy's body, sending him flying, while his wand traced an arc and landed at Harry's feet. Malfoy no longer had the ability to continue struggling. As long as Harry dealt with those black snakes on stage, this duel would be over. The crowd below screamed and moved away from the stage, looking at those black snakes with fearful eyes. Harry looked at those black snakes, thinking about what spell to use to deal with these summoned serpents, but when he locked eyes with them, he felt a strange sensation. Serpensortia Maxima. Not far away, Dudley looked at the black snakes on stage and narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't heard of this spell before, but judging from its effect, it was similar to the Serpensortia that Malfoy had cast before. Both summoned black snakes, except this version summoned many more, dozens of them. This was probably the result of Malfoy not fully mastering the spell. If he could truly cast it completely, he might really be able to summon tens of thousands of snakes. Where'd he learn this spell? Dudley wondered to himself. Snape looked at Harry, who seemed frightened, then shifted his gaze away from Harry's eyes and slowly walked forward. "Don't move, Potter." "I'll handle this," Snape said, drawing his wand and pointing it at those black snakes. "Stop." Harry ignored Snape. He walked toward the snakes crawling toward him while speaking. A miracle occurred. Those snakes that had been menacing just moments before actually stopped at Harry's command. They stood bewildered in the center of the stage, looking at Harry, as if waiting for his next command. "Good. All of you, lie down," Harry spoke again. The next moment, those black snakes uniformly lowered their raised heads and lay flat on the ground, withdrawing all aggression. After doing this, Harry's lips curved into a smile. Without exposing his silent wandless spellcasting, he'd subdued these black snakes Malfoy had summoned. Clearly, these snakes were Malfoy's trump card, only revealed at the last moment, yet he'd subdued them with just 2 sentences. He'd won thoroughly. Harry proudly raised his head and looked around, expecting everyone to cheer and applaud as before, especially since he'd so easily subdued these black snakes. However, what he saw was a silent great hall. Everyone looked at him with terror and bewilderment, as if he'd just done something frightening. No cheers, no applause. Harry looked at Dudley and the others with confusion. What shocked him was that Ron and Hermione also showed expressions of surprise. Only Dudley seemed to be deep in thought, his profound gaze revealing something strange. Snape looked at Harry and narrowed his eyes, then raised his hand to cast a spell. Those black snakes instantly turned to dust and vanished from the stage. "Let's go," Ron ran over and grabbed Harry. Only then did Harry come to his senses, quickly walking off the stage and following Dudley and the others out of the Great Hall. As they left, people around them moved aside, as if afraid of contamination. Harry had no idea what was happening. Ron and Hermione didn't explain, they just pulled him away quickly. Dudley also said nothing, showing a thoughtful expression. In Gryffindor's common room, "Harry, you're a Parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us?" Ron asked as soon as they returned. "I'm a what?" Harry was utterly confused. "A Parselmouth," Ron said. "Someone who can talk to snakes. What's the problem with that? Isn't this an ability some wizards have? I mean, isn't this my talent?" Harry frowned. He didn't understand what was wrong with being a Parselmouth. Wasn't it just being able to talk to snakes? "Very few people can talk to snakes," Dudley said. He'd read about this in books. He also remembered the day when he'd just crossed over. His birthday. Their encounter at the zoo. Harry had talked to a Brazilian boa constrictor then and had even set it free. Parseltongue is extremely rare, Dudley explained carefully. Salazar Slytherin was the most famous Parselmouth in history, which is why Slytherin's symbol is a serpent. As Dudley said this, something seemed to click in his mind, as if he'd caught some crucial clue. I just told those snakes to stop attacking and lie down," Harry said, dumbfounded. "We don't know what you said because you spoke in the snake language," Hermione said helplessly. "Probably now many people are speculating that you're Slytherin's heir, because only his descendants could possibly be Parselmouths. And not long ago, Crabbe was attacked, which doesn't fit Slytherin's rule of purging wizards, and we happen to be at odds with Crabbe and his group." Ron explained with obvious concern. Chapter 233, Chapter 236, The Mystery Solved. "But I'm not," Harry said firmly. "You'll find that's very difficult to prove," Hermione said with a sigh. "Slytherin lived about 1,000 years ago. From other people's perspective, you very well could be his heir." The common room fell into uncomfortable silence. Harry was at a loss, looking around bewildered, finally settling his gaze on Dudley. However, Dudley was currently deep in thought and completely ignored Harry's desperate look. Suddenly, Dudley jumped up from his chair. "Snake!" Dudley's eyes were blazing, seeming very excited. What snake?" Ron was startled, thinking a snake had appeared in Gryffindor's common room. The monster in the chamber is a snake. It has to be. The snake is Slytherin's symbol. If Salazar Slytherin were to choose a monster to keep in the chamber, the best choice would be a snake. And Slytherin was a Parselmouth. His heir would definitely also be a Parselmouth. That's the mark of his inheritance, and also why his heir can control the chamber's monster. And that voice, the voice only Harry can hear. Because Harry's a Parselmouth, he can hear that snake's voice, while the rest of us can't. Everything makes sense now, Dudley said rapidly. Just now, he'd finally figured everything out. He'd never understood why only Harry could hear that voice while he couldn't hear anything. Until Harry demonstrated his Parseltongue ability during the duel just now, he finally connected everything together. Actually, I should have made this connection earlier. I did see Harry talking to a Brazilian boa constrictor at the zoo, but I hadn't thought about Parseltongue before. Dudley continued. After hearing Dudley's analysis, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all widened their eyes. They felt Dudley's analysis made perfect sense. What about that yellow light? Could it be its scales? Does that mean it's a yellow snake? Ron asked in shock. No, not scales, eyes. Dudley's gaze focused as he recalled the yellow light he'd seen in the mirror of Ariste. It didn't look like scales, but more like some kind of crystal. If you had to find it on a snake's body, it could only be eyes. What snake has yellow eyes? And can petrify people who see its eyes through a mirror? Harry asked urgently. If Dudley's analysis was correct, then what they needed to find now was a snake with yellow eyes that could petrify others through mirrors. There's more information. It's an ancient snake with a long lifespan, able to live from Slytherin's era until now, Hermione added thoughtfully. Then the scope is very narrow, Dudley said with growing certainty. Come on, to the library. Without hesitation, the four immediately headed straight for the library. On the way, they encountered many students coming out of the Great Hall. When they saw Harry, they looked at him like they'd seen a ghost, all moving aside. This made Harry feel terrible, but he didn't want to dwell on those things now. Dudley had already determined what was in the chamber. As long as they could catch that snake, all the speculation about him could be cleared up. Soon, the four arrived at the library. But by this time the library was almost closing, and due to the previous attacks, Madame Pants was extremely strict with all students, driving everyone out before closing and ensuring no one was left behind. You're too late. You can't go in now, Madame Pants appeared like a ghost from behind a bookshelf, blocking their path. We've got important things to look up, Harry said quickly. No. Come back tomorrow. Madame Pants refused without hesitation. Madame Pants, let us in. We won't stay long, Hermione pleaded. I said no, and no means no. Go back quickly, or I'll tell your head of house, Madame Pants glared at the four. Madame Pants, I can violate school rules. Let me in, Dudley stepped forward. Madame Pants looked at Dudley and frowned. No, the situation's special now. Someone could be attacked at any time in the school. This isn't something you can explain away by violating school rules, Madame Pants refused sternly. Dudley narrowed his eyes slightly. This Madame Pants was truly immovable. What do we do? Harry looked at Dudley. If even Dudley couldn't get in, they definitely couldn't either. Did they really have to wait until tomorrow? But the answer was right in front of them. Asking them to go back and sleep now, he was sure no one could sleep. Or they could only wait until late at night and come back wearing the invisibility cloak. All right, then I'll return this book, Dudley said while taking out, most potenti potions, from the mirror of Ariste. The book with the polyjuice potion recipe. Madame Pants looked at Dudley, seemingly weighing whether he was playing tricks. Not seeing anything unusual, Madame Pants finally reached out to take the book. Bribery. Dudley activated his Beyonder ability. Just after taking the book, Madame Pants felt that Dudley seemed much more pleasant to look at, and an inexplicable feeling of affection arose, as if standing before her wasn't a Hogwarts student but her never-met son. Madame Pants, look, we've kept the book in such good condition, not a bit of damage. You should let us in, Dudley showed a charming smile and said to Madame Pants. This scene left Ron and Harry beside him dumbfounded, almost thinking Dudley had been possessed by Lockhart. He doesn't think that just because of this, Madame Pants will let us in, does he? Ron whispered to Harry. Would Madame Pants fall for Lockhart's tricks? She doesn't seem to have ever been married. Just as the two were feeling nauseated by Dudley's charming smile, miraculously, Madame Pants actually nodded. All right, seeing as you take such good care of books, you can go in. But you must be quick and can't stay too long, understand? Madame Pants said gently. Yes, thank you, Madame Pants. You're so kind, Dudley showed his charming smile again. Go on then, Madame Pants said with a smile. Under the shocked and confused gazes of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Dudley pulled them into the library. Search for the corresponding snake based on the clues we analyzed just now. Hurry. Chapter 234, Chapter 237, The Search for Truth. With a clear goal, everyone's motivation was incredibly strong. Dudley's gaze swept across the bookshelf and immediately spotted several books that might relate to the chamber monster, unknown ancient magical creatures, secrets of serpentine magical beings, and complete guide to dark magic creatures. Dudley waved his wand, and these books immediately flew before him as he began rapidly flipping through their contents one by one. Harry, Ron, and Hermione also found several books that might record such creatures and quickly searched through them. The black magic eye snake has yellow eyes. Ron said loudly as if he discovered treasure, but before Dudley and the others could gather around, he negated it himself. Unfortunately, this snake only lives for decades. It can't live that long. Ron, please be certain before speaking. Don't make such a commotion, Hermione couldn't help saying with obvious exasperation. All right, Ron said sheepishly. He knew he'd gotten overly excited. The group began searching again. This time they were all much more cautious. Some snakes might fit one or two of the descriptions, but didn't match one or two others. These could basically be ruled out directly. Time passed minute by minute. Madame Pants had already come to urge them several times, each time being convinced by Dudley's beyonder abilities, but this certainly wasn't a long-term solution. Suddenly, Harry's eyes lit up. He'd found an ancient magical creature called a basilisk that seemed to fit their previous speculations very well. However, he didn't speak immediately but quickly read through the book's description of basilisks. The more he read, the more he felt it matched their guesses about the monster in the chamber. Found it. Come over here quickly, Harry said excitedly. What? Hermione lifted her disheveled hair from the pile of books, her gaze somewhat dazed. Ron also looked over. His eyes were now full of various snakes described in books. Dudley was the first to react and quickly ran over. After Hermione and Ron came to their senses, they immediately gathered around. Wait, something seems wrong, Harry's expression suddenly changed as he frowned. Another false alarm, Ron said with obvious dejection. This basilisk really matches our speculation. They have huge bodies, can live hundreds to thousands of years, and are natural enemies of spiders. But basilisks have terrifying lethality. Their gaze can directly kill humans, not the petrification we mentioned. Harry frowned with confusion. No matter how he looked at it, this basilisk seemed to fit the speculation, but the only discrepancy was that the danger of meeting a basilisk's gaze was much greater. Direct death, not petrification. Wait, maybe our speculation was wrong. Dudley suddenly thought of something. Since everything else matched well with only one item being different, was it possible that they'd been wrong about this one thing from the beginning? Because we've never looked directly at the basilisk. Hermione blurted out with sudden realization. What? Ron was still in a confused state. You and Harry saw the basilisk through a mirror. That yellow light was its eyeball. Ghosts can't be killed, they can only be petrified. And Filch and his cat, along with Crabbe, were there was water on the ground at the time. They all saw the basilisk through reflections, not direct eye contact, so they wouldn't die, Dudley explained. Many powerful dark magics have this characteristic. When not fully effective, they produce lighter symptoms like petrification, unconsciousness, etc. Compared to direct death, petrification's already a relatively light consequence. Also, when the chamber was opened 50 years ago, a girl died, remember? We always thought that monster killed that girl by other means, but now it seems she died from looking directly at the basilisk. So what's locked in the chamber is a basilisk. Ron finally caught on. Exactly, Dudley nodded. They'd finally figured out what was locked in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. This founder of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had truly arranged for such a dangerous magical creature in the school to eliminate Muggle-born wizards. Didn't Slytherin know the consequences of doing this? Hogwarts might close directly because of this. Harry said with obvious anger. If the attacks continued, Hogwarts might very well choose to close because of this incident. This was what Professor McGonagall had told them before. And the culprit behind all this was actually a founder of this school. We can't use today's perspective to speculate how people from 1,000 years ago thought, Dudley said reasonably. So how do we deal with this basilisk now? Hermione asked. Since they'd found the monster in the chamber, the next step was how to eliminate it. Basilisks are very dangerous creatures. We need to prepare well, Ron said quickly. His face was somewhat pale. Obviously, the book's description of basilisks made him feel very frightened. Just making eye contact would cause death, and even seeing it through other means would cause immediate petrification. How was a group of second-year students supposed to deal with such a terrible creature? Perhaps we should look for ways to avoid petrification, or potions that could help us survive for a while, Hermione said thoughtfully. Dudley looked at the group, his mouth twitching slightly. What? Are we wrong? Harry asked strangely. What gave you the courage to think you could deal with a basilisk yourselves? Dudley asked with obvious bewilderment. Harry and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment. This is Hogwarts. We're here to study. Why should a group of second-year students deal with something like a basilisk? We just need to tell the school this information, don't we? Dudley spread his hands. That seems reasonable, Harry nodded thoughtfully. The library fell into silence for a moment. They didn't know why, but upon learning about the basilisk, their first thought wasn't to immediately tell the school, but how to handle this matter themselves. Was it because their strength had improved under Dudley's guidance, making them arrogant? Or had Dudley's powerful abilities already given them the illusion that they could solve all problems themselves? After a long while, Ron hesitantly said, "Do you think there might be treasures Slytherin left behind in his chamber?" After all, he was one of Hogwarts' founders, one of the greatest wizards from 1,000 years ago. Also, a basilisk's corpse should be quite valuable, right? Chapter 235, Chapter 238, Dangerous Temptations. After Ron finished speaking, he found everyone looking at him with strange expressions. I was just saying. Ron scratched his head embarrassedly. The giant spider corpses from before hadn't been sold yet, but Dudley had already told him they could get at least 100 galleons, which was a huge sum for Ron. You had to know, a brand new wand only cost about 7 galleons. Now mentioning the basilisk, his first thought was that as an ancient magical creature, this monster's corpse would probably be very valuable. Definitely more valuable than giant spider corpses. Moreover, basilisks also had deadly venom. Its poison was much more precious than giant spider venom. If they could sell it, that would be another fortune. So for him, the basilisk held great temptation. Of course, he also knew he didn't have the strength to hunt a basilisk alone. He was just mentioning it. Even if there are treasures in Slytherin's chamber, they should have already been taken by his heir. It wouldn't be our turn, Harry said with some regret. Only the basilisk's corpse would probably be worth quite a bit of money. Dudley stared at them. These two had really gotten obsessed with money. Feeling Dudley's strange gaze, Harry said defensively, "The money I have at Gringotts needs to last me for years. I have to spend it carefully. If there's additional income, that'd naturally be best." "All right then." Dudley shook his head helplessly and looked at Hermione, who was deep in thought. "You don't also want to sell the basilisk's corpse for money, do you?" Hermione shook her head, then said thoughtfully, "I'm thinking, if I could research the basilisk and use its corpse as research material, could I publish some papers or something? Of course, I don't have that ability now, but maybe later. Professor Dumbledore discovered the uses of dragon's blood when he was young. I think I could research the uses of basilisks." Hermione said this with complete seriousness. Dudley swallowed hard. These three had probably lost their minds. "Children, it's already very late. I must ask you to return now." Madame Pants walked over again, this time with a very stern expression. "All right, thank you, Madame Pants," Dudley said politely. The four stood up, put all the books back, and left the library. On the way back, Ron suddenly thought of something. "Do you think, if the monster in the chamber really is a basilisk, how does it travel through Hogwarts Castle? There are so many people in the castle, plus professors. It shouldn't leave any traces at all." "Sewers," Dudley said simply and directly. "Some things, when you haven't figured them out, you can't think of them no matter what. But once you understand, many problems become easily solved. When we first encountered that monster, the voice Harry heard was in the walls. Also, my magic mirror can reflect situations in all mirror surfaces around me. Previously, my investigation focused on possible mirror surfaces nearby, but I overlooked the water surfaces in the sewers," Dudley explained briefly. "I see," Ron had a sudden realization. "Now the only problem is we still don't know where the chamber is. We can only passively wait for the chamber to be opened again," Harry said with frustration. 50 years ago, the killed girl's body was found in a bathroom, Hermione said thoughtfully. "Is it possible that the chamber's entrance is in some bathroom?" "Not very likely," Ron shook his head. "Since the basilisk travels through sewers, it could enter any bathroom, couldn't it?" "True," Hermione nodded. "But this reminds us to be careful when using the toilet. Maybe there's a basilisk hiding in your toilet," Dudley said with dark humor. The three's faces changed as they developed an instant fear of bathrooms. The next day, after last night's rumors had spread, news about Harry being a Parselmouth had reached every corner of the school. Everyone avoided Harry like the plague, afraid that after provoking him, he would release monsters to petrify them. Basically, wherever Harry went, people would step aside and point at him from behind, whispering, "Can't they use their brains to think? I'm a Gryffindor student. How could I be Slytherin's heir?" Harry said in frustration. This feeling of being wrongly accused was very uncomfortable. Harry, for them, being a Parselmouth means there's a high possibility you're Slytherin's descendant. They won't care which house you're a student of, or even what you've done for them before, Hermione consoled him. We'll go tell Professor McGonagall about the basilisk later and have her clear this up for you, Ron said while eating buttered bread. Ron, do you think if everyone knows the monster in the chamber is a basilisk and I'm a Parselmouth, what will they think? Harry asked earnestly. Ron's mouth, which was chewing buttered bread, froze mid-bite. They'll think even more that I'm Slytherin's heir. Harry slumped over the table despondently. It's over. Then it can't be cleared up. Ron's expression turned ugly. Unless we can solve the chamber problem, Harry's identity as Slytherin's heir can't be cleared temporarily, Dudley said from the side. Scarhead, it must be you, right? Malfoy walked over with an ugly expression, his face almost bloodless. Having lost to Harry in last night's duel and learning Harry was a Parselmouth, many people thought Harry's next target would be Malfoy. Almost everyone in the Great Hall looked over, but it was terrifyingly quiet. You're Slytherin's heir. You controlled that monster to attack Crabbe, didn't you? Malfoy questioned with obvious fear beneath his anger. Slytherin's heir set up the chamber to purge Muggle-born wizards, but you, as Slytherin's heir, betrayed him and violated the rules by attacking pureblood wizards. You're truly shameful. Only you would stay with those of dirty blood and attack pureblood wizards. Just wait. I'll make you pay. Without waiting for Harry to retort, Malfoy turned and left. His steps were somewhat unsteady, as if he'd been greatly affected by this matter. Harry slammed what he was holding onto the table with a bang and chased after him. Hermione and Ron quickly followed. But Dudley was a step slower, frowning as he looked at Malfoy in the distance. The aura around him feels somewhat wrong, there's a faint sense of evil. Chapter 236, Chapter 239, Dark Revelations. Did he come into contact with something recently? Dudley frowned in thought. Then he also stood up and followed. At the same time, he blinked slightly and activated his spirit vision. Under spirit vision, Dudley saw that the colors on Malfoy's body had indeed become chaotic. Some colors representing health had become very faint, and at the same time, there was a faint black aura entwining around his body. What is that thing? Dudley moved closer to examine. At this time, Harry and Malfoy had already begun arguing loudly. Harry denied being Slytherin's heir, but Malfoy did not believe it at all. Even from the expressions of surrounding classmates, most people did not believe what Harry was saying. There was one thing Malfoy said that was not wrong. The monster in the chamber was meant to purge Muggle-born wizards. According to Slytherin's rules, the monster would not attack pureblood wizards, but Crabbe had been attacked. This indicated that either the monster in the chamber had lost control, or it was being controlled by someone to attack pureblood wizards. From the current situation, Harry was the most likely to be able to do this. Actually, after last night's events, quite a few people were speculating whether the monster in the chamber might be a snake. Only this explanation fit the legend. And Harry happened to be a Parselmouth. It is indeed the aura of dark magic, but where did he pick it up? Dudley did not pay attention to their argument but carefully examined the black mist entwining around Malfoy. This mist was very faint. If it were not for Dudley's keen perception, it would be completely undetectable. Judging from the state, this should be caused by Malfoy recently coming into contact with some dark magical item. These black mists only floated on the surface and had not penetrated deep into Malfoy's body. The argument quickly attracted Professor McGonagall. After sternly criticizing both of them, she deducted 10 points each from Gryffindor and Slytherin. However, obviously everyone was not very concerned about point deductions anymore. In this crisis-ridden situation, they were more concerned about whether Hogwarts was still safe and whether the school could continue operating. With the development of events, whether Hogwarts would be forced to close was already out in the open. Professor, I have something to tell you. Dudley quickly caught up with Professor McGonagall. Seeing this, Harry's trio also followed. If you are here to convince me to cancel the point deductions, then do not bother speaking, Professor McGonagall said with a stern face. She did not look well, with obvious dark circles around her eyes. For the school's safety, she had been patrolling for the past 2 days and had not had a proper night's sleep. No, we have determined what the monster in the chamber is, Dudley said directly. Professor McGonagall's expression shifted slightly. Follow me. In the office, Dudley laid out all his reasoning and also told Professor McGonagall about the basilisk moving through the sewers. A basilisk. It is actually this kind of ancient magical creature, Professor McGonagall was extremely surprised. They had suspected many things before, but had never thought there would be a basilisk in the chamber. How has it survived all these years? Professor McGonagall found it incredible. We are not sure either, but based on the information we have, a basilisk is the most likely thing in the chamber, Dudley said. Professor McGonagall fell into thought. After a long while, she spoke again. It seems we need to tell everyone about this and let them prepare for defense, Professor McGonagall said solemnly. It is best to remind everyone to carry mirrors or similar items. When they discover something abnormal, do not look directly. Use mirrors or similar tools to observe. This way they can avoid looking directly into the basilisk's eyes and causing immediate death. Petrification can at least be cured, Dudley said. That is a good method. Well done, Dudley, Professor McGonagall said seriously. Although Dudley's discovery could not help Hogwarts completely solve the current troubles, it at least let everyone know how to deal with the crisis. I will tell everyone about this as soon as possible. Thank you for your contribution to Hogwarts, Dudley, Professor McGonagall said, then looked at Harry's trio. And you three should have played quite a role in this as well. A little bit, Ron said modestly. Professor McGonagall smiled. 100 points to Gryffindor. 40 for Dudley, 20 each for you three. Hermione showed a happy smile upon hearing this. All right, if you have any new discoveries, you can come tell me anytime, Professor McGonagall said finally. Yes, Professor. The four left Professor McGonagall's office together and hurried to their first class. Not long after, a notice was posted at the entrance to Hogwarts Great Hall. To all faculty and students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Following investigations by Mr. Dudley Dursley, the monster locked in Slytherin's chamber is very likely an ancient magical creature, a basilisk. This is an extremely dangerous magical creature with shocking methods of killing. Besides its deadly venomous fangs, its stare can also cause death. Anyone who makes eye contact with it will immediately perish. Therefore, for the following period, please be vigilant. The basilisk may very well be moving through the castle via the sewers. If you encounter any abnormal situations, remember never to look with the naked eye. Use mirrors or similar tools to observe the situation. This way, even if you see the basilisk, you will only be petrified, not killed, and can be cured with mandrake. Deputy Headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. The appearance of this notice made everyone who saw it feel afraid, even involuntarily screaming. A basilisk. This was an unheard of monster for many people. No one had thought that this terrible creature that only existed in legends would appear in the castle. Even though Professor McGonagall had explained that as long as you do not make eye contact with the basilisk, you will not immediately die, it still caused great panic. Many students had already begun considering whether to suspend their studies and leave Hogwarts. At the same time, Dudley, who was in potions class, suddenly frowned. He did not yet know that Professor McGonagall had already announced the basilisk matter, but just now, he felt the interrogator extraordinary characteristics in his body rapidly digesting. In just the blink of an eye, the interrogator's extraordinary characteristics had been completely digested. At the same time, the judge's extraordinary characteristics in Dudley's body immediately began fusing into his body. Dudley began advancing towards Sequence 6 Judge of the Justiciar pathway. Once he completed the absorption, Dudley would progress from low sequence to mid-sequence, completing his first qualitative transformation. Chapter 237, Chapter 240, The Judge's Authority. Familiar yet strange whispers rang in Dudley's ears, and various crazy thoughts and bizarre sounds impacted his brain, causing his face to become somewhat distorted. This situation had not appeared for a long time. Since returning to this world, the risk of losing control had decreased significantly. Those maddening whispers, strange thoughts, and possible contamination had all departed with that bizarre world. But this advancement to mid-sequence still made Dudley feel intense discomfort. That feeling of potentially losing control and going mad at any moment seemed to have returned. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Those whispers and crazy thoughts began to gradually fade away, and at the same time, Dudley clearly felt he had completed his advancement, reaching Justiciar Sequence 6, Judge. This marked his official transition from low sequence to mid-sequence. All his abilities had undergone huge improvement, even a qualitative transformation. Dursley. Dursley. A blurred voice came, gradually becoming clear, becoming stern. Dudley felt someone bump his arm. He groggily raised his head and saw Snape on the podium looking at him with a dark expression. The surrounding classmates were all staring wide-eyed at Dudley. Harry, sitting next to Dudley, had just bumped his arm. At this moment, he was also looking at Dudley with a shocked expression. Dudley's facial expression had been very distorted just now, looking quite terrifying, and he had completely ignored Snape's roll call, which had truly frightened Harry. Look, our Mr. Interrogator is daydreaming in my potions classroom, Snape said slowly. Do you think discovering the basilisk in the chamber makes you impressive? So much so that you do not need to listen in my class and even look at me with a twisted expression, wanting to tear me apart. Snape questioned coldly. Basilisk. What basilisk? There is a basilisk in the chamber. What is going on? The students in the classroom, who had been waiting to see how Snape would deal with Dudley, were startled by Snape's mention of the basilisk. Yes, our Mr. Interrogator deduced through some clues that the monster in the chamber is a basilisk. Hey, truly great. Snape continued with obvious mockery. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Harry beside Dudley. But is this really what you investigated? Or did your dear brother tell you? A basilisk is also a snake, so it should be able to understand Parseltongue and be controlled by Parseltongue, right? TSK TSK TSK, the brother releases the basilisk, and the brother spreads the news to gain fame. What perfect cooperation, such brotherly love. After Snape finished speaking, everyone had originally been shocked and grateful about Dudley discovering the basilisk, but suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Harry. Suspicion, shock, fear. If Harry had really opened the chamber and released the basilisk and then told his cousin Dudley this information and had Dudley claim he deduced it through reasoning, that would be terrifying. They would have completely manipulated everyone, not only earning fame but also using this method to eliminate people they did not like, such as Crabbe. If it continued, would it be Malfoy, Goyle, and others who had offended them? For a moment, the Slytherins in the classroom looked at Harry and Dudley with eyes full of fear and anger. Malfoy's pale face also looked toward Dudley and Harry, but his expression showed more seriousness and suspicion, without the usual gloating or mocking look. Professor Snape. This is slander. Dudley suddenly stood up. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered, what? Angry, Mr. Interrogator. Now, it is Mr. Judge. Dudley said with slightly focused eyes. Oh. Snape's lips curved into a mocking smile. He was just teasing, he had not expected Dudley to actually take himself so seriously. Professor Snape, you just accused Harry of opening the chamber and releasing the basilisk, and accused me of deliberately spreading this news after learning about it to gain fame, correct? Dudley questioned. Is that not the case? This is the answer everyone can see, Snape said coldly. Then, may I ask, where is the evidence? Dudley asked coldly. His gaze fixed on Snape, and indescribable authority emanated from his body. This was no longer the authority of an interrogator, but the authority of a judge. Ordinary people would have no possibility of resistance under such authority. Even a powerful wizard like Snape could only barely maintain rationality and thought under Dudley's current authority. Snape was about to speak when he suddenly felt Dudley's voice become extremely oppressive. He did not even dare look directly into Dudley's eyes at this moment. The feeling was as if Dudley were some terrifying important figure standing before him, and he could not even raise his head. Only submission and compliance. The Dudley before him was no longer his student, but a powerful person who could control his fate. For that instant, Snape felt the shadow of the Dark Lord in Dudley, that oppressive feeling, that authority. Dudley even exceeded the pressure the Dark Lord had given him. If you cannot provide evidence, then everything you just said can be characterized as defamation. Defaming others, the charge is established. Those who defame should be punished. Dudley's resonant voice echoed through the classroom, as if triggering some rule, causing the entire classroom to tremble slightly. Snape suddenly stepped back half a step, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Just then, he seemed to truly feel some terrible punishment about to fall upon him, punishing him for violating the law. Fortunately, this situation did not actually occur. But even so, Snape's expression had become extremely ugly. Professor Snape, please be careful with your words and actions. Do not speak carelessly about matters without evidence, or you will violate the law. As a professor, speculating about your students without any basis and speaking it out in class in front of everyone violates professional ethics. I do not want to see this happen a second time. Dudley looked deeply at Snape, then withdrew his gaze and sat back in his seat. The judgment he had just made was in English and could not achieve much effect. If he had used Hermes instead, he could have directly punished Snape with flogging or even more severe punishment. This was the judge. The maker of rules, the judge of punishment. Chapter 238, Chapter 241, Confronting Authority. Snape gazed at Dudley, his profound eyes revealing a trace of shock. He had just been completely suppressed by Dudley, without even the thought of resistance, his heart was filled with fear and awe. The classroom was dead silent, no one daring to breathe. Whether it was Dudley's sudden confrontation or Snape's dark and ugly expression, everything seemed to herald the approach of a storm. Hermione's and Ron's faces were very pale as they nervously watched Snape. At this moment, even if Snape directly drew his wand and cursed Dudley, they would not be surprised. Harry swallowed and gripped his wand tightly. If Snape really attacked Dudley, he would have to step forward and help. After all, Dudley had confronted Snape for his sake. What are you looking at? Are your potions finished brewing? Snape said coldly to everyone. The students in the classroom quickly lowered their heads and began frantically grabbing potion ingredients, stirring randomly. In any case, they needed to find something to keep themselves busy and appear occupied. Everyone could see that Snape was suppressing his anger and was in a state where he would scold anyone he caught. Dudley also stopped talking and began brewing potions with Harry. He had just completed his advancement and could not control the extraordinary characteristics in his body very well. Combined with those strange whispers making him irritated, when Snape provoked him at this moment, it directly made him enter a somewhat berserk state. However, fortunately, he had not lost his rationality and truly unleashed the judge's extraordinary abilities on Snape. But even so, the qualitative transformation of the judge's authority was enough to make Snape suffer. He actually did not retaliate against us. That is truly incredible, Harry said in a low voice. In that situation just now, he had felt like Dudley was about to fight with Snape. Because what I said was the truth, Dudley said while cutting Toad eyes. Snape openly mocking Harry as the one who opened the chamber in class was really too excessive. Thank you for defending me, Harry said quietly. He was targeting both of us. I definitely had to stand up and refute him, Dudley replied. Snape was truly the epitome of contradiction. He would worry about Harry but also target him. In situations where Harry's life was in danger, he would step forward to help without hesitation. But if Harry was not in mortal danger, he would show extreme disgust toward Harry. Throughout the entire class, Snape said nothing more. The students brewing potions below also tried their best not to make any sound, afraid of disturbing Snape and getting punished by him. Finally, they endured until class ended. This time, not only did Gryffindor students quickly flee the classroom, but even Slytherin students ran very fast. Malfoy was the last to leave the classroom. You could tell he wanted to say a few words to Snape, but seeing Snape's terrifyingly dark expression, he wisely shut his mouth and left. Dudley, you were really brave just now, daring to speak to Snape like that. Ron gave Dudley a thumbs up. Even with 10 times the courage, he would not dare do such a thing. That is because Dudley has confidence. Professor Snape does not dare do anything to Dudley, Hermione said. I dare say you cannot find a second person in the entire school who would dare talk to Professor Snape like that. Even if there were, they could not bear the consequences afterward. I was somewhat impulsive just now, but forget it. It is what it is, Dudley said indifferently. The group walked together to the entrance of the Great Hall and saw the notice posted there. Professor McGonagall has already announced the basilisk matter. No wonder. Seeing this notice, Dudley suddenly understood. Earlier, he had felt the extraordinary characteristics in his body suddenly accelerate in digestion. In just a few breaths, he had successfully digested extraordinary characteristics that might have taken a month to digest. Now it seemed this acceleration in digestion speed was closely related to Professor McGonagall announcing the basilisk information. As an interrogator who considered Hogwarts his territory, Dudley's investigation of the basilisk and announcement of the information to protect many people in the castle and spare them from disaster was excellent role-playing of the interrogator, which caused his extraordinary characteristics to accelerate in digestion. As his binding with Hogwarts deepened, this situation would probably continue to intensify. Dumbledore asked me to protect Hogwarts, and now I feel like I have trapped myself, Dudley thought somewhat helplessly. However, he did not reject this situation either. After all, it was mutually beneficial. He protected Hogwarts, and Hogwarts helped him digest extraordinary characteristics. This was very reasonable. Dudley's group's arrival drew attention from surrounding students. But when these people saw Dudley and Harry, they did not show grateful expressions, but rather appeared somewhat panicked and afraid. The chamber contained a basilisk, and Harry was currently the only confirmed Parselmouth. Everyone knew this information, making it difficult not to connect the two. Let us go. Harry glanced at the surrounding people's gazes and felt very uncomfortable. The group did not linger and quickly turned to leave. Dudley, a dreamy voice called softly from behind. Dudley turned around and saw it was Luna, her pale eyes focused on him with that characteristic distant yet intent gaze. I believe you, Luna said in her dreamy way. People say things when they don't understand, you know. They're like raxperts, really, they just drift about making everything fuzzy. Thank you, Luna, Dudley smiled slightly. It's wonderful what you've discovered, Luna said dreamily. The truth always floats to the surface eventually, like plimpies in a pond. I expect the basilisk is feeling rather exposed now that people know what to look for. Yes, it will not be long, Dudley nodded. After saying goodbye to Luna, the group returned to Gryffindor's common room. The originally somewhat noisy common room immediately became much quieter. Everyone noticed Dudley's group's arrival and involuntarily stopped talking. Dudley, you are back. Everyone is saying. Neville looked at the four with some hesitation. Do not listen to them. We all believe you, Seamus interrupted Neville. That is right, we believe you, Neville immediately followed up. Thank you, Harry smiled. At least his friend's belief made him feel not so bad. Dudley walked toward a soft armchair by the window. You are the Supreme Emperor. The embodiment of order, the manifestation of chaos, the source of all rules. You are order, and also disorder. Layered voices came, echoing in the depths of Dudley's mind. Dudley's expression shifted as he said to Harry and the others, I am going to the washroom. Then he hurried away. Chapter 239, Chapter 242, The Night Emperor's Blessing. Why does he keep running to the washroom? Harry asked, looking at Dudley's hurriedly departing figure. Ron shook his head and said, I don't know, maybe he's been drinking too much water. I know. I once read in an old medical text that this kind of situation usually indicates kidney problems, Neville said seriously. Harry stared at him in disbelief. On the other side, Dudley could tell that voice came from Malfoy. After entering the washroom, he found a stall, locked the door, then quickly responded to Malfoy's prayer and entered that mysterious space. Previously, Dudley's strength had been insufficient to stay in this space for too long, and after his exploration, he had found that there were not any particularly special abilities here, so he rarely came here afterward. At this moment, this was also Dudley's first time entering here after breaking through to mid-sequence judge. The magnificent palace had become more concrete, with strange mist permeating the air, flickering in and out of existence. Dudley stood in the palace as if he were standing among the clouds. He waved his hand trying to dispel the mist, but discovered that this mist seemed to be one with the palace here. His will could not drive the mist away. Where did this mist come from? Dudley frowned. Not having time to think about other matters, he immediately responded to Malfoy's prayer. At the same time, in an abandoned underground classroom in Hogwarts Castle, Malfoy was devoutly reciting the Knight Emperor's honorific name. Before long, Malfoy's entire body trembled as he saw a magnificent palace before his eyes. That oppressive figure emerged from behind the strange mist, looking down at him from above. Condensed light flickered faintly around them, and the mist seemed to come from the deepest parts of the universe, emanating an incomprehensible and eerie aura. Knight Emperor, Malfoy quickly bowed his head respectfully. He felt that tremor-inducing aura, even more magnificent and irresistible than before. Standing before the Knight Emperor, it seemed the other party only needed a single thought to easily destroy him without leaving a trace. What is it? Dudley asked in a deep voice. Knight Emperor, I have been feeling very unwell recently, Malfoy said with a pale face. Some problems have appeared in Hogwarts Castle. The legendary chamber of Slytherin has been opened, and the monster inside is rampaging through the castle. Several students have already been petrified, and even my good friend Crabbe has been petrified. I am very afraid. Afraid that such a thing will happen to me. Moreover, according to legend, the monster in the chamber is a basilisk that can kill anyone with just eye contact. I feel Hogwarts is very unsafe now. Malfoy's face was completely bloodless, and by the end, he was somewhat incoherent. Basilisk. Dudley's eyes focused slightly. He naturally knew about these matters, but he did not have any particularly good methods to deal with them. After all, this was a creature from the magical world, and he still was not clear about what level the basilisk's death gaze could reach. In terms of extraordinary abilities, Dudley knew that the Death Pathways Sequence 3 ferrymen possessed similar powers. Living beings that made eye contact with it would die directly, and even those with divinity would suffer severe injuries. Even without visual contact, targets within its sight would slowly wither, as if crossing death's river inch by inch. Most attacks except purification were ineffective against it. This ability was very similar to the basilisk's description, but based on Dudley's speculation, no matter how powerful the basilisk was, it probably could not reach or exceed the abilities of a Death Sequence 3 ferryman, which was already at the saint level. The currently known powerful wizards or creatures in the magical world could at most touch the demigod level, that is, Sequence 4. Therefore, it was impossible for a magical creature to possess power comparable to a saint. TL note: I know some of you might argue about the power scaling of the Harry Potter world, but this is fanfiction, so the magic itself might be stronger than in the books or movies. From Dudley's only previous encounter with the basilisk's ability to petrify him and Harry through a mirror was indeed very strong, but the solar ring could purify this condition before petrification was complete. Although it had no effect on those already petrified, it showed that this petrification ability could not reach saint level. Knight Emperor, I wonder if you have any way to deal with the basilisk. I am really very afraid. Malfoy asked with a pale face. You could see he was indeed filled with fear. Malfoy had rarely contacted the Knight Emperor for so long, obviously because he was also very afraid of this mysterious and terrifying existence. But now, because of the basilisk, he obviously could not worry about so much. Is Malfoy really that afraid of the basilisk? Dudley looked at Malfoy's appearance with some confusion. From their interactions in the castle, Malfoy should not be scared to this extent. However, thinking carefully, Dudley realized that ever since Crabbe had been petrified, Malfoy's condition had indeed been very poor. Perhaps this was when his real fear began. Pureblood wizards could also be attacked, and the one petrified was his most loyal follower. Such a blow was indeed very significant for Malfoy. If you do not have a good solution, Knight Emperor, that is also fine. I was presumptuous, Malfoy spoke up, seeing the Knight Emperor remain silent for a long time. Dudley narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about what to do. Suddenly, his heart stirred as he remembered that during Tarot Club meetings, Mr. Fool could bestow angel blessings that could achieve purification-like effects. Paper Angel. Thinking of this, Dudley immediately used his will to control his surroundings, materializing a piece of paper and sketching the appearance of a six-winged angel. "I shall bestow upon you a blessing, to purify evil and resist darkness," Dudley declared. As his words fell, Dudley waved his hand, and the paper figure he had just cut flew toward Malfoy below. "This is..." Malfoy did not understand what the Knight Emperor meant and was about to ask when he looked up and saw a golden six-winged angel descending from above, radiating rich holy radiance. The six-winged angel's pure white wings spread out, slowly embracing Malfoy, while heavenly choral music seemed to ring around them. Then the golden six-winged angel gradually merged into Malfoy's body and disappeared. A warm feeling swept through Malfoy's entire body, making him feel as if he were bathing in summer sunlight, an unprecedented sense of peace and comfort. In the palace, Dudley stared at Malfoy. This was his first time trying such a thing, and he did not know if it would work. Until he saw that after the paper angel merged into Malfoy's body, the faint black mist that had been entwining around Malfoy immediately dissipated like smoke, and only then did he show a smile. Another ability unlocked. I can bestow blessings now. Dudley thought with satisfaction. Chapter 240, Chapter 243, The Mysterious Blessing. Malfoy was completely immersed in this warm feeling, as if in a dream, with an indescribable sensation. He had only been desperately seeking help, wanting to try communicating with the Knight Emperor, but had not expected to truly receive the Knight Emperor's blessing. Moreover, this feeling of being blessed was so real, not the kind of perfunctory blessing where someone just recites a few spells and calls it done, but a true blessing. That golden six-winged angel, no matter how you looked at it, truly existed. What made Malfoy feel even more incredible was that the cold sensation on his body had been dispelled by the blessing. His whole person felt much more relaxed, and even his complexion had become somewhat rosier. "Thank you, Knight Emperor," Malfoy said after he came to his senses, prostrating himself on the ground with utmost devotion. "May I ask, what do you need me to do for you?" Looking at the devout Malfoy below, Dudley fell into contemplation. "Regarding the chamber, if you know any information, you can tell me," Dudley said in a deep voice. "I have some interest in Salazar Slytherin." Hearing this, Malfoy did not suspect anything. It was normal for a great being to be interested in a legendary figure. Moreover, the entire wizarding world was very interested in the four founders of Hogwarts. They themselves were legends and had left many secrets behind. Many successors wanted to interpret the mysteries they had left. "I understand. I will search for things Slytherin left behind for you," Malfoy said earnestly. "Praise the Knight Emperor." After a while, Malfoy heard no more voices. When he looked up again, he found the Knight Emperor had disappeared. "Praise the Knight Emperor," Malfoy said devoutly once more. Letting out a gentle breath, Malfoy opened the classroom door and walked out. With the Knight Emperor's blessing, he felt his condition had improved greatly. His heart no longer harbored fear and anxiety, and the corners of his mouth showed a long-absent smile. In the palace, Dudley looked around thoughtfully. He could feel that he could obviously draw upon more power from this place now, which was closely related to his advancement to Sequence 6 Judge. The paper angel just now was something Dudley definitely could not have done before, but today his first attempt with Malfoy had succeeded. The paper angel can resist one evil attack. Basilisk petrification should be completely ignorable, but I do not know if it can completely offset the instant death ability of direct eye contact. Dudley was not very certain about this in his heart. However, compared to the previous state of having no protection at all, now he at least had another method of response. Thinking of this, Dudley also folded a paper angel for himself and enjoyed the experience of blessing himself. "Too bad paper angels cannot be stacked, or I could layer thousands of them," Dudley said with some regret after trying it out. "Should I tell Harry and the others about the Knight Emperor? And give them a layer of insurance as well?" Dudley fell into contemplation. After a while, Dudley felt it was time to tell Harry about the Knight Emperor. Of course, what he would tell them was the faith of the Knight Emperor, not directly exposing himself. He was merely a blessed one of the Knight Emperor. After checking the entire palace and finding nothing new except the mysterious mist, Dudley tried again to drive away the mist but still found he could not control it. This mist just floated throughout the entire space, omnipresent, flickering in and out of existence. With no new discoveries, Dudley soon left this place. In the washroom, Dudley opened his eyes. "I remember someone else also liked going to washrooms. I even called him the king of washrooms, but I cannot remember clearly, forget it." Dudley's memory seemed somewhat triggered, but he did not delve deeper. What he could remember would automatically come to him. Those he could not remember, he should not force, because this meant the current Dudley was better off not knowing. Dudley returned to Gryffindor's common room, where Harry and the others were still waiting for him by the window. "Dudley, why were you gone for so long?" Harry asked with a frown. "You are not really having kidney problems, are you?" Ron said. This is what Neville read from some ancient medical text. Dudley's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "You are talking about kidney deficiency." "Do not worry, I am perfectly fine." Dudley was speechless. Having studied various medical texts, he knew what they meant by kidney problems. That seems to be the meaning. Neville said he could get you some herbs to regulate your condition, Ron continued. Neville was quite talented with herbs, even Professor Sprout praised him highly. No need, Dudley shook his head. He really did not need it. Just as he finished speaking, Dudley's heart stirred as he sensed something, and he quickly stood up, saying, I am going to the washroom again. Without paying attention to Harry and the others' bewildered looks, Dudley rushed toward the washroom. I think he might really have kidney problems, but he will not admit it, Harry said with concern. Let us go find Neville later and have him help prepare some herbs, Ron suggested. On the other side, just as Dudley entered the washroom stall, a flame appeared before him. Tonight at 9 o'clock, meet at the Shrieking Shack outside Hogsmeade Village. Borgin and Burkes. After reading the contents on the parchment, flames appeared again and burnt the paper to ashes. Those spider corpses really should be cleared out, Dudley thought. After Dudley had contacted Borgin and Burkes last time, they had been very interested in the giant spider corpses, even willing to come to Hogwarts specifically to collect them. Since they could not enter Hogwarts, the best location was Hogsmeade Village. Dudley knew there was a wizarding village not far from Hogwarts, and there were quite a few secret passages from Hogwarts leading there. It would not be difficult for him to get there. Especially since during his year and more at Hogwarts, Dudley had already discovered several secret passages leading to that village. After replying to Borgin and Burkes and confirming the 9 o'clock meeting tonight, Dudley left the washroom. When he returned to the common room and saw Harry and the others' inquiring looks, Dudley said embarrassedly, the food might not have been very clean. I have a bit of an upset stomach. Harry and the others said nothing and silently continued with their homework. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Dudley left the common room, telling Harry not to wait for him as he would return quite late tonight. Soon, he arrived at a mirror on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Behind this mirror was a secret passage leading to Hogsmeade Village, which Dudley had discovered during a routine inspection. Alohomora, Dudley cast the spell at the mirror, and then the mirror slowly rotated like a door, revealing the secret passage hidden behind it. Chapter 241, Chapter 244, The Marauder's Map. Dudley walked into the secret passage, and the mirror behind him slowly closed, sealing the entrance once again. Lumos, Dudley whispered in Hermes. He did not use his wand, that thing still had to be held in hand, which was not very convenient. After reciting the spell, a glowing orb appeared before Dudley, illuminating everything around him brightly. The secret passage initially led downward. Dudley walked slowly toward the lower area, and before long, the passage began extending straight in one direction, while the surrounding space grew larger. This seems to be a natural underground cave, Dudley thought to himself as he looked around. He had come here to examine it before and confirmed this was a secret passage leading to Hogsmeade Village. However, what puzzled Dudley was that although the space here was still quite large, it had become smaller compared to when he had come last time. He examined the ground situation and found that some soil and rocks had collapsed from above. This place does not feel very stable anymore. It might collapse, Dudley said with a frown. Just as he was preparing to continue forward, suddenly some faint footsteps echoed through the passage. Dudley's expression immediately changed. He quickly extinguished the light and hid behind a large boulder. There are actually people in the secret passage. Students, or... Dudley's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward the direction the footsteps were coming from. This kind of secret passage was not actually very hard to find. If a student happened to stand in front of the mirror and recite the unlocking spell, they could discover the secret here. Therefore, there should be quite a few people who knew about this passage. As the footsteps approached, Dudley quickly distinguished that these were not the footsteps of one person, but two. I feel like this passage is about to collapse. There are lots of cracks ahead, one voice said. What a pity. This passage was quite useful, another voice replied. But even if this place collapses, we still have other passages to get to Hogsmeade Village. It will not have much impact. Upon hearing the first voice, the wary expression on Dudley's face immediately relaxed. I should have guessed who it was, Dudley thought to himself and directly emerged from behind the boulder. Who? Who's there? The two looked with terrified expressions toward a dark shadow in the corner. The weak light emanating from their wand tips could barely make out that it seemed to be a person. But in the dead of night, and in a secret passage no less, how could anyone be here? You two really cannot sit still. The castle is so dangerous, yet you still snuck out, Dudley said with some amusement. Dudley. My God, you scared me to death. I thought it was Professor McGonagall, the twin brothers cried out in surprise upon seeing Dudley, while also breathing a huge sigh of relief. At least Dudley would not deduct points from them or put them in detention. Wait, how are you here? Fred looked at Dudley in surprise. I am Hogwarts Interroga. Judge. Is it strange for me to be here? Dudley said. This. Fred and George exchanged glances. They really could not find fault with that. Dudley was allowed to violate school rules anyway, while the two of them had genuinely violated school rules. We just went to Hogsmeade Village to buy some things. We did not do anything bad, George said. Being caught by his younger brother's good friend was really embarrassing. Do not tell Ron, Fred said quickly. All right, Dudley nodded. Just as the two brothers sighed in relief, Dudley continued, so what is in it for me? The brothers looked at each other, and Fred said with a bitter smile, do you want some butterbeer? Dudley stared at them. Fred, maybe, we should give that thing to Dudley. We cannot use it anymore anyway, and in his hands, it might have better effect, George said after some hesitation. What thing? Dudley asked, puzzled. He had only been joking and would not really make things difficult for them. But hearing the brothers say this, he became interested. All right, you are right that it would be more valuable in Dudley's hands, Fred said, taking out a folded piece of parchment from his clothing pocket. What is this? Wait, there are traces of magic, but fortunately it is not dark magic. Dudley took the parchment and instinctively activated his spirit vision to examine it, immediately discovering there was something wrong with this piece of parchment. There were many weak lines of light on it, containing many complex magical transformations. This is a map, Fred said. The Marauder's map. George added. You use it like this, George continued, taking out his wand and pointing it at the parchment. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The next moment, 4 names immediately appeared on the parchment: Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Then came densely packed lines, which Dudley quickly recognized as a map of Hogwarts Castle. Not only that, but he also saw many moving dots, each labeled with a name. A real-time Hogwarts map. Dudley was amazed. This map's abilities were somewhat too powerful. It could actually display everyone's position in real time and label their names, and the map also contained some secret passages even Dudley did not know about. For example, he noticed a passage leading directly from under the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade Village. Because of the Whomping Willow being there, Dudley had not examined that place, so he had missed this passage. Not only that, this map can also break through many magical disguises. For instance, we discovered that even when Professor McGonagall transforms into a cat, she still shows up as Professor McGonagall on the Marauder's map. In other words, Animagus transformations have no disguising effect on this map, Fred explained. We do not know about other things, but it should also be able to break through some transfiguration magic or potion effects, George added. Dudley looked at the map in amazement. Was not this map really drawn by Hogwarts founders? A map that could display everyone's location in real time and see through disguises, such abilities were comparable to powerful magical artifacts. All right, this map is yours. You will not tell anyone about our business, right? Otherwise Ron will definitely tell Mum, George said. Thank you, I will absolutely keep your secret. Dudley said solemnly. The value of this map completely exceeded Dudley's imagination. Good, then we will head back first. You carry on with what you are doing, Fred said. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, the passage ahead is not in very good condition. It might collapse soon, so be careful, George warned. The brothers finished speaking and headed toward Hogwarts. Dudley looked at the Marauder's map while walking toward Hogsmeade Village. Chapter 242, Chapter 245, The Spider Trade. Walking out about dozens of meters, several huge rocks appeared in front of Dudley, blocking his path. However, between the cracks in the rocks, there were still gaps that could be passed through. Dudley looked up and found that the top of the secret passage had many cracks. These rocks and soil had all collapsed from above. If we do not reinforce this place will probably collapse completely soon, Dudley thought to himself. Then, he whispered in Hermes, Duro. An invisible layer of light emanated from around Dudley, falling on the surrounding rocks, especially the top of the secret passage. The power of magic penetrated into the rocks, continuously reinforcing the surrounding rocks and soil, like covering these about to collapse rocks with a layer of sturdy wire mesh, binding them firmly in place. Dudley cast 3 reinforcement spells in succession before stopping. There should not be any problems in the short term, he said with satisfaction. After doing this, Dudley raised his hand, and those huge rocks began to slowly float under magical power, creating a relatively spacious passage. Dudley continued walking toward the depths of the secret passage. After more than 10 minutes, the secret passage finally began to go upward. This meant they had reached Hogsmeade Village. That collapsed area before was roughly Hogwarts' boundary. After that place, apparition can be used, Dudley calculated silently in his heart. Soon, the originally wide secret passage began to narrow. Before long, Dudley pushed away a stone blocking his path and emerged from the secret passage. Looking around, this was the outskirts of Hogsmeade Village, still some distance from the village. And rather unfortunately, the Shrieking Shack was exactly on the other side of the village. To get there, he would have to cross the entire village. Dudley put the stone back, and after determining the direction, he walked toward the village. He wore a black robe, using the hood to cover his face to avoid being recognized. Along the way, Dudley did not encounter many people. After all, it was already late at night. Most people in Hogsmeade Village had already gone to rest. Only the bars in the village were still open. Honeydukes, Three Broomsticks, Dervish and Banges, Hog's Head. Dudley's gaze swept over the surrounding shops. He had heard of some of these shops. Fred and George often brought them things from here, like candy from Honeydukes. There is not enough time, otherwise, I could go sit in a bar, Dudley thought to himself. In that strange world, when Dudley had nothing to do, he liked to go to places like bars. First, these places were well informed and could gather a lot of intelligence. Second, as an extraordinary, he sometimes needed to go to these places to act. Before 9 o'clock arrived, Dudley crossed through Hogsmeade Village and stood outside the Shrieking Shack. He did not immediately enter but activated spirit vision and carefully examined the outside. He could not completely trust Borgin and Burks. Moreover, the giant spider corpses they were trading this time were very valuable. If he tried to double-cross them, it was not impossible. Of course, having advanced to judge, Dudley was not afraid of Borgin and Burks playing tricks. Looks like there is no problem, Dudley said after not finding anything unusual. Apparition. Dudley's figure suddenly disappeared into the darkness. When he reappeared, he was already standing at the second-floor window of the Shrieking Shack. Dudley looked around. The ground here was covered with dust, surrounded by messy abandoned furniture. I heard this place is haunted, do not know if it is true. Dudley chuckled. He did not believe it anyway. He had seen things more terrifying than ghosts, let alone ghosts. If he really encountered one, he might even be able to capture it and study it. Mr. Dursley, is that you? Borgin's voice came from below. He must have heard Dudley's footsteps upstairs. It is me, Dudley responded and walked downstairs. Very happy to see you again, Mr. Dursley, Borgin said with a smile upon seeing Dudley, showing a mouth full of yellow teeth. I am also very happy to see you again, Mr. Borgin, Dudley responded politely. Let me see those giant spider corpses. I cannot wait to sell them, Borgin said with a laugh. As you wish, Dudley replied, waving his hand and taking out one giant spider corpse from the mirror of Ariste. Oh! Merlin's beard. Such large giant spiders are really rare. Borgin saw the huge spider corpse before him and let out an exclamation. This is just one of them. See how much money it can sell for, Dudley said casually. This corpse could only be considered average. The truly massive spider corpse was still Aragog's. However, Dudley did not take out that corpse right away. That was to be saved for the finale. Borgin walked around the huge corpse, carefully examining the spider corpse's condition and whether its venom sac was intact and if there was still venom remaining. Soon, he confirmed this was a very well-preserved giant spider corpse. Not only was the venom sac perfectly preserved, but there was also plenty of venom left. Such a giant spider corpse would have no problem selling for a good price. Based on this giant spider corpse's condition, I can give you 100 galleons. What do you think? This is already a very high price, Borgin said after thinking for a moment. Dudley pondered for a moment and nodded, all right. He had also studied giant spider corpses himself and knew which parts of them were valuable. Overall, this giant spider corpse should sell for around 120 galleons. However, to properly dissect its corpse and extract the useful parts would be quite difficult. Dudley did not want to do any of this. Selling it directly to Borgin for 100 galleons was reasonable. After all, they needed to make some money too. May I ask, how many such giant spider corpses do you have? Borgin inquired with gleaming eyes. Previously Dudley had not specified, only saying he had some giant spider corpses to sell. Quite a few, Dudley replied with a slight smile. As his words fell, he took out all the spider corpses except Aragog's at once. In an instant, the entire first floor of the Shrieking Shack was filled with giant spider corpses. Their dark hairy legs stood upright like a dark forest, their huge bodies piled on top of each other like one enormous monster. Merlin's beard. Borgin was completely stunned. He was quite well-traveled and experienced, but this was the first time he had seen so many giant spider corpses at once. Had Dudley wiped out an entire giant spider nest? Chapter 243, Chapter 246, The Ambush. After Borgin came to his senses, he looked at Dudley in shock. Where did you get these giant spider corpses from? The words escaped before he could stop himself. Mr. Borgin, you are overstepping, Dudley glanced at the merchant and said coolly. Oh, I am sorry. I spoke out of turn. I should not have asked that question. Borgin's hands fluttered nervously. To apologize, I will pay you an extra 10 galleons. He realized he had been too talkative. In their line of work, they never asked about the origins of items, that was customer privacy. He had just been too surprised and lost his composure. There are 32 giant spider corpses here in total. Take a look, each corpse's condition may be different, Dudley said simply. All right, please wait a moment. Borgin immediately began examining those giant spider corpses. He looked at each one carefully, as this related to the final pricing. Among these corpses, some were even larger than the first one, but some were smaller, and some were obviously damaged and not perfectly preserved. After a thorough examination, Borgin returned to face Dudley. His expression was somewhat hesitant as he said thoughtfully, Mr. Dursley, all of these giant spider corpses are very well preserved, and the prices can be quite high. The problem now is that I alone cannot purchase all these giant spider corpses. Borgin spread his hands helplessly. The items were good, but all these giant spider corpses together would be a transaction worth thousands of galleons. Even he could not come up with that much cash at once. Moreover, he could not use these giant spider corpses himself, he would have to sell them later. He was just making a profit margin. There is no way to purchase them all. Dudley frowned. If even these giant spider corpses could not be sold, then Aragog's corpse would be even less likely to sell. However, the next moment, Dudley looked at Borgin sharply. Was this fellow trying to use this to drive down the price? Sensing Dudley's gaze, having done business for so long, Borgin immediately recognized the suspicion. He said quickly, Mr. Dursley, rest assured, whatever price I quote is the price. I absolutely will not use this to drive it down. If you want to sell all these giant spider corpses, I can help you contact a few more customers. How does that sound? Since he alone could not buy so many, he would find others to join in. Fine, Dudley said. By the way, you can tell them I have an even larger giant spider corpse here, extremely rare, once missed, it is almost impossible to encounter a second one. There is an even larger one. Borgin felt he was becoming numb. He speculated that Dudley had truly wiped out a giant spider nest. Otherwise, how could there be so many spider corpses, and even larger ones? Just thinking about these giant spiders densely gathered together made Borgin's scalp tingle. An ordinary wizard encountering such a scene would probably be torn apart by these giant spiders on the spot. Please wait a moment. After Borgin finished speaking, he turned and went to another room to contact customers using special magical items. After about 10 minutes, Borgin returned to the room, slightly out of breath. I have already asked around. A few wizards have expressed interest. However, one buyer wants to come inspect the goods personally. What do you think? Borgin looked at Dudley cautiously. Inspect personally. Dudley frowned. Is this person reliable? Hard to say. I have not had much contact with this wizard, but he is definitely very interested in spider-related items. Borgin stroked his chin thoughtfully. The previous few times, he was generous with payment, so I kept his contact information. Dudley pondered for a while. He intended to sell all these spider corpses, keeping them in the Mirror of Erist was not practical, and they were disgusting. You did not reveal my identity, did you? Dudley asked sharply. No. I only said someone wanted to sell giant spider corpses. I did not mention your identity, Borgin said quickly, shaking his head vigorously. Let him come then. Good. Borgin immediately went to contact the buyer. Before long, a faint sound came from outside the shrieking shack. A figure dressed in a black robe with a hood appeared at the entrance, silhouetted against the moonlight. Is it him? Dudley asked quietly. Yes. Borgin replied after glancing at the person. Soon, under Borgin's guidance, that black-robed person entered the shrieking shack. My God. These giant spiders. Seeing a room full of giant spider corpses, the black-robed person's face hidden under the hood showed an expression of wild joy. He immediately rushed to the giant spiders and carefully examined their condition, constantly expressing admiration as he looked, running his hands over their hairy legs with disturbing enthusiasm. Mr. Jins, are you satisfied with these giant spider corpses? Borgin asked with a smile. Satisfied, very satisfied. The man nodded, then shifted his gaze to look at Dudley in the corner. May I ask, sir, what should I call you? Jins inquired. He knew that the person before him was the owner of these giant spiders. You can call me Justiciar, Dudley said in a deep voice. Justiciar. This name obviously sounded like a hastily made-up pseudonym, but that did not matter. I heard you have an even larger spider corpse here. May I see it? Jins asked eagerly. All right. Dudley nodded and walked outside. This room could not fit Aragog's corpse. After arriving at the larger basement area, Dudley waved his hand, and Aragog's corpse materialized on the ground with a heavy thud. Its massive body seemed like a demon from ancient times. Although it had curled up after death, you could still tell what a terrifying behemoth it had been when alive. The creature's legs alone were as thick as tree trunks, and its body filled half the basement. Merlin's beard. Jins exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement. Borgin on the side also looked at Aragog's corpse in shock, his mouth hanging open. This giant spider was very likely the king of that spider colony. The venom sac is perfectly preserved, and there is still venom remaining. It is just that the shell looks like it was burnt by fire, with quite a bit of damage in some places. Borgin walked around the massive corpse, his professional eye assessing every detail. Based on this condition, a rough estimate would be that this giant spider corpse could sell for at least 1,500 galleons. Mr. Jins, if you want to purchase. Before Borgin's words could fall, several explosive cracks split the air. Pop. 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 3 black-clothed figures suddenly appeared beside Jins, their wands already drawn. Jins, is this the thing? Worth thousands of galleons. One of them said with a light laugh, his voice dripping with menace. They gripped their wands, pointing them at Dudley and Borgin. The trap had been sprung. Chapter 244, Chapter 247, the trap sprung. Giant spiders, and such enormous ones at that. I dare guarantee you would have a hard time finding a second collection like this in the entire magical world, Jin said with a light laugh, his eyes gleaming with avarice. As long as it is valuable, one of the newcomers muttered, glancing at Aragog's corpse with barely concealed greed. Mr. Jins. What is the meaning of this? Borgin's face turned ashen as he demanded answers, his voice sharp with betrayal. Dudley's eyes narrowed beneath his hood. The moment he had sensed the apparition, he had already prepared to act. Borgin, you should not have set the transaction location in this forsaken place, Jin said coldly, his wand steady. If it were in Nocturne Alley, I would still fear you. But here? You pose no threat to me. He turned his gaze to Dudley, his smile widening with cruel satisfaction. And you, Mr. Justiciar, I am very sorry, but these giant spider corpses are now mine. These treasures could sell for a fortune. Even split 4 ways, they would each profit handsomely, their most valuable haul in years. Mr. Jins, do you really want to do this? Are you certain you can bear the consequences? Borgin's voice was ice itself. Oh, I am quite certain, Jins replied smoothly. They had the numbers, the element of surprise, and 3 wands trained on their targets. The slightest move from either Dudley or Borgin would be met with a barrage of spells. Mackin, check that Justiciar. He should have some kind of spatial magical item on him. There might be other valuables inside, Jins ordered the tall, thin wizard. A spatial magical item. Mackin's eyes lit up with greed as he stalked toward Dudley. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has a secret passage leading to the Shrieking Shack, Dudley said suddenly, his voice calm and measured. Therefore, the Shrieking Shack is also part of Hogwarts. The statement hung in the air, met with confused silence. What? Jins frowned, momentarily thrown off balance. What was this absurd declaration supposed to accomplish? Make them afraid? They were already committing robbery, why would invoking Hogwarts stop them now? Even Borgin glanced at Dudley with confusion. He knew Dudley was a Hogwarts student, but even if he were Dumbledore's own blood, saying so now would not help. These were desperate men who would not care whom they were robbing. Idiot. Is there something wrong with your brain? Mackin sneered, moving closer. Dudley's face beneath his hood remained utterly calm, his eyes sharp with purpose. Only he understood the true meaning behind those words. As he spoke them, he felt the Shrieking Shack shift subtly, becoming more familiar, more his. His extraordinary abilities strengthened here, flowing through the connection he had just amplified. As judge of Hogwarts, Dudley held power within his territory, but the Shrieking Shack had not been included. Until now. By speaking the connection into existence, by declaring the magical link between the secret passage and this building, he had extended his domain. Not creating something from nothing, but reinforcing what already existed, well within the bounds of rules and order. His eyes swept the room with predatory precision. Jin stood beside Aragog's corpse, wand in hand but not aimed. Mackin approached with his wand leveled at Dudley's chest. Of the other 2, one targeted Borgin, while the 4th alternated between them, ready to shift his focus at any moment. Everything was in place. Exile. Dudley spoke in Hermes, the ancient language resonating with power. Tremendous force erupted from nowhere, seizing Mackin like a giant's fist. The wizard flew backward with brutal speed, slamming into the far wall with a sickening crack. Imprison. Dudley's gaze locked onto the wizard who had been alternating his aim. He thrust his hand forward, and the air itself thickened into viscous, transparent amber. The spell crystallized around the man, freezing him completely, body and spirit trapped within an impenetrable prison. In 2 heartbeats, Dudley had eliminated 2 opponents. Swoosh. He launched himself sideways, muscles coiled and explosive. He could not be certain whether Borgin was truly victim or accomplice in this ambush, distance was the wisest choice. What is happening? Jins finally registered the catastrophe unfolding before him. His face drained of color as he jerked his wand toward Dudley. Whip. Crack. An invisible lash of pure force struck with vicious precision. Jin's shoulder erupted in a spray of crimson as flesh tore open, his arm nearly severed at the joint. The wand spun from his mangled hand, clattering uselessly across the floor. Ah! His scream echoed through the basement, raw and desperate. Only one remained, the wizard who had kept his wand trained on Borgin. Operating on pure instinct, he cast without thinking. Conf Ringo. The explosive curse rocketed toward Borgin, orange light crackling with destructive energy. But just as the spell was about to connect, a pocket watch flew from Borgin's breast pocket, springing open mid-flight. Bang. Black light erupted from the timepiece, transforming into a spectral crow that swallowed the curse whole before dissipating into nothingness. The pocket watch fell dark and lifeless to the floor, its purpose fulfilled. The magical defense bought Borgin the heartbeat he needed. His wand was already moving. Reducto, he snarled. Protego, the other wizard countered desperately. The battle erupted between them, spells colliding, shields flaring, the air itself screaming with magical violence. Colored light strobed through the darkness as curse met counter-curse in rapid succession. Dudley ignored their duel. His attention fixed on Mackin, who was dragging himself upright against the wall, dazed but conscious. The wizard's eyes widened with dawning horror as he took in the devastation. Jin's lay crumpled and bleeding, his arm ruined. Another wizard stood frozen like an insect in amber, face locked in terror. In mere seconds, their ambush had become a massacre. Judgment, death. Dudley spoke the words with terrible finality. He surged forward, fist clenched, his body merging with otherworldly power. Afterimages trailed behind him as he closed the distance. Under the authority of judgment, this strike was absolute. Unavoidable. Inevitable. Mackin raised his wand in futile defense, lips forming a spell that would never be spoken. The blow landed like divine retribution. Chapter 245, Chapter 248, The Price of Ambition. Protego. Seeing Dudley's fist hurtling toward him, Mackin froze for a split second before conjuring his shield charm. Using fists to attack, no rational wizard would ever do this. It was suicide, abandoning the very essence of magical combat. This fool calling himself Justiciar must have felt so assured of victory that he wanted to show off his physical prowess. And that overconfidence was exactly the opening Mackin needed. If he could just withstand this one punch, he could wave his wand and blast this arrogant bastard into oblivion. Yet something felt wrong. He had heard Dudley's whisper moments before, not English, but some strange, ancient pronunciation that made the air itself seem to shudder. Recalling how he had been hurled across the room after that earlier incantation, Mackin did not dare underestimate what was coming. The moment those foreign words left Dudley's lips, Mackin felt it, a connection forged between them, as if fate itself had locked onto him with inexorable certainty. His shield charm activated successfully. An invisible barrier materialized between him and Dudley's approaching fist. Then Dudley's fist arrived. Crack. The barrier exploded under the impact, briefly flashing visible as silver fragments before vanishing. Dudley's fist punched through the ruined protection without slowing, slamming into Mackin's chest with devastating force. Crack. Mackin's ribcage caved inward. Every bone shattered like pottery dropped on stone. Blood erupted from his mouth and nose in a dark fountain, mixed with fragments of pulverized organs. His chest collapsed into a grotesque hollow, and he crumpled backward, gasping soundlessly. One punch. One strike had brought him to the edge of death. Without that shield charm, he would already be a corpse. In prison. Dudley's attention shifted to the wizard still dueling with Borgin. His hand thrust forward. A viscous transparent substance materialized from nothing, expanding and solidifying into massive amber that encased the wizard completely. The man's eyes widened in terror as he struggled against the crystalline prison, but his body would not respond. Even his spirit was trapped, frozen within that supernatural cage. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Two casual flicks of Dudley's wand sent the imprisoned wizard's wands flying across the room. Their last vestiges of resistance vanished with those wooden instruments. Only then did Dudley turn his cold gaze toward Jin's, who had retreated to the corner, trembling violently. His face was ghost pale. He had never imagined the situation could reverse so catastrophically. Even now, he could not comprehend where it had all gone wrong. This wizard called Arbiter was impossibly strange and terrifying. He had not used his wand once and had not recited a single conventional spell. Those eerie whispers were not incantations, they were something else entirely, something older and more fundamental than magic itself. Jin's grabbed his fallen wand from the dusty floor, preparing to flee. He could not stay in this nightmarish place for even one more second. Anti-apparition zone. Dudley spoke again, his voice resonating with absolute authority. The surrounding space rippled as if receiving a divine command, then sealed shut like a vault door slamming closed. Apparition. Jins gasped the spell without hesitation, abandoning his accomplices to their fate. Nothing happened. The space remained inert, unresponsive. This place was sealed. His escape route had been severed. What did you do? Jins's voice cracked with terror, his eyes locked on Dudley. Trying to run. Not so easy. Seal. Dudley thrust his right hand forward. An invisible barrier materialized around the entire room, transparent walls rising from floor to ceiling, sealing every exit. No one could leave through physical means or magical transportation. His prohibition decrees could forbid specific actions that aligned with order and law. He could prohibit apparition, but he could not simply forbid all magic use, just as he could not forbid others from using extraordinary abilities. There were rules, even to his power. Imprison. The amber prison formed around Jins as well, freezing him mid-panic. With all threats neutralized, Dudley turned his attention to Borgin. Everything that had just transpired was because of the buyer he had contacted. Fear bloomed in Borgin's eyes. He looked at Dudley as if staring into an invincible abyss. Beneath that hood was no longer the blonde, handsome youth from their earlier dealings, but something far more dangerous, a terrifying force masquerading in human form. Borgin's mind raced. He had to prove himself, he had to demonstrate he was not complicit in this ambush. Otherwise, he would not escape Dudley's wrath. Those horrifying abilities, he had no idea how they functioned, no conception of their limits. The defensive artifacts he carried might be worthless against such bizarre power. Worse still, he had just tested it, this place could no longer be escaped via apparition. And after Dudley's last whisper, invisible walls had sealed the room completely, cutting them off from the outside world. Mr. Justiciar, I did not expect this situation. I swear, everything they did has nothing to do with me. Borgin said immediately, his voice tight with desperation. You saw it yourself, he cast a curse directly at me. If I had not defended in time, I might already be dead from their spells. He pointed at the wizard imprisoned in amber. Who knows if you are all just acting? Dudley said, his tone utterly indifferent. He knew well that what the eyes see is not necessarily truth. Even if that person had genuinely attacked Borgin, it proved nothing. After all, Borgin stood here completely unharmed, those curses had failed completely. Borgin's expression flickered between panic and calculation. He understood Dudley did not trust him. Worse, he had witnessed far too many of Dudley's extraordinary abilities in battle, private secrets that made him a dangerous liability. Most damning of all, he also knew Dudley's true identity. That was potentially fatal. He knew some people would stop at nothing to protect their secrets, killing was routine for those with power and much to lose. Gripping his wand, Borgin considered violent resistance for one fleeting moment, then abandoned the idea. That path led only to death. How can I prove myself? Borgin asked, his voice stripped of pretense. He tossed his wand aside, letting it clatter across the stone floor, a gesture of surrender. Chapter 246, Chapter 249, Oaths and Anchors. I need to ensure that everything you just saw will not be leaked out, Dudley said, his voice cold and measured. Borgin's mind raced as he immediately understood what Dudley wanted. In the battle just now, the abilities Dudley had displayed were far too powerful. Many times, Borgin had no idea what Dudley had done, yet his opponents had already been struck down by some mysterious force. This did not seem like magic but rather something more terrifying. Borgin was not entirely certain because he could not understand the sounds Dudley had made beforehand. That should be another language, a very mysterious language. Just by speaking it, certain effects could be achieved, much faster than casting with a wand, and with far more unpredictable power. What was even more incredible was that the caster of all this was merely a second-year Hogwarts student, he was only 12 years old. All signs indicated that Dudley had dangerous secrets. All right, what do I need to do? After thinking for a moment, Borgin chose to agree. He had no way out. Otherwise, he had no doubt Dudley would kill him immediately. Dudley slowly walked over and stood before Borgin. Borgin was not very tall and had a bit of a hunchback, while Dudley had entered a phase of rapid development. At this moment, their heights were about the same, with Dudley even slightly taller. At this height, they could each see into the other's eyes. It is very simple. Look into my eyes, Dudley said. Borgin's gaze fell upon Dudley's eyes. Beneath the hood was a pair of clear blue eyes that looked as bright as the azure sky. Keep secret, Dudley said in Hermes. As his words fell, Borgin felt Dudley's eyes emit a strange light. In those originally azure eyes, silver gray and dark red intertwined brilliance emerged, condensing together to form a massive network. The next moment, Borgin felt a strange power descend upon him, like an invisible net firmly binding him within it. Everything about me must not be told to anyone in any way, Dudley spoke with absolute authority. As these words fell, Borgin felt the network acting on him immediately tighten, wrapping him layer by layer from body to soul, then disappearing from sight. At the same time, the strange light in Dudley's eyes gradually dimmed and then disappeared as well. Borgin gasped for breath, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Just now, he had felt unprecedented pressure. Everything about Dudley had been sealed deep in his soul. He had to do as Dudley had just said and could not violate it. Is it similar to the Fidley's charm? Borgin thought to himself. He did not know what Dudley had just done, but from what he felt, that language he could not understand should be similar to the Fidley's charm. All information about Dudley was required to be absolutely kept secret. After doing all this, Dudley finally felt somewhat relieved. The judge stage's secret-keeping ability could ensure the other party would not leak his secrets. This was not magic but an extraordinary ability, so Borgin would almost certainly be unable to find a way to break it. What about them? After catching his breath, Borgin looked at Jins and the others and asked. Dudley fell into contemplation. The best way to deal with these people would be to kill them to prevent his secrets from being leaked. But at this stage, Dudley also realized he needed to prepare for certain things ahead. He was now Sequence 6, not far from demigod. In that strange world, he had already held ceremonies and advanced above demigod, meaning here, he only needed to digest the extraordinary characteristics again, without needing to hold advancement ceremonies again. This was what Dudley had concluded after several advancements. This greatly reduced the difficulty of Dudley's advancement. Otherwise, completing a demigod ceremony in this magical world would be nearly impossible. There are many conditions he could not fulfill. Besides eliminating the trouble of ceremonies, he also needed some believers as anchors to stabilize his humanity. Even though being far from that strange world meant he did not often face madness and loss of control, after advancing above demigod, this situation probably would not be so easy to manage. Moreover, as his power increased, Dudley increasingly felt his humanity slowly fading. He was gradually becoming colder, his emotions already affected. This was just the Justiciar sequence breaking through to Sequence 6. Later, when his Black Emperor sequence also broke through, this situation would probably intensify. So developing believers was becoming necessary and urgent. Fortunately, Dudley had already laid a solid foundation at Hogwarts. As long as he needed it, he could immediately develop a large batch of believers from among his classmates and friends. What was currently lacking were believers from outside, believers who could help him do things. Currently, only Cole could barely count as someone he could develop. Thinking of this, Dudley's gaze fell upon Jins and the others. The three struggled violently. Unfortunately, without their wands, they had almost no possibility of breaking free from Dudley's imprisonment abilities bonds. All their struggles were futile. Through that transparent prison, Dudley could clearly see the fear and despair on their faces. Mr. Justiciar, if you want to dispose of them, I can do it for you. Borgin stepped forward at the right moment. He could see Dudley was somewhat hesitant, thinking Dudley did not want to kill, so he volunteered. This was also showing loyalty. If he dealt with these people for Dudley, they would be bound together by shared crimes. The three struggled even more violently, wanting to speak and beg for mercy but only able to make muffled sounds, unable to do anything. Not for now, Dudley spoke. He looked at Jins and raised his hand, speaking in Hermes. Release. The terrible bonds instantly disappeared. The struggling Jins fell directly to the ground, then joy flashed across his face as he immediately shouted, Mr. Justiciar, spare me. I was wrong, I will never dare again. From now on, I am your man. You can make me do anything. I can also help you keep secrets and absolutely will not leak a single word. As long as you spare me, I will definitely be your most loyal dog. Jin spoke at breakneck speed, afraid this Mr. Justiciar would not give him time to speak and would directly attack him. The speed of his groveling left the other two wizards still bound and utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 247, Chapter 250, New Followers. Dudley chuckled softly, glancing down at Jin sprawled on the dusty floor. You can do anything? Dudley asked, his tone dangerously light. Yes, anything. Jins nodded frantically, not daring to hesitate for even a heartbeat. Compared to death, there was nothing he would not accept. What about you two? Dudley turned his cold gaze to the imprisoned wizards, still frozen in their amber prisons. If you want to be like Jins, blink your eyes. The two immediately blinked frantically, their eyes wide with desperate hope. Release. Dudley spoke twice in succession, and the crystalline amber shattered around them like breaking ice. Without hesitation, the two immediately swore their loyalty to Dudley, their voices overlapping in their eagerness. First, I need to ensure you will not leak any information about me, Dudley said, his voice carrying absolute authority. The three immediately understood and lined up before him without being told. They had all witnessed how Borgin had undergone the process moments before. Using his extraordinary secret-keeping ability, Dudley sealed his information within the souls of all three. Each time, that same strange light emerged in his eyes, silver gray and dark red intertwining like threads of fate being woven into their very beings. After finishing, Jins glanced toward where Macken had fallen. "He is dead," Jins said, his expression complex, relief and guilt warring across his features. Macken had resisted the most fiercely and received the most devastating attack, especially that final death judgment strike which had crushed his chest. There was no possibility of survival. "Do you want to avenge him?" Dudley asked with a light laugh. No, I absolutely do not have that thought. If he is dead, he is dead. I am not close to him at all, Jin said hurriedly. Not close. Really not close, another added. Right, we have never met before, the third chimed in desperately. Not just Jin's, all three waved their hands repeatedly, frantically denying any meaningful relationship with Macken. Borgin, you handle Macken's corpse later, Dudley said. Understood, Borgin replied immediately. These giant spiders, are you still buying them? Dudley looked at Jin's. Jin's mouth twitched slightly. I do not have that much money. Obviously, from the beginning, he had never planned to complete a real transaction. He had only come to assess the situation, to determine whether robbery was feasible. If he felt confident, he would notify Macken's group. If not, he would find an excuse to leave. When he discovered only Dudley and Borgin were present, and this place was an abandoned shack far from the village, he had summoned the three to ambush them. He just never expected this outcome. The robbery failed catastrophically, he had bound himself to this terrifying wizard, and Macken had lost his life. Then, I will leave the giant spiders to you. Help me sell them, Dudley said to Borgin. No problem, Borgin said quickly, already calculating potential buyers in his mind. Dudley fell into silence and closed his eyes. The basement grew uncomfortably still, broken only by the occasional nervous shuffle of feet on stone. No one knew what Dudley was doing. They could only stand quietly to the side, awaiting his orders. After about a minute, Dudley opened his eyes. He had determined Cole's location through their connection. Let us go. I will take you to meet someone. From now on, you will work with him, Dudley said. He first used his extraordinary abilities to leave his unique mark on all three, invisible sigils that would bind them to his will. Then, holding all three of their wands in his hands, he signaled for them to stand together. After finishing everything, Dudley nodded at Borgin and grabbed Jin's arm. Apparition. Crack. With a sharp sound like tearing fabric, all four vanished from the shrieking shack. Truly remarkable, Borgin muttered to himself, staring at the empty space where they had stood. Not only did Dudley possess abilities he could not comprehend, but even his magical talent far exceeded that of ordinary wizards. The boy was only 12 years old, yet he could already apparate, and take 3 people with him simultaneously. Moreover, judging from the ease with which Dudley had performed it, the distance was considerable. The difficulty was substantial. Even under such circumstances, Dudley had successfully operated without flinching. That alone was worthy of admiration. His excellence reminds me of that person. Borgin whispered, falling into dark memories. In hazy recollection, a pale-faced, handsome youth appeared before his mind's eye. He had recognized even then that the young man was formidable, and everything that followed had confirmed his speculation. Borgin shuddered, shaking himself free from those dangerous memories. He began carefully evaluating each giant spider corpse's price while searching his contacts for customers who might purchase them. At this stage, he no longer needed to consider his own profit, but rather how to maximize Dudley's earnings. His survival now depended on pleasing this terrifying young wizard. Mr. Justiciar will also accomplish great things in the future. Borgin muttered, then got to work. On the other side, in some unknown small mountain village in Wales, Dudley and the three materialized beside a dirt road with a sharp crack. The night air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of wet earth and distant sheep. Dudley looked around and walked toward a dilapidated, abandoned wooden house not far away, its roof sagging and walls weathered gray. The three quickly followed, stumbling slightly as they adjusted to the apparition's disorientation. As Dudley approached, through spirit vision, he saw a pair of eyes observing from the crack beneath the window, wary and alert. Long time no see, Cole, Dudley said with a light laugh. After recognizing his visitor, Cole's expression shifted to surprise. He opened the creaking door and stepped out into the moonlight. He first glanced at Jin's group in the shadows, then looked at Dudley with cautious respect. Is there something you need, Master? Cole asked, his voice low. Found you 3 helpers, Dudley said simply. Come over. The 3 quickly stepped forward into the pale moonlight. You are Cole, that Auror who betrayed the ministry. Jin's recognized him immediately, shock coloring his voice. Cole's incident had caused quite a stir in the wizarding community. Many had heard the story. Moreover, Jins had known him before Cole's troubles, so he immediately recognized the now disheveled former Auror. Jins, you. Seeing his former acquaintance, Cole was stunned, but when he noticed the serious injury on Jins's shoulder, the flesh torn and bloodied, he almost immediately understood what had happened. "Heh," provoked the master. Cole asked with a cold, knowing laugh. Jins did not speak, but the defeated expression on his face explained everything. "Good. They are yours now. Contact me if anything comes up," Dudley said, handing the 3 wands to Cole before preparing to leave. "Master," Cole spoke up quickly. "What is it?" Dudley turned back. "I have found some leads on that organization, but just me, plus these 3, probably will not be enough. I wonder if you could lend a hand." Cole immediately stated his request, his voice carrying careful hope. Dudley considered for a moment and nodded. "Sure. Notify me in advance when the time comes. Also, the way to contact me." Dudley's voice dropped to an ancient whisper as he silently spoke, sending the Knight Emperor's honorific name directly into Cole's mind. "This is my lord's honorific name. Recite it, and you can receive his response," Dudley said aloud for the benefit of the others. "Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not disturb him." Cole's eyes widened with reverence and fear as the words burnt themselves into his memory, a gift and a warning in equal measure. Chapter 248, Chapter 251, The Long Shadow. After Dudley finished speaking, he performed apparition and vanished, leaving only Jins and his 2 companions with the frowning Cole. Him. Cole thought to himself, mentally replaying the honorific name Dudley had just transmitted directly into his mind. Is this the person above Dudley? Cole wondered with uncertainty. In his understanding, this should be some powerful wizard's special communication method. By reciting those words, he could contact that wizard. As for him, though he knew this form of address was typically reserved for deities, Cole refused to believe that honorific name truly pointed to some god. It was merely a respectful form of address, surely. "When did you start following Mr. Justiciar?" Jins asked, breaking the silence. "Summer," Cole replied, glancing at Jins and noting that Justiciar was clearly the codename Dudley had adopted for himself. Without further explanation, Cole returned to his room. Jins remained motionless, as did the other 2 black-robed men. They exchanged uncertain glances, each contemplating the same dangerous possibility, escape. This was a rare opportunity. Dudley had already departed, leaving only Cole to guard them. If they wanted to flee, Cole alone would struggle to stop all 3 of them simultaneously. "If you want to escape, then go ahead," Cole's voice drifted from the room, flat and unconcerned. "But trust me, Mr. Justiciar will always find you." The 3 hesitated, then reluctantly entered the room. "From your tone, it sounds like you tried to escape before." Jins inquired carefully, hungry for any information about their new master. "Yes. His methods are not something we can understand," Cole said with dark amusement. "Did he leave a magical mark on you?" "That is right." Jins immediately rolled up his sleeve, revealing a mysterious symbol of intertwined patterns etched into his forearm like a brand. Cole glanced at it without surprise and continued, "He left a magical mark on me as well. I later found a way to completely remove it." "And then what?" Jins pressed eagerly. "Then he found me without any warning," Cole said, raising his eyebrows meaningfully. The 3 exchanged knowing glances. This was exactly the method they had been considering. Remove the magical mark, flee far away, and perhaps even leave England entirely. Distance would mean freedom. When he came looking for me just now, I had no warning whatsoever. He simply appeared here with all of you in tow, Cole explained. Believe me, if you escape, he only needs a minute or 2 to lock onto your location. What happens after that, I cannot say. Perhaps he will warn you. Or perhaps he will kill you directly." The 3 men's faces turned deathly pale. What had transpired at the Shrieking Shack remained vivid in their minds, those strange, terrifying abilities that defied comprehension. Even now, recalling them made their skin crawl. Worse still, even given all this time to think, they could not devise any method to counter those powers. They had no idea how Dudley had performed those feats. Earlier, he just closed his eyes and concentrated for about a minute, then brought us straight to this place, one of Jins's companions added quietly. "See. I told you it is easy for him to find you," Cole said casually from where he lay on the bed, hands behind his head. "Is there really no other way?" Jins asked, desperation creeping into his voice. "Perhaps you can try some experiments yourself." "In any case, I have no desire to escape anymore," Cole replied with finality. "By the way, how did you fall into his hands?" After all. Cole trailed off meaningfully. By his calculations, Dudley should be attending classes at Hogwarts at this very moment, with virtually no opportunity to leave the school grounds. How had Jins and the others encountered Dudley and been captured? 3 grown wizards, no less. Ah, about that. Jin sighed heavily and recounted the entire disastrous ambush at the Shrieking Shack. Cole, who had been lying casually on the bed, sat bolt upright after hearing the tale. His expression shifted between surprise and unease. "What is wrong?" Jins asked, alarmed by Cole's reaction. Cole said nothing, but his expression had become decidedly uncomfortable, almost haunted. "What is going on? It has only been this long, and his strength has grown again." Cole felt a chill crawl down his spine. When Dudley had dealt with him previously, he had not used that imprisoning ability, nor had he conjured a whip from thin air to flay his enemies, much less possessed the ability to seal off apparition entirely. Yet how long had passed? In less than half a year, Dudley had grown powerful enough to take down 4 adult wizards simultaneously. What kind of secrets did he possess? What is really going on? Jins pressed, seeing Cole's disturbed expression. "Do not ask. If you knew, you would only feel more despair." Cole shook his head, refusing to elaborate. The room fell into oppressive silence. Even without knowing what Cole had realized, they could guess this despair was intimately connected to their new master. "So what is our mission?" Jins finally asked. If the assignment was not overly difficult, working for Dudley might not be entirely unacceptable. "Find Voldemort." Crack. One of Jins's companions went weak in the knees and collapsed to the floor. Jins himself turned deathly pale, staring at Cole in absolute disbelief. Their mission was to find that Dark Lord. "There is also another organization, but you do not need to know about that for now," Cole added without further explanation. "Finding you know who, but is he not already dead? Why would we need to find him?" Jins asked, his voice trembling. "If we need to find him, naturally it means he is not dead yet. Understand?" Cole said lazily, as if discussing the weather rather than the most dangerous wizard in living memory. At this moment, the three felt thoroughly trapped. They had truly boarded a ship with no return voyage. Meanwhile, at the Shrieking Shack, Dudley reappeared with a soft crack of apparition. "Mr. Borgin, I am confident leaving the giant spider corpses with you. After selling them, remember to send me the money," Dudley instructed. "I will head back first. Contact me if anything comes up." "All right, take care," Borgin replied, watching carefully as Dudley entered the Shrieking Shack's secret passage. Only when the young wizard disappeared from view did Borgin finally breathe a sigh of relief. He turned his attention to the task at hand, beginning to transport the giant spider corpses one by one back to Nocturne Alley for sale. The secret passage from the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack was remarkably well preserved. Although not as wide as the passage Dudley had used to arrive, there were no signs of collapse threatening this route. Before long, Dudley felt the familiar pressure of anti-apparition charms settling around him like an invisible net. He had entered Hogwarts' boundaries. The passage began ascending sharply. Within minutes, he emerged into the cool night air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dudley's sudden appearance immediately agitated the Whomping Willow. Its massive branches whipped through the air toward him with violent intent, leaves rustling like a warning hiss. "Imprison!" Dudley whispered in Hermes, his voice carrying undeniable authority. Instantly, the violently thrashing Whomping Willow froze mid-swing, confined by invisible barriers stronger than steel. No matter how much force the ancient tree exerted, it could not break free from those terrible supernatural bonds. Chapter 249, Chapter 252, The Corrupted Diary. "The Whomping Willow planted here, it feels like it is protecting this secret passage," Dudley murmured, gazing down at the entrance beneath the gnarled roots. Something about the placement felt deliberate, though he could not quite articulate why. Shaking off the strange impression, he turned and made his way back toward the castle. After a long and eventful night, Dudley could finally anticipate a proper rest. Over the following days, Hogwarts remained mercifully peaceful. No new attacks occurred, though the atmosphere remained tense and wary. Unfortunately, people's attitudes toward Dudley and Harry had not improved in the slightest. Many still believed Harry had used Parseltongue to release the basilisk, making him responsible for every attack at Hogwarts. The whispers followed them through corridors, and students still gave them wide berth in the halls. However, these matters had little real impact on Dudley and his friends. Those who refused to believe them would not change their minds regardless of explanations or evidence. Harry had long abandoned any attempt to prove himself to the masses. That path led only to frustration and wasted energy. A week later, during herbology class, Gryffindor and Slytherin students worked together in the greenhouses. Today's lesson involved cultivating mandrakes, those screaming, temperamental plants that held the key to reversing petrification. These particular specimens were nearly mature, which meant the petrified victims could soon be restored. The prospect lifted everyone's spirits considerably. "Look at Malfoy's complexion. It seems to be getting even paler," Harry muttered, nudging Dudley's shoulder and nodding toward the Slytherin section. Dudley followed his gaze and narrowed his eyes slightly. Malfoy's appearance was visibly haggard, almost disturbingly so. The previously healthy color in his face had vanished entirely, replaced by a pallor like old parchment. I feel like his complexion has been terrible ever since Crabbe's incident, Ron observed quietly. As Malfoy's self-appointed monitors and arch-rivals, they had been tracking his condition with some concern, though they would never admit it aloud. I remember his complexion was fine not long ago, Hermione added thoughtfully. Dudley nodded in agreement. He had blessed Malfoy with a paper angel specifically to protect him from dark corruption. By all rights, Malfoy should not be exhibiting these symptoms. After a moment's consideration, Dudley quietly activated his spirit vision. The familiar shift in perception allowed him to see beyond the physical. What is happening? He breathed softly. When his enhanced sight fell upon Malfoy, he saw faint black mist still swirling around the boy like parasitic shadows. The colors representing his life force appeared dim and sickly, barely flickering. The paper angel did not work. Dudley felt genuine surprise and concern. This was his first time using such a blessing outside controlled circumstances. He might have been somewhat inexperienced, but the technique should not have failed so completely. After completing the blessing previously, Dudley had specifically verified that the paper angel's purifying power had cleansed the dark aura from Malfoy while granting him immunity to evil and corruption. Yet looking now, that protection seemed utterly ineffective. Of course, another possibility existed, that even the paper angel could not withstand whatever dark force was afflicting Malfoy, and had been slowly eroded away over time. Seeming to sense Dudley's scrutiny, Malfoy glanced up and glared fiercely at him. His eyes were bloodshot and hollow, as if he had not slept properly in weeks. Draco, you look dreadful. Why do you not take leave and go rest? Pansy Parkinson noticed his deteriorating condition and spoke with genuine worry. I am fine, Malfoy said stubbornly, though his voice lacked conviction. But your eyes are completely bloodshot, and your face is deathly pale, Pansy pressed, refusing to drop the subject. Malfoy frowned, hesitated as if wrestling with pride, then finally nodded in reluctant agreement. I will come with you, Pansy said quickly, gathering her things. Malfoy walked toward Professor Sprout to explain his situation. The herbology professor obviously noticed his alarming condition and approved his leave request without hesitation, reminding him firmly to visit the hospital wing immediately. Evil people get their comeuppance, Ron muttered with satisfaction as Malfoy departed on sick leave. Hermione and Harry shook their heads helplessly at Ron's vindictive tone. The herbology lesson continued around them. Dudley attended mechanically while his mind churned over Malfoy's situation. Something felt deeply wrong about this. Malfoy must have truly encountered some dangerously corrupted dark magical object, nothing else could explain his rapid deterioration despite the paper angel's protection. Just as Dudley was contemplating his next move, layers upon layers of prayer sounds suddenly manifested in his mind like distant bells. You are the Supreme Emperor. This time, Dudley immediately recognized Malfoy's voice carrying through the mystical connection. Professor Sprout, I have something urgent to attend to. I am leaving, Dudley announced abruptly, already moving toward the greenhouse exit. Without time for further explanation, he rushed out, leaving his classmates staring after him in confusion. Really becoming more improper by the day. Forget it, he has already mastered almost everything in my herbology class anyway, Professor Sprout sighed with resigned acceptance. After all, Dudley's grades remained exemplary. She could not fault his academic performance, even if his attendance was becoming increasingly erratic. After leaving the greenhouse, Dudley did not return directly to the castle. Instead, he ran toward Hagrid's hut, the isolated location perfect for what he needed to do. Once safely inside the empty dwelling, he immediately began responding to Malfoy's prayer. Dudley's spirit body manifested in the magnificent palace above the grey fog. Following the sound of desperate prayer, he cast his gaze downward and quickly located Malfoy hiding in an abandoned classroom on Hogwarts' 3rd floor. Knight Emperor. Sensing that majestic presence descending from impossible heights, Malfoy quickly lowered his head in reverent respect. What happened? Why is your body tainted with an evil aura again? Dudley got straight to the point, his voice low and edged with concern despite the authoritative tone. I am not entirely sure either, Malfoy admitted, panic clear in his voice. Have you come into contact with anything unusual recently? Dudley asked after a moment's consideration. Nothing particularly special, except. Malfoy's face grew even paler, if such a thing were possible. Except there is a diary. A diary? Dudley's interest sharpened immediately. Yes, you asked me previously to investigate matters related to Slytherin. I have kept it foremost in my mind, Malfoy explained quickly. This prayer is also to present this diary to you. It contains information about the Chamber of Secrets. I accidentally discovered the diary on the 2nd floor near where Crabbe was petrified. Dudley's expression shifted behind his mystical veil. What diary would contain genuine information about the chamber? Could it possibly be Salazar Slytherin's personal journal from 1,000 years ago? Whose diary is it? Dudley inquired with forced calm. A diary belonging to a Hogwarts student from 50 years ago. His name was Tom Riddle, Malfoy answered immediately. Tom Riddle. The name sparked something in Dudley's memory, vaguely familiar, though he could not quite place where he had heard it before. However, he already knew the basic facts about events from 50 years ago. Hagrid had been wrongly accused, and Aragog had been exiled to the Forbidden Forest after being blamed for a student's death. If the diary simply recorded those well-known events, it might not warrant much attention. Yet thinking of the persistent black aura corrupting Malfoy despite divine protection, Dudley felt it absolutely necessary to examine this diary personally and thoroughly. You can sacrifice the diary to me. After weighing his options, Dudley commanded the figure far below. Chapter 250, Chapter 253, The Sacrifice Ritual. Sacrifice. Hearing that word, Malfoy visibly startled, his pupils dilating with alarm. Sacrifice was not a pleasant term, it conjured images of blood rituals and inhumane slaughter performed on stone altars in forgotten places. You only need to sacrifice the diary to me, Dudley clarified, recognizing the fear flickering across Malfoy's pale features. All right, Malfoy agreed quickly, relief flooding his voice. As long as he was not sacrificing himself, he would comply with anything. Dudley then transmitted the sacrifice ritual to Malfoy's mind, every gesture and word modeled after the process Mr. Fool used in the Tarot Club meetings. The method was precise, requiring specific hand movements and carefully pronounced phrases in ancient languages. Malfoy concentrated intensely, committing each step to memory with the focus of someone whose life might depend on perfect execution. Afterward, Dudley once again manifested a paper angel to cleanse the creeping corruption from Malfoy's body. Golden light washed over the boy, burning away the tendrils of dark power that had been slowly draining his vitality. Only then did Dudley sever the prayer connection. Tom Riddle, I should have heard that name somewhere, Dudley muttered to himself as his consciousness returned fully to his physical body in Hagrid's hut. Though he was not entirely certain what secrets lay within that diary, the fact that Malfoy had been corrupted by dark forces twice despite divine protection demonstrated the diary contained dangerously powerful dark magic. After returning to full awareness, Dudley fed Fong some scraps and left Hagrid's empty dwelling. Rather than returning to herbology class, he wandered directly toward the castle, turning Tom Riddle's name over in his mind like a puzzle piece that almost fit but not quite. An hour of aimless wandering later, Dudley found himself standing in the trophy room. His gaze swept methodically across the gleaming displays until it locked onto a particular medal gathering dust in the corner. Tom Riddle. Dudley breathed with satisfaction. So here you are. The brass plaque beneath the medal read clearly, Tom Marvolo Riddle, Special Services to the School Award. The date engraved below placed the award exactly 50 years ago, perfectly coinciding with when Hagrid had been expelled from Hogwarts. That means this Tom Riddle is very likely the person who framed Hagrid back then, Dudley reasoned aloud, his voice echoing faintly in the empty trophy room. This Tom was either genuinely foolish and truly mistook the giant spider Hagrid raised for the monster in the chamber, Dudley continued analyzing, or he was devastatingly clever, using the classic misdirection of having the thief cry, "Stop thief," to divert everyone's attention to Hagrid while he himself was the one who opened the chamber. The more Dudley considered it, the more the second option seemed probable. Someone who earned a Special Services award would hardly be foolish. Having confirmed Tom Riddle's identity and historical connection to the chamber, Dudley stopped obsessing over speculation. He would wait for Malfoy to complete the sacrifice ritual and deliver the diary. Only then could he conduct proper research, there was no sense in premature theorizing. 2 days passed uneventfully. Then Borgin sent word through their established communication method that all the giant spider corpses had been successfully sold. The proceeds were excellent, nearly 5,000 galleons in total, an absolute fortune by any standard. They agreed to meet that evening at the Shrieking Shack, where Borgin would deliver the payment in full. Originally, Borgin had suggested opening an account at Gringotts, depositing the coins there securely, and simply giving Dudley the vault key for convenient access. However, Dudley firmly rejected this practical approach. This money was not his alone, he needed to share it properly with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had all faced death fighting those giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest. Giving them a small brass key felt inadequate and impersonal. But placing several thousand golden galleons directly before them, that would create an entirely different impression. It was like Muggle currency, when money existed merely as numbers on a bank statement, it felt abstract and distant. But stack several million in physical cash on a table where someone could see it, touch it, and smell the metallic tang of it, and the psychological impact was profoundly different. At 9 that evening, Dudley entered the Shrieking Shack directly through the tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow. For someone who possessed the imprisonment ability, the violent tree guarding the secret passage entrance posed no difficulty whatsoever, a whispered word in Hermes froze it mid-swing every time. "Mr. Justiciar, I am delighted to see you again," Borgin greeted him with a smile that showed too many teeth, rubbing his hands together with barely concealed eagerness. "Have all the giant spiders been sold? Or did you keep some for personal inventory?" Dudley asked directly. Basically all sold. I kept a few specimens for emergencies. You never know when a rare ingredient might be needed for a desperate customer willing to pay premium prices, Borgin admitted honestly, his business instincts showing through. Dudley did not press for details. Some discretion benefited both parties. This is your money, Borgin announced with obvious pleasure, waving his right hand theatrically. A mountain of golden galleons materialized before Dudley, piled high enough to catch the dim light and reflect it back in dazzling cascades. The sheer volume of precious metal emitted an almost hypnotic golden gleam that filled the dusty room. Dudley's breathing quickened involuntarily at the sight. Even having handled significant wealth before, seeing so many gold coins at once made his heart race, his eyes reflecting that gorgeous golden light. This reaction might stem from having grown accustomed to poverty in that strange other world. Each advancement there had required enormous resources, rare materials, expensive sealed artifacts, bribes to the right people. Money flowed out as quickly as it arrived, leaving him perpetually calculating costs. Moreover, except for Miss Justice in the Tarot Club, none of the other members were particularly wealthy. They all understood the constant struggle for resources. A total of 4,986 galleons, Borgin announced proudly, as if personally responsible for the impressive sum. Dudley's hand moved swiftly through the pile, counting out 186 coins with practiced efficiency and pushing them toward Borgin. This is your compensation, Dudley stated simply. No, Mr. Justiciar, I have already earned my commission from the sales. This amount is entirely yours, Borgin protested, not reaching for the coins. This is additional compensation I am giving you. Just take it, Dudley said in a tone that allowed no argument, authority flowing naturally into his words. This, all right then, Borgin finally accepted the coins, unable to resist the weight of command in Dudley's voice. When Dudley spoke with that particular inflection, the natural authority that emanated from his Sequence 6 judge abilities made resistance extraordinarily difficult for ordinary people. 4,800 coins remaining, that divides to exactly 1,200 each. Perfect, Dudley calculated with satisfaction, storing all the gold in the mirror of Arist's infinite storage space. If there is anything you need my help with, Mr. Justiciar, feel free to come find me anytime. Borgin and Burke's is always open to you, day or night, Borgin said with an elaborate bow, his voice warm with sincerity. He could tell Dudley's future stretched toward unlimited potential, and his background was probably far more extraordinary than a typical 12-year-old student. Latching onto such a rising star's coattails early would prove invaluable. His shop had remained the largest and most successful in Knockturn Alley precisely because he excelled at reading people, identifying future power before others recognized it. That pale young man who had interviewed at his shop years ago, he had recognized that one's extraordinariness immediately. And later, that young man had indeed accomplished terrifying things, rising to dominate the entire wizarding world. Borgin had managed to maintain his shop's operations even during that dark reign by carefully betting on multiple sides, offending no one who mattered. I will keep that in mind, Dudley replied with a knowing smile. How could he not see through Borgin's calculations? However, this man's abilities and connections were genuinely formidable. There were many situations where Dudley could use someone with Borgin's particular skills, so mutual cooperation remained the wisest choice. Additionally, my true name is Caractacus Burke. Of course, you may continue calling me Borgin if you prefer, the shopkeeper said with sudden gravity, revealing his real identity as a gesture of trust and alliance. I will remember that, Dudley acknowledged, accepting Borgin's gesture of goodwill with appropriate seriousness. I will not disturb you further. Good night, Mr. Justiciar. With those parting words, Borgin performed apparition and vanished with a sharp crack of displaced air. He really is quite a formidable character, Dudley mused to the empty room. His mother was the daughter of Headmaster Black, and he himself comes from the Burke family, one of the sacred 28 pure bloodlines. Dudley had thoroughly investigated Borgin's background, understanding his complex family connections and the social capital those relationships provided. Knowledge was power, and knowing who you dealt with prevented unpleasant surprises. After securing the galleon safely away, Dudley entered the secret passage and began the long walk back to Hogwarts, his mind already turning to the mysterious diary and what dark secrets it might contain. Chapter 251, Chapter 254, Dividing Spoils. In Gryffindor Tower, everyone had long since surrendered to sleep, the common room silent except for the occasional crackle from dying embers in the fireplace. Dudley moved through the darkness with practiced ease, shaking Harry and Ron awake roughly. What, did the basilisk come? Ron sat bolt upright, his voice thick with sleep and alarm. No. Get dressed and come with me, Dudley said quietly. Harry, bring the invisibility cloak. Neither Harry nor Ron had any idea what was happening, but Dudley's tone left no room for questions. They hurriedly dressed in the darkness, fumbling with robes and shoes, then followed him out of the dormitory on careful tiptoes. I need to wake Hermione too, Dudley announced once they reached the common room. We cannot get into the girls' dormitory, Harry reminded him, stating the obvious magical barrier. Easy enough, Dudley replied with a slight smile. He folded a paper crane with swift, practiced movements, breathed softly upon it, and the origami bird took flight, gliding silently up the stairs toward the girls' dormitories. Before long, Hermione emerged with a thoroughly confused expression, still wearing her pajamas, her bushy hair even more untamed than usual. "It is so late." "What is going on?" she asked, stifling a yawn. "Come with me." "You will know soon," Dudley said mysteriously, clearly enjoying their bewilderment. "Put on the invisibility cloak." After giving this instruction, Dudley took the lead in leaving Gryffindor Tower. School rules meant nothing to him at this point, he had stopped caring about such rules long ago. He did not even need the invisibility cloak for himself. Did something happen? The trio huddled together beneath the shimmering cloak, following Dudley's confident stride through the darkened corridors. They all felt certain that Dudley waking them at this ungodly hour could not possibly be for anything good. Midnight summons rarely brought pleasant news. Soon, they followed him to an abandoned classroom on the third floor, one that had clearly been unused for years based on the thick dust coating every surface. "Get ready," Dudley said with a slight smile, his hand on the door handle. He pushed the door open with deliberate slowness. The three peered through the invisibility cloak into the classroom beyond, and their eyes went wide with shock. Brilliant golden light nearly blinded them. Mountains of galleons gleamed under floating candles, appearing exceptionally dazzling, radiating an almost hypnotic allure. The sheer quantity was staggering, piles upon piles of wizarding gold coins reflecting warm light across the dusty walls. "My God," they cried out simultaneously, their voices echoing in the empty space. "Dudley, did you rob Gringotts?" Ron blurted out, his voice strangled with disbelief. He'd never seen this much gold in his entire life, not even close. Hermione stood with her mouth agape, completely unable to form words. Her logical mind was struggling to process the impossible wealth before her. Even Harry, who had already been shocked once upon first discovering the gold in his family vault, found himself stunned anew by the visual impact of seeing so much wealth piled together in one place. "These are all the galleons we got from selling the giant spider corpses," Dudley explained simply, savoring their reactions. "A total of 4,800. That is exactly 1,200 for each of us." "So many." Ron was completely thunderstruck, his freckled face pale with shock. When Dudley had mentioned there would be several hundred galleons before, Ron had been too excited to sleep for days. He had never imagined it would be even more than initially estimated, exponentially more. Moreover, seeing so many galleons gathered together created tremendous visual impact, far more powerful than simply being told a number. Wealth like this felt real in a way numbers on paper never could. "Come on, let us divide the spoils," Dudley said with a laugh, gesturing expansively at their fortune. The three were thoroughly, completely awake. Sleep was the furthest thing from their minds. To truly understand their shock, one had to know that the average adult wizard's monthly salary hovered around 60 galleons, meaning about 700 or so annually. Selling those giant spider corpses had netted them nearly 2 years' total income for an adult wizard in one transaction, an absolute fortune for young students at their stage of life. Although Harry had inherited money from his parents, he still needed to spend it carefully, making it last through 7 years of Hogwarts and beyond. This windfall would make his life considerably more comfortable. Hermione could use this money to dramatically reduce her parents' financial burden, no longer forcing them to exchange pounds for galleons at unfavorable rates. And for Ron, this solved an urgent, pressing need that had weighed on him for months. He finally had money for a proper new wand and new robes that actually fit, rather than hand-me-downs from his older brothers. Dudley divided the galleons methodically into 4 equal shares, each person receiving their well-deserved portion. That night, counting the coins in their hands with trembling fingers, they felt impossibly, unbelievably wealthy. As morning sunlight eventually crept through the classroom windows, despite not sleeping at all, none of them felt tired. Adrenaline and excitement sustained them completely. Looking down from the window at the school grounds outside, everything bathed in golden morning light appeared vibrant and full of possibility, as if the entire world lay at their feet waiting to be conquered. At this moment, they felt genuinely invincible. During breakfast in the Great Hall, Ron immediately announced his decision to purchase a proper wand first. He had been fantasizing about this moment for what felt like forever. "Ollivander's wands are best tried in the shop before purchasing," Harry explained, drawing from his own experience. His original words were that the wand chooses the wizard, not the other way around. It is a very particular process. Ron used a hand-me-down wand and was not very familiar with the proper procedure for acquiring a new one. Everything he knew came secondhand from his brother's stories. "Does that mean I cannot get a new wand this semester?" Ron said with obvious dejection, his momentary joy deflating. Not having money before was one thing, but now having substantial wealth yet being unable to actually purchase what he desperately needed felt particularly torturous. "Wait until the weekend. I will find a way to take you," Dudley promised quietly. "I have already learnt apparition," he added in a whisper meant only for their ears. "My God. You are amazing, Hermione breathed, her eyes wide with admiration. She had not expected Dudley to have already mastered apparition. This was an advanced spell only taught to students in their 6th and 7th years, requiring both skill and a license. Can you teach us? Harry immediately asked, leaning forward eagerly. No. Dudley shook his head firmly, leaving no room for argument. This spell is extremely dangerous. If something goes wrong, you could die horribly from splinching. You would be better off waiting for the school's official curriculum and proper instruction, he explained seriously. Apparition could cause catastrophic splinching if performed incorrectly. One mistake meant leaving body parts behind or worse. It was not something to be learned casually. The three did not press the issue further, recognizing the genuine concern in Dudley's voice. Bang. While the group continued talking in hushed tones, a massive package landed heavily on the Slytherin table across the hall with a resounding thud. Many students heard the noise and looked over curiously, discovering that the recipient was none other than Malfoy. His complexion has recovered again. Really strange, Ron observed, studying Malfoy's face from across the hall. Yesterday's Malfoy had looked half dead, a walking corpse with deathly pallor. Yet today, you could not tell anything had been wrong at all. His face had regained its usual color. Looks like going to the hospital wing really helped, Hermione said reasonably. Dudley watched as Malfoy unwrapped the oversized package with eager hands, extracting several carefully wrapped items. The corners of Dudley's mouth immediately curved into a knowing smile. They were ritual supplies needed for the sacrifice ceremony. Malfoy had not disappointed him. The boy had clearly taken his instructions to heart and acquired everything necessary. Dudley would probably obtain the diary sometime today, once Malfoy completed the sacrifice. After hastily finishing their breakfast, Dudley and his friends went to their morning classes together, though Dudley's mind remained partially elsewhere. By evening, wave after wave of prayer sounds reached Dudley's consciousness like distant church bells, echoing through his mind. He knew immediately, Malfoy's sacrifice was beginning. Dudley found an empty washroom and locked himself in a stall, then responded to Malfoy's prayer, his spirit ascending to that mysterious palace. In the abandoned classroom, Malfoy followed the sacrifice ritual's requirements with meticulous care, completing each preparatory step precisely as instructed. His hands trembled slightly with nervous energy. Finally, a door of shimmering light manifested before him, its edges crackling with otherworldly energy. He carefully placed the black diary upon its luminous surface, as if offering something sacred to an altar. Hum. The light door closed with a sound like distant thunder, and the black diary was swallowed whole, vanishing completely and leaving only empty space where it had rested moments before. Whoosh. Malfoy let out a long, shuddering breath of profound relief. Sending away that cursed diary made him feel immediately lighter, as if an invisible weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The oppressive darkness that had been slowly consuming him finally released its grip. Meanwhile, in the mysterious palace suspended above grey fog, Dudley examined the diary Malfoy had sacrificed with intense scrutiny, his brow furrowing deeply. Through his spirit vision, thick black mists swirled around the diary like living shadows, manifesting various terrifying visions in the air, screaming faces, writhing serpents, scenes of violence and death. However, these malevolent auras were bound tightly by a sophisticated spell, unable to spread outward or be perceived through ordinary means. Dudley could only discover this diary's dangerous peculiarities through close spiritual examination and his enhanced senses. The level of dark magic woven into the seemingly innocent journal was extraordinary, far beyond what any student should possess. Dudley slowly raised his hand with deliberate caution and placed it directly upon the diary's worn leather cover, preparing to delve deeper into its secrets. Chapter 252, Chapter 255, The Diary's Secret. A strange, cold, evil aura immediately spread along Dudley's palm, making his whole body feel chilled. Humph. With a cold snort, Dudley forced that evil aura back. He slowly opened the diary, only to find that, besides Tom Riddle's name, not a single word was written inside. Is it recorded using some special method? Dudley quickly realized this diary probably couldn't be read through ordinary means. He flipped through the pages. The black cover was already damaged, with a date from 50 years ago recording when it was manufactured, along with a London address, indicating this was an ordinary diary sold by a Muggle shop. Beyond this, there was no other information. Then Dudley recited several testing spells at the diary. Apparitium. Finite Incantatum. Specialis Revelio. The spells had no effect. Dudley changed his approach and began using physical methods. First, he soaked the diary in clear water, nothing happened. Then flames appeared. At first, Dudley only carefully heated it, but soon discovered the diary was immune to his flames. This ordinary magical fire couldn't harm the diary in the slightest. Next, Dudley continued testing various methods. The results quickly showed this diary couldn't be destroyed by conventional means. It was covered by a powerful protective spell that even Dudley couldn't break through yet. At the same time, the diary's secrets were also hidden beneath this spell. It was like a protective shell, firmly guarding the diary's mysteries. If not for the diary's intensely dark magical aura, so strong that even the spell couldn't completely conceal it, Dudley probably wouldn't have detected anything unusual, even while holding it. What's stored inside that's worth protecting with such powerful magic? Dudley frowned slightly. The diary was far more complex than he'd expected. His curiosity intensified. After a moment's thought, Dudley made a small cut on his fingertip, and a drop of bright red blood quickly seeped out. Dudley gently raised his hand, allowing the drop of blood to hover in midair, then set up a barrier between the blood drop and himself. As long as Dudley detected any abnormality, he could sever the connection instantly. After completing the preparation, Dudley guided the blood drop down to the diary. The blood spread across the yellowed pages, then quickly disappeared. Dudley could sense he had now established a slight mystical connection with this diary. That drop of blood seemed to have entered deep within the diary. He closed his eyes to sense it. A cold, evil aura rushed at him. He saw a mass of strange black mist condensing within the diary, constantly changing forms. Sensing Dudley's presence, that mass of black mist suddenly condensed ***, transforming **** into a huge skull. Roar. The skull roared at Dudley, and the entire diary began shaking violently. At the same time, powerful soul energy surged through the connection, attacking Dudley's blood. Snap. Dudley severed the connection in that drop of blood without hesitation. The next moment, the blood instantly evaporated and disappeared. That feeling, it's Voldemort. Dudley's eyes widened in shock. He recognized that soul's aura because he'd dealt with it more than once. That feeling came from Voldemort. However, unlike when Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort last year, this soul aura was somewhat weaker, different from the Voldemort who'd fought him before. Comparing the two, this felt more like the sensation when Voldemort had touched Harry's scar. This is Voldemort's diary. Dudley's mind raced. Who are you? Just then, 3 words slowly appeared on the diary pages. They were written in the blood Dudley had just provided, though this blood drop now had nothing to do with Dudley, basically equivalent to a drop of red ink. Dudley looked at the words appearing before him, studying them intently. He doesn't seem to have recognized my aura. From that brief contact, if it were last year's Voldemort, he would definitely have recognized him as Dudley. But the Voldemort in the diary hadn't discovered this. After a moment's thought, Dudley raised his hand to conjure a quill and wrote in the diary, "Hello, I'm Harry Potter." He wanted to test whether the Voldemort in the diary actually knew who he was. Therefore, he didn't write his own name but wrote his cousin's name instead. "Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. I've heard about you." New text quickly appeared on the diary pages. Dudley leaned closer, analyzing the response. As expected, the Voldemort inside the diary doesn't know who I am. As for how this Voldemort learned about Harry, it was most likely that Malfoy had told Tom Riddle. Since this diary could communicate, Malfoy had probably already discovered this, so telling Tom Riddle about some Hogwarts affairs in the diary was perfectly normal. Especially as one of the people Malfoy hated most, the chance of Malfoy not mentioning Harry was very small. In fact, the Voldemort in the diary might have deliberately induced Malfoy to tell him about events over the past 50 years and, after learning he'd been defeated by Harry Potter, specifically inquired about Harry's information. However, Malfoy probably didn't know that Tom Riddle was Voldemort. From this, Dudley could deduce that the Voldemort in the diary knew only some things about Harry at school. Regarding last year's Voldemort possessing Quirrell, the diary's Voldemort didn't know, because Malfoy didn't know either. This also aligned with Dudley's earlier assessment, the diary's Voldemort hadn't recognized his aura. Interesting. 2 Voldemorts. Or is this some kind of clone magic? How did you find my diary? New writing appeared on the diary. After considering his options, Dudley certainly couldn't say this was sacrificed to him by Malfoy. I found it in an abandoned classroom, Dudley wrote. Fortunately, I recorded my past using a more lasting method than ink. I know there are people who don't want my diary to be seen. Looking at the writing appearing on the diary, Dudley smiled slightly. The Voldemort in the diary was clearly trying to reveal some secrets to gain his trust, then extract valuable information from him. But why couldn't Dudley also extract some information from Voldemort? Chapter 253, Chapter 256, A Dangerous Game. What do you mean by your past? Can you tell me? Dudley continued writing, and to appear very eager, he even sped up his writing, poking holes through the diary's paper. After writing these words, Dudley suddenly found it amusing. He never imagined he'd be chatting so casually with Voldemort. Those who didn't know might think they were old friends of many years. Of course I can, Voldemort replied. This is about the opening of the chamber 50 years ago. Dudley immediately wrote, I'm at Hogwarts right now. Something terrible has happened here. The legendary chamber has been opened, and many people have been attacked. The diary paused for a moment, then a large section of text appeared. It roughly described some events from 50 years ago, but didn't directly reveal the chamber's secrets. Dudley narrowed his eyes, wondering if Voldemort had discovered something and chosen to conceal it. Just as Dudley was considering how to continue his fabrication, text appeared on the diary again. If you're willing, I can take you to see for yourself. Words cannot accurately describe the situation at that time. I can show you my memories. Dudley smiled coldly. Show me memories? This diary isn't as simple as just memories. Whilst thinking this, Dudley wrote yes. Instantly, the notebook before him seemed blown by a strong wind. The pages rustled and turned, quickly stopping at a page in mid-June. Next, bright images gradually emerged on the paper, like a small screen displayed before Dudley's eyes. Dudley leant closer and immediately felt a pulling force, as if it wanted to swallow Dudley whole. Dudley tensed. After a moment's thought, he didn't block this pulling force. At the same time, he borrowed the power of the mysterious space to change his appearance, transforming into Harry's likeness. Dudley was completely absorbed into the diary, but he could still sense the outside world's existence. As long as he wanted, he could return to that mysterious space at any time. The diary couldn't prevent his actions. Looking around, Dudley found himself in Dumbledore's office. However, the person sitting behind the desk wasn't the familiar Headmaster Dumbledore but another withered old man. Dudley immediately realized this was a previous Hogwarts headmaster, Armando Dippet. Dudley knew this was the scene presented to him by Voldemort's soul, like a video recording. He couldn't affect anything here, he could only observe. Soon, knocking came from outside the door. Come in, the headmaster said. A moment later, a boy around 16 years old walked in, removing his pointed hat. A silver prefect badge gleamed on his chest. He was tall with an upright posture, jet black hair, and a handsome, striking appearance. Looking at this person, Dudley found it hard to connect this Voldemort with the previous noseless, terrifying figure. This wasn't even a difference in beauty and ugliness, but the distinction between human and monster. I suddenly understand why Dumbledore said Voldemort was very charismatic and skilled at using his advantages to control others, luring them down evil paths. Of course, if Voldemort at Hogwarts had been that noseless, death-like appearance, few people would have been willing to follow him then. Tom and the headmaster discussed matters about the chamber, nothing significant. However, Dudley did discover some details about Voldemort here. For instance, he was mixed blood, the name Tom came from his Muggle father, his middle name was Marvolo from his grandfather, and his mother was a witch who died in childbirth. The information seemed trivial now, but Dudley knew such details might prove valuable later. Especially since this concerned Voldemort's true identity. Events progressed quickly. Headmaster Dippet told Tom that because of the death incident, Hogwarts might be closed. This was unacceptable to Tom. For him, Hogwarts closing meant returning to the orphanage, so after leaving the headmaster's office, he began thinking about how to resolve this matter. Looks like he's contemplating how to catch that person, but actually he's thinking about how to frame someone else, Dudley thought, watching Tom riddle. Voldemort turned a corner and encountered someone. Dumbledore. Seeing the young Dumbledore, Dudley tensed slightly. He watched Dumbledore converse with Tom. From their words and actions, Dumbledore seemed somewhat suspicious of Tom. Does the Dumbledore of this time know that the student before him will become the most terrifying Dark Lord in the magical world? The thought struck Dudley as he watched the scene unfold. After parting with Dumbledore, Tom began his framing plan. The subsequent scenes matched Dudley's expectations exactly. Tom successfully framed Hagrid for opening the chamber, whilst he himself received Hogwarts Special Services to the School Award for this incident. The surrounding memories began collapsing. Dudley felt his body rapidly ascending, and before long, he returned to the palace. This is the complete secret about the chamber. It was Rubeus Hagrid who opened the chamber. Text appeared again. After a moment's thought, Dudley wrote with the quill, I see. Thank you for your memories, they showed me the truth from 50 years ago. About the chamber, do you know any other information? For instance, where is the chamber's entrance? Dudley pressed on. After a pause, Voldemort's writing appeared. After Hagrid was taken away, the chamber was never opened again. No one knows where the chamber's entrance is, but based on my speculation, there are several suspicious locations. I can take you to these suspicious places to investigate, if you're willing. Dudley smiled slightly. Of course I'm willing. After a while, Voldemort said, when the time comes, I'll need to attach my memories to your body. I hope you don't mind. No problem. As long as we can find the chamber, I can accept anything, Dudley immediately answered. Thank you for your trust, Harry. You're truly a good student. Hogwarts will certainly be proud of you. You'll soon become the hero who resolves this crisis. You'll receive Hogwarts Special Services Award and be displayed in the trophy room for all future students to admire. Dudley smiled. Yes, I'm already looking forward to receiving the Special Services Award. Chapter 254, Chapter 257, Confronting the Past. Closing the diary, Dudley drummed his fingers on the table, contemplating what came next. A short while later, Dudley felt his head throbbing slightly, realizing he'd stayed there too long, so he had his spirit body return to his physical body. Half an hour later, Dudley prayed to himself, then responded to his own prayer, sending the diary from that mysterious palace back to Hogwarts. The diary still appeared completely ordinary. Without careful examination, it would be difficult to discover its secrets. Dudley returned to the Gryffindor common room, opened the diary, and wrote, "I have time now. Can you tell me about those suspicious locations for the chamber's entrance?" "Yes." Soon, text appeared on the diary's pages. "In the corridor on the left side of the 6th floor, there's a painting depicting elves. You can go and check it out." Seeing this, Dudley closed the diary and prepared to leave. He suspected Voldemort wouldn't tell him the true chamber entrance so easily, but he had to pretend to investigate. The moment he stood up, Dudley felt someone watching him, their gaze intense and unmistakable. Looking up, Dudley saw pale Ginny, her eyes fixed intently on him. Something about Ginny's expression seemed off. Then he noticed that Ginny wasn't looking at him, more accurately, she was looking at the diary in Dudley's hands. Ginny has seen this diary before. It clicked into place. He remembered Malfoy had previously said he'd picked up this diary. That meant someone else had possessed this diary before, and that person was the one who'd opened the chamber. With this realization, Dudley changed his plan to check the 6th floor corridor and walked straight towards Ginny. Seeing Dudley approaching, Ginny immediately panicked. Without time to say goodbye to her friends, she quickly stood up, grabbed her homework, and bolted towards the girls' dormitory. "Ginny, stop. Won't you talk to me?" Dudley's eyes narrowed as his extraordinary ability activated. Ginny's footsteps slowed. She looked back at Dudley in panic, stepping backwards but unable to escape. "Catch." Suddenly, Dudley tossed the diary, throwing it directly at Ginny. He also casually cast a small spell on the diary to isolate it from surrounding influences and detection. "Oh!" Ginny cried out and instinctively caught the diary. A feeling of goodwill arose from deep in Ginny's heart, making her view Dudley less fearfully and somewhat affectionately instead. "Come on, let's talk," Dudley said with a smile. "Do you like sweets? Here, have this." As Dudley spoke, he smoothly took back the diary and handed Ginny a piece of candy. Taking the sweet, Ginny unwrapped it and put it in her mouth. Her face finally regained some color. "Dudley, I'm sorry. It was me, all me." Ginny lowered her head, wringing her hands together as she spoke softly. "I don't know what happened. Several times I didn't know what I was doing, and when I came to, my hands were covered in paint. Dudley, I really don't know how all this happened, but I think I opened the chamber." Ginny spoke somewhat incoherently. But Dudley had already obtained the answer he wanted. The diary's first victim was Ginny, Ron's sister, who he'd known all year. Right under my nose. He'd suspected many people and even specifically investigated those in Slytherin, but he never thought it would be Ginny. This was unavoidable. Everyone had previously speculated that Slytherin's heir had opened the chamber, and Ginny Weasley, no matter how you looked at it, couldn't possibly be Slytherin's heir. Another reason was that Dudley had relied on his ability to sense evil auras too much. This diary was, so far, the item that concealed evil auras best. Without close contact and careful examination, even if Dudley saw it, he wouldn't notice its peculiarity. "Ginny, it's all right. Everything has passed," Dudley consoled her. Under Dudley's extraordinary ability, Ginny quickly stabilized her emotions and recounted what had happened. "Placed in your textbooks." Dudley's eyes narrowed. How had this diary ended up in Ginny's textbooks? "Yes, I found this diary after returning from Flourish and Blots," Ginny said. Flourish and Blots. Dudley suddenly remembered something. At that time, he'd gone to find Borgin, whilst the others went to Flourish and Blots to buy books. During that time, Mr. Weasley and Lucius had a conflict and nearly came to blows. It really was the Malfoy family. By now, he'd confirmed that Dobby was the Malfoy family's house elf. Lucius probably never imagined this diary would end up in his son's hands. If I hadn't intervened, this diary would still be in Malfoy's possession. Given his previous condition, it wouldn't have been long before Voldemort consumed him completely. A wave of regret washed over him. If things had continued like this, would Lucius have paid for the trouble he created? Would he have regretted placing this diary in Ginny's textbooks? But there was no point dwelling on what-ifs. Still, Dudley really wanted to see what expression Lucius would have had after causing his own son's death. "All right, Ginny, don't tell anyone else about this, understand?" Dudley said to Ginny. "But." "No buts. Just do as I say. You don't need to worry about anything else." Dudley patted Ginny's head as his extraordinary ability activated again. Right, go and rest now. Forget what happened. Under Dudley's somewhat commanding tone, Ginny stood up and walked towards the dormitory. Once she was gone, Dudley took the diary and left Gryffindor Tower. He'd just cast an isolation spell on the diary, so their conversation wouldn't be overheard. Now, opening the diary, Dudley found that Voldemort was becoming somewhat impatient and had begun asking questions. Have you arrived? Dudley smiled to himself and wrote with the quill, almost there. Soon, Dudley arrived at the 6th floor, in front of the painting depicting elves that Voldemort had mentioned. Chapter 255, Chapter 258, Horcrux Resonance. Looking at the painting before him, Dudley wrote in the diary that he'd arrived. Dudley had been here before and hadn't found anything special, so he knew Voldemort was deceiving him. I'll tell you a few spells you can try, the diary wrote. Several spells appeared on the page. Dudley glanced at them, they were all normal spells with no hidden traps. So he pretended to recite the spells once, and nothing happened. Looks like it's not here. After seeing Dudley's reply, Voldemort responded. Then let's go to the next place, 8th floor corridor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Another line of text appeared in the diary. Dudley tensed. So the chamber entrance is in that place. Various thoughts flashed through Dudley's mind. Because Dudley had checked that place more than once. He knew there was something wrong with that place, but he could never discover what exactly was wrong. Now seeing Voldemort say that might be the chamber entrance, Dudley was almost certain that place really was the chamber entrance. Only the chamber entrance could withstand his many inspections without revealing any problems. This problem that had troubled Dudley for almost 2 semesters was finally about to be solved. What puzzled Dudley somewhat was that the place was very close to the headmaster's office. If Ginny went there to open the chamber, wouldn't she be easily caught? Wait, Dumbledore doesn't seem to be at school this year. Dudley suddenly realized something. I wonder what problem he encountered. Shaking his head, Dudley stopped thinking about it and walked towards the 8th floor corridor. How do I get in there? Dudley wrote in the diary. You need to pass by there 3 times in a short period whilst thinking about a place to hide things in your mind, the diary wrote. This answer made Dudley frown. It wasn't a powerful spell, but just thinking about a place to hide things would allow entry. What kind of magical space was this? But thinking that this was the chamber built by Hogwarts founder Slytherin, Dudley suddenly felt that no matter how magical it was, he could accept it. Soon, Dudley arrived at the 8th floor corridor. He followed Voldemort's method, passing through the corridor 3 times whilst continuously thinking about a place to hide things. When Dudley passed by for the 3rd time, a smooth, large door slowly appeared from the wall. This is. Dudley was extremely surprised. The secret that had troubled him for so long was finally revealed at this moment. Dudley took a deep breath, put the solar ring on his hand, and prepared himself. As soon as he discovered the basilisk, he would immediately attack. Then he pushed the door open and walked in. A foul smell hit him, like the smell of rubbish piled up here for a long time. Dudley's gaze swept around. He didn't see the basilisk here but instead saw mountains of various miscellaneous items, tables, chairs, benches, some books that moved by themselves with bright colors, some scattered toys. Basically, as long as you could think of something not too large, you could find it here. This, really is a place to hide things. Dudley wrote what he saw in the diary. Soon Voldemort's reply appeared, I've also been here before. This is a very mysterious place that always appears when needed. I've always felt it might have some connection to the chamber. Dudley narrowed his eyes. From his current feeling, this probably wasn't the so-called chamber. However, Dudley wasn't without discoveries. At least here, Dudley sensed quite a few evil auras of dark magic. Looks like many dark magical objects are hidden here. Dudley's gaze swept around and found several things that might contain dark magic. Just as Dudley was observing, a trace of black mist appeared on the diary. At the same time, on a beautiful diadem more than 10 meters away from Dudley, weak black mist also appeared. Both existed for a very short time and quickly disappeared. However, Dudley still felt something unusual. He looked down at the diary. Looks like this isn't the chamber we're looking for, Voldemort wrote. Let's go to another place. The girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor corridor. Several words appeared in the diary. Looking at the text, Dudley frowned. He felt that Voldemort bringing him here seemed to have another purpose. But Dudley couldn't currently determine what Voldemort wanted to do, so he could only suppress his doubts and continue following Voldemort's rhythm. The girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. Are you sure? Dudley memorized the room's situation, left the mysterious space, and headed to the 2nd floor. Yes, the girls' bathroom, Voldemort replied. All right, Dudley nodded. He suddenly realized a problem. Out of respect, he'd never been to Hogwarts girls' bathrooms, and these places might really be places he'd overlooked. Additionally, he hadn't carefully inspected the teacher's offices either. Calculating this way, there were actually quite a few places he hadn't checked. Soon, Dudley arrived at the second-floor girls' bathroom door. This is the bathroom where Myrtle is. Reaching the entrance, Dudley suddenly realized this. He also remembered that on the day Crabbe was petrified, the entire second-floor corridor was flooded with water, and Malfoy had picked up this diary at that time. Dudley looked around, confirmed no one was there, then walked in. "Oh, Dudley, you actually entered the girls' bathroom," a shrill voice came from a nearby toilet. Half of Myrtle's body floated outside the toilet, examining Dudley through thick glasses. "You peeked at me bathing too, didn't you?" Dudley ignored her comment and began observing the bathroom. If Voldemort bringing him here wasn't due to some perverse interest, then this bathroom should at least have some problems. "Oh, I just passed by, accidentally saw," Myrtle immediately said, then she flew out from the toilet and floated in front of Dudley. "Is there anything special about this girl's bathroom?" Dudley simply used his extraordinary ability, asking Myrtle in a commanding tone. "Why are you being so fierce?" Myrtle pouted. "I still wanted to share a toilet with you." "Oh. All right, there's a sink over there that never produces water. If you're asking about that, hee. Myrtle said, pressing closer to Dudley's body. Chapter 256, Chapter 259, Dudley's countermove. The sink. Dudley tensed and immediately turned to look at the sinks behind him. They were in the center of the bathroom, a circle of sinks built around the central pillar. Dudley walked over and turned on several taps. He discovered that one tap didn't produce water. He bent down to examine it and saw a snake-shaped mark engraved on the side of the tap. "This is it," Dudley said, touching the mark. After taking him to two irrelevant places, Voldemort had finally brought him to the true chamber entrance. "How do I open the chamber?" Dudley wrote in the diary. "I can attach my memories to your body to try, but I'm not certain it will actually open," Voldemort responded. Reading this, Dudley didn't immediately respond. If facing Voldemort now was a real 12-year-old boy, he would probably have already fallen under Voldemort's manipulation. Especially before, when Voldemort had led Dudley to find the Room of Requirement, this could be seen as bait thrown out by Voldemort to gain Dudley's trust. Just as Dudley was contemplating, he felt a cold, evil aura emanating from the notebook in his hand, attempting to invade his body. A circle of golden light spread from the solar ring on Dudley's hand, dispersing that evil aura almost instantly. At the same time, Dudley seemed to faintly hear a scream. Looking at the diary in his hand, Dudley smiled coldly. Is the current Voldemort considered a wraith? The solar ring had strong restraining effects on things like wraiths and the undead. Just now, Voldemort had merely released a trace of aura, and it was directly purified by the solar ring, having no effect on Dudley whatsoever. After a moment's thought, Dudley wrote in the diary, "I don't want to enter the chamber for now. It's too dangerous there." This time, the diary took a long while before responding to Dudley. "With me helping you, the dangers in the chamber won't threaten you." Dudley continued writing, "I need to tell my friends about this. We should go in together." After a while, Voldemort said, "There may be treasures Slytherin left behind in the chamber. Are you sure you want to tell your friends about all this?" "I think I still need to discuss it with them." "All right, it seems you haven't completely trusted me yet. I can wait, but I hope you won't make me wait too long." Their conversation ended. Dudley put away the diary and walked out of the bathroom. Voldemort had been trying to lure him into the chamber, so Dudley simply wouldn't go in. At least, not now. Knowing where the chamber entrance was, Dudley had completely grasped the initiative and could even choose how to resolve this matter. The safest method would be for Dudley to tell Professor McGonagall about this and let the school solve the chamber problem. Dudley believed that as long as they knew how to enter the chamber, Hogwarts could definitely resolve this issue. But equally, Dudley would lose the basilisk's corpse. This thing could not only be sold for money but also had great research value. Those eyes that could petrify or even kill creatures, as long as they were in Dudley's hands, they could be made into very powerful magical items. Reaching the strength of a Grade 2 sealed artifact would be more than sufficient, and if its attack was on the rule level, even a Grade 1 sealed artifact was possible. This was very attractive to Dudley. Therefore, a second option was born, Dudley going alone to kill that basilisk. This would have been very dangerous for Dudley before, but after advancing to Judge, Dudley had considerable resources, and he'd also accumulated some dark magical items that could play good roles in battle. Of course, this also carried risks. After all, Dudley wasn't certain about the basilisk's exact situation. If he miscalculated, things could go very wrong. So Dudley had a third plan. That was to bring people into the chamber together to deal with the basilisk. The candidates were easy to think of, Cole, or add Ginz's group of three. What Dudley needed to consider was whether to bring Harry's trio along. These three might be burdens, but at this stage, Dudley was already preparing to start developing believers, and Harry's trio were naturally his first choice. Before telling them the truth, what Dudley needed to do was display his true strength before them and let them know his power so they could justifiably join him. Among these three, Harry should be easiest to convince. After all, the threat of Voldemort was always present. As long as he didn't die, Harry wouldn't be safe. Even with Dudley's and Dumbledore's protection, it ultimately wasn't as reliable as being powerful himself. Therefore, as long as Dudley told Harry that believing in the Night Emperor could make him powerful, he believed Harry would unhesitatingly choose to become a believer of the Night Emperor. Ron's likelihood of following was also very high. He'd always admired Dudley. Given the opportunity to improve his own strength, he probably wouldn't miss it either. Hermione was somewhat harder to predict. She was too smart and might have her own thoughts. However, Dudley believed that even if Hermione knew about their matters, as long as she didn't speak out, it would be fine. After thinking for a while, Dudley first ruled out telling Professor McGonagall. A Grade 1 sealed artifact was still very attractive to him. Then, after hesitating between going solo or bringing Harry and the others, he finally chose to bring Harry's trio along with Cole's group into the chamber. Having finalized his plan, Dudley immediately headed toward Gryffindor's common room. It was already late at night. The common room had long been empty, and Harry's group had already gone to sleep. Dudley didn't wake them. This matter wasn't urgent. In any case, Voldemort's diary was already in his hands, and no one else could possibly open the chamber. He could do this after making full preparations. Returning to his dormitory, Dudley placed Voldemort's diary in the Mirror of Erised. After a moment's thought, he picked up the Trunsoist brass book nearby and pressed it on top of the diary. This should prevent any problems, Dudley said with a light laugh. After speaking, Dudley left the Mirror of Erised and went back to sleep in his dormitory. The space within the Mirror of Erised returned to tranquility. However, the soul in Voldemort's diary was currently trembling. He felt unprecedented terror, as if an extremely horrifying thing was pressing on him, whispering strangely in his ear, making his soul feel suffocated and maddened. But he didn't dare resist, he could only hide in the diary's deepest depths, enduring that maddening whisper, slowly sinking. Chapter 257, Chapter 260, The Plan. The next day, when Dudley took Voldemort's diary out from the Mirror of Erised and opened it, Voldemort's handwriting immediately appeared on the page. "Harry, where did you put the diary? Why can I hear strange whispers? It's terrifying. Those sounds are causing great damage to my memories. If the diary is damaged, you'll never be able to open the chamber." Voldemort's words appeared in succession. You could tell he was anxious, truly anxious. He was afraid Dudley would put him in that place to suffer again. Seeing Voldemort's words, Dudley tensed. He hadn't expected Voldemort could actually sense the Trunsoist brass book's presence and hear the whispers. If I keep the diary and the Trunsoist brass book together for a long time, will the Voldemort in the diary go mad and lose control? Dudley suddenly thought of this question. What would happen after a wraith lost control? Dudley really couldn't say. However, given Voldemort's destructive power, if he truly lost control and went mad, he probably wouldn't be easy to deal with. It's just a dark magical object. I'll be more careful in the future, Dudley wrote in the diary. Don't ever do that again, Voldemort warned. Where'd you get that diary from? And it's so old. Ron looked somewhat curiously at the black diary in Dudley's hands. The cover was already damaged, it looked at least decades old. Harry also came over. You keep a diary? How come I didn't know? It's a diary I found. It records many secrets, Dudley said to them in a low voice. What secrets? Hearing this, Harry and Ron immediately became interested. When Hermione gets here, I'll tell you all together, Dudley said mysteriously. After breakfast, they had no first class, so Dudley brought them to an empty classroom. What's going on, being so mysterious? Hermione asked curiously. Dudley placed Voldemort's diary before the group. He'd already cast magic on the diary, isolating Voldemort's ability to spy on the outside world. This is Tom Riddle's diary, Dudley said. Who? Hermione and Harry both frowned and asked simultaneously. That name sounds familiar. Oh right, I remember. The Special Services Award from 50 years ago, when I was in detention last time, I polished that medal, Ron said in surprise. This is a diary from an upperclassman from 50 years ago. Does it record anything? Hermione asked in confusion. Wait, 50 years ago, Special Services Award, he couldn't be the person who framed Hagrid for opening the chamber, could he? Only that event could get a student the Special Services Award from Hogwarts. Hermione quickly connected the two matters. She really was very clever. Exactly, Dudley nodded. What did his diary say? Was it about the chamber? Harry asked quickly. The chamber matter isn't important. What's important is that Tom Riddle has another name that's more well-known. Dudley paused, looked at Harry, and continued, Voldemort. Ron shuddered, showing a terrified expression. Hermione's mouth dropped open in shock. Harry froze in place. Tom Riddle is Voldemort. 50 years ago, he was the one who opened the chamber and framed Hagrid. Not long after leaving Hogwarts, he changed his name, which became the Voldemort we all know. Dudley raised his right hand and used a spell to write in the air, Tom Marvolo Riddle. This is Voldemort's true name. Then with a wave of his right hand, these letters rearranged themselves to form, I am Lord Voldemort. This was what Dudley had discovered yesterday whilst thinking about Voldemort's name. Ordinary people would have difficulty connecting these unless they knew Voldemort's middle name was Marvolo. This is a diary Voldemort wrote when he was at Hogwarts. Hermione instinctively moved away from the diary. This was the Dark Lord's diary, who knew if there was some terrible dark magic on it. My God. Voldemort actually attended Hogwarts. Ron was still in shock. Harry stared blankly at the diary on the table, expressionless and silent. This diary is somewhat special. It may contain part of Voldemort's soul. This diary was what lured a student to open the chamber before. Voldemort is the true heir of Slytherin. Dudley continued. I already communicated with the Voldemort in the diary yesterday. He led me to find the chamber entrance and wanted to lure me inside, but I temporarily refused. Oh. Hermione covered her mouth in fright. Ron's face turned deathly pale. We should give this diary to Professor McGonagall right away. She'll definitely know how to handle it, Hermione said after calming down. Dudley glanced at Hermione without speaking. You want to handle it yourself, don't you? Harry finally spoke. The fact that Dudley hadn't immediately turned in the diary but instead brought them here to discuss it already indicated many things. That's right. I want to hunt that basilisk. There are things on it that I need, Dudley said simply and directly. Dudley, are you crazy? Hermione looked at Dudley in shock. That was a basilisk, an extremely terrifying ancient magical creature. I have the strength to do this, Hermione. The question now is, do you three want to go? Dudley said bluntly. It's your choice, but even if you ultimately decide not to go, please don't tell anyone. Understand what I mean? I'll go. Harry said almost without hesitation. I'll go too, Ron nodded after a brief pause. You too. Hermione looked at them in disbelief, eyes wide. All right, then I'm definitely going too. I can't trust you two idiots not to drag Dudley down. Hermione's tone suddenly changed as she spoke to Harry and Ron. I thought you were going to report us, Ron said. Just kidding, Hermione smiled. The basilisk's corpse should sell for quite a bit of money, right? Hermione asked. Selling the spiders last time had given everyone a taste of profit. This time, the basilisk had become a moving golden snake in their eyes. Very valuable. Additionally, to ensure safety, I'll also ask someone to help us. A very skilled wizard, Dudley said seriously. Chapter 258, Chapter 261, A New Wand. Hearing that Dudley had called for backup, everyone felt much more relaxed. One more person meant one more layer of protection. So next, the first thing we need to solve is your wand, Ron. I don't want your wand failing to cast spells when we're fighting the basilisk, Dudley said, looking at Ron. Ron's wand had broken when he came to school. Although Dudley had used superior magical skill to cast a repair charm and restore the wand, it was simply too old. After breaking once, its functionality had obviously diminished, sometimes spells wouldn't even work. Go to Diagon Alley this weekend to buy a wand? Ron asked. Dudley had mentioned before using apparition to take him to buy a wand. No time. We'll go this afternoon, Dudley said. He'd mentioned it the weekend before because he didn't know the chamber's entrance yet. Now that he knew where it was, he didn't want to keep waiting. We have defense against the dark arts this afternoon, Hermione reminded him. I'll request leave. I'm confident Professor Lockhart won't make things difficult for me, Dudley laughed. The group exchanged knowing smiles. After the morning transfiguration class ended, Dudley went directly to find Professor Lockhart. Originally, Dudley had planned to use his extraordinary abilities if Lockhart didn't agree. Unexpectedly, when Lockhart heard Dudley had something to do and wouldn't attend class, he seemed quite pleased and almost immediately approved Dudley and Ron's leave request without hesitation. It seemed that for Lockhart, seeing Dudley in class each time made him feel somewhat uncomfortable and nervous. After obtaining the leave slip, Dudley took Ron into the secret passage leading to Hogsmeade. They didn't need to go to Hogsmeade, they just needed to leave Hogwarts boundaries so Dudley could perform apparition. After walking a short distance, Dudley felt the spatial constraints around him disappear. He immediately grabbed Ron's arm. Apparition. Their bodies quickly twisted and disappeared from the secret passage with a crack. When they reappeared, they were already standing in a corner of Diagon Alley. "Oh!" Ron cried out, his face pale, swaying before steadying himself. "That feeling really can't be called pleasant," Ron said after resting a moment. "Once you get used to it, it's actually fine." After Dudley finished speaking, he put on his hood, and he and Ron headed toward Ollivander's wand shop. There weren't as many people in Diagon Alley as during term time, but there were still quite a few wizards. The two concealed their faces, moving through the crowd. Soon, they stood outside Ollivander's wand shop. Dudley pushed the door open and entered. Ding-a-ling. The doorbell rang. A sliding ladder flew out from inside and stopped behind the counter. Ollivander's cloudy eyes looked toward the two people at the entrance. Generally speaking, his shop didn't have much business normally, only during term time when many young wizards came to purchase their first wands. Other times there was rarely any business. After all, as long as a wizard's wand didn't meet with an accident, it could last a lifetime. Very few people would change wands midway. "Mr. Ollivander," Dudley lowered his hood and greeted him with a smile. "Dudley. Good heavens, what are you doing here?" Seeing Dudley, Ollivander was extremely surprised. His impression of Dudley was very deep. After all, his family's heirloom wand had chosen Dudley as its master, and he'd given it to Dudley without charge. However, Dudley was currently in second year and should be at Hogwarts right now. How could he appear in Diagon Alley? "Mr. Ollivander, I'm here to accompany my friend Ron to purchase a wand. His old wand broke, and he needs a new one." Dudley pointed to Ron beside him. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander." Ron lowered his hood and greeted him, his face flushed. "Let me guess, a Weasley child, correct?" Ollivander said with a smile, looking at Ron's head of red hair. "Yes," Ron nodded. "May I see your old wand?" Ollivander asked. Ron took out his previous wand and handed it to Ollivander. Ollivander examined it carefully, then raised his cloudy gaze to Ron. "This is your brother Charlie's wand, isn't it? I remember every wand that's been sold from my shop very clearly." "That's right," Ron said in surprise. He hadn't expected Ollivander could actually recognize the wand's owner. A very impressive repair charm. Unfortunately, the wand was damaged too severely. Although the exterior has been repaired, the unicorn hair inside has already broken, Ollivander said with some regret. "Can you tell me who repaired this wand?" Ollivander asked. Just as he finished speaking, he guessed on his own. "It couldn't be Professor Dumbledore, could it? Otherwise, I really can't think of who would have such magical power to repair a broken wand to this degree." Ron glanced at Ollivander, then at Dudley. "I repaired it," Dudley volunteered. "Truly astonishing magical talent." Ollivander looked deeply at Dudley and returned the old wand to Ron. "Well then, let me take your measurements." As Ollivander spoke, he waved his wand, causing a measuring tape to begin automatically measuring Ron's dimensions. Taking advantage of the pause, Dudley asked, "Mr. Ollivander, you mentioned before that the wand chooses the wizard. Is it possible for a wand, after choosing a wizard, to choose another wizard?" Ollivander looked at Dudley and said, "Generally speaking, that doesn't happen. Unless in a duel, if the wand's master is defeated or killed, then the wizard who defeats or kills him automatically becomes the master of that previous wand." "I see," Dudley nodded. "Wands can be taken, but wands obtained this way aren't necessarily suitable for you," Ollivander reminded him. "I understand." As Dudley spoke, he took out his own wand. Actually, Dudley now rarely used his wand. Many of his spells could be cast without a wand, he only pulled it out for show when professors were watching. This wand was a gift from Ollivander to Dudley, elder wood, 13 inches. Even Ollivander didn't know what the core was. It was supposedly passed down through his family. Seeing the wand in Dudley's hand, Ollivander's expression shifted. "Mr. Dursley, have you noticed anything special about this wand?" Ollivander inquired. "Something special?" Dudley was stunned. He really hadn't discovered anything particularly special about this wand. Chapter 259, Chapter 262, The Wand's Secret. "It seems Mr. Dursley hasn't reached that step yet," Ollivander said. "What do you mean?" Dudley pressed. He rarely used this wand now, but when he was in first year, he'd used it quite often and hadn't noticed anything special about it. Dudley had also compared Harry's wand with his own. Besides the spells being slightly less powerful when cast, there was no other difference. "When I gave you this wand, I didn't tell you because I felt that was still very far away from you. But just now, after seeing the wand you repaired with the restoration charm, I feel you're probably not far from reaching that level." Ollivander looked at Dudley with profound eyes. Besides casting spells, wands can also be used to sense spells and create spells. Sooner or later you'll reach that step. When that time comes, perhaps you'll discover the wondrous aspects of this wand. Dudley looked at Ollivander with some surprise, completely not expecting his wand had such abilities. You mean it can help me create new spells, right? Dudley asked. You could say that. This requires you to explore it yourself. I believe with your talent, you'll reach that step sooner or later, Ollivander said. Throughout history, many excellent wizards have created spells unique to themselves. Some spells have been passed down, while others have been buried. But regardless, these people all made great contributions to the development of magic. Sensing the rules of magic, utilizing the rules of magic, distorting the rules of magic, creating your own magical rules. Ollivander said with a light laugh. Ah, that, I've finished measuring. Ron, having been left to the side for a while, finally couldn't help but speak up. Oh. I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley. I've kept you waiting. Ollivander immediately walked over, looked at Ron's measured body data, and selected suitable wands for him. Dudley watched Ollivander's retreating figure, frowning slightly. That conversation just now gave him a very peculiar feeling. Dudley activated spirit vision and looked for a long time without any discoveries. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, Dudley thought, shaking his head and looking down at the wand in his hand. Ollivander quickly selected several wands for Ron to try. After testing them, Ron finally found a wand suitable for him. 14 inches, willow, unicorn hair, Ollivander introduced to Ron. 7 galleons even. Ron paid the money and happily stroked his wand. This was truly the first wand that belonged to him alone. Goodbye, Mr. Ollivander. Dudley nodded at Ollivander and put on his hood. Goodbye, Mr. Dursley and Mr. Weasley, Ollivander said farewell with a smile. What were you talking about with Mr. Ollivander? Ron asked curiously. Some questions about wands, Dudley said. He glanced at the wand in his hand. Originally, he'd already decided not to study wand casting anymore, but after Ollivander's reminder just now, he felt wands weren't completely useless after all. Perhaps through magic, Dudley could achieve many things that couldn't be realized in the extraordinary world. Can you wander around Diagon Alley alone for a while? No problem. Dudley asked. I still have some things to do. No problem, Ron immediately said. He couldn't wait to explore outside a bit longer. Having finally left Hogwarts, he didn't want to return so early. Besides, he also planned to buy a new Hogwarts robe. All right, see you later. After saying goodbye to Ron, Dudley first went to Knockturn Alley and found Borgin. Borgin was very surprised by Dudley's sudden visit but didn't ask too many questions, directly leading Dudley into the inner room. Mr. Dursley's meaning is that you want to invite me to deal with a basilisk together? Borgin asked in surprise. Yes. You can take part of the basilisk's corpse as compensation, Dudley said. Borgin didn't immediately answer but fell into contemplation. Dudley waited patiently. He decided to call on Borgin because this person had quite a few dark magical items in his hands that might play a significant role when dealing with the basilisk. Besides, if they wanted to sell the basilisk's corpse afterward, they'd still need to go through Borgin's channels, so he might as well bring him in directly. All right, after careful consideration, Borgin nodded in agreement. Then tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, meet at the Shrieking Shack. Dudley said. No problem. After Borgin sent Dudley off, he returned to the shop and began rummaging through everything. The basilisk's corpse was valuable, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. However, he also knew the dangers involved and had to prepare some usable magical items in advance just in case. In fact, what Dudley didn't know was that the reason Borgin agreed was because Dudley himself would participate in this operation. Having witnessed Dudley's abilities when dealing with Ginza's group before, he was quite certain Dudley's strength had exceeded the category of ordinary wizards. Acting together with Dudley made him feel much more secure. After all, a basilisk wasn't a giant spider, dealing with it would be extremely difficult, and if things went wrong, death was possible. Borgin wasn't someone who liked taking risks. After saying goodbye to Borgin, Dudley carefully sensed Cole's location and operad over. He simply and clearly told Cole to meet at the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade the next evening to deal with the basilisk together, then Dudley left. Unlike his treatment of Borgin, he wasn't so polite with Cole. Additionally, Dudley didn't have Ginza's trio come because these three didn't know Dudley's true identity. Once he brought them into Hogwarts, his identity would be hard to conceal. So this time, the only two adult wizards participating in hunting the basilisk were Cole and Borgin. After making proper preparations, Dudley returned to Diagon Alley, found Ron, and performed apparition back to the secret passage. Emerging from the passage and seeing the familiar Hogwarts castle around them, Ron had a feeling of being in another world. I feel like I've been outside for several days, Ron said. Actually, it's only been a few hours, Dudley shrugged. Dudley, can we often go to Diagon Alley to play in the future? It's much more interesting than doing nothing at Hogwarts, Ron said excitedly. We could bring Harry and Hermione, and we could even help other students buy things from Diagon Alley. Ron, if you want to be expelled from school, you can do that. Dudley reminded him. Ah. Ron felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing all his enthusiasm. Rest well. Tomorrow night we hunt the basilisk. Dudley said. Chapter 260, Chapter 263, Into the Depths. Ron hurried to catch up with Dudley, and the two walked toward the Great Hall together. Harry and Hermione were eating dinner. Seeing Dudley and Ron, they waved them over. How did it go? Harry asked immediately. Look, my new wand. Ron pulled out his new wand and waved it around in a show-off manner, his face bearing an irrepressible smile. Looks great, Harry praised. More than great, I feel like with this new wand, my abilities have improved considerably, Ron said in an exaggerated tone. He'd previously used Charlie's wand, which didn't suit him well. But this current wand was very suitable, which would be of great help to Ron when casting spells. Watching Ron wave his wand, Hermione said, everything should be ready now. When do we move? Tomorrow night, Dudley said. So soon? A trace of nervousness appeared on Hermione's face. I still have several spells I want to practice. I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Hermione, you're already excellent, Harry said. No. You all eat first. I'm going to practice some spells. Hermione grabbed a piece of bread and hurried toward the classroom. After thinking for a moment, Ron also took some food and followed her. He also needed to practice magic spells, and having just bought a new wand, he couldn't wait to try it out. Seeing this, Harry hesitated briefly, then followed as well. Ah, they've become so diligent. Seeing this scene, Dudley chuckled and shook his head. What are they doing? Seeing the three leave, Neville came over curiously and asked. They went to practice spells. They probably feel they need to improve themselves, Dudley said casually, picking up a glass of juice to drink. All right. Neville glanced at the group running off, then pulled out a bottle from his pocket and handed it to Dudley. Inside was a black, murky liquid. What's this? Dudley asked in surprise. A potion. Harry and Ron said you have kidney problems and asked me to mix you some medicine, so I made this for you. Try it. It works really well. Neville said, looking at Dudley earnestly. Dudley. At this moment, Dudley understood what it meant to feel dead inside. What exactly had Harry and Ron said about him behind his back? What's wrong? Don't you like it? Seeing Dudley's somewhat stiff expression, Neville asked cautiously. Ah, thank you, Neville. I really like it, Dudley forced a smile. He knew Neville wasn't good at other subjects, but he was excellent at herbology. He didn't want to discourage Neville's enthusiasm. That's good, Neville said quickly with a smile. Drink this first. I'll make you more later. While smiling happily, Neville backed away and was tripped by a chair, nearly falling. After steadying himself, Neville continued smiling and waving at Dudley. This. Looking at the black potion in his hand, Dudley didn't know what to say. Tonight, I'll give it to Ron and Harry to drink. Let them have a good taste, Dudley thought viciously. That evening, when Harry's trio returned, Dudley divided Neville's potion into 2 portions and handed them to Harry and Ron, respectively. What is this stuff? Harry wrinkled his nose at the smell emanating from the potion. Good stuff. It can increase your magical power, Dudley said to Harry in a low voice. Really? Harry was overjoyed. His cousin was so good to him. Without thinking much, he immediately drank it down. Although the taste was very bitter, after drinking it, he indeed felt his whole body heating up, filled with strength. Seeing this, Ron also immediately drank it down and gave Dudley a thumbs up. What did they drink? Hermione looked at them strangely. Nothing. Go rest quickly. There's a lot to do tomorrow, Dudley pushed Hermione toward the girls' dormitory. The night passed uneventfully. During the day, they attended classes as usual, but their minds had already flown to the chamber, fantasizing about the scene of battling the basilisk. Nervous, anxious, with a little anticipation. After barely making it through to evening and finishing dinner, Dudley had the 3 return to Gryffindor Tower to wait for news whilst he began patrolling the castle himself. Close to 9 o'clock, Dudley left the castle and headed straight for the Whomping Willow's location. In prison. Dudley stood at a distance and used his extraordinary ability. Instantly, the space around the Whomping Willow seemed to freeze, everything became still. Dudley quickly walked over, entered the passage below, and headed toward the Shrieking Shack. When Dudley reached the Shrieking Shack, Borgin was already waiting for him. Very pleased to see you again, Mr. Justiciar, Borgin said with a smile. Good evening, Mr. Borgin. Dudley noticed that Borgin was bulging all over, as if stuffed with many things. Some magical items that might be useful. Better safe than sorry, Borgin explained. Crack. While the two were talking, a light sound came, and Cole's figure appeared in the room. He first glanced at Dudley, then noticed Borgin beside Dudley and immediately frowned. Mr. Auror, long time no see, Borgin said with a smile. He wasn't at all surprised that Cole appeared here. I'm no longer an Auror, Cole said, then looked at Dudley and bowed respectfully. Are you all ready? Dudley inquired. Ready, both said simultaneously. Then follow me. Dudley waved his hand and led the two into the secret passage. In the narrow passage echoed the footsteps and breathing of three people. Honestly, Dudley, if you weren't leading me, I wouldn't dare enter Hogwarts casually, Borgin broke the silence. Oh. Why? Dudley asked, somewhat surprised. From what he understood about Borgin, his mother should be the daughter of a Hogwarts headmaster. Because of Professor Dumbledore, Cole answered for Borgin. Professor Dumbledore really hates dark wizards. On Hogwarts grounds, no dark wizard dares set foot. Exactly. Although I don't consider myself a dark wizard, Professor Dumbledore apparently doesn't think so. If he discovered I entered Hogwarts, I'd probably quickly be sent to the Ministry. Oh wait, probably to Azkaban, Borgin said with a light laugh. You don't need to worry about that. Professor Dumbledore isn't at school right now. In fact, I haven't seen him for a long time, Dudley said directly. Yes, I happen to know some news. Something seems to have happened at Nurmengard, Borgin said with a light laugh. Chapter 261, Chapter 264, Complications. Nurmengard. Dudley and Cole spoke simultaneously, looking at Borgin with some surprise. This dark magical items shop owner was really well informed. Yes, though I don't know the specific details of what happened there. In any case, Professor Dumbledore seems to be there too and can't get away for now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to your request, Borgin said to Dudley with a smile. Dudley frowned. He knew the name Nurmengard. It was a prison in Austria, as notorious as Azkaban in the North Sea, one of the two most terrifying prisons in the wizarding world. Is there a famous criminal imprisoned in Nurmengard? Dudley asked. There is one person imprisoned there, the previous Dark Lord, the most terrifying dark wizard before Voldemort, Gellert Grindelwald. Cole said with a serious expression. Borgin remained noncommittal and said nothing. Dudley frowned. No wonder Dumbledore hadn't been at school this semester, it was because of the previous Dark Lord. However, since Grindelwald was already imprisoned, why would there still be problems, even requiring Professor Dumbledore to stay there constantly? Had he escaped? Dudley shook his head. He didn't continue thinking about it. This matter was too far removed from him, and he didn't want to get involved with the previous Dark Lord. He hadn't even dealt with this generation's Dark Lord yet. And the matter with Voldemort was only because it involved Harry, otherwise, Dudley wouldn't be so concerned. As they talked, they'd already reached the exit. I'll go up first. Wait here, then come up, Dudley said, then walked out first. In prison. Dudley's extraordinary ability was released, temporarily freezing the Whomping Willow in place. Cole and Borgin in the secret passage heard Dudley whisper something they couldn't understand. After waiting briefly, they walked out together. The Whomping Willow, a rare magical plant, Borgin said, eyeing the Whomping Willow with interest. There were valuable parts on this tree. If he could harvest some to sell, it would fetch a good price. However, he obviously lacked the nerve to try. So this secret passage leads to the Whomping Willow, Cole said in surprise. Wait, why isn't the Whomping Willow attacking us? Cole looked around nervously as he quickly walked toward the outer area. It can't move temporarily. Let's go. Dudley led the way toward Hogwarts. After moving away from the Whomping Willow, he raised his hand to release it. Swish swish. The Whomping Willow angrily waved its branches, pounding the air to vent its fury. Are we going straight to the school like this? Looking at the castle close at hand, Cole asked. Just like this, Dudley said affirmatively. Then he pulled out a roll of ancient parchment from his pocket. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The wand touched the parchment, and the originally blank parchment immediately revealed densely packed lines, forming a massive map. You could clearly see some moving dots on the map, each labeled with a name. Let's go. No one will discover us, Dudley said. What an amazing map, Borgin said, looking at the Marauder's map in Dudley's hands. Cole also cast a surprised look. If he'd had this map when he was at school, his student life would probably have been several times more exciting. Dudley didn't hide anything from the two. Both had already been bound by his secret-keeping ability and couldn't reveal any information about him to the outside world, so he wasn't afraid of them knowing about the Marauder's map's existence. Looking at the map, Hogwarts had already fallen into silence. The vast majority of students were in common rooms and dormitories. Because of the previous attacks, Professor McGonagall had implemented a curfew. The few still walking in the corridors were basically prefects and professors. Dudley noticed that Professor McGonagall was in her office, while Professor Snape, Professor Lockhart, Professor Flitwick, and others were patrolling the corridors. Follow me. After confirming no one was on their route, Dudley led the two into the castle and headed toward the second floor. Dudley's gaze barely left the Marauder's map, ensuring no one would see them. "I never thought I'd return to Hogwarts in this way," Cole said with some emotion. "I forgot to ask, which house were you in before?" Dudley asked. "Ravenclaw," Cole said. After arriving on the second floor, Dudley checked the map again. Seeing that the nearest Professor Flitwick was still in another second-floor corridor, he immediately led Borgin and Cole boldly into the girls' bathroom on the second floor. The chamber entrance is in the girls' bathroom," Cole said in shock. Borgin also showed a surprised expression. Ironically, the entrance to the legendary Slytherin heir's Chamber of Secrets was hidden in a girls' bathroom. Salazar Slytherin really knew how to pick a location. Woo 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 woo. Crying sounds came. Moaning Myrtle was lying on a toilet, alone in her sorrow. Suddenly hearing voices outside, she floated out from the toilet. "Who are you? Why did you enter the girls' bathroom?" Seeing two unfamiliar adult men, Myrtle immediately screamed. "Damn it." Dudley's expression darkened. He'd forgotten there was a troublesome ghost in this bathroom. "Shut up, Myrtle," Dudley said coldly, his authoritative words making Myrtle immediately close her mouth. What do you want to do?" Myrtle looked at Dudley in terror, not daring to speak loudly anymore. "What should we do?" Borgin's expression was grave as he'd already drawn his wand. Cole also gripped his wand tightly, pointing it at Myrtle. This suddenly appearing ghost had disrupted their plans. Swoosh. Myrtle seemed to sense danger and suddenly rushed toward the drain, trying to escape this place. "Imprison." Dudley raised his hand and pushed, whispering in Hermes. Hum. Myrtle felt an extremely viscous, transparent liquid flowing around her, forming a massive amber that firmly imprisoned her in place. Silencio. Borgin quickly followed up with a spell, preventing Myrtle from making any more sounds. "You can stay here for a while," Dudley sent Myrtle into a toilet stall. Both Borgin's and Cole's gazes turned to Dudley. The amazing ability Dudley had just displayed, which could even control ghosts, truly surprised them. Finally solved this trouble. Dudley breathed a sigh of relief and took out the Marauder's map to see where Harry's trio had gotten to. They had the invisibility cloak and didn't need Dudley to pick them up. What's going on? Looking at the situation on the Marauder's map, Dudley's expression immediately changed. He could see Harry, Ron, and Hermione's 3 dots clustered together, and very close to them were 2 more dots, one was Professor Snape's, and the other was Professor Lockhart's. Chapter 262, Chapter 265, Complications. Harry and the others have been discovered. Seeing the situation on the map, Dudley tensed. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Harry's trio were very close together, obviously huddled under the invisibility cloak, whilst Snape and Lockhart were slightly further apart, seemingly discussing something. However, their positions just happened to block Harry and the others' path. Dudley took out the mirror of Earist and displayed the situation there through the corridor's mirror surface. In the mirror, Dudley saw Lockhart talking to Snape about something, with no sign of Harry's trio, confirming Dudley's guess. "Wait here for me," Dudley said, then headed outside. "Mr. Borgin, why did you come here?" Cole looked at Borgin. "For profit. The basilisk's corpse is quite valuable, isn't it?" Borgin showed his yellow teeth and said with a smile. "Is that so?" Cole narrowed his eyes. He knew Borgin wasn't a simple person. Would he really come help Dudley hunt a basilisk out of kindness? "You'd better not have any other thoughts, or you'll die miserably," Cole said. Borgin wasn't angry and laughed. "You too." On the other side, Dudley quietly approached the corridor where the group was located. "The school hasn't had any attack incidents for a long time now. This is all my doing, it must be the defense against the dark arts I taught them taking effect," Lockhart's voice came, filled with inexplicable confidence. "Is that so? But I think, since Professor Lockhart is so capable, why not directly find the basilisk? Wouldn't that solve everything once and for all? You could even write a best-selling novel about it," Snape said slowly. "Ahem. I have that idea too. It's just that the basilisk is already afraid of me and hasn't dared come out until now. If it appeared before me, believe me, I have 100 ways to subdue it." Lockhart continued. Snape let out a cold laugh, his eyes practically rolling to the ceiling. All right. I'm going to patrol now. Good night, Professor Snape." Lockhart said nothing more and walked toward the end of the corridor. Dudley saw on the Marauder's map that Lockhart was leaving, fortunately not in his direction. After Lockhart left, Professor Snape didn't hurry to leave but stood in place, squinting and looking around. Under the invisibility cloak, Harry's trio didn't even dare breathe loudly. Just now when the 3 of them were going to the second floor, they happened to encounter Professor Snape. Because they were squeezed too close together and somewhat nervous, they'd made some sounds. This immediately made Snape sense something was wrong. Fortunately, Lockhart appeared at that moment and pulled Snape aside to boast for a bit. Otherwise, Harry's trio would have been discovered long ago. But even though they delayed some time, Harry's trio still didn't dare move significantly, which meant they were still very close to Snape. What's there? Snape extended his right hand and grabbed at the empty space ahead, but caught nothing. He'd just heard something, but he couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Perhaps it was invisibility magic or something else. Snape drew his wand. Apparitium. No change in the surroundings. Hominum revelio. Still no change. Snape frowned. Not ordinary invisibility magic. Could it be an invisibility cloak? At that thought, Snape's expression shifted as he waved his wand again. Ventus. Stupefy. Almost at the same moment, 4 beams of light appeared simultaneously, hitting Snape. Bang. Snape's body was thrown high into the air, then fell heavily to the ground. My God. Harry cried out as he threw off the invisibility cloak. All 3 wore shocked expressions on their faces. On the other side, Dudley's mouth twitched. Just now, all 4 of them had simultaneously cast the stunning spell aimed at Snape. I thought you wouldn't do that. Ron was the first to speak. I thought so too, Harry said. Quick, check on Professor Snape's condition. Hermione's face was pale. This was her first time casting a spell to attack a professor. Dudley walked over from the other side. Looks like Professor Snape needs some serious rest this time, Dudley said. They'd all cast nonverbal spells, giving Snape no time to react. Harry's trio had been backed into a corner with no other choice. Their invisibility cloak blocked most detection spells, but it couldn't stop Snape from using wind to blow the cloak off. Seeing Snape about to catch them, the 3 didn't discuss it, they all reacted on instinct. Should be fine. He'll just sleep a bit longer, Dudley said after checking Snape's condition. For stunning spells hitting Snape simultaneously, even a professor's constitution couldn't withstand that. What do we do now? Hermione asked nervously. Dudley looked around and found a broom closet. Let's move him to the broom closet first. With that, he raised his hand, and Snape's body flew up, floating toward the broom closet. What happened? I just thought I heard. Just then, Lockhart's voice suddenly came from the other end of the corridor. He'd heard the sound of Snape being knocked away. Harry's trio immediately went pale. If Lockhart turned around and saw them with the unconscious Professor Snape, they were done for. Prohibition. Dudley's eyes darkened. His right hand pushed out horizontally, and an invisible wall appeared at the corridor's turn. Bang. Lockhart ran straight into it. Oh! Lockhart cried out, even getting a nosebleed from the impact. Stupefy. Immediately after, Dudley released a spell that hit Lockhart precisely before he could react. All right, problem solved. Dudley withdrew his right hand, removing the invisible wall. Harry's trio swallowed hard. They'd just knocked down a professor. No, Dudley had casually knocked down a professor. Though it's a bit cramped, you'll both have to make do sleeping in the broom closet for now, Dudley waved his hand again. Lockhart's body also flew up and was stuffed into the narrow broom closet together with Snape. If Snape wakes up to find himself sleeping pressed against Lockhart for a day, I wonder if he'll go crazy, Ron said. I think Professor Lockhart will be the one to go crazy, Hermione said with a frown. Let's go quickly. After letting the 2 professors sleep peacefully, Dudley led Harry's trio straight to the second-floor bathroom. Chapter 263, Chapter 266, Into the Chamber. After bursting into the girls' bathroom, Harry's trio finally saw there were 2 other men here. Looking the 2 over, Ron's eyes widened. You're that wanted Auror. My dad mentioned you. Ron recognized Cole because Mr. Weasley had once brought Cole's wanted poster home. Cole's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at Dudley, offering no explanation. He works for me now, Dudley said simply. But he's dangerous. Ron said with a shocked expression. Harry and Hermione also looked incredulous. The helper Dudley mentioned was actually a wanted Auror. It was quite a shock. I'm not dangerous at all now, Cole said. In front of Dudley. How dare he be dangerous? All right, just trust me. Also, don't tell anyone about Cole, Dudley said calmly. Oh, okay, I understand, Ron said reluctantly. Although he still didn't trust Cole, he trusted Dudley. Where's the entrance? Borgin asked. This tap, Dudley pointed out the snake-shaped marking on the side of the tap. Who would have thought Slytherin would set the chamber entrance in a girl's bathroom? Harry complained. They'd suspected many places, even considered checking the Slytherin common room, but never imagined it would be in a girl's bathroom. How do we open it? Cole asked after examining it. He couldn't find the mechanism to open it, and all the spells he tried were useless. It requires Parseltongue, Dudley said, then looked at Harry. You try. If Harry couldn't do it, he'd have to bring out Voldemort's diary. I'll try. Harry looked at the tap. After a long moment. Open. No, you're speaking English, Ron said quickly. Harry looked embarrassed. Staring at a sink, he just couldn't manage Parseltongue. His Parseltongue wasn't something he'd learned, it wasn't something he could use at will, but rather something that required the right trigger. With so many people watching him, he felt even more nervous. Forget it, let me do it, Dudley said after a moment's thought, taking out Voldemort's diary from the Mirror of Erist. What the? The moment he pulled out the diary, Dudley's expression changed. He discovered that black stains had appeared all over the diary, as if ink had seeped through. What's going on? Dudley immediately became alert. If Voldemort's soul suddenly burst out, everyone here would be in trouble. Harry. Didn't you say you wouldn't put me with that book anymore? Too terrifying. I can't take it. I'm going crazy. Dudley watched as the diary pages flipped open rapidly, lines of text appearing at incredible speed, presenting themselves before everyone. At this sight, Dudley was stunned. He'd already placed the diary and the Trunsoist brass book separately. How could there still be a problem? That book is too terrifying. Too terrifying. More text appeared. Dudley sensed that Voldemort's soul must have been through hell. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly be in this state. Who's speaking? Cole frowned. Voldemort. The moment Dudley said the name, Cole's and Borgin's eyes went wide with shock. The next moment, both simultaneously drew their wands. Don't worry, he can't cause any trouble for now, Dudley reassured them. What's wrong with him? Harry looked at the text in the diary in surprise. He knew Dudley had assumed a false identity, but judging from Voldemort's words, he seemed extremely afraid of some book. This was the Dark Lord, even the young Dark Lord shouldn't be in this state. Right now, their fear and dread of Voldemort was completely shattered, like discovering your idol also uses the bathroom. The mystique was gone. All right, I understand. Next time I won't put you next to that book, Dudley wrote with the quill. Now, please tell me how to open the chamber entrance. My memory needs to possess your body, then. The words formed slowly. I don't like other people's memories possessing my body. Do you have another way to open the chamber entrance? Dudley refused directly. The chamber entrance is very difficult to open. Besides my method. The diary began to write. If it's that troublesome, forget it. You can stay with that book a bit longer. After writing, Dudley closed the diary, preparing to put it back together with the Trunsoist brass book. Rustle, rustle. The diary struggled to flip open, a line of text rapidly appearing. I suddenly thought of a method that doesn't require my memory to possess your body, it can still open the chamber. Seeing the appearing text, Dudley smiled slightly. Harry, Ron, Hermione, as well as Cole and Borgin, were now completely stunned. Was this really Voldemort's soul? Place the diary near that entrance tap, text appeared in the diary. Dudley immediately complied, placing the diary beside the tap. The next moment, light shone from the diary, shining onto the tap. Rumble. The bathroom shook slightly. Then the central sink began to separate, and everyone quickly stepped back to give it space. Soon, the sink had completely separated, revealing a dark passage hidden in the middle. The chamber is down there. Cole walked over to look, his expression tense. Should be, Borgin said. Dudley also walked over. Using his enhanced vision, Dudley looked deep into the drain but found many forks and turns inside that quickly blocked his view. Gulp. Harry swallowed. Who goes down first? Cole asked, then answered his own question. I'll go first. He had the lowest status among everyone here. If he didn't go down, who would? It should be safe down there. Go down and check the situation first, Dudley said. Cole didn't hesitate and jumped straight down. I'll go, Borgin glanced at Harry's group, also stepped forward, and followed Cole down. Follow me, Dudley said to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Then he jumped into the tunnel. However, Dudley cast a levitation charm on himself. Though rapidly descending, he didn't collide with the walls but floated in the center. Behind him came the trio's cries of alarm, they'd followed down as well. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, they'd finally arrived. Chapter 264, Chapter 267, Emerald Eyes and Greed. Dudley kept falling into the darkness below. Before long, he heard Cole landing. No problems here. You can all come down, Cole's voice traveled up the passage. Hearing this, Dudley accelerated his descent. Soon after, Borgin and Dudley landed one after the other. This was a dark stone tunnel. The surrounding space was quite large, even the adult Cole standing here didn't seem cramped. Lumos, Cole recited the spell, and the tip of his wand emitted a weak light, illuminating the tunnel's situation. We're probably several miles underground now. It's hard to imagine how Slytherin built this chamber, Borgin said, looking around. Bang bang bang. While speaking, Harry's trio slid out from the tunnel and fell onto the ground. This place is really deep, Ron couldn't help saying. At least the basilisk isn't waiting for us here. Harry looked around. Hermione shifted her body and picked up a broken bone from beneath her. This couldn't be a bone the basilisk left from eating, could it? Hermione said. Dudley came over to look, then nodded. Very likely. And judging by the appearance, it seems to be bones from large fish. Some drain here probably leads to the Black Lake, or possibly even to the ocean. Hogwarts Black Lake leads to the ocean? Cole asked in surprise. I once heard Professor Dumbledore mention that beneath the Black Lake is a direct connection to the ocean, Dudley said affirmatively. This also explains why the basilisk can survive underground for long periods, because it can enter the ocean to hunt. Hearing this, Borgin couldn't help but frown. If that's really the case, then this basilisk's size might be much larger than we expected. Before coming, Borgin had researched quite a bit about basilisks. This ancient magical creature had an extremely long lifespan and could enter dormant states, surviving for long periods without eating or drinking. But if that were truly the case, the basilisk's size couldn't be too large, because without food supplementation, it could only maintain the most basic survival. However, once this place could directly connect to the ocean, the situation would be completely different. With an abundant food source, the basilisk's size would become enormous. And the basilisk's abilities were directly proportional to its size. In other words, the larger the size, the stronger the basilisk's power, and its scales could resist even more powerful magic, which was very unfavorable for everyone dealing with the basilisk. So we need to be extra careful. Once we hear any movement, close your eyes immediately, Dudley said. But if we all close our eyes, how do we deal with the basilisk? Ron couldn't help asking. I'll find a way to control it. You just need to release spells in that direction, Dudley said. Cole and Borgin exchanged glances, both recalling the scene of Dudley controlling the Whomping Willow earlier. I have anti-petrification potions here. You can drink some, just in case, Borgin said, taking out several vials from a pouch hanging at his waist and handing them to Dudley's group. Don't worry, I'll drink too. As Borgin spoke, he casually grabbed one from the vials and gulped it down. Taste is average, but whatever. Seeing Borgin so straightforward, Harry's group glanced at Dudley. Dudley opened the vial, smelled it, and after confirming there were no problems, signaled for Harry's group to drink. Aren't you drinking? Harry asked. I don't need to, Dudley shook his head. He had the solar ring, petrification had no effect on him. Besides, he didn't really trust Borgin that much. Among the group, someone had to not drink this thing. Let's go. Seeing everyone had drunk the anti-petrification potion, Dudley walked forward. Cole tactfully walked ahead of Dudley. Lumos. Dudley whispered in Hermes. The next moment, a bright orb of light appeared beside Dudley, slowly rising and floating above everyone's heads like a small sun. The light fell, much brighter than the faint glow at Cole's wand tip. Much more comfortable this way, Borgin said with a smile. Dudley's magical accomplishments truly made both Borgin and Cole increasingly amazed. After walking about 100 meters. Wait. Cole, walking at the front, suddenly stopped, his expression grave as he pointed his wand at a spot not far away. Everyone's gaze also turned that direction and discovered what appeared to be a huge shadow coiled on the ground. Swoosh. The next moment, the orb floating above Dudley's head immediately flew out, illuminating the distant situation brightly. That's shed skin. Dudley frowned. The distant shadow looked like a coiled giant snake, but when the light completely illuminated it, they immediately realized something was wrong. It was just a layer of skin. This basilisk's size really exceeds our imagination, Borgin said, his expression unprecedentedly grave. This shed skin is already very large, but that basilisk's body should be even bigger than this skin, Cole said. The group carefully walked over, looking at the withered snakeskin right before their eyes. Basilisk shed skin isn't common, right? Should be quite valuable, right? Ron stroked the shed skin and inquired. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. It is worth some money. Especially such a complete and massive shed skin, I believe quite a few wizards would want to collect it, Borgin spoke up. Not bad, Ron nodded with satisfaction. Ron, why are your eyes full of money now? Hermione couldn't help saying. Just say whether you want it or not, Ron rolled his eyes. Want it, Hermione nodded. Why not take it for free? This was all galleons that could reduce her parents' financial burden. Harry smiled helplessly. Dudley suddenly felt he'd corrupted these simple students. It was because he'd gotten used to poverty in that other world, causing him to think about money whenever he saw anything in this world. And now, under his influence, Harry's group also liked to measure everything with money. Everyone continued forward. Anyway, the shed skin wouldn't run away on its own, they could come back for it after dealing with the basilisk. After walking not far and turning a corner, they saw a wall blocking their path. On the wall were two snakes intertwined together. Their eyes were inlaid with large, gleaming emeralds. At this moment, Dudley clearly felt Harry, Ron, and Hermione walking beside him, six eyes emanating bright light as they stared at those emeralds. Chapter 265, Chapter 268, Slytherin's Chamber. Very precious emeralds. They should sell for about 1,000 galleons, Borgin had learned to answer quickly, giving his quote directly without waiting for Harry and the others to ask. Slytherin's chamber really has a lot of good stuff, Harry said somewhat excitedly. This is just the outer area. The things inside are definitely even better. Ron said. Cole walked up to examine it and found no mechanisms. Probably still requires Parseltongue to open, Cole said. I'll try again, Harry volunteered. All right. Dudley nodded and had Harry walk to the front of that wall. Harry's eyes stared intently at the two snakes intertwined together, especially at their emerald eyes. Under the illumination of light, the emerald eyes emitted an enchanting brilliance, flickering slightly. The two snakes looked as if they'd come alive. Open. Harry spoke in a hoarse voice. This time what came out was no longer English, but true Parseltongue. As Harry's voice fell, the two snakes began moving, separating to both sides. Then the stone wall split from the middle, slowly sliding to the sides and disappearing from view. Well done, Harry. Dudley praised. Harry smiled, finally feeling he'd played some role. Behind the stone wall was a massive space. Cole first poked his head in to look, then withdrew with a frown. The space inside is very large, with many pillars and carvings. I didn't see anything resembling a basilisk, Cole said. Let's go in and look, Dudley said after a moment's thought, then walked over. The floating orb immediately flew out, rushing ahead of Dudley and spreading bright light throughout the entire hall. Looking at the scene before him, even Dudley couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This was a magnificently built hall. Around it were many stone pillars carved with intertwined and coiled giant serpents. The towering dome reflected the pillars below. Green misty vapor filled the entire hall, casting an eerie shadow. The hall's ceiling was very high, dozens of meters, almost making you unable to feel the dome's existence. This is Slytherin's chamber. Truly magnificent. Borgin followed Dudley in. Seeing everything here, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Though his eyes were cloudy, they now gleamed with an unusual light. The pillar carvings here all seemed enchanted, looking lifelike without any trace of erosion by time. If these pillars were brought out, they'd probably sell for quite a lot of money. Not to mention the smaller carvings around, just tell people these were from Slytherin, and many would scramble to buy them. Look over there, Dudley noticed a huge statue directly facing their direction, a human head. Slytherin. Everyone present was familiar with the statue. They'd seen many portraits and sculptures of Slytherin himself. This one before them was just his head enlarged to scale. The entire statue was lifelike, every strand of hair clearly visible. He looked like an elderly man, gazing at Dudley's group entering his domain, silently observing everything happening here. Where's the basilisk? Could it not be here? Harry scanned the surroundings but found no trace of the basilisk. Could the basilisk have gone out hunting? Hermione said. The group slowly walked to the center of the hall, curiously examining everything around them. The basilisk should be here. Look. Cole pointed at a spot on the ground not far away, where there were some dried traces, as if left by some animal crawling past. Dudley didn't speak. Since arriving here, he'd felt a faint sense of crisis permeating the surroundings. This feeling was becoming increasingly strong as he went deeper. And Dudley had already locked onto the source of this unease through this feeling. His gaze finally fixed on the Slytherin statue facing him. The basilisk is there. Dudley activated spirit vision, and a very blurred light and shadow appeared in his field of view. Behind Slytherin's statue, there seemed to be another massive space, that was the basilisk's lair. Cole instinctively raised his wand. Borgin also raised his wand, while his hands produced many strange items, playing cards, a tattered book, and a bizarre sculpture. Mr. Dursley, how about having Harry and them leave first? Borgin spoke up. Bringing Harry's trio along the way hadn't been a problem, but now they were about to deal with the basilisk, and these 3 children would be a burden. Especially Harry, he absolutely couldn't have an accident. Otherwise, Borgin believed Dumbledore would definitely rush to Nocturne Alley, skin him alive, and throw him into Azkaban. No need. They're here to help, Dudley said. He was willing to bring the 3 this time to let them see his strength and the dangers of the magical world. Moreover, he was now a judge, he had confidence in his abilities. All right then, Borgin said nothing more. Harry, can you release the basilisk? Dudley asked. This place obviously required Parseltongue. Harry looked at Slytherin's statue and, after struggling for a while, shook his head. No good. I can't speak to Slytherin's statue, Harry said helplessly. Your Parseltongue isn't very smart, Ron couldn't help complaining. Dudley thought for a moment, then took out Voldemort's diary. Voldemort was the professional at this, better leave it to him. We've reached the depths of the chamber. There's a huge Slytherin statue here. What do we need to do? Dudley wrote in the diary. While waiting, Dudley channeled spiritual power into the solar ring, activating the solar aura. Instantly, with Dudley as the center, everyone within a 20-meter radius simultaneously felt their courage increase, as if bathing in sunlight, dispelling the cold and the evil forces around them. Harry's trio immediately understood what was happening. Borgin looked at Dudley with some surprise, while Cole's eyes narrowed slightly. He clearly remembered that he'd fallen under this very ring. Harry, let me help you unlock the secrets here. You only need to place me at the base of Slytherin's statue. Voldemort's handwriting appeared. Dudley wrote back, okay, then slowly approached the Slytherin statue with the diary and placed it at its base. Chapter 266, Chapter 269, The Basilisk Awakens. As everyone watched Dudley walk over, they'd already taken out what they'd prepared. Hermione pulled out several small mirrors from her pockets and handed them to Ron and Harry. These could help them see the basilisk's movements at critical moments without directly meeting its gaze. Cole and Borgin were also ready. Their gazes fell on that black diary. Knowing Voldemort's soul was inside the diary, looking at it made their spines tingle. After Dudley placed the diary on Slytherin's statue, he slowly backed away. Rustle, rustle. The diary rapidly flipped open, and a trace of black mist slowly released from inside. Instantly, the entire hall began shaking slightly. Be careful. Dudley warned. Everyone's hearts rose to their throats, their palms slick with sweat, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the diary and Slytherin's statue. The next moment, Slytherin's statue's mouth began slowly opening. There's something inside, Harry said, sweat beading on his forehead. They wanted to look but didn't dare. Don't look. Dudley quickly reminded them. At the same time, the mirror of Eriste had already appeared in his hands. Aguamenti. With a wave of his right hand, large amounts of clear water appeared out of nowhere, spilling onto the surrounding ground, creating a large-scale mirror-like surface area. Ripples appeared on the mirror of Eriste's surface, reflecting the situation above the water. Everyone else's gazes had already turned to other locations. Hiss hiss hiss. A faint sound came, gradually becoming clearer. Soon, a massive snake head crawled out from Slytherin's mouth. A pair of enormous yellow vertical pupils like lanterns appeared on the mirror surface. At this moment, Dudley felt his entire body tighten, as if bound by some strange force, rapidly losing mobility. Solar Aura. Dudley activated the solar ring's effect without hesitation, dispersing the evil power that had just invaded his body. Dudley continued watching the mirror's situation. At this point, the basilisk had already climbed half its body out from Slytherin's mouth. This was an extremely massive snake, with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, covered in thick scales. Its head had bumpy protrusions, far more terrifying than ordinary snakes. Dudley stared at the basilisk's eyes. That strange power invaded Dudley's body again, but the petrification speed had slowed somewhat. This petrification ability showed some delay after continuously releasing on Dudley. However, it remained extremely terrifying. Dudley could clearly feel that without taking measures, he could hold out for at most 10 seconds before being petrified again. As for the others, they could barely resist this petrification ability. Although the solar aura could help them dispel this evil power, they weren't the solar ring's owners after all. The purification power was limited. Conf Ringo. Cole carefully listened to the surrounding sounds. After determining the basilisk's position, he immediately fired a spell. Bang. A beam of light shot out, heading straight for the basilisk. Swoosh. The basilisk's body twisted slightly, directly dodging Cole's spell. This spell was fired by feel without aiming. Combined with the basilisk's extremely quick reactions, Cole's spell had no effect. Bang. A loud crack echoed as Cole's spell hit a nearby stone pillar, splitting it in half. Hiss. The basilisk flicked its tongue and suddenly looked toward Cole's direction. It had been angered by that spell. A pair of huge yellow eyes stared at Cole, making fierce hissing sounds. Cole's expression immediately changed. Though he didn't know the basilisk's exact state, he clearly felt his body becoming extremely cold, as if some terrible gaze had fallen upon him. He knew clearly, the basilisk was looking at him. At this moment, he absolutely didn't dare raise his head. If he looked up, he would meet the basilisk's gaze, and it wouldn't be simple petrification but direct death. Swoosh. The basilisk charged directly at Cole. It seemed to have discovered this human didn't dare meet its gaze, so it took direct action. Imprison. Just then, Dudley made his move. Hum. Transparent liquid of extreme viscosity appeared around the basilisk's body, rapidly solidifying like forming a massive amber, imprisoning the basilisk within. Attack now. Dudley shouted directly. Diffindo. Reducto. Incendio. Everyone hesitated not at all, immediately firing spells toward where the sound had come from. Bang. 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 Booming sounds echoed through the chamber. Some spells hit the basilisk's body, making huge impacts. Flames rose up, burning on the basilisk's body. Several of its scales were blasted off, bleeding. After firing spells, Harry slightly raised his eyes and saw the basilisk's condition from the water's reflection. The basilisk has very high magical resistance. Our spells aren't very effective against it. Cole had also discovered the problem and called out loudly to the others. After that round of spell releases, the basilisk hadn't suffered very serious injuries. The flames could barely burn its body and quickly extinguished. Explosion curses and crushing curses only shattered its scales without deeper damage. Unless they could hit all their spells on the same point, they might break through the basilisk's defense. But without daring to raise their heads, spells might not even land on the basilisk, let alone concentrate on one point. Keep attacking. Dudley said with a grave expression. The basilisk was violently resisting. This creature's strength was tremendous, his imprisonment couldn't trap it for long. Kill them. Just then, suddenly, a wisp of black gas floated from the nearby diary, wrapping around the basilisk's body. Instantly, the originally vicious, barely rational basilisk's eyes revealed a trace of intelligence. Dudley's expression changed. He immediately took out a dirty, blood-stained cloth from the mirror of Ariste. This was a dark magical item he'd purchased from Borgin before. Once worn on the head, it would slowly drain that person's blood. Dudley raised his hand and threw the cloth. The blood-stained dirty cloth rapidly unfolded, transforming into a huge curtain that, under Dudley's magical control, fell over the basilisk's head, not only covering its eyes but also having its dark magical power begin invading the basilisk's body. Chapter 267, Chapter 270, The Bribe. Attack now. Dudley shouted. The others had already seen Dudley's actions through the water's reflection and raised their heads to look at the basilisk, launching a fierce attack. Swoosh. 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 Spell after spell shot out rapidly. What surprised Cole and Borgin was that Harry, Ron, and Hermione's combat effectiveness was no weaker than theirs. The three attacked simultaneously, almost all using silent casting. Only the tips of their wands continuously burst with light, but not a sound could be heard from them. Boom. 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 Thunderous sounds echoed through the great hall. Various colored lights exploded on the basilisk's body. Although the basilisk had high magical resistance and many spells couldn't take full effect, there were just too many spells. At this moment, it was like a target, nailed in place, being ravaged at will. Most critically, the basilisk's most powerful weapon, its eyes, was currently covered by the blood-stained cloth, so they didn't need to worry about the basilisk's gaze for now. In this situation, they cast spells with almost no reservations. Dudley didn't attack again. His spiritual power was continuously outputting to maintain the imprisonment's strength. The dirty cloth on the basilisk's head was becoming increasingly vivid. The blood within the basilisk's body was being extracted by the cloth in an extremely bizarre manner. Suddenly, Dudley felt a massive force surge within the basilisk's body. The transparent amber imprisoning the basilisk was disintegrating. Be careful. Dudley shouted. The moment they heard him, everyone immediately stopped their magical attacks and lowered their heads without hesitation. Bang. The next moment, the basilisk broke free from Dudley's restraints, violently twisting its body and directly breaking a nearby stone pillar. Large amounts of rubble fell in all directions. The basilisk's head rose high, flinging away the obstructing cloth, then its gaze fell upon everyone present, its eyes full of murderous intent. Tear them apart. I'll tear you all apart. Kill. Harry heard the basilisk's whisper and immediately called out. Be careful, it's about to attack. Harry's voice had barely fallen when the basilisk's massive body began moving, charging directly at Cole. Don't let the basilisk's large body fool you, its speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached Cole's side. Swoosh. Its body twisted slightly, and its tail struck toward Cole like a whip. Cole's expression changed drastically. While rapidly fleeing, he also cast a protective spell on himself. Bang. Cole's body was directly swept away. The protective spell shattered instantly, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Whip. Just as the basilisk prepared to continue its pursuit, Dudley struck again. An invisible whip fell from above, striking the basilisk's head. With a snap, a bloody mark appeared on its forehead, but under the protection of its powerful scales, the basilisk hadn't suffered serious injury. Intense pain caused the basilisk to hiss and turn to look at Harry and the others. It wanted to find the person who just attacked it. Don't worry about them. Kill this one first. From the black mist wrapped around the basilisk's body came a low, hoarse voice. The others only heard hissing sounds and couldn't distinguish what the voice was saying. Voldemort says to have the basilisk ignore us and kill one person first, Harry said. At this moment, he was like a simultaneous interpreter, any sound Voldemort made couldn't escape his ears. Hearing this, Cole ignored his injuries and quickly got up to flee. The basilisk indeed no longer paid attention to Harry and charged straight at Cole. This person's spells were very powerful, they had to be dealt with first. Dudley observed the surrounding situation through the mirror of Arist. Even if he met the basilisk's gaze, he could directly dispel it with the solar ring. However, with Voldemort's soul currently possessing the basilisk's body, this creature that originally only knew killing now had some intelligence, making it less easy to deal with. Mental piercing. Dudley launched a mental attack, condensing his mental power into a transparent spear that shot directly at the basilisk. The next moment, the basilisk suddenly trembled all over, opened its mouth wide, and roared angrily. Its soul had been wounded, causing it to temporarily lose control of its body. Attack. Dudley immediately gave the order to continue attacking. Although the situation was critical, it was still within Dudley's control. No unexpected situations beyond his expectations had occurred yet. Therefore, he temporarily didn't use those final trump cards but continued attacking to wear down the basilisk. The basilisk endured severe soul pain, constantly twisting its body. Many surrounding stone pillars were crushed to powder under its body, one could see how terrifying its destructive power was. Suddenly, Dudley's expression changed. He noticed that in the basilisk's originally yellow eyes, a trace of dark red had appeared, like a stain invading the basilisk's pupils and continuously spreading. The basilisk that had been struggling in pain rapidly calmed down, coiling its body again and observing everyone present. "You're not Harry Potter." A hoarse voice came. The basilisk's gaze fell on Dudley. This time it was no longer Parseltongue, but English. Hearing this voice, everyone felt a chill through their bodies. They all knew clearly that this voice came from Voldemort. Dudley Dursley. The basilisk's mouth slowly spoke human words. One could hear that it harbored deep resentment toward Dudley. If the basilisk had facial expressions at this moment, it would certainly be a ferocious face grinding its teeth. No one dared raise their heads to look. They could only keep their heads down, stepping backward. A basilisk, plus Voldemort's soul, the terror level of this battle had exceeded everyone's previous expectations. Especially Borgin, he felt Dudley had deceived him. Had he known Voldemort's soul was also here, he wouldn't have come even if beaten to death. And an old friend. The basilisk's gaze fell upon Borgin, making him instantly feel like he'd fallen into an ice cave. Then it withdrew its gaze and looked at the real Harry Potter. "Today, you will all die here," Voldemort said in a hoarse voice. His power was recovering. Everything was developing in a good direction. Just then, Dudley suddenly reached out. "Accio diary." Swoosh. The diary placed on Slytherin's statue immediately flew up, falling toward Dudley's hand. The basilisk's pupils contracted. It immediately turned and charged toward the diary. This diary absolutely could not fall back into Dudley's hands. Seeing this, Dudley's gaze grew solemn. His right hand turned, and the diary directly smashed toward the basilisk. "It's yours." As Dudley's words fell, his extraordinary ability activated. Bribe. The next moment, the basilisk opened its massive jaws and swallowed the diary in one gulp. There was no place safer than inside the basilisk's body. However, Voldemort was somewhat puzzled. Dudley had clearly held the initiative, why would he give up the diary at the last moment and throw it to him? This made him feel considerable goodwill toward Dudley, even a sense of intimacy. At the same time, Dudley took a deep breath, an expression of satisfaction appearing on his face, that was the refreshing feeling of the briber potion being completely digested within his body. Chapter 268, Chapter 271, Petrification Prohibited Here. He'd successfully bribed the most terrifying Dark Lord in the history of the magical world, and moreover, the latter had actively accepted his bribe. At this moment, the briber potion within Dudley's body rapidly digested and absorbed. Simultaneously, the extraordinary characteristics of the Baron of Corruption emerged from within his body, quickly fusing with him. Dudley finally took this step towards Sequence 6 of the Black Emperor pathway, Baron of Corruption. Strange whispers and murmurs reached his ears. Dudley's face became somewhat distorted, as if countless people were speaking in his mind, luring him to fall into endless darkness and abandon self-control. "Dudley, Dudley." Harry's voice came from far and near. It gradually awakened Dudley from the endless whispers. The situation in the chamber appeared before his eyes again. "What's wrong with you?" Harry asked urgently. Everyone else's gazes fell upon Dudley at this moment. Just now, they'd all felt Dudley's aura had become different. That terrifying oppressive force was involuntarily released from his body, making everyone feel fear. Moreover, that feeling was different from the usual authoritative presence Dudley gave them. Dudley's aura had become cold, filled with unspeakable horror. He no longer seemed like the brother, classmate, friend, or master they knew, but rather an emotionless, strange creature looking down upon them. "I'm fine." Dudley shook his head. The whispers in his ears gradually disappeared. He'd completed his advancement and become a baron of corruption. Not far away, the basilisk possessed by Voldemort was observing Dudley. Obviously, Voldemort didn't understand what had just happened either. When he controlled the basilisk to swallow the diary, he felt Dudley's aura had changed. It was just that at that moment, he felt full of affection toward Dudley, and because Dudley had actively returned the diary to him, he was unwilling to immediately attack Dudley. Thinking back now, Voldemort keenly sensed something was wrong. However, he couldn't quite say what exactly was wrong. "Dursley, what did you do?" Voldemort's hoarse voice came from the basilisk's mouth. He began consciously resisting the goodwill toward Dudley in his heart. "Just gave the diary back to you." "What, don't you want it?" Through the mirror of Ariste, Dudley watched the basilisk's movements. The current basilisk seemed to have been completely controlled by Voldemort. Dudley might have even inadvertently helped Voldemort. His mental piercing had severely wounded the basilisk's soul, giving Voldemort the opportunity to possess and control it. However, Dudley wasn't anxious. He could slowly wear him down. "If you don't want that diary, you can give it back to me," Dudley said with a calm expression. Hearing this, Voldemort fell silent for a moment, then controlled the basilisk to slowly open its mouth and spit out that black diary again. Harry's group showed incredulous expressions seeing this. From Voldemort's panicked reaction when Dudley summoned the diary earlier, this diary should be very important to him. Yet now, he'd actually spit out the diary that the basilisk had swallowed. What was this about? Dudley's gaze fixed on Voldemort in the mirror of Ariste, occasionally using the solar ring to dispel the petrification effects acting on him. At the same time, his extraordinary abilities were constantly at work. From the moment he advanced to Baron of Corruption, he'd been using the Sequence's abilities. That was distortion. This was the most important extraordinary ability at the Baron of Corruption stage of Sequence 6. It could distort the meaning of a target's words, actions, and intentions, constructing an order favorable to oneself, thereby achieving the goal of restricting or influencing opponents. This ability could not only distort the direction and target of an opponent's attacks but also distort conceptual things. For example, distorting the meaning of closing a door to seal off a certain area and isolate it from the outside world. Just now, Dudley had distorted Voldemort's questioning of him into Voldemort's questioning of the diary, making Voldemort overlook the diary's actual function and suggesting to Voldemort that if he didn't need the diary, he could return it to him. This ability was somewhat similar to the Confundus charm in magic, but more powerful and terrifying than the Confundus charm. Because Dudley's distortion ability didn't target a specific fixed behavior but rather a concept, something magic spells couldn't achieve. Just when everyone truly thought Voldemort was about to throw the diary back, the dark red light in the basilisk's pupils suddenly trembled. "Not right, not right." Voldemort's murmur came. He seemed to realize something was wrong and swallowed the diary he'd spit out again. Pity, just a little short. Seeing this scene, Dudley felt somewhat regretful. Voldemort's strength was indeed powerful. Even in this state, he could still resist his distortion ability and immediately counteract it after realizing something was wrong. "It's you." The basilisk's gaze fell upon Dudley. He was certain the strange situation just now definitely came from Dudley's doing. However, even he, the Dark Lord, didn't know how Dudley had managed to do this so subtly. "It's me," Dudley said as he walked step by step toward Voldemort. "Dudley." Harry cried out in alarm, wanting to stop Dudley from continuing forward. He was too close to the basilisk. However, Dudley acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing forward until he stopped less than 10 meters from the basilisk. "Voldemort, how did you do it?" "I don't believe you're just a memory," Dudley spoke calmly. "Memory? Heh, I'm indeed not a memory," Voldemort said with a cold laugh. He didn't immediately launch an attack but looked at Dudley not far away. This young man made him feel more threatening than Harry Potter. However, he wasn't anxious either. He was fusing with the basilisk's body. Although this wasn't what he wanted, returning to the magical world in this way was also an acceptable method. As long as he returned, he had ways to reshape his body. No one could stop him. Not Dumbledore, not Harry Potter. The only one who made him feel uneasy was this Dudley Dursley before him. As long as he killed him, everything could be resolved. Looking at Dudley before him, Voldemort felt an unprecedented impulse to tear him apart, which made him feel excited, wanting to achieve it at all costs. Seeing the dark red light in the basilisk's eyes fluctuate, Dudley smiled slightly. Corrosion was already taking effect. Voldemort's psychology was becoming dark, mad, greedy, reckless. His rationality was gradually being lost under the effect of corrosion. Chapter 269, Chapter 272, Green Light. Unfortunately, the corrosion ability's effective range was quite limited, only about 10 meters in radius. This forced Dudley to approach Voldemort in order to use corrosion to affect his mind. Not far away, Harry and the others watched Dudley walk toward the basilisk, all involuntarily holding their breath. The basilisk's speed was very fast. The distance of less than 10 meters could be covered in the blink of an eye. If the basilisk suddenly launched an attack, Dudley might not even have time to react. Harry's group gripped their wands tightly, ready to rescue Dudley at any moment. But they didn't dare raise their heads. They could only keep their heads down, judging the basilisk's situation from the water's reflection below, whilst constantly being careful not to meet the basilisk's gaze, or they'd be petrified. Swoosh! Suddenly, Voldemort launched an attack on Dudley. He controlled the basilisk to open its massive jaws and bite at Dudley. However, Dudley saw the attack coming through the mirror of Eris just in time. He stomped down hard and launched himself forward, matching the basilisk's speed. It's important to note that a Baron of Corruption possessed more than just distortion and corrosion abilities. Upon reaching this rank, Dudley's physical body had undergone a fundamental transformation. His strength far exceeded that of normal humans. He could level an entire building with a single punch. Bang! The basilisk's head crashed into the floor, carving a huge hole in the ground. Its body coiled, and its tail lashed toward Dudley. Distortion. Dudley's eyes narrowed as he directly distorted the basilisk's attack direction. Swoosh! The basilisk's tail swept past Dudley's side, breaking a stone pillar not far away. Dudley! Run! Everyone cried out in alarm. They wanted to cast spells to attack the basilisk, but at this moment Dudley was too close to it. They were afraid their spells would hit Dudley and didn't dare randomly release magic. Whilst dodging, Dudley loudly spoke in Hermes. Petrification is prohibited here. Dudley pushed out with his right hand. An invisible wave burst from his body, causing some indescribable change in the surroundings. Having successfully advanced to Baron of Corruption by bribing Voldemort, Dudley no longer needed to continue pretending. As Dudley's voice fell, the entire chamber hall trembled slightly. The prohibition order officially took effect. Harry and the others still didn't know what had happened. They only heard Dudley say something in a language they couldn't understand, the same language Dudley had taught them for silent casting, but they couldn't understand what Dudley had just said. As for Borgin and Cole, both knew this was a spell Dudley had cast, but they didn't know its meaning. Everyone, you can now check the basilisk's condition through water surfaces and mirror surfaces without being petrified. But don't look directly at the basilisk's eyes. Its gaze can still kill. Dudley said loudly. The basilisk's ability to kill with its eyes was very powerful. Dudley's prohibition order could barely affect it, so he could only settle for second best and prohibit the petrification ability. Hearing Dudley's words, whilst others were still hesitating, Harry had already used the mirror in his hand to look at the basilisk's eyes. Sure enough, no petrification. Reducto. After discovering he wasn't petrified, Harry immediately used the mirror's reflection to fire a spell at the basilisk. The others, seeing this, also tried it and discovered the basilisk's petrification had indeed failed. What kind of ability is this? Voldemort was shocked. He felt invisible shackles appear around him, disabling part of the basilisk's abilities. Voldemort was currently one with the basilisk, and this feeling was very clear. Crawling is prohibited here. Dudley once again spoke loudly in Hermes whilst simultaneously pushing out with his right hand. Hum. The invisible wave came again. The basilisk that had been rapidly crawling on the ground immediately began slipping beneath its body. No matter how it twisted, it couldn't continue forward, it could only continuously bend and straighten in place. Consecutively using two extraordinary abilities with a large prohibition range caused Dudley's spiritual power to deplete much more than usual. At this moment, Voldemort's heart was filled with shock. His research into magic had already surpassed the absolute majority of wizards in this world. He'd even reached the pinnacle, yet facing the magic Dudley had just displayed, he knew nothing. He could keenly perceive that the two sentences Dudley spoke possessed some bizarre ability that could make the surrounding environment change according to his way. This wasn't changing the environment but changing the fundamental rules of magic itself. From the basilisk situation, this rule seemed to make petrification magic completely ineffective at this moment. No matter how Harry and the others looked at the basilisk's eyes through water or mirror surfaces, petrification couldn't produce its proper effect. And the basilisk's current situation of rolling all over the ground but unable to advance was very much like the basic ability of crawling had also been prohibited. This ability was not only strange but also terrifying. Panic appeared in Voldemort's heart, and this panic kept deepening because an uncontrollable situation had emerged. But at the same time, another dark thought also grew in Voldemort's mind: if he could seize Dudley Dursley's body, wouldn't he also be able to possess this ability? Once this thought appeared in Voldemort's mind, it became unstoppable. Although the basilisk was powerful, it was ultimately just a vessel and couldn't unleash his powerful magic. Because the basilisk couldn't cast spells and could only rely on its own magical abilities to fight, this was actually a huge weakening for Voldemort. He needed a human body. Even if he couldn't get Dudley Dursley's body, he needed to use Dudley Dursley's body to realize his resurrection plan. The more Voldemort thought about it, the crazier he became. He even ignored the dangerous situation he currently faced. He stared greedily at Dudley, wanting to immediately take this boy's body for himself. Spells continuously fell on the basilisk's body. Having lost its petrification ability and mobility, the basilisk was now just a target. However, its scales possessed strong magical immunity, causing spells hitting it to only produce a small fraction of their power. What exactly did he do? Borgin looked at the scene before him in shock. The basilisk couldn't crawl anymore, and its petrification ability had also failed. These two abilities alone were already terrifying, but what made Borgin feel even more fearful was that Voldemort hadn't chosen to escape but was staring greedily at Dudley. Was this still the meticulous, decisive Voldemort he knew? Why did the current Voldemort give him the feeling of having no brain? Avada Kedavra. Suddenly, a green light shot out directly, heading straight for the basilisk. Chapter 270, Chapter 273, The True Chamber. The one who released this curse was Cole, who'd been observing from not far away. He'd noticed that Dudley hadn't used any killing moves against the basilisk, seemingly waiting for the right moment, so he also hadn't used particularly powerful spells at the start. Just now, after Dudley displayed that strange ability, he knew the time had come and boldly made his move. The green light attracted everyone's attention. Through mirrors and water reflections, they clearly saw that brilliant green heading straight for the basilisk. At the same time, Voldemort sensed something was wrong and immediately controlled the basilisk's body to dodge. However, at this moment he couldn't escape by crawling and could only choose to twist his body to avoid the incoming spell. Distortion. Dudley's eyes narrowed as he spoke quietly in Hermes. The next moment, the body that was preparing to twist left seemed to have gotten its direction wrong and swung right instead, meeting the killing curse head-on. The green light penetrated the basilisk's body. Its originally violently thrashing body immediately lost power and quickly stopped completely. The killing curse's terrifying power was fully demonstrated at this moment. Even a basilisk with high magical resistance still couldn't resist the curse's death. The basilisk's eyes dimmed, and the dark red light disappeared. The entire hall fell into dead silence. The basilisk is dead? Harry asked hesitantly. They still didn't dare raise their heads to look at the basilisk's condition. They only saw through their mirrors that the basilisk had completely stopped moving. What about Voldemort? Is he dead too? Hermione asked in a trembling voice. Cole's killing curse came so unexpectedly that no one thought such a powerful basilisk would be killed in an instant. This gave them an illusion. Was the basilisk that easy to kill? It only took one spell to easily solve it. But the next moment, they suddenly realized this wasn't because the basilisk was easy to kill, but because Dudley had done extensive groundwork before Cole struck to kill the basilisk. The effect of those strange prohibitions had even exceeded the effect of the killing curse itself. Finally dead. Borgin breathed a sigh of relief. He felt the basilisk's aura disappear and immediately relaxed. This battle made Borgin scared just thinking about it. A powerful basilisk plus Voldemort's soul gave the originally mindless killing beast intelligence. For them, this was literally a hell mode start. Fortunately, Dudley had many trump cards. Otherwise, when Voldemort appeared, Borgin might have already fled. The basilisk is dead, but... Dudley's gaze fell on the basilisk's abdomen. Voldemort isn't dead. What? Everyone who just relaxed tensed up again. The wands they'd lowered were raised again, pointing at the basilisk. The killing curse just now killed the basilisk's soul, but Voldemort escaped at the last moment. He should be hiding in the diary, Dudley said. He slowly walked toward the basilisk. After the basilisk died, its eyes no longer had the effect of killing. Even if Dudley looked directly at them, there was no impact. Glancing at those huge yellow vertical pupils, Dudley still felt oppressive force coming at him. Anyone being stared at by such enormous eyes would feel uncomfortable all over. So what do we do now? Cole limped over. He'd been directly hit by the basilisk's tail earlier. Although he'd blocked part of the attack with a defensive spell, he was still inevitably injured. Let me. As Dudley spoke, he slightly raised his right hand, and the basilisk's mouth immediately opened. Accio Diary. Dudley directly cast the spell. The basilisk's abdominal muscles began wriggling. Soon, the black diary flew out from the basilisk's mouth, falling toward Dudley's hand. Seeing the diary covered in slime, Dudley frowned and immediately withdrew his outstretched hand. Smack. The diary hit the ground. Everyone's mouths twitched slightly. Aguamenti. Clear water appeared out of nowhere, washing away the slime on the diary's surface. Scour Jiffy. Then another cleaning spell. After thoroughly cleaning the diary, Dudley bent down to pick it up. Is Voldemort's memory still inside? Harry carefully came over and asked. Yes, Dudley nodded. However, that shouldn't just be memory but part of his soul. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly have such powerful strength. After speaking, Dudley turned his hand and threw the diary into the mirror of Ariste, placing it together with the Trunsoist brass book. Originally, he'd wanted to directly destroy the diary, but after discovering Voldemort seemed very afraid of the Trunsoist brass book, he changed his mind and pressed the diary under the brass book. Perhaps later, when needed, he could get some useful information from this fragment of Voldemort's soul. In any case, the current Voldemort couldn't cause any major trouble. Just don't let him out again. Really scary, Ron couldn't help complaining. At this point, everyone finally completely relaxed. The basilisk's corpse is preserved quite well. It should sell for tens of thousands of galleons. Borgin said, looking at the mountain-like basilisk corpse before him. I'll take its eyes. As for the rest, you handle the sale, Dudley said directly. All right, no problem, Borgin quickly said. The eyes were the most valuable part of the basilisk, but if Dudley needed them, they must first satisfy Dudley's needs. Borgin didn't dare say anything more. In Slytherin's chamber, besides this basilisk, is there nothing else? Ron simply sat on the ground to rest, though his gaze still occasionally looked around, trying to find the legendary Slytherin treasure. Don't be silly. What treasure is there? It's all lies. Besides, Slytherin built this chamber to cleanse Muggle-born wizards. There couldn't possibly be treasure, Hermione said. Ron wanted to refute but knew Hermione was probably right. There were no other spaces here. Unless they were willing to check all those sewer-like passages around them, but obviously, even if there were good things, they probably wouldn't appear in those places. Don't worry, there might really be something Slytherin left behind here, Dudley suddenly spoke. His gaze fell on Slytherin's statue. The basilisk had come from the statue's mouth earlier, which also indicated there should be a huge space behind the statue. Harry, use Parseltongue to open the statue. Dudley said to Harry. Chapter 271, Chapter 274, Slytherin's Notes. Huh. Harry blinked and looked at Slytherin's statue. There should be something behind there, Dudley said. Hearing this, Ron, who'd been slumped on the ground, immediately jumped up with an excited expression. See, I told you there was treasure. Hermione ignored Ron and walked over somewhat incredulously. Shouldn't the back of this statue be the basilisk's nest? Go in and look, then we'll know, Dudley said. I'll try. Harry came before the statue. Previously, he hadn't been able to open the statue, Dudley had used Voldemort's diary to open it. But this time, they obviously couldn't let Voldemort do this again. After staring at the statue for a long time, Harry still couldn't find the feeling. Serpensortia. Dudley raised his hand and released a spell, the very one Malfoy had used on Harry before. Snap. A snake was summoned and landed on Slytherin's statue. Seeing this snake, Harry finally got the feeling. Open. A hoarse, low voice came, and Slytherin's statue was opened again. This time, no basilisk crawled out from inside, and the Slytherin statue's mouth remained open. Dudley slowly walked over, dispelled the summoning spell, and sent the snake away. Seeing this, the others quickly followed. Such bad breath, Ron couldn't help waving his hand. Where the basilisk lived, the smell certainly wasn't pleasant. As soon as they approached the Slytherin statue's mouth, they smelled a foul stench hitting them. I'm about to be fumigated to vomiting. Harry also couldn't stand the smell, feeling the odor coming from inside was eye-watering. It felt just like crawling directly into the basilisk's mouth. Air purus. Hermione waved her wand and cast an air purification spell. It can only temporarily purify the air. The things causing the stench inside are still there, it'll return to normal soon, Hermione explained. At least it's acceptable now. The smell in the air finally faded considerably. After Dudley finished speaking, he was the first to enter. Inside Slytherin's mouth was a secret passage extending diagonally downward, like his throat. The passage was damp, with slime-like substances emitting a rotten stench. Holding his breath, Dudley walked step by step diagonally downward. Behind him, Harry and the others followed closely. I'll guard outside, Cole's voice came from the distance. He was injured and didn't plan to come in. Besides, someone needed to guard outside to prevent accidents. Before long, the surrounding space suddenly opened up. The narrow passage disappeared, replaced by a very large space. Lumos. Dudley cast the spell, and a glowing orb immediately flew out, floating in midair and illuminating the surrounding area. This was a spacious cave. The ground was scattered with many white bones and rotting corpses. It was clear this was where the basilisk lived, it basically stayed here when sleeping. Is that a seal's corpse? This place really does connect to the ocean. Harry pointed at a pile of rotting flesh not far away. You can tell quite a bit of the rotting meat here is from marine fish, Dudley said after scanning once. There's a passage over there, Ron said, pointing at an opening nearby. Clearly more interested in treasure than corpses. Let's go check it out. Dudley skirted around the rotting corpses and made his way to the passage on the opposite side. The basilisk doesn't look like it's entered here. Dudley stood at the entrance and studied it for a moment. Could there be protective spells? Harry suggested. If the basilisk hadn't entered, it meant this place might be sealed by magic or kept off-limits by Slytherin's orders. Let me check. Borgin volunteered. His combat performance today hadn't been very good. To prevent Dudley from being dissatisfied with him, he needed to show his value. Dudley didn't stop him, letting Borgin inspect the surroundings. At the same time, Dudley also activated spirit vision to check the situation around. There are traces of magic, and very concealed. Dudley's gaze fell on the passage, vaguely seeing some strange light, traces left by magic that gave him a very dangerous feeling. There's a curse. Everyone be careful, Borgin said with a serious expression. Harry's group immediately became alert. After thinking for a moment, Borgin took out a withered claw from his bag. It was unclear what animal it was from, the surface was charred black, as if burned by something. Borgin muttered something under his breath and slowly placed the claw at the cave entrance. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, they discovered the black color on the claw was deepening, as if being eroded by some strange power. Crack! The next moment, a bone segment on the claw shattered and turned to powder. What's happening? Ron asked with a pale face. It should be a very powerful curse. I'm trying to seal the curse's power in this magical item, but it can't quite withstand it, Borgin said somewhat heartbrokenly. The curse's power continued eroding the claw. Its surface became pitch black, then the finger bones began bursting apart segment by segment. In just a moment, the entire claw exploded, turning into powder on the ground. Is the curse cleared? Harry asked. Borgin shook his head with an ugly expression. This curse is very powerful. There's no way to completely seal it. So you sealed part of its power? What percentage? Hermione couldn't help asking. This was her first time seeing a curse's power like this, very different from the magic she usually saw. About 10%. Borgin said uncertainly. What? Harry's trio couldn't help but blurt out. From the earlier appearance, they all thought Borgin had cleared 70 to 80% of the curse. It turned out to be only 10%, and judging from Borgin's hesitant manner, it might not even be 10%. Do you have more of that thing? Dudley asked. Borgin shook his head. That thing was very precious, specially used to clear curses, and it was directly scrapped here. Whilst heartbroken, Borgin also marveled at how terrifying this curse was. This is very likely a curse left by Slytherin himself. It's very difficult for us to remove. Perhaps only his true heir can enter here, Borgin stated his speculation. Slytherin's treasure really wasn't so easy to obtain. Even after killing the basilisk, there was still an extremely terrifying curse waiting for them. Dudley slowly walked over, constantly thinking in his mind about ways to remove the curse. After much thought, he only came up with one solution. With a turn of his hand, the Trunsoist brass book appeared in Dudley's hands. Perhaps I can only borrow the power of the rule book. Chapter 272, Chapter 275, Records. When the Trunsoist brass book appeared in Dudley's hands, his aura immediately changed. Borgin, standing behind Dudley, felt the shift most acutely. Dudley's presence became ethereal yet carried an irresistible weight, as if he were no longer a 12-year-old child but something that demanded worship. Everyone step back a bit, Dudley said. Hearing this, everyone retreated. Dudley picked up 2 bones from the ground and cast Transfiguration on each, turning both into birds. Distortion. With the Trunsoist brass book's enhancement, Dudley activated his extraordinary ability. He didn't directly use the sealed artifact itself, only borrowing it to elevate his position and maximize the distortion ability. After doing this, Dudley placed 1 bird in the passage. Go in, Dudley commanded. The bird obediently hopped toward the inside of the passage. At the same time, Dudley's gaze fell on the other bird in his palm. He'd just used his extraordinary ability to distort the curse's target, transferring whatever curse the bird entering the passage would receive to the bird outside. Soon, changes occurred. The bird in Dudley's hand rapidly turned black. Its body began rotting, and before long, it exploded with a bang and disappeared from Dudley's hand. The bird that entered the passage originally showed no changes, but it visibly turned black and rotted. After the outside bird suddenly exploded, the bird in the passage also dissipated. No good. Dudley frowned. He'd originally thought he could use his extraordinary ability to distort the curse's target and thereby avoid the curse's attack. But from the current situation, the transferred target could barely withstand this kind of curse. Secondly, Dudley's distortion couldn't fully transfer the curse. Whatever entered the passage would still be affected by the curse. In this situation, Dudley didn't dare directly enter the passage himself. While Dudley was deep in thought, Borgin, Harry, and the others watched his operation with wide eyes. Very impressive methods. Actually able to transfer the curse. Unfortunately, the transferred thing has difficulty withstanding this curse's power. Although Borgin didn't know what Dudley had done, he could guess from the results. Perhaps we could find some magical items that can withstand curses. That way, it should work, Borgin suggested. I have some similar things in my shop. If you need them, I can go get them. Dudley shook his head. Forget it. Not worth the trouble. Since the method of transferring the curse didn't work, other things would probably struggle to withstand that curse's erosion. The Hogwarts founder's curse really wasn't something ordinary people could break. According to Dudley's understanding, Slytherin's strength, translated into that world's combat power, might be close to demigod level. His curse indeed exceeded Dudley's current ability to break. After a moment's thought, Dudley opened the Trunsoist brass book. He extended his finger, spiritual power flowing out, slowly writing on the Trunsoist brass book. Dudley Trunsoist, as the master of the brass book, is not affected by curses. As Dudley's fingertip traced, silver letters began appearing on the brass book. When all the letters were fully formed, Dudley felt a powerful, mysterious force envelop him. This force came from the rules themselves, directly making him immune to any curse's influence, unless the curse's source could exceed the Trunsoist brass book's position, reaching the level of a true god. Thud. Dudley stepped forward, standing in the passage. Dudley. Be careful. Harry and the others never expected Dudley to suddenly step into the corridor. After all, neither those two birds nor Borgin's magical item could withstand that terrible curse. I'm fine, Dudley responded softly. Borgin, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all widened their eyes at this moment, fearing Dudley's body would suddenly turn black and then rot away. However, as time passed, Dudley wasn't affected at all. He truly was, as he said, fine. Rules really are true power, Dudley thought to himself. He could feel a cold power descend upon him, but it couldn't affect him at all. This was the brass book, directly making Dudley immune to all curses at the rule level. I'll go inside and look. Wait here for me, Dudley said to Harry and the others behind him. Remember not to step into the passage. All right, be careful, Harry's group immediately nodded. Yes, Borgin said respectfully. The abilities Dudley displayed now had already exceeded what Borgin could understand. He had no idea what Dudley had done. The entire process took only a few seconds, yet Dudley became directly immune to the curse's effects. Recalling everything that just happened, that book in Dudley's hands was probably extraordinary. In Borgin's heart, Dudley's status rose again. Harry's group was now discussing what exactly Dudley had just done, but no matter how they talked, they couldn't understand the situation. Meanwhile, Dudley had already walked into the passage. It was similar to what he had seen outside, except that after turning a corner, Dudley saw several sealed rooms on both sides of the passage. This is the true Chamber of Secrets. After a moment's thought, Dudley walked toward the first sealed room. The lock on the door had already rotted, but traces of magic remained. Alohomora, Dudley recited in Hermes. The door opened, but the already decayed door directly shattered after opening. Dudley's gaze looked inside. He didn't rush to enter but stood outside, checking first, preventing any unknown magic inside. The room wasn't large, but it was filled with many ancient books. Encyclopedia of Ancient Dark Magic, The Mystery of Magic, Decoding the Fundamental Principles of Spells. Dudley's gaze swept past, seeing many thick books, many of which he hadn't seen in the Hogwarts library. Slytherin's personal collection. Dudley's eyes brightened slightly. After confirming there was no offensive magic inside the room, Dudley slowly walked in. His gaze swept across the bookshelf, then fell on a notebook on the desk. On the green cover was a lifelike snake, with a handwritten word in the lower right corner that could be recognized as Slytherin. This was Slytherin's notebook. Chapter 273, Chapter 276, The Final Cave. Dudley looked at the notebook on the desk but didn't rush to pick it up. Instead, he examined it carefully with spirit vision. Not an ordinary notebook. It has very powerful magic, Dudley muttered to himself. In his spirit vision, he could vaguely see many strange, complex magical patterns flowing through the diary. However, these magical patterns weren't hidden, and from Dudley's judgment, he didn't feel any threat. It should be a specially made magical item. As the words left his lips, he reached out to pick up the diary and opened its yellowed surface. When you obtain this notebook, I am probably already dead. At the top of the title page was a handwritten sentence. Dudley continued reading. To be able to enter here, you are perhaps my heir, or perhaps possess superb magical abilities. This notebook will lead you to higher magical achievements. Please make good use of it. The cursive letters ended there. Dudley flipped through the notebook's interior but didn't see any other text. Didn't say how to use it. Dudley frowned. He could confirm this notebook possessed special magic, but he didn't know how to utilize it now. Could it require Parseltongue? Dudley felt somewhat helpless. This really stumped him. Parseltongue was an innate ability. Should Dudley go learn from Harry? But Harry's Parseltongue was also unreliable, working sometimes and not others. Not smart at all. He certainly couldn't go ask Voldemort. Apparitium, Dudley recited the spell. Revelio. Finite incantatum. Dudley cast several spells in succession, but the notebook showed no change. Doesn't even come with an instruction manual, Dudley complained helplessly, preparing to put away the notebook to examine it slowly later. However, when Dudley's hand touched the notebook again, he immediately noticed something wrong. He quickly flipped the notebook to the first page and clearly saw that a line of text had appeared on it. Finite incantatum. This was the spell Dudley had just cast. What appeared in the notebook now was the Latin text of this spell. What does this mean? Dudley was extremely surprised. He hurriedly flipped through the notebook but didn't see the two spells he'd cast earlier. After a moment's thought, Dudley cast a spell again. Alohomora. After Dudley's words fell, the finite incantatum in the notebook disappeared, replaced by the Alohomora spell. Is this recording the spells I cast? Dudley's expression shifted as he guessed something. Then he channeled spiritual power into the notebook. Under his guidance, light flashed, and the Alohomora inscribed on it was released and dissipated in the air. It really can record the spells I cast. Dudley was extremely shocked. This notebook's ability was very similar to the Door Pathway's recording ability. Slytherin's notebook recorded magic, while a recorder recorded extraordinary abilities. The two had similar effects through different means. Dudley tried several more times and confirmed that this notebook could record only the last spell cast. If it only records magic, how can it lead me to higher magical achievements? Dudley flipped through the notebook. He always felt this notebook shouldn't be so simple. Being able to record magic was naturally good, but magic was different from extraordinary abilities. It lacked clear level divisions. For example, the recording ability could record extraordinary abilities stronger than oneself, even demigod-level abilities, thereby enhancing one's combat power. But with magic, there were no such obvious level divisions. Even if powerful wizards' magic were more powerful, it wouldn't be much stronger than ordinary people, unless reaching Dumbledore's level. So this notebook's use for most people might just be recording one spell for emergencies, without much other effect. Apparition is prohibited here, Dudley whispered in Hermes. As his words fell, the notebook showed no change. As expected, can't record extraordinary abilities. Dudley knew it probably wouldn't work, but he still wanted to try. Just as Dudley was about to give up, he suddenly noticed text seemed to appear on the next page. He quickly opened the notebook and saw text had indeed appeared on the second page. This doesn't seem to be a spell. If you want to counter apparition, you need to understand the basis of apparition and constrain space. The magical principle is. Looking at the text appearing in the notebook, Dudley's eyes gradually showed a delighted expression. This is Slytherin's notebook's true purpose. Analyzing magic and creating your own spells. Dudley couldn't help saying as he looked at the magical principle analysis appearing in the notebook. Slytherin's notebook wasn't just for recording magic. It could also be used to test various spells, to see if these spells were feasible, and whether their magical principles had anything worth learning. Good stuff. After confirming the purpose of Slytherin's notebook, Dudley put it into the Mirror of East. Then Dudley looked at the surrounding books. They were basically all Slytherin's personal collection, including some of Slytherin's own notes. Most of these books were already out of print, not even available in the Hogwarts library. Dudley moved all these books into the Mirror of East. In just a few breaths, he'd completely emptied the place. After confirming there was nothing else, Dudley left the room and returned to the corridor. Perhaps hearing Dudley's footsteps, Harry's voice came from the passage entrance. "Dudley, how are you?" "I'm fine. There are some things Slytherin left behind here. I'm checking them. Don't worry." After Dudley finished speaking, he continued toward the next room. Like the previous room, Dudley opened the door with a spell and walked in. This room had no books, but many animal bones and furs. Could this be some ancient magical creatures Slytherin collected? Dudley looked around. Most had only bones left, many piled together, making it almost impossible to tell which animals they were. Dudley searched around without any useful discoveries. After gathering some potentially useful animal remains and putting them in the Mirror of East, he turned and left. There were still 3 rooms in the corridor. Dudley walked toward the third room. But before reaching that room's door, Dudley's expression changed slightly. He felt a cold force hitting him, seemingly different from the previous curse. He stood at the doorway, looking inside through the crack, only seeing a dark thing standing in the middle of the room. That seemed to be a coffin. Chapter 274, Chapter 277, The Rooms. Why is there a coffin here? Dudley's gaze sharpened. Although the light inside this room was dim, making it hard to see what that dark shape actually was, his instinct told him it was a coffin. Could it be Slytherin's coffin? Legend didn't seem to mention Salazar Slytherin's final outcome. Only that after a big argument with Gryffindor, he left Hogwarts, and afterward, there wasn't much news about him. Where he was buried after his death remained a mystery to this day. Many people interested in Hogwarts history had searched for traces of Slytherin, but all returned empty-handed. At this moment, seeing the coffin here, Dudley's first thought was that it was Slytherin's own coffin. Standing at the decayed doorway, Dudley stared at the coffin inside. That strange cold feeling became even more intense, making Dudley sense a hint of a dangerous aura. Whatever's inside seems very dangerous. After a moment's hesitation, Dudley didn't rashly push the door open and enter. After a long while, Dudley walked toward the next room. This room's door was sealed shut. Unlike the previous doors, this was an iron door. Dudley stood at the entrance observing briefly but didn't discover any abnormal phenomena. However, this iron door still aroused Dudley's doubts. He pressed his head against it, wanting to examine the patterns on the iron door more closely. He discovered the lines on the door didn't seem to be randomly engraved decorations but rather some kind of mysterious formation. Dudley held his breath and leaned in closer to look. Suddenly, he felt there seemed to be some movement inside the door. Someone there. Dudley's expression changed dramatically. This was a chamber that had been sealed for 1,000 years. How could there still be something alive inside? The sound was very faint. If you were slightly farther away, you couldn't hear it. After a moment's thought, Dudley pressed his ear against it, wanting to listen to what sound was actually inside. 1 second, 2 seconds. As time passed, Dudley soon captured a faint sound, huff, huff. Like someone lying against the iron door, slightly panting. Dudley's expression turned ugly, a moment of hair-raising terror washing over him. He hadn't felt this frightened in a long time. It was like returning to that strange world, surrounded by unknown, bizarre things, where one wrong move could mean death without a burial place. What exactly did Slytherin put here? Dudley looked at the iron door with an ugly expression. The first 2 rooms were still acceptable, but these last few seemed increasingly outrageous. He fell silent for a moment and looked toward the last room. There shouldn't also be some strange thing there. Dudley walked step by step toward the final room. Everything here was somewhat beyond his expectations. Soon, Dudley reached the entrance of the last room. Different from before, this room actually had no door. What met Dudley's eyes was an extremely spacious cave, pitch black inside. Having learned from previous experiences, Dudley didn't dare to step inside. He had the light orb floating beside him fly in first. Light fell, illuminating the entire cave. Only then did Dudley discover this was a natural giant karst cave. On the cave's ceiling were large stalactites, constantly dripping water that made soft, steady sounds. A faint mist hung in the air, making the entire cave hazy and obscuring what lay deep within. Is that a tree? Dudley looked at the cave's depths, vaguely seeing a huge black shadow standing there, with many branch-like things hanging down. Under spirit vision, what Dudley saw was also a tree's outline. I don't sense any magical aura. The curse seems to have disappeared here too, Dudley muttered softly whilst standing at the cave entrance. At this moment, he really didn't want to enter anymore. He felt this place was full of strangeness. A wizard of Slytherin's level, even dead for 1,000 years, Dudley didn't dare act too presumptuously on his territory now. But since I'm already here. Thinking this, Dudley felt it would be somewhat regrettable to just leave like this. This place could only be entered and examined with the help of the Trunsoist brass book. If he just left like this, who knew when he'd be able to come back next time? After a moment's thought, Dudley ultimately decided to go in and look. At least to see whether that huge shadow was actually a tree or not. I hope it's not what I'm thinking. When Dudley thought of trees, an unpleasant feeling arose in his mind. He believed this was his spiritual intuition giving him hints, but he still couldn't recall anything. Obviously, that thing wasn't something the current Dudley could understand. It was best not to recall anything. To know was to be polluted. And anything that could pollute Dudley was definitely not something simple. After slowly entering the cave, a cool feeling hit him. It didn't make Dudley feel uncomfortable. Rather, his whole body felt refreshed. There are carvings. Dudley looked around, seeing traces of human carving on some stalactites. However, after 1,000 years, the stalactites had grown back, erasing many traces of human activity and returning everything to a natural state. Only by looking carefully could one barely discover some. No traces of magic. What Dudley didn't expect was that this cave seemed extremely clean, without any traces of magic. If he didn't know where this place was, Dudley would probably think he'd arrived at some tourist attraction. Continuing forward, Dudley soon reached the front of the huge shadow. It was indeed a tree. A large tree growing on stalactites. It had already grown together with the surrounding stalactites, as if fused with this place. Unclear whether who fused with whom, who devoured whom. Below the large tree was a platform built from stalactites, with what seemed to be a human figure on it. Dudley continued walking forward. The orb floating in the air also drifted ahead, soon revealing the situation below the large tree. It was a well-preserved corpse wearing black wizard robes, lying flat on the stalactite platform. What surprised Dudley was that the corpse was face down. How could there be a corpse here? Could it be Slytherin himself? Then who's inside that coffin from before? As Dudley walked forward, he thought to himself. Soon, Dudley reached the side of the stone platform, looking at the face-down corpse, wanting to find clues that could identify its identity. Suddenly, a voice strangely appeared in Dudley's ear. "Turn me over and look." Chapter 275, Chapter 278, The Shadow. "Turn me over and look, turn me over and look." The words continuously echoed in Dudley's mind, lingering endlessly. Dudley's gaze gradually became unfocused, his brain seeming unable to process properly. He extended both hands toward the corpse on the stalactite platform. He didn't know why, but he desperately wanted to see what this sleeping wizard looked like. This curiosity drove him to turn the corpse over urgently. Just one look would be enough. Just as Dudley's hands were about to touch that wizard's corpse, a golden six-winged angel abruptly appeared, spreading its glorious six wings and embracing Dudley. Amidst the spreading light, it enveloped Dudley's body. In an instant, Dudley's entire body was bathed in golden light. All the cold evil was dispersed and disappeared, including that intense urge to turn the corpse over. Hiss. Dudley drew in a sharp breath. This was the first time he'd experienced such a strange situation in the magical world. The previous dangers he'd encountered, at least he knew what they were. Even Voldemort was just a powerful enemy. But just now, he'd actually been influenced by that mysterious voice and almost really turned that corpse over. Thinking about it now terrified him. Once that corpse was turned over, who knew what terrifying sight he would encounter? To be placed by Slytherin in the innermost cave meant the corpse's owner was definitely extraordinary. Fortunately, Dudley had made thorough preparations before dealing with the basilisk and had used a paper angel on himself. He hadn't expected it would come in handy now, purifying the strange power on Dudley at the critical moment. Crack. Suddenly, a faint sound came. The corpse on the stalactite platform trembled slightly, as if it wanted to turn over. Turning over is prohibited here. Dudley subconsciously shouted as he pushed out with his right hand. The brass book flipped noisily in his hands, greatly enhancing Dudley's extraordinary abilities and forcibly suppressing the trembling corpse back down. Cold sweat seeped from Dudley's forehead. He wanted to leave this place. This location was too strange. Strange things he couldn't explain were happening, and he hadn't even sensed any traces of magic. It might be ancient lost magic. Regardless, I need to leave first. Dudley's gaze remained fixed on the corpse while continuously retreating backward, backing toward the cave exit. He did this because Dudley wasn't confident. He feared that after turning around, the corpse would suddenly flip over and sit up. That would be too terrifying. Whoosh. Suddenly, a breeze came. The branches and leaves of the large tree above Dudley's head began swaying slightly, making rustling sounds. Only this sound in the spacious cave seemed extremely strange, as if something were softly weeping, filled with unspeakable fear. This feeling. Have I returned to that strange world? Dudley stopped retreating and looked around, forcibly calming himself down. He was now sequence 6 of 2 pathways. Although neither sequence specialized in combat, they still gave Dudley enough confidence to avoid panic. Most importantly, what Dudley held was sealed artifact 002, the Trunsoist brass book, a powerful sealed artifact that could change rules. If it truly came to a life or death moment, Dudley couldn't care about anything else and would definitely make this book display its true power. No matter who you are or why you're here, what I want to say is that I'm just a second-year Hogwarts student driven by curiosity, Dudley said in a deep voice. If you're willing to forgive my rude intrusion, then I'll leave now and absolutely won't disturb you again. In the spacious cave, besides the sound of the breeze, there was now Dudley's echo. In this situation, Dudley wasn't certain what kind of ghostly thing was here. But recalling the words that had appeared in his mind earlier, he felt the strangeness here might possess some intelligence. If communication was possible, that would naturally be best. As long as the other party was willing to let him leave, he wouldn't take action again. But if he couldn't leave safely, then Dudley would have to use his abilities to forcibly depart. Well then, I'll be going first. Seeing no other situations arise, Dudley tentatively spoke and continued his retreat. However, after Dudley had retreated only 2 or 3 steps, the surrounding wind suddenly intensified, producing a howling sound. Dudley frowned. It seemed the other party didn't want to let him leave. Looking around, Dudley's expression became somewhat gloomy. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the solar ring. This ring couldn't be worn for extended periods, or it would cause significant negative effects, eventually turning the wearer into a mindless devotee who only worshipped the sun. Therefore, Dudley had put it away earlier, but now he had no choice but to take it out again. Solar Aura. Dudley first activated the solar aura, bolstering his courage and dispelling the surrounding evil and cold. Solar Holy Light. Dudley spoke in Hermes. The next moment, the ring on Dudley's hand suddenly summoned a brilliant golden light that illuminated the entire cave. The golden light radiated warmth, peace, and holiness, contrasting sharply with the cave's cold, damp atmosphere. Solar Holy Light could purify wraiths and corpses, having a powerful restraining effect on such creatures. However, Dudley didn't use this light to attack. He only let it fall on a stalactite. Though the light flashed only briefly, the heat and warmth it emitted seemed to transform the entire cave. After the solar holy light faded, Dudley squinted and looked around. If anything's here, that should have gotten its attention. The situation here led Dudley to suspect it was most likely related to wraiths and corpses. He released the solar holy light to tell the other party that he had the means to deal with them, so those things in the darkness shouldn't act rashly. Following the solar holy light's descent, the wind in the cave seemed to diminish considerably. Dudley breathed a slight sigh of relief and continued retreating toward the cave entrance. However, after retreating just a few steps, Dudley's expression changed dramatically, freezing in place. Earlier, Dudley's attention had been on the surrounding wind sounds, not looking at the face-down corpse beneath the large tree. When he looked again now, he discovered that the corpse had somehow already disappeared. Dudley swallowed. His head slightly turned, looking behind him. In his peripheral vision, he saw a massive shadow had appeared behind him at some unknown time. Chapter 276, Chapter 279, Loss of Control. When did? Dudley's expression turned ugly. He had no idea when this massive shadow had appeared behind him. He hadn't noticed it at all. Solar Holy Light. Dudley hesitated no longer and directly used the solar ring to summon a golden holy light, sending it toward the massive shadow behind him. Golden light emerged, filling the entire cave with the aura of bright sunlight, dispelling the cold and chill. By this holy light, Dudley saw what that black shadow was. However, he couldn't describe it with specific language. That thing seemed to have no substance, but wasn't a ghost either. Like flowing mist. After the solar holy light appeared, it fell directly on that thing, producing large amounts of white smoke. Wraiths are prohibited here. Living corpses are prohibited here. After the solar holy light burst out, Dudley whispered in Hermes. Although uncertain what that thing was, judging from the aura it emitted, Dudley felt this thing should be somewhat related to wraiths and living corpses. Regardless, better to prohibit it first. As Dudley pushed out with his right hand, a transparent ripple emanated from his body, spreading throughout the entire cave. Suddenly, that strange black thing trembled violently, then silently dissipated, disappearing before Dudley just like that. Could it really be a wraith? Regardless, the prohibition seemed to have worked. He didn't continue exploring this place's secrets and immediately walked toward the outside of the cave. This place was too evil. Some things even magic couldn't explain. Moreover, he'd used the Trunsoist brass book too much and needed to leave here quickly to seal the rule book again. This time, Dudley's speed was very fast. A breeze still blew around him, just not as intensely as before. Just as Dudley was about to reach the entrance, his gaze suddenly changed. At the cave entrance, a person was standing there, back facing him. It's him. Dudley's pupils constricted sharply. That person was none other than the corpse that had been lying under the large tree. Turn me over and look. The strange voice appeared in Dudley's ear again. Damn it. Dudley's expression was extremely ugly. This thing seemed to have latched onto him. Spiritual power fully erupted, pouring into the Trunsoist brass book. Terrifying authority burst from Dudley's body. At this moment, Dudley's form seemed infinitely elevated, looking down at the corpse below. His body slowly rose, completely ignoring the laws of physics. At this point, the corpse also seemed to notice something was wrong and trembled violently. However, the current Dudley, merely with his gaze, was enough to suppress it in place, preventing its escape. Dudley slowly raised his right hand, pointing at the corpse, and recited in Hermes. Banishment. As Dudley's words fell, a void door appeared behind the corpse, its dark color slowly spreading as it slowly opened. Immediately after, an irresistible force came, directly sweeping the corpse into the dark door where it disappeared. Thud. Dudley fell back to the ground. Everything around seemed to return to normal. Dudley now showed signs of exhaustion. He'd just forcibly used the Trunsoist brass book to display the extraordinary ability banishment that only a sequence 4 imperative mage could use. This ability could directly banish enemies to the unknown void, the simplest solution Dudley could think of to deal with that corpse. Taking a breath, Dudley immediately ran toward the outside of the cave. Swoosh! Dudley rushed out of the cave. The next moment, his vision suddenly brightened as he opened his eyes. This is... Dudley looked at the scene before him in shock. He was standing in front of the cave, looking at the pitch-black interior. The magical orb floated beside him, illuminating everything around brightly. Just now. I didn't enter the cave. Dudley was extremely shocked. He clearly remembered rushing out of the cave, yet with a flash, he was facing the cave. Dudley looked at the Trunsoist brass book in his hand, momentarily uncertain what was real and what was fake. His brain throbbed. At this moment, Dudley felt the massive consumption of spiritual power. No, everything just now should be real. My spiritual power consumption is indeed very large. Moreover, I really did use the extraordinary ability of banishment. But was all that just now real, or all an illusion in my mind? Dudley couldn't determine the situation at the moment. In the magical world, this was the first time he'd encountered such a strange situation. If this were in that world, he might be able to deduce some specific sequences and abilities, like Mirror World and so on. But in the magical world, Dudley currently didn't know which wizard could do this. Leave here first. Dudley glanced at the pitch-black cave before him, not daring to linger, and immediately turned to leave. Passing other rooms, Dudley looked inside. 2 rooms he hadn't entered, and 2 rooms had already been looted clean by Dudley. Among them, Slytherin's notebook now lay in the Mirror of Erist. If everything just now was an illusion, when exactly did I enter the illusion? Was it when standing at the cave entrance? Or had I already entered the illusion in the 3rd room? Dudley carefully recalled everything that happened before but found no suspicious points. Dudley, how are you? Did anything happen? Harry's voice came from outside the passage. Why were you inside so long? Ron's voice also came in, filled with anxiety. I'm fine, Dudley immediately replied. How long was I inside? Almost an hour, Harry said. We were all worried sick. We called you, but you didn't answer. We were thinking about how to get in to rescue you. An hour. Dudley's gaze narrowed. From his own feeling, the entire process was only about 10 minutes. How could it be an hour? This was completely different from the flow of time he sensed. Dudley continued forward. After turning a corner, he looked toward the end of the passage. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were squeezed together, trying to crawl in from the passage entrance, but all 3 were stuck together. Dudley, quick, give me a hand. Harry extended his hand toward Dudley. Chapter 277, Chapter 280, Klein. Seeing this scene, Dudley instinctively reached toward Harry. But as his hand extended, something felt wrong. He stopped, studying the 3 figures before him, and stepped back. Dudley, what are you doing? Quick, give me a hand, Harry urged. Dudley, I'm about to be crushed to death. Help me, Ron pleaded. Dudley, pull me up first, Hermione said desperately, extending her hand. The 3 scrambled to reach out, waving frantically at Dudley, calling for help. Who are you? Dudley's voice turned ice cold. The 3 people before him could be anything, but definitely not Harry and the others. I'm your cousin. Don't you recognize me? Harry's expression twisted. Have you forgotten how you bullied me before? Hurry up and pull me up. You owe me this. Dudley's face darkened, but his expression no longer showed anger or anxiety. Only cold calculation remained. This place is quite impressive. Dudley's gaze swept around. In spirit vision, everything appeared real, with no abnormalities. Yet Dudley could clearly sense something fundamentally wrong. Quick, pull me up, Dudley, Hermione kept urging. The trio's expressions grew increasingly anxious, their faces progressively more twisted. No, you're not Harry. You're not Ron either. And you're not Hermione. Dudley looked at the 3, enunciating each word. So what the hell are you? Dudley stared darkly at the 3 struggling to crawl into the passage. I am Harry. Have you forgotten how you abused me before? Harry demanded loudly. Reducto. Dudley didn't waste words and cast the spell directly. Bang. The curse struck Harry's body, blasting him apart. However, the next moment, Harry's body was impossibly reassembled and continued beckoning to Dudley. Dudley. You're bullying me again. How could you cast such a spell at me? I'm your brother. Harry shrieked hysterically. Dudley looked at Harry coldly. Cousin. Avada Kedavra. A brilliant green light materialized from thin air, striking Harry directly. This time, Harry stopped moving. He stared at Dudley in disbelief, unable to accept that Dudley would cast the killing curse on him. His eyes remained wide open in death. Dudley. You killed Harry. You murdered Harry, Ron and Hermione cried out in terror. Dudley's expression remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the Harry he'd killed. Not dead. After a long moment, Dudley murmured. As expected, unkillable. The moment he spoke, he waved his hand and cast another spell. CONF Ringo. Harry's corpse exploded instantly, fragmenting into countless pieces. And you too. Dudley cast the killing curse on Ron and Hermione without hesitation, then obliterated their corpses. Good, much quieter now. Dudley withdrew his gaze. Dudley, may you die horribly. You even killed your best friends. You're completely inhuman. You'll face retribution. Voices echoed from the void, reverberating in Dudley's ears. Phantom forms of Harry, Ron, and Hermione materialized, as if transformed into spirits, surrounding Dudley and cursing him relentlessly. Simultaneously, many blurred figures appeared in midair, watching Dudley with cold indifference. Many had incomplete bodies, missing limbs, or parts transformed into grotesque monstrosities. Overlapping distorted voices continuously assaulted Dudley's mind. Enough. Dudley shouted. His expression gradually contorted. The extraordinary characteristics within him showed faint signs of losing control. He looked at those phantoms, recognizing some of them. They all seemed to be people who died by his hand, an endless procession. Of course, these people hadn't been killed by Dudley in the magical world but in that other realm. In that place, to survive and obtain potions, he'd eliminated those who obstructed him, climbing toward power step by step. But in the process, his hands had long been stained with blood. These people all manifested here at this moment, extending their hands, trying to tear Dudley apart and drag him into the endless abyss. Stop and come with us, a phantom voice called. Dudley looked up. He saw a blurred figure whose features remained unclear, yet evoked an overwhelming sense of intimacy. You are. Dudley whispered. He felt he should know this person intimately, but couldn't recall their name. Stabbing pain spread through Dudley's body. He sensed this person had died because of him, that he'd failed to protect those close to him. That profound sense of powerlessness invaded Dudley's very bones, making him feel as if his entire being would shatter. Give up and come with us, another familiar voice called. Still recognizable, but Dudley couldn't remember who. These people had either died because of Dudley or been killed by his own hands. They gathered at this moment, surrounding Dudley, constantly repeating those words, trying to make him surrender. If giving up can achieve everything, wouldn't that be a beautiful ending? Harry suddenly appeared beside Dudley, speaking softly. Sometimes, persisting won't bring results. What's lost won't return. Dudley took a deep breath. The Trunsoist brass book fell to the ground with a sharp crack and scattered open. Dudley seemed to have lost all strength. He felt himself sinking, grabbed by countless hands, falling toward endless darkness. His resistance kept diminishing, growing weaker, until he completely fell into darkness. Alas. Suddenly, a sigh materialized, causing the surrounding illusions to freeze instantly. Dudley's expression shifted abruptly as he slowly opened his eyes from the darkness. He recognized this voice. It was incredibly familiar. Go back, the voice rang out again. Boom. The next moment, everything collapsed instantly. Golden light erupted from within Dudley's body, sweeping across his entire being and dispersing all the strangeness. Dudley jolted awake. He found himself still standing in that eerie cave. Klein. Dudley blurted out. Chapter 278, Chapter 281, Injured Dumbledore. Immediately after, Dudley was stunned, somewhat puzzled why he'd suddenly said that name. After thinking briefly without finding much information about it, he shook his head and temporarily set these doubts aside. After a moment, Dudley glanced at the cave before him and retreated step by step. This place was truly evil. He clearly hadn't entered this cave, but everything that happened before was like it was real, almost causing him to lose control. What exactly did Slytherin put here? While retreating, Dudley glanced at the two unopened rooms on both sides. Dudley, how are you? We called you just now. Why didn't you answer? Harry's anxious voice came from the end of the passage. Dudley's gaze narrowed slightly. I didn't hear it, Dudley replied. How long was I inside? About 15 minutes. I was keeping track of time, Hermione's voice came. 15 minutes. Dudley nodded inwardly. This time roughly matched the time in his mind. Everything that happened inside the cave had actually only occurred in his mind. Turning a corner, Dudley saw Harry's trio waiting outside. This scene seemed familiar. Dudley subconsciously stopped, looking at the three, afraid they would suddenly rush over and squeeze through the passage entrance, asking him to pull them in. Did something happen? Borgin noticed Dudley's expression seemed off and asked. Nothing. Dudley shook his head and walked toward the passage exit. Soon, he emerged from the passage. What's inside? Ron asked somewhat curiously. Some books Slytherin left behind and such, Dudley said simply. Hearing this, Hermione's and Borgin's eyes immediately lit up. Hermione was excited because among these books might be rare editions she hadn't read, which she could borrow from Dudley later. Borgin was excited because these books could sell for a high price. Slytherin's collection might include some rare ancient magic books. Just by spreading the word, there would definitely be many buyers. Harry and Ron clearly weren't as interested in books, constantly asking Dudley if there was anything else. Dudley told them about the magical creature corpses he saw, but didn't mention the unopened rooms. Borgin seemed to see that Dudley was holding something back, but since Dudley didn't say, he didn't dare ask. Let's go. We can leave now, Dudley said. What about here? Harry looked at the passage filled with terrible curses. Leave it as is. Ordinary people can't come here anyway. Dudley said after a moment's thought. To enter here, one must know Parseltongue. Unless others could break through Slytherin's magic, they couldn't reach this location. As they exited the basilisk's nest, Dudley glanced at the opposite passage. From this position, he could only see where the passage turned, not the deeper section. Suddenly, Dudley's gaze sharpened. By a bit of reflected dim light, on a stone at the passage's turning point, he vaguely saw a pale human face. Dudley's breathing hitched slightly. When he looked again, the pale face had disappeared. Dudley didn't linger and climbed out from Slytherin's statue mouth with Harry and the others. Nothing happened, right? Cole heard the commotion and quickly asked. Nothing, everything went smoothly, Dudley said. Dudley, that bird, is it Professor Dumbledore's phoenix? Seeing Dudley approach, Cole pointed at a magnificent golden-red large bird perched atop Slytherin's statue. Fox. Dudley saw the golden-red bird and opened his mouth in surprise. Chirp. Fox cried out, leaping from atop Slytherin's statue and landing on Dudley's shoulder. You grew so fast. Dudley gently stroked Fox's feathers. Last term, Fox had swallowed the killing curse and transformed into a chick. In less than a year, it had grown large again, with very magnificent feathers, looking in excellent condition. Fox gently nuzzled against Dudley, its eyes watching him. Has Professor Dumbledore returned? Dudley inquired. Fox gently nodded. Dudley couldn't help feeling somewhat speechless. That old man didn't come back earlier or later, but returned after Dudley had resolved the chamber matters. He really knew how to pick his moments. Did Professor Dumbledore send you here? Dudley asked. Fox shook its head. Dudley understood. He remembered Dumbledore saying that at Hogwarts, if someone needed help, they would receive it. Last year, Fox appeared at the critical moment, and this time it appeared again. Though it seemed a bit late. Will it tell Professor Dumbledore about our activities? Borgin looked at Fox, his expression somewhat ugly as he asked. He dared enter Hogwarts precisely because Professor Dumbledore wasn't at school and because Dudley led the way. Now it was good. As soon as they came out, they were caught by Dumbledore's phoenix. Cole's expression didn't change much. Although he was a wanted criminal, he was Dudley's person. In this situation, Dudley would definitely take responsibility and wouldn't sell him out, so he wasn't worried. What Fox sees is equivalent to what Professor Dumbledore sees, Dudley said calmly. Hearing this, Borgin's expression became even more strained. But you don't need to worry. You came to help, and I won't forget your contribution. Even if Professor Dumbledore doesn't like your arrival, seeing that you helped Hogwarts, he won't say much. That's good then. Borgin's expression eased somewhat. This basilisk's corpse. Borgin looked at the massive basilisk corpse not far away. We hunted this. Naturally, it's our trophy. After speaking, Dudley walked over. He waved his right hand, silently reciting in Hermes, folding the basilisk's corpse. Although the basilisk was huge, it was mainly in length. After folding its corpse, it wasn't so space-consuming, and Dudley collected it into the mirror of Ariste. Then everyone walked together toward the chamber's exit. Dudley, we've probably broken over 100 school rules along the way, Harry couldn't help reminding Dudley. After seeing Fox, the three youngsters basically hadn't spoken. Who knew if this phoenix would tell Professor Dumbledore what they said? With me here, it's fine, Dudley said. Chapter 279, Chapter 282, Grindelwald. Harry's trio exchanged glances. Although they didn't know where Dudley's confidence came from, since Dudley said so, they could only believe him. Soon, they returned to the position where they descended from the girls' bathroom. Do we need to fly up? Ron asked. With Fox, we don't need to. Phoenixes can carry very heavy things while flying. You just need to hold onto its feet. Right, Fox. Dudley said while gently stroking Fox's feathers. Fox cooperatively nodded and cried out, flying up from Dudley's shoulder and indicating for Harry and the others to grab one of its feet. Harry quickly reached out and firmly grabbed Fawkes's foot. Ron and Hermione hugged Harry's leg and the other arm. Borgin and Cole exchanged glances and grabbed Fawkes's other foot. "Let's go up," Dudley said. Fawkes cried out softly and carried everyone upward. Dudley cast a spell on himself and slowly flew upward. Before long, Dudley finally flew out from the girls' bathroom. The surroundings were quiet. Harry and the others stood to one side without speaking. "Our judge has returned." A familiar voice came. Dudley looked over. Professor Dumbledore was somehow standing in the bathroom, smiling as he surveyed them. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore." Dudley also smiled and greeted Dumbledore. Both had much to say at the moment, but in front of so many people, they didn't speak immediately. "Professor Dumbledore, I." Borgin hunched over, his expression strained as he spoke. "Thank you for your contribution to Hogwarts, Mr. Borgin." Dumbledore glanced at Borgin and nodded slightly to express gratitude. Hearing this, Borgin's anxious heart finally relaxed. "Professor Dumbledore, your hand." At this moment, Dudley frowned and looked at Dumbledore's hand. His left arm looked as if it had been burned, completely blackened. It was evident that Professor Dumbledore looked extremely haggard. Although maintaining a smile, he was obviously much older than last year. At this time, Dudley had activated spirit vision. He could clearly see that Dumbledore's condition wasn't very good, especially his left arm, which seemed to have suffered very serious injuries. Not only that, the color representing health on his body was much dimmer than before, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Clearly, during Dumbledore's absence, he'd suffered very serious injuries. "Got a little injured. Not serious." Dumbledore raised his arm. "Let's talk in my office." Dumbledore turned, about to leave. "Ah, right, I almost forgot something." Dumbledore looked toward the bathroom stall. "Dudley, shouldn't you release Myrtle first?" "I just looked, and I don't seem able to release her," Dumbledore said with a light laugh. Hearing this, Borgin and Cole's expressions tensed. The ability Dudley displayed couldn't even be broken by a great wizard like Dumbledore. What level of magic was that? "All right." Dudley nodded and raised his hand to open the stall door. Inside, Myrtle was looking outside with a terrified expression. She was as if frozen in transparent amber. Her eyes could move, but almost nothing else could. "Release." Dudley waved his hand and recited in Hermes in his mind. The invisible amber instantly disappeared. Myrtle let out a cry and dove headfirst into the toilet, splashing large amounts of water. Very impressive imprisonment magic. "If there's a chance, you could teach me." Dumbledore looked at Dudley and said with a light laugh. Then Dumbledore led the way out of the bathroom toward his office. Dudley and the others followed behind him. Passing a broom closet, Harry's group's expressions were obviously uncomfortable, their faces somewhat pale. Professor Snape and Lockhart should still be lying unconscious. Poor Snape. Hit simultaneously by 4 stunning spells, he wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Fortunately, Dumbledore didn't seem to notice the two sleeping in the broom closet and led them upstairs. Borgin wanted to leave at this point. He wasn't from Hogwarts after all and didn't need to report to Dumbledore or anything. He just wanted to leave here quickly now. Cole also looked at Dudley. After all, he was a wanted criminal. Although Dumbledore hadn't said anything from beginning to end, being watched by such a powerful wizard made Cole's heart uneasy. "If you want to leave, you can go now," Dumbledore said, noticing their discomfort. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." "Good night," Borgin said while bowing. "Good night, Professor Dumbledore," Cole said to Professor Dumbledore with a complex expression. He was also a Hogwarts graduate, but now he was just a wanted criminal. Not a word about what happened at Hogwarts can be spoken outside, understand? Professor Dumbledore said to the two departing men. "Yes," Borgin and Cole quickly said. The two rapidly left the castle and headed toward the Forbidden Forest's edge. Dudley's group followed Dumbledore up to the 8th floor, arriving at that familiar office door. Entering the office, Dumbledore sat somewhat wearily behind his desk. Fawkes had already flown to the 2nd floor railing, looking down at everything below. "So many things have happened this term," Dumbledore said somewhat emotionally. "There have been many, but you missed them all," Dudley said. "Yes, this term I haven't fulfilled a headmaster's responsibilities." Dumbledore nodded. "But I'm also proud of the decision I made before leaving." "Dudley, thank you for your contributions to the school." Dudley looked at Dumbledore without comment. "Fawkes has already told me that you entered the chamber and killed that basilisk. Truly impressive." "The chamber I couldn't find was found by you youngsters," Professor Dumbledore said with a smile. "So, where did Professor Dumbledore go this term?" "I'm very curious." Dudley didn't continue discussing the chamber but turned to Dumbledore himself. A headmaster missing for most of the term, who returned seemingly seriously injured. Was this still the great wizard he knew? As you can see, I was injured. Dumbledore raised his left hand. As for the reason, it's because a dark wizard escaped. His name is Gellert Grindelwald. Chapter 280, Chapter 283, Horcruxes. Grindelwald. Dudley's gaze sharpened slightly. He'd just heard this name recently. Earlier in the girls' bathroom, Borgin had told Dudley that something had happened at Nurmengard prison, and Dumbledore had gone there to help handle it. The most famous prisoner in that prison was Gellert Grindelwald. At the time, they'd wondered if Dumbledore had gone there because of this dark wizard, but they didn't expect it to be true. What kind of person is this Grindelwald? Dudley asked thoughtfully. Dumbledore opened his mouth but seemed to fall into reminiscence, silent for a long moment. Harry's trio exchanged glances nervously, not daring to make a sound. Only Dudley noticed that Dumbledore's expression seemed complex. Does Dumbledore know Grindelwald personally? Dudley keenly perceived something. Considering the timeline, Grindelwald's rise coincided with Dumbledore becoming famous in the wizarding world. The two must have intersected. Additionally, Dudley clearly remembered that the chocolate frog card about Dumbledore mentioned one very important achievement, defeating Grindelwald. Grindelwald's relationship with Dumbledore isn't simple, Dudley thought. However, Dudley didn't dwell on it and quietly waited for Dumbledore to continue. My apologies, Dumbledore returned from his memories, speaking somewhat apologetically. After deliberating, Dumbledore said, Grindelwald, to be precise, is a revolutionary. Dudley's eyebrows raised slightly. This evaluation was vastly different from Voldemort. Moreover, Dudley sensed that when Dumbledore said this, it wasn't derogatory. There was actually praise in his tone. Grindelwald once attempted to overturn the International Statute of Secrecy and establish a world where wizards ruled muggles. He sparked a wave of wizard revolution and founded a powerful organization composed of wizards. To achieve his goals, he was ruthless. He and his wizard supremacist party committed countless crimes, including multiple murders, Dumbledore explained simply. Dudley frowned. He felt this Grindelwald seemed different from the thoroughly evil dark wizard he'd imagined. Compared to Voldemort, who only knew Avada Kedavra, he truly deserved to be called a revolutionary. Of course, Dudley didn't approve of his methods. Only ideologically could Grindelwald be called a revolutionary. Breaking that secrecy statute, for instance, had merit as a concept. As Dudley pondered, Dumbledore's penetrating gaze pierced through his half-moon spectacles, watching Dudley intently. You seem to approve of him. Dumbledore suddenly spoke. Harry's trio looked at Dudley in astonishment. In their eyes, dark wizards were undoubtedly evil, especially Grindelwald, who had committed murders and sought to rule the muggles. Yet they didn't expect Dudley to actually agree with him. Did Dudley also want to rule muggles? Seeing Dumbledore's probing gaze, Dudley thought for a moment. I think some of his ideals aren't fundamentally flawed. It's his methods that are too cruel. Oh. Then what would you do? Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, resting them on his chin, asking with interest. Dudley knew Dumbledore was testing him, but he no longer cared much about Dumbledore's opinion. Perhaps that was the confidence Dudley's actual strength provided. I think there's no need to rule muggles. Wouldn't integration be better? Dudley said, thinking of that world where steam and strangeness coexisted. Magic can help muggles improve their lives, and muggle technology can help wizards improve theirs. Progressing together, combining strengths and compensating for weaknesses. Wouldn't that be better? With all due respect, wizards give me the impression of still living several centuries in the past. For now, wizards can use magic to maintain an advantage over muggles. But in time, perhaps 100 or 200 years from now, wizards still immersed in magic's superiority might find that muggle technology has advanced enough to overturn the entire magical world. At that point, it won't be wizards ruling muggles, but wizards having to adapt to technologically advanced muggles. Dudley spoke calmly. Harry's trio stared at Dudley in shock. These were things they'd never considered. Dumbledore gazed at Dudley. After a long while, he blinked. Very interesting thoughts, Dumbledore evaluated. Dudley showed a faint smile and said nothing more. Both Black Emperor and Judge involved the utilization and twisting of order and rules. Perhaps one day, Dudley would need to establish his own order. Maybe the fusion of magic and technology was a good direction. However, Dudley might not need to actually do it. If he'd already accomplished this in that strange world, there was no need to repeat it in the magical world. He could simply focus on digesting his extraordinary characteristics and improving his strength. Ahem, Professor Dumbledore, did Grindelwald escape? Harry gave a light cough, breaking the atmosphere in the office. Yes, he escaped. We exhausted many methods but couldn't capture him, Dumbledore said. Will the magical world be very dangerous then? Hermione asked nervously. One Voldemort already had the magical world on high alert. Now, with another previous Dark Lord, if these two simultaneously plagued the magical world, could they even live safely? Could Voldemort and Grindelwald team up against us? Ron asked, his face pale. Imagining such a scenario terrified him. There's no need to worry too much for now, Dumbledore said. Grindelwald and Voldemort have completely different ideologies. From what I know of Grindelwald, he looks down on Voldemort's methods. These two fighting each other would be better than cooperating. Cooperation is virtually impossible. Dumbledore spoke with certainty. Hearing this, Harry's trio let out a sigh of relief. At least they didn't have to face two powerful dark wizards simultaneously. However, the magical world will truly change. We must prepare ourselves, Dumbledore said gravely. He looked at his blackened left hand and fell into contemplation again. The dim yellow light of the office fell on their faces, casting a heavy shadow over the joy of defeating the basilisk. Chapter 281, Chapter 284, The Price of Immortality. As for Grindelwald, his matters concern you little, Dumbledore said, raising his gaze and speaking to Dudley and the others. Then he paused, seeming to reconsider his words. He'd meant to say that everyone at Hogwarts was safe, but thinking of the events of these 2 years, he couldn't quite say those words. Last year's Voldemort, this year's basilisk. As headmaster, his role had been minimal. Especially this year, he'd been almost entirely occupied with Grindelwald, leaving the school mainly to Professor McGonagall. And ultimately, Dudley had resolved the school's crisis, the self-proclaimed judge of Hogwarts whom he'd appointed on impulse. As for Hogwarts, we are safe, Dudley said seriously. That's right, Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Previously, Hogwarts had been safe because of him as headmaster. Now, it was because of Dudley. Tell me about the basilisk. I'm very curious how you dealt with it, Dumbledore asked with interest. Also, during your investigation, I won't count violations against school rules. Hearing about the basilisk, Harry and the others perked up immediately, no longer afraid of breaking rules. They took turns recounting their experiences this term, seemingly determined to tell Dumbledore everything that had happened. However, they deliberately omitted all details concerning Dudley's abilities. Dumbledore didn't ask many questions, simply listening quietly. Even where things seemed illogical, he didn't interrupt. It wasn't until he heard that the basilisk had been killed that he couldn't help but applaud. Excellent. You were truly excellent. Because of your performances, I've decided to bestow upon you the Special Contribution Award of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dumbledore was generous with his praise. Excellent. Ron nearly jumped with excitement. Hagrid had once received Hogwarts Special Contribution Award. Now they'd truly resolved the chamber crisis, and it would never happen again. This contribution was sufficient for them to receive this honor. For Harry and Hermione, children from Muggle families, this award might not seem so important. But for Ron, born into a wizard family, receiving this award meant he would be the most noticed member of the Weasley family during the upcoming summer holidays. This would be the first time he stood amongst his older brothers as a victor. He had finally proven himself. Dudley noticed Ron's eyes had reddened, tears glistening. Perhaps only growing up in a large family like Ron's could one truly understand that feeling, Dudley thought. Dumbledore also smiled, watching them celebrate before him. Well, it's getting late. You should all return and rest. Dudley, stay a moment. I have several matters to discuss with you. Of course. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. Harry and the others said their farewells and turned to leave. After Harry's trio departed, Dumbledore looked at Dudley and asked directly, I noticed that Harry mentioned something very crucial, a diary. May I see it? You may. Actually, I also have matters I'd like your opinion about, Dudley said. He retrieved the black diary from the Mirror of Erised and handed it to Dumbledore. What Harry didn't mention is that this belonged to Tom Riddle, Dudley said. Dumbledore's expression shifted. Upon hearing Dudley confidently speak Riddle's name, visible surprise crossed his face. Tom Riddle, what a distant name, Dumbledore said whilst opening the diary. Tom Riddle's signature appeared on the title page. The rest of the pages were blank. Dumbledore gently stroked the diary, silently casting several spells to probe it. According to Voldemort's explanation, this diary should contain his memories as clues to the chamber, Dudley said. But I don't think so. I believe what's in this diary is a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Dudley spoke with near certainty. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed as he fell into thought. So I want to know if there's magic that can split the soul, Dudley asked directly. And why would someone do such a thing? Dumbledore said nothing, but suspicion clearly crossed his mind. However, he needed confirmation. After examining the diary for just over 10 minutes, Dumbledore raised his head with a difficult expression. It's a Horcrux. A Horcrux. What is that? Dudley frowned. He didn't recall seeing this term in Hogwarts books. Chapter 282, Chapter 285, Horcruxes. Chapter 285, Horcruxes. An extremely evil dark magic, Dumbledore gazed at Dudley, considering whether to explain Horcruxes. Many talented wizards pursue eternal life, true immortality, where one cannot be killed. Horcruxes offer one path to achieving this. Of course, most people, even knowing about Horcruxes, would never split their own souls to create them. For them, splitting one's soul remains unacceptable. The key issue always comes down to the person. Looking at Dudley, Dumbledore pondered for a moment before deciding to explain. After all, Dudley had discovered this diary and clearly identified the soul fragment within it. A Horcrux is essentially splitting one's own soul and storing it in a container, Dumbledore explained simply, omitting the method of creation. This way, as long as that piece of soul isn't destroyed, the wizard cannot be killed. They achieve immortality. Splitting one's own soul. For immortality. Dudley frowned. He would never do such a thing. A complete soul could barely resist the erosion of extraordinary characteristics. If he split his soul, he would either lose control repeatedly or suffer unpredictable consequences. Dudley had zero interest in such methods. He only needed to reach a higher sequence, and he wouldn't need to worry about lifespan. He would also be extremely difficult to kill. Dumbledore carefully observed Dudley's expression. When he saw the disgust in Dudley's eyes, his heart relaxed slightly. I previously suspected Voldemort might have created Horcruxes, but I had no evidence, Dumbledore said. Now I can confirm that this diary is indeed a Horcrux. It contains a fragment of Voldemort's soul. However. Dumbledore paused. This Horcrux seems to have encountered some problems. It appears to fear something. Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. Could it fear the Trunsoist brass book? Since the diary returned to his hands, it had been continuously suppressed by the brass book. After all, it was a sealed artifact of the highest order, it could genuinely affect Horcruxes. That was also why Dudley wanted to keep the diary rather than destroy it outright. Perhaps it simply fears we might damage it, Dudley said. Dumbledore looked at Dudley with meaningful eyes but didn't expose his evasion. I'd like to keep this diary here for a while, Dumbledore said. No problem, Dudley agreed readily. By the way, if you want to communicate with Voldemort, you can simply write in the diary. Of course, only if he's willing to respond. Dumbledore spread his hands. I'm afraid he has no desire to communicate with us now. Dudley nodded and continued, I suspect that when he tried to kill Harry back then, the reason the killing curse didn't kill him wasn't due to some protection, but because of the Horcrux. That appears to be the case, Dumbledore agreed. Then the real question is, how many Horcruxes has Voldemort created? Dudley posed the critical question. If Voldemort created numerous Horcruxes, he would truly be difficult to kill. However, such difficulty was only relative. Before ordinary wizards, he might indeed be hard to kill without destroying all his Horcruxes. But for Dudley, the matter wasn't difficult. Before a true god, all Horcruxes were garbage. If the rule was that the master cannot be killed without destroying the Horcruxes, then Dudley could simply establish new rules or twist the original ones. For a high-sequence Dudley, this wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, through mystical connections, Dudley could relatively easily locate Voldemort's Horcruxes. It would simply require time. In other words, Voldemort could continue living a while longer. We currently cannot determine exactly how many Horcruxes he created, but I believe the number shouldn't be too large, Dumbledore said. Splitting one's soul is also a tremendous injury for a wizard. Even Voldemort cannot infinitely divide his soul. There is a limit. Dudley nodded. This matched his estimation. Without knowing how many Horcruxes exist or what they are, Voldemort is truly difficult to kill, Dudley sighed. Indeed. However, I believe that whatever has been done leaves traces, Dumbledore said seriously. Going forward, I will attempt to find clues about Voldemort. I should be able to discover some leads. You've worked hard, Dudley said. It's my responsibility, Dumbledore replied. Also, thank you, Dudley. You brought this diary before me and allowed me to finally confirm that Voldemort created Horcruxes. Without this diary, I might have needed much longer to verify this, and by then, it could have been too late. Actually, we should thank Lucius Malfoy. He placed this diary in Ginny's bag, which is how it reached Hogwarts, Dudley said. Lucius. Dumbledore's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't inquire about Ginny's situation. Do you think Voldemort commanded this? Dudley asked. If confirmed, Lucius could be convicted. I don't think so, Dumbledore shook his head. Horcruxes are extremely precious. Voldemort wouldn't expose his own Horcrux to us. That would be foolish. Hearing this, Dudley said nothing more. The office fell silent. Among the portraits of previous headmasters on the walls, many were pretending to sleep whilst actually eavesdropping on their conversation. Among them was the headmaster during Voldemort's school years, a student leader Dumbledore once trusted, someone he'd awarded special contributions to, who would later become the infamous Dark Lord. Dudley wondered what he was thinking now. Professor Dumbledore, I should return now, Dudley said, taking the initiative. Good night, Dudley, Dumbledore replied. Good night, Professor. Dudley turned and walked toward the office door. On your way, remember to wake Professor Snape and have him come to my office, Dumbledore called after Dudley's retreating back. Chapter 283, Chapter 286, Friendly Fire. Chapter 286, Friendly Fire. Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. Clearly, Professor Dumbledore had discovered Snape in the broom closet. Leaving the headmaster's office, Dudley headed downstairs toward the broom closet. The hallway was very quiet. When Dudley reached it, faint snoring sounds still echoed from inside. Alohomora. Dudley recited the spell, dispelling the charm he'd placed on the door, and pushed it open. In the narrow broom closet, Snape and Lockhart slept soundly, huddled together. What a shame, Dudley thought with amusement. If only I had a camera to record this moment. I could sell it to the Daily Prophet. Front page news, shocking. Famous author Gilderoy Lockhart and Hogwarts potions Professor Severus Snape's romance exposed. Just hearing the headline, it's quite the story. Finite incantatum. Dudley waved his hand, dispelling the stunning spells on both of them. He then quickly closed the door and retreated into the adjacent hallway. 1 minute later, Professor Lockhart groggily woke up. Ugh, where am I? Half asleep, Lockhart rolled over, intending to continue sleeping, only to discover someone was lying next to him. Black, greasy hair pressed against his face. A strong smell of oil emanated from the figure. Drool flowed from the mouth beside him. Oh! Merlin's beard. Lockhart let out a terrified shriek. The scream startled the 4 times stunned Snape awake. For a moment, the two men locked eyes. In the narrow space, they breathed the same air, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Who dares? Snape bellowed in rage. Conf Ringo. Bang. With a tremendous explosion, the broom closet door blasted open. Snape stormed out, his face flushed nearly purple with anger, with Lockhart stumbling behind him, his clothes disheveled. Facing the empty hallway, both men fell into an extremely awkward silence. Snape understood he must have been struck by a stunning spell, though the spell's duration was unusually long, even for him. Lockhart remained utterly confused, unable to recall what had happened beforehand. Oh! What happened? Professor Flitwick appeared in the hallway, looking shocked at Snape, Lockhart, and the scattered wood fragments. He'd been drawn by the explosion. Since Hogwarts had implemented a curfew, patrols were arranged each evening, and Flitwick was among them. What happened just now? Lockhart asked dazedly. Why are we sleeping in a broom closet? The two of us. His memory was completely blank. The broom closet? The two of you. Oh. Flitwick observed the disheveled pair in the blasted closet, his face shifting from shock to confusion, and finally to dawning comprehension. We were attacked. Students attacked us. Snape snarled, his expression dark. An attack? But I didn't see anyone, Flitwick said, glancing around. What time is it now? Snape demanded. It's already 3 in the morning, Flitwick replied. We were attacked around 10 o'clock at night. Nearly 5 hours have passed, Snape said, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. He sought evidence of his attack but found nothing. The ground was perfectly clean, not even a trace of being dragged. And in Snape's memory, there was no recollection of any suspicious person. Dudley watched from his hiding spot around the corner with hidden glee. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly retrieved the Marauder's map to check the movements of nearby people. He quickly spotted a familiar figure approaching from a distance, Professor McGonagall. Today wasn't her patrol shift, but the explosion had clearly awakened her. She'd gotten out of bed and was coming to investigate. Seeing this, Dudley hurried toward McGonagall's position. 2 minutes later. Professor McGonagall. Dudley intercepted her. Oh. Dudley, why aren't you asleep at this late hour? Professor McGonagall was startled. Professor Dumbledore returned and wanted to discuss a few matters with me, Dudley said directly. What? Professor Dumbledore has returned. McGonagall looked surprised. Clearly, Dumbledore's return had been abrupt, with no advance notice to anyone. Yes, I just left his office, Dudley confirmed. Oh, by the way, have you seen Professor Snape? Professor Dumbledore would like to see him in his office. Dudley spoke earnestly, deliberately not asking McGonagall to convey the message, just mentioning that Dumbledore wanted to see Snape. I haven't seen Professor Snape, though he should be on patrol tonight. I should see him soon, McGonagall said. Then please tell him that Professor Dumbledore is waiting for him, Dudley said. He intentionally did not ask McGonagall to relay the message herself, he simply stated it as fact. Very well, McGonagall nodded. Then I'll head back. Good night, Professor McGonagall. Dudley wished her good night and headed toward Gryffindor Tower. McGonagall didn't give it much thought and immediately rushed toward the direction from which the explosion had sounded. At this moment, Snape continued to recall what had happened in the hallway, slowly piecing together clues, and had even begun suspecting who had attacked him. After all, only one person in the entire school possessed an invisibility cloak. Professor McGonagall. Seeing McGonagall arrive, Snape approached her with an ugly expression. I suspect Potter attacked me. Snape stated his accusation directly. Oh. Professor Snape, what are you saying? How could Harry possibly attack you? Professor McGonagall didn't believe Snape's claim. Ah, is it possible, perhaps, that the basilisk attacked me? I recall fighting something fierce, and it might very well have been the basilisk, Professor Lockhart suggested from the side. Everyone glanced at Lockhart as if looking at a fool and ignored him completely. Perhaps it was an ordinary brawl. Either way, Dumbledore has returned and wants to see you, McGonagall said. Professor Dumbledore has returned. Snape frowned. That's right. He's waiting in his office for you now, McGonagall replied. Rather than making accusations against my students, why don't you go clear your head first? McGonagall said, clearly dissatisfied with Snape's immediate accusation against Harry. Snape's face darkened, but he knew what took priority. After a brief hesitation, he turned and headed directly for the headmaster's office. Chapter 284, Chapter 287, Interrogation. Chapter 287, Interrogation. Dudley walked toward Gryffindor Tower as the nighttime castle fell particularly quiet around him. The stone corridors stretched long and empty, their shadows deepening with each step. The chamber situation is finally resolved, and I've advanced to sequence 6 of dual pathways, Dudley reflected. When facing most wizards now, I no longer need to worry about survival. Reflecting on this term, he'd originally thought it would be uneventful, but it had proven even more dangerous than last year. Voldemort hadn't infiltrated directly, but his soul fragment had slipped in, a discovery that clarified Voldemort's true trump card, Horcruxes. Speaking of which, I should actually thank the Malfoy family, Dudley thought with a quiet chuckle. Lucius had placed Voldemort's Horcrux in Ginny's bag, which then circled around and ended up in Draco's possession, nearly getting his own son killed. After Draco sensed the diary's problems, he sacrificed it to the Night Emperor. These two were truly bad luck for Voldemort. Dudley had a sense they were friendly forces, or at least, semi-allies. Lucius was a semi-believer of the Night Emperor, after all. Lucius Malfoy probably didn't realize the importance of this diary to Voldemort. Otherwise, he would never have carelessly given it to someone else. I wonder what expression Voldemort will have when he finds out. The thought amused him. In Gryffindor's common room, Harry's trio hadn't gone to sleep. They sat in a corner, waiting for Dudley to return. Hearing sounds from the entrance, the three immediately stood. Dudley, did Professor Dumbledore give you any trouble? Harry asked immediately. Why would he? We're heroes of Hogwarts now. Recipients of the Special Contribution Award, Dudley said with a smile. That's good. Professor Dumbledore didn't look very happy. I thought he might punish you, Hermione said with relief. Dumbledore's poor expression is due to other matters and has nothing to do with you all, Dudley shrugged. Dudley, did you discover anything interesting deep in that Slytherin passage? Ron asked curiously. Dudley, recalling the strange circumstances in that tunnel, decided not to mention it to Harry and the others. That place was truly too dangerous, even for the current Dudley, let alone them. Just some of Slytherin's old books and an interesting notebook, Dudley said, retrieving Slytherin's notebook from the Mirror of Erised. This notebook can record the most recently cast spell. When you need it, you can release it directly. Additionally, it can help to do spells, you can create new spells, cast them on the notebook, and it will tell you potential problems with your spell. Of course, the notebook isn't all-powerful. Being able to provide insightful suggestions is already quite impressive. After introducing Slytherin's notebook, Dudley handed it to Harry's trio. They attempted casting spells on it, and indeed, they successfully recorded them. Hermione exclaimed with delight, this notebook was practically a divine artifact for someone like her. All right, go back to sleep. We can play with it again tomorrow, Dudley said, collecting the notebook. Hermione said goodnight and returned to the girls' dormitory. Dudley and the others returned to their beds. Reflecting on the day's events, Dudley gradually drifted into sleep. Unaware of time passing, Dudley found himself back in that strange underground passage, standing before the cavern entrance. That voice always feels somewhat familiar, Dudley murmured. Unfortunately, I can't quite remember it. He frowned, staring at the darkness within the cave, but saw nothing. His vision gradually blurred as Dudley sank deeper into sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Dudley suddenly sensed faint sounds around him, like they were separated by a thin veil, very hazy. Dudley jolted awake. He sensed magical fluctuations. Though very faint, they were enough to wake him. Rather than opening his eyes completely, he cracked them open slightly whilst sensing the surrounding atmosphere. The magical signature felt wrong, isolated, contained within a deliberately cast barrier. Soon, he discovered the sounds were coming from Harry's bed. Harry was currently sitting up, excitedly saying something. However, his voice was almost inaudible, blocked by an invisible barrier. And on Harry's bed, there was a dried, skeletal figure jumping about. A house elf. Dudley's gaze sharpened instantly. Wasn't this the same house elf who had nearly killed Harry several times before? Dudley had previously tried to capture him multiple times, even going so far as to specifically learn the anti-apparition spell for that purpose. But the creature never appeared again. To think, after they defeated the basilisk today, this house elf showed up. Could a soul fragment of Voldemort still send messages outward? Dudley wondered. Without another moment's hesitation, Dudley recited in Hermes. Swift confinement. This was the anti-apparition spell. However, Dudley was still cautious, so he whispered again. Apparition is forbidden here. As Dudley pushed his right hand forward, the edict took effect. The surrounding space seemed sealed, with no magical fluctuations detectable. Swish. Dudley immediately rolled over and stood up. Oh! Startled by Dudley's sudden movement, Dobby jumped. Upon recognizing who had stood up, his expression became even more distressed. Not daring to waste another second, Dobby snapped his fingers, attempting to disapparate. However, in the next instant, he discovered with horror that the space here was directly sealed. Even a house elf's magic couldn't function. Now let's see where you run, Dudley approached. Binding. Dudley raised his hand, deploying his extraordinary ability to immobilize Dobby completely. From that moment, the house elf could do nothing, not even move a finger. His enormous eyes bulged like two giant lamps, staring at the gradually approaching Dudley with pure terror radiating from every inch of his withered form. Chapter 285, Chapter 288, Dobby's Choice. Chapter 288, Dobby's Choice. Finite Incantatum. Dudley cast the spell again, removing the silencing charm that had been separating him from Harry. Dudley, this is Dobby, a house elf. Harry said urgently in a low voice. Did he come to help you again? Dudley glanced at Dobby, then looked back at Harry. Yes, same as before. He's warning me to leave Hogwarts immediately. I was about to explain about the basilisk when you woke up, Harry said quickly. Dudley's perception remained as sharp as ever. Dobby had only been present for over 10 seconds before Dudley awakened from his dream. Well, I have many things I want to ask this house elf, Dudley's gaze fixed on Dobby. So, Dobby, shall we chat? Dudley said, gently raising his right hand. In the next moment, Dobby floated upward and drifted out of the dormitory. Seeing this, Harry quickly threw on a robe and followed. Soon, under Dudley's control, Dobby arrived at Gryffindor's common room, still within the range of Dudley's prohibition. I'll release you from the restraint, but you must behave yourself. Do you understand? Dudley addressed Dobby. At this moment, Dobby's eyes were filled with grievance. He had only come to help Harry Potter, yet had been dealt with 3 times over. If you understand, blink your eyes, Dudley continued. Dobby blinked. Release. Dudley lifted the restraint on Dobby. Upon feeling the absence of bondage, Dobby immediately recoiled in terror, attempting to disapparate, only to discover the anti-apparition spell was still in effect. Don't force me to restrain you again, Dudley warned, watching Dobby carefully. Dobby only wanted to help Mr. Harry Potter. Dobby meant no harm. Dobby said in terror. Your idea of helping is intercepting our mail and nearly causing Harry to fall off his broomstick and die. Dudley asked coldly. And no, Dobby thought that if Mr. Harry Potter sensed the danger, he would leave Hogwarts. Dobby trembled as he spoke. Was someone ordering you to do these things? Dudley's words carried an inherent authority. Especially after becoming Sequence 6, the pressure was something ordinary people couldn't bear. No, truly not, Dobby retreated step by step, sensing this boy as terrifying, invoking the same feeling as facing his master. He dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts. No. Dudley's gaze sharpened. The Malfoy family sent you, didn't they? Dudley questioned. No. Not them. Dobby jumped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly leaping upright. He didn't understand how Dudley guessed his origins when he had revealed nothing. Was it Lucius Malfoy? Dudley asked. Dobby didn't dare speak, shaking his head frantically. His large ears flapped like 2 massive fans in wild motion. Not him. Then it must be Draco, Dudley continued. The authority in his words grew increasingly overwhelming. No. Dobby cried out. I truly only wanted to help Mr. Harry Potter. Hogwarts will experience terrible things, and I don't want to see Mr. Harry Potter harmed. I swear no one ordered Dobby to do this. Dobby did all of this willingly. Dobby trembled as he spoke. Oh, he suddenly exclaimed. I shouldn't have said that. I daren't say these things. Bad Dobby. Dobby suddenly jolted, beginning to slam his head against the wall, attempting to punish himself. Dudley and Harry exchanged glances. At this point, both could essentially confirm that Dobby had truly not been sent by Lucius Malfoy. Apparition is forbidden here, Dudley suddenly spoke, his words whispered in Hermes. Oh. The frantically self-punishing Dobby stopped. He seemed bound by some powerful constraint, preventing him from further self-harm. Tell me, what do you know? Dudley asked. Though this house elf's initial intentions might have been good, his methods were truly reckless. If Dudley hadn't been by Harry's side, these incidents could have caused far greater chaos. Perhaps in Dobby's mind, a crippled Harry was preferable to facing the basilisk. Dobby cannot say, Dobby shook his head. Regarding his master's family matters, he couldn't reveal anything. If he did, he would have to punish himself. Dudley frowned. House elves are truly enslaved deeply, he mused silently. Though Dobby had his own thoughts, he was clearly bound by some magic that prevented him from acting against his masters without self-punishment. What do we do now? We won't get anything out of him about the Malfoys, Harry said, frowning. Though he pitied the house elf, recalling the reckless things he'd done, Harry could only shake his head helplessly. Dudley pondered briefly, then looked at Dobby. Would you like to leave the Malfoy family? Upon hearing this, Dobby's eyes suddenly brightened. He had dreamed of becoming a free house elf, but the magic rooted within their beings prevented them from escaping their master's service, unless the master gave them a piece of clothing. But that was impossible. Dobby didn't speak, but his eyes said everything. A house elf wanting to leave their master must receive clothing given by the master, Harry reminded Dudley. Perhaps I have a way, Dudley said softly. What way? You're not thinking of casting Imperius on Malfoy, are you? Harry asked in surprise. Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. I don't need to resort to that spell, he said. Then Dudley fell into thought. Through prohibition, severing Dobby's servant bond with the Malfoy family might be possible, but Dudley currently couldn't cast such a powerful prohibition. Otherwise. Suddenly, Dudley's eyes lit up slightly. I have an idea. After all, one only needed a piece of clothing. There was nothing difficult about that. Having Lucius do it would be hard, but having Draco accomplish it wouldn't be difficult at all. However. Dudley frowned. Though Dobby knew about the chamber conspiracy, regarding other matters, he might not know much. If Dudley could plant Dobby within the Malfoy family to continuously gather intelligence, perhaps that would be an excellent option. Then Dudley would need to sever the master-servant magic between the Malfoys and Dobby without their knowledge, a task presenting some difficulty for Dudley. Dobby, now there's an opportunity for you to truly help Mr. Harry Potter. I wonder if you're willing. Dudley suddenly smiled at Dobby. Chapter 286, Chapter 289, The Chamber's Aftermath. Chapter 289, The Chamber's Aftermath. What? Dobby stared with his huge, lamp-like eyes, asking fearfully. I can find a way to make your master give you clothing to free you, Dudley said calmly. But you need to go undercover in the Malfoy home for a while and help me search for something similar to that diary from before. No, no, no. I cannot betray my master, Dobby shook his head frantically. I'm not asking you to betray your master. Rather, as a free house elf, you would be helping Mr. Harry Potter accomplish a great cause, Dudley continued. Harry's mouth twitched slightly. He had a feeling he was being sold out by his own cousin. Dobby didn't shake his head this time, but showed a contemplative expression. I believe you should know that Lucius Malfoy sent one of Voldemort's diaries into Hogwarts, which triggered the opening of Slytherin's chamber and put all the school's students in danger, Dudley said. When Dobby heard Voldemort's name, his face showed extreme fear, and his entire body curled up. So. Dudley continued pressing. This is truly helping Mr. Harry Potter. At the same time, Dudley handed Dobby a piece of candy. You see, we mean no harm, Dudley continued. Dobby took the candy, and his eyes gradually brightened. He felt that Dudley made a lot of sense, was very reasonable, and no longer feared Dudley as before, but instead felt a sense of closeness. You can really make my master give me a piece of clothing? Dobby asked tremblingly. Of course, Dudley nodded. Well, Dobby is willing to trust you and Mr. Harry Potter. Dobby looked at Dudley, then at Harry, gradually lowering his head. But is this really possible? Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. You go back first. Next Wednesday at midnight, come to Gryffindor's common room to find us, Dudley said. All right, Dobby nodded. He tried it, and the anti-apparition restriction surrounding them had been lifted. Pop. He snapped his fingers and disappeared from Gryffindor's common room. Will this work? Even Harry didn't think it was very reliable. How will we know if we don't try? Dudley said. Is that diary really that important? Harry asked keenly, sensing that the diary containing Voldemort's soul fragment wasn't as simple as it seemed. Yes, that diary's existence proves one thing, Dudley explained. What we need to do now is find similar objects storing pieces of Voldemort's soul. You can simply understand them as Horcruxes. Horcruxes. Harry frowned. This was the first time he'd heard this term. However, based on Dudley's explanation, he already roughly understood its meaning. The reason Voldemort cannot be killed is because of Horcruxes. It's an extremely evil dark magic that splits one's soul and stores it in objects. This way, a person's soul will never be completely intact. In other words, he will achieve immortality, deathless, unkillable immortality, Dudley explained simply. Harry's mouth opened in shock. Professor Dumbledore didn't think it was time to tell you, but I believe you have the right to know all of this, Dudley continued. The reason Voldemort didn't die after the killing curse rebounded on him was because of the Horcrux. We're currently uncertain about exactly how many Horcruxes there are, but we can be certain there's more than one. Therefore, before we destroy all the Horcruxes, we cannot kill Voldemort. Harry fell silent, finally understanding the truth of the matter. So you want to have Dobby continue searching for Horcruxes in the Malfoy home, right? Harry asked after a long pause. Exactly. Though the probability of 2 Horcruxes being in the same place isn't very high, I still think the Malfoy estate should be a priority target, Dudley said. This diary, Lucius Malfoy didn't know its specific function, which is why he sent it to Hogwarts, trying to create chaos. In such circumstances, even if Voldemort has other Horcruxes in Malfoy's hands, he would never know their purpose. So if possible, I want to have Dobby thoroughly search the Malfoy estate, and even, I want to personally enter the Malfoy home and take a good look around, Dudley said. Harry's expression showed shock. You going to the Malfoy estate? No. That's too dangerous. That's not a place where you can casually break rules, Harry said immediately. Dudley smiled and said, don't worry. Even if I really do go, I'll make thorough preparations. Besides, we have Dobby as our inside men, don't we? Harry frowned, feeling that Dudley's ideas were too aggressive. But he couldn't come up with a better plan either. So, how do you plan to make Lucius give Dobby a piece of clothing? That's not an easy thing to do, Harry said. I have a way, Dudley had already formed an idea in his mind. Though he hadn't tried it before, based on his understanding, the feasibility of this method was quite high. After the two finished their discussion, they returned to the dormitory to continue sleeping. That night was destined to be an eventful one. Early the next morning, all students received a notification to assemble in the Great Hall by 8 a.m. Many people showed anxiety about this news. Previously, there had been rumors that if attack incidents happened again, Hogwarts would close. So when they received this morning's message asking all students to assemble in the Great Hall, many people began to speculate, fearing something terrible had happened again. Could Hogwarts really be closing? Neville said, his face pale. Damn it, if Hogwarts closes, where am I supposed to learn magic? I don't want to leave here, Seamus said dejectedly. Even the usually joking Weasley twins seemed unusually quiet today. Among all the students, only Dudley and his group knew the full story, guessing what announcement was being made today. Ron, aren't you worried that Hogwarts might close at all? Ginny asked curiously, seeing Ron's calm demeanor, even appearing somewhat excited. Nothing to worry about, Ron said confidently. Hogwarts will never close. Soon, all the school's teachers and students gathered in the Great Hall. To everyone's great surprise, Professor Dumbledore, who had been missing for a long time, appeared on the podium. Chapter 287, Chapter 290, Celebration and Recognition. Chapter 290, Celebration and Recognition. No way. The headmaster is announcing Hogwarts is closing. When students first saw Dumbledore, they all wore surprised smiles. His appearance meant Hogwarts would be fine. However, they quickly noticed that Professor Dumbledore's arm seemed severely injured, covered in strange dark red liquid. His expression didn't look good either, appearing much more haggard than their previous impression of him. Considering that Professor Dumbledore might also have been attacked and injured, the possibility of Hogwarts closing seemed even greater. For a moment, the Great Hall filled with various speculative voices. Everyone discussed what had happened to the school and whether Dumbledore's sudden appearance meant that Hogwarts was about to be closed. Ting, ting. Dumbledore tapped his wine glass with a spoon, producing a clear ringing sound that instantly silenced the entire Great Hall. All eyes focused on Dumbledore. I've gathered everyone here today to announce an important matter, Dumbledore spoke in a sorrowful tone. Oh no. Upon hearing Dumbledore's sad voice, some students who had guessed what was coming paled considerably. Several girls even shed tears. Though they didn't like classes, when faced with actually leaving the school, they realized how much it meant to them. I regret to announce. Dumbledore's voice was heavy, like he was conducting a grand funeral. In the Gryffindor section, Harry and the others exchanged confused glances, unable to determine what had happened. Had they missed some crucial information? The chamber crisis had already been resolved, so why was Dumbledore acting as though the school would close? Could it be something had happened to Dumbledore himself, perhaps requiring him to resign as headmaster due to his injuries? At that moment, Dudley carefully observed Dumbledore, especially his eyes, and could clearly sense that the headmaster harbored no sadness. Instead, there was a hint of mischievous cleverness. He's doing this intentionally, Dudley thought to himself. Just as the sorrowful atmosphere reached its peak and everyone believed Hogwarts would truly close, Dumbledore said, "The basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets is dead. No, we don't have to leave Hogwarts." The Weasley twins began cheering. They had only shouted halfway before realizing something was wrong. The basilisk is dead. Everyone froze in confusion at this statement. Clap. Dumbledore clapped his hands gently, and the entire Great Hall instantly became brightly lit, decorated with beautiful ornaments. The crisis of the chamber has been resolved. The basilisk is dead. Hogwarts will not close. Let us celebrate joyfully. As Dumbledore's words fell, deafening cheers erupted throughout the Great Hall. Ah! Many people wept with joy, shrieking continuously. This headmaster is truly interesting, Dudley showed a helpless smile. Though one had to admit, Dumbledore had indeed manipulated everyone's emotions brilliantly, letting them experience both the despair of losing Hogwarts and the joy of keeping it, heightening their appreciation for the school's value. Furthermore, I must thank 4 people. It was they who killed the basilisk, sealed the chamber, and saved Hogwarts from closure, Dumbledore continued. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze immediately swept around, searching for who had accomplished this feat. Most people's first instinct was to look at the professors on the podium, assuming that among Hogwarts inhabitants, only teachers possessed such power. However, when their eyes passed over them, they noticed that everyone except Lockhart showed no signs of delight. This left many people uncertain about who had accomplished such a remarkable deed. In recognition of their contributions to Hogwarts, I have decided to grant them the Special Contribution Award from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Dumbledore announced. They are Dudley Dursley, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley. Let us congratulate them. Dumbledore led the applause. However, everyone remained in shock, so only scattered clapping sounds filled the Great Hall initially. They couldn't believe that 4 second-year students had accomplished this feat, but soon, as people recovered from their astonishment, they joined the applause and cheering. Suddenly, the ceiling of the Great Hall seemed ready to collapse from the noise. Only then did they truly comprehend Dumbledore's words. It was truly Dudley and his friends who killed the basilisk and saved Hogwarts. At that moment, they suddenly realized Dudley had already saved Hogwarts before last year, riding a Hungarian horntail dragon to repel a dark wizard. And now, he had directly killed the basilisk. This was something many adult wizards couldn't accomplish. The Weasley brothers stared in disbelief at their youngest brother, unable to believe Ron could accomplish such things. Ginny also stood with her mouth open in shock, unable to produce a sound. Percy, after recovering from initial astonishment, continuously told the surrounding people who were cheering that Ron was his brother, their family's youngest boy. Harry and his friends' faces were full of smiles. The suffering and dangers they had endured during this investigation now seemed insignificant. With their help, Hogwarts would no longer face closure risks. Additionally, this school year has brought everyone much hardship, Dumbledore continued. The chamber incident caused anxiety and fear, preventing everyone from studying with full focus. Therefore, I have decided to cancel this year's examinations. Dumbledore announced with a smile. Excellent. Long live Hogwarts. The crowd's frenzied cheering seemed ready to explode the Great Hall. Oh. No, I studied so much, Hermione said with a difficult expression. For her, nothing was worse than cancelled exams. Furthermore, the weather is splendid today, and Hogwarts has restored its peace and safety, Dumbledore continued. So. Dumbledore paused mischievously at this point. Holiday. 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 All the students shouted in unison. Then, rest today and enjoy your holiday properly, Dumbledore said with a smile, no longer teasing. Amidst the cheers, Dumbledore looked over everyone's heads toward Dudley. The two smiled at each other and exchanged a knowing nod. Chapter 288, Chapter 291, Grief and Understanding. Chapter 291, Grief and Understanding. Bang. The Great Hall's large doors were pushed open forcefully, and a tall figure appeared in the doorway. The festive atmosphere paused slightly as everyone turned to look. Oh. Sorry, I pushed too hard, Hagrid said in his deep voice. Welcome back our gamekeeper. Dumbledore said with a smile. The crowd began applauding warmly. At this moment, nothing could diminish their good mood. "Oh! Hagrid's back, that's wonderful." Harry saw Hagrid and immediately showed a delighted smile, standing up to greet him. However, moments later, the group exchanged glances, all looking somewhat guilty. Of course, they were happy Hagrid had returned. The problem was, they had already replaced Hagrid's closest friend with Galleon's, something difficult to explain to Hagrid. "What do we do?" Ron whispered. "Tell him the truth." "What else can we do?" Dudley said. The situation had been so dire that the spider hadn't cared whether they were Hagrid's friends or not. They'd had no other choice. If Hagrid couldn't understand this, then their friendship could only end there. "Let's go. We'll greet Hagrid together." Harry stood up first, and the group walked toward Hagrid. "Hagrid, welcome back." Hermione was the first to embrace him, then the others stepped forward and hugged him in turn. "I was worried you'd all forgotten me," Hagrid said with a laugh. "How could we?" Hermione said awkwardly, uncertain what to say. Harry and Ron also felt too embarrassed to speak. Seeing this, Dudley knew he had to be the one to address this, so he pulled Hagrid to a corner of the Great Hall. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Hagrid asked, somewhat puzzled. "It's like this, Hagrid. Do you remember what you told us?" Dudley asked. "Of course." Hagrid glanced around, then lowered his voice to Dudley. "Dudley, I don't know how you did it, but you actually managed to get me, locked in Azkaban, to communicate with you. That really surprised me. However, I won't tell anyone about this. Don't worry. And thank you for solving the chamber mystery. If you hadn't, I might still be locked up in Azkaban for a while. I'm really grateful to you all. I never want to go back to that awful place again," Hagrid said, visibly shuddering at the thought, his face turning very pale. It was clear he held a deep fear of Azkaban. Regarding this matter, I want to tell you that based on your hint, we went deep into the Forbidden Forest," Dudley continued. "Oh. What happened? Aragog told you the truth, didn't he?" Hagrid asked with a smile. Harry's trio exchanged glances and lowered their heads. "It did tell us some truth, but after our conversation ended, it allowed its offspring to attack us, treating us as food for its descendants," Dudley said directly. What? Hagrid's face was full of disbelief, freezing in place. This isn't possible. Aragog promised me he wouldn't harm humans. He would absolutely never do such a thing. If you're all here alive right now, that means he stopped his offspring in the end, right?" Hagrid's face became very difficult to look at. He couldn't believe that his own companion would allow its offspring to attack Dudley and the others. "Actually, Aragog did nothing. It clearly told us that it had promised you it wouldn't harm humans, but it never promised that its offspring wouldn't harm humans," Harry also spoke. "It also said our flesh smelled very fresh," Ron said, looking down. "Finally, it even said goodbye to us." "Goodbye, Hagrid's friends," Hermione said. "Oh. No." Hagrid couldn't believe any of this was real. But he also knew that Dudley and the others wouldn't joke about such matters. Aragog, how could he do this? Hagrid's lips trembled slightly, as if betrayed by a lifelong friend. "So in the end, you..." Hagrid looked pale as he looked at Dudley and the others. "We killed Aragog and the giant spiders that tried to attack us," Dudley said directly. "Oh." Hagrid's body swayed slightly. He had to grab the nearby wall to keep himself standing. "Hagrid, we..." Hermione tried to say something, but Dudley shook his head, stopping her. At a time like this, Hagrid needed time to digest this information himself and make his own choice. After about half a minute, Hagrid's emotions finally settled. "You're right. You did the right thing. It was my mistake to underestimate Aragog's danger. This is all because of me. Dudley, you don't need to feel sorry about this. I'm the one who should apologize to you all. I nearly got you killed in the Forbidden Forest. I'm truly sorry." Tears flowed from the corners of Hagrid's eyes, whether from guilt or grief over Aragog's death, Dudley couldn't tell. Probably both. Hagrid should have anticipated Aragog's danger and prevented all this, but instead, he had let Dudley and the others venture deep into the Forbidden Forest to learn the truth, leading to an uncontrollable confrontation. At that point, death had been an almost inevitable outcome. Either Aragog would die, or Dudley and the others would. So the current result was already the best possible. Dudley and the others were unharmed, with only Aragog dead. "Hagrid, we..." Harry started guiltily. "It's all right, Harry. You all did nothing wrong." Hagrid wiped the tears from his face. Then, Aragog's corpse. Hagrid wanted one final farewell to his friend. "I burned it. Well, it also attacked us in the end, so I had to cast counterspells," Dudley explained simply. Harry's trio said nothing. After all, the galleons in their possession right now were all exchanged from Aragog and its descendants. It's fine, it's fine. It's better this way. Hagrid raised his head slightly, barely holding back his tears. Dudley and the others exchanged glances, all sighing with relief. At least Hagrid was reasonable. In the end, he made the right choice and didn't blame them for killing Aragog. This way, their friendship could continue and wouldn't be completely destroyed by this incident. Chapter 289, Chapter 292, Horcrux Knowledge. Chapter 292, Horcrux Knowledge. Hagrid didn't stay in the Great Hall long before leaving. Perhaps knowing that Aragog was dead left him too grief-stricken, or perhaps the celebration felt incompatible with someone recently returned from Azkaban. In any case, after accepting this reality, he walked alone towards his small cottage at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Did we do the right thing? Harry asked. Yes, Dudley answered calmly. In the time that followed, everyone immersed themselves in joy. Without end-of-year exams and no need to study, they could spend the remaining school days freely. As recipients of the Special Contribution Award, Dudley and his friends naturally became the center of attention for the entire school. Everyone wanted to know what they had done, how they found the chamber, and how they killed the basilisk. However, regarding these matters, Dudley and the others provided little explanation, simply confirming that they had indeed slain the basilisk and resolved the chamber crisis, without providing any details. People couldn't ask further and could only continuously praise the four for their bravery. Scarhead, you lot stole the show again, didn't you? Draco and Goyle walked over. Malfoy, at a time of celebration like this, spare me your disgusting face. Thanks, Ron shot back directly. Draco's expression was terrible. After cursing under his breath, he turned and left. Did he come looking for a scolding? Harry frowned. Probably not. I saw him clapping when he learned you'd killed the basilisk, a hollow voice said. Luna, Dudley smiled. Thank you for your contributions to Hogwarts, Luna said with a smile. It's my duty, Dudley said with a light laugh. You're saying Malfoy actually clapped for us? God, he must have lost his mind, or you must be seeing things, Ron said in amazement. I definitely didn't see wrong. Several classmates saw it too, Luna said seriously. That's rather strange then, Harry glanced at Malfoy's retreating figure. Perhaps this incident affected him as well. After all, Crabbe was petrified. The basilisk didn't follow Slytherin's rules, it didn't only attack those of Muggle blood, Dudley said. How rare, to see a glimmer of humanity in Malfoy. Ron said. The group didn't worry further about Malfoy's thoughts and began discussing how to spend the remaining time. There was still time before the holidays, giving them ample opportunity to do what they pleased at school. That evening, after the banquet ended, Dudley headed towards Dumbledore's office. Passing by the tapestry of the trolls, he paused briefly. Why did Voldemort's soul bring me to the room of requirement back then? Dudley wondered. Was it merely to gain my trust, or did he have other motives? Dudley gazed at the blank wall and pondered. He had already figured out the room's operating mechanism. Whenever he walked past this spot 3 times whilst thinking of his needs, the room would appear and manifest exactly what he required. Frankly, Dudley found the room's mechanics fascinating. It seemed to transcend ordinary magic. It needed to extract what was in one's mind and present it perfectly, something no magic Dudley knew of could accomplish. Correspondingly, Dudley sensed this ability resembled that of the visionary sequence. Imagined objects would materialize, envisioned kingdoms would descend into the material world, proclaimed futures would unfold as reality. Of course, the room of requirement paled in comparison to the visionary, but it performed certain rudimentary versions of those abilities. After a moment, Dudley left and arrived at Dumbledore's office door. After sampling several candies, Dudley found the correct one. A spiral staircase appeared, and he stepped onto it. Soon, he reached Dumbledore's office and knocked. Come in, Dumbledore's voice came. Dudley pushed the door open and entered. I knew you would come. Good evening, Dudley. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, perusing some documents. His condition was much better than it had been last night, appearing far less haggard. Professor Dumbledore, how is your arm injury? Dudley asked. Already treated and recovering as you see, Dumbledore showed Dudley his arm covered in medicinal ointment. That's much thanks to Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore said. I'm glad to see you improving, Dudley said. He had originally planned to check Dumbledore's arm himself, but it seemed unnecessary now. Unless it was a permanent curse or damage, Dumbledore should have had ways to manage it. How is your research on the Horcrux progressing? Dudley inquired. I've formed some ideas. Also, what do you intend to do with this diary? Dumbledore pointed to the black notebook lying on his desk nearby. To be frank, it possesses powerful abilities to seduce the mind, and the magical power released by the soul fragment can infiltrate another's body. I'm uncertain whether it could sustain Voldemort's resurrection, but this object is certainly extremely dangerous, Dudley said. I happen to have a method that can effectively counter Horcruxes. This diary will be properly safeguarded in my possession, Dudley continued. In that case, I can entrust it to you with peace of mind, Dumbledore said after a moment of thought. If it were anyone else, Dumbledore certainly wouldn't release a Horcrux, but Dudley presented no reason for refusal. By the way, Professor Dumbledore, does destroying a Horcrux require any special method? Dudley asked. He had previously attempted various methods, all of which were unable to harm the diary, suggesting it couldn't be destroyed by ordinary means. Other Horcruxes likely possessed similar properties. Otherwise, Horcruxes would be far too easy to destroy. Indeed, ordinary methods can scarcely destroy a Horcrux. However, I know several ways, for instance, basilisk venom and certain terrible dark magic like fiend fire, Dumbledore explained. I see, Dudley's expression shifted slightly. He had nearly used fiend fire on the diary, fortunately, he hadn't. Otherwise, Voldemort's Horcrux would have been destroyed by his own hand, delaying the discovery of the chamber indefinitely. Chapter 290, Chapter 293, Corruption. Chapter 293, Corruption. Dudley, I don't worry about Voldemort's Horcrux being kept with you. However, I'd like to know what you intend to do with this diary. Dumbledore handed the Horcrux to Dudley. Dudley thought for a moment. Before answering your question, Professor, I'd like to ask you one first. Dumbledore watched Dudley with interest and nodded. I'd be happy to help clarify. I want to know if Voldemort can sense the existence of other Horcruxes. For instance, whether they've been destroyed, their specific locations, or whether he can determine which Horcrux is in whose possession, Dudley asked seriously. Dumbledore answered almost without thinking. Based on my understanding, the connection between Horcruxes and their master isn't particularly strong. It's generally difficult to detect if a Horcrux encounters any change. You could understand it this way: the soul within the Horcrux is essentially sealed. It has no way to transmit messages to its master. Of course, there might be some exceptions. One possibility is when a Horcrux is destroyed. That might be perceptible. However, this cannot be proven. I believe this might relate to the distance between the master and the Horcrux, as well as the master's current state. Dumbledore paused before continuing. If you're concerned that the diary might be detected by Voldemort, you can rest assured. Given his current condition, it would be difficult for him to discover any problem with this Horcrux. So Voldemort doesn't know this Horcrux has fallen into our hands, and he also cannot sense our conversation with it. Is that correct? Dudley confirmed once more. Correct, Dumbledore nodded. Then I can proceed without worry, Dudley smiled slightly. Good. Now I can answer your question, Professor. I have certain methods that would frighten the Voldemort within the Horcrux. Perhaps I can use this soul fragment to coerce him into revealing some of Voldemort's secrets. From my perspective, once a soul is split, it becomes separate from the whole. If that's the case, it means each fragment can potentially be defeated individually. Dumbledore's expression became thoughtful. After a moment, he spoke. Are you confident? Dudley smiled. Why not try? Dumbledore smiled as well. If you encounter any problems, come find me at any time. Very well, Professor Dumbledore. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he glanced at the time. Dudley noticed this and realized Dumbledore was perhaps waiting for someone. He stood up, preparing to leave. Professor Dumbledore, are you expecting someone? Dudley asked curiously. It was quite late. Who would visit Dumbledore at this hour? Ah, some rather unpleasant matters need to be addressed. Dumbledore pressed his lips together. Oh. Dudley, who was about to leave, became more curious. Lucius. He likely believes I'm no longer suited to continue as Hogwarts headmaster. Dumbledore spread his hands. Lucius. Dudley's gaze shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Lucius Malfoy to visit at such a late hour. Professor, may I listen in? Dudley asked. If you're not tired, Dumbledore smiled. Of course I'm not tired, Dudley said immediately, stepping to one side. Dumbledore said nothing more and returned his attention to the documents before him. Oh, Lucius certainly knows how to find my weak points. Unable to protect student safety in prolonged absence from school. Well, I can't argue with that. I truly haven't been performing my duties this term, Dumbledore remarked. Too old to serve as headmaster. I'd have to disagree with that one. I believe I can manage for several more decades. Serious arm injury that would negatively impact the performance of headmaster duties. My injury is to my left arm and doesn't affect my wand hand. Lucius really does know how to nitpick. Dumbledore shook his head. Association with the former Dark Lord. Cough, cough. Skip that one. Dumbledore's expression froze, and he skipped past that point. Dudley had wanted to hear what came next, but Dumbledore had skipped right over it. Hadn't he read the previous points aloud? Why skip this one? Interesting, Dudley thought to himself. The former Dark Lord. Which former Dark Lord does that refer to? It could mean Voldemort, but it could also refer to whoever was imprisoned at Nurmengard. And that person has already escaped. Meanwhile, Voldemort is also out there somewhere, seeking an opportunity to resurrect. This is certainly becoming complicated. Just as Dudley was pondering this, footsteps sounded outside the door. Bang. Lucius pushed the door open without knocking. Dumbledore, I have submitted my review to the Board of Governors. Your headmaster position has been temporarily suspended. During this period, you cannot continue to stay in the headmaster's office, Lucius announced loudly upon entering. You. Lucius was about to continue his tirade when he suddenly noticed someone else in the office. It's you. Upon seeing Dudley, the blue vein on Lucius's forehead immediately twitched, and he spoke through gritted teeth. The moment he saw Dudley, Lucius recalled all those unpleasant memories. This boy disgusted him to no end. Even more so than Harry Potter. Good evening, Mr. Malfoy, Dudley greeted calmly. Get out, Lucius pointed his wand at Dudley and spoke loudly. This is Professor Dumbledore's office, not yours. I believe you have no authority to make me leave, Dudley said without moving. How dare you talk back? Lucius flushed with anger. Lucius. Dumbledore spoke coldly, his gaze fixed on Lucius's face. Lucius's arrogant expression faltered slightly. Though he could remove Dumbledore from his position, he had to acknowledge Dumbledore's power. Dumbledore, I don't want this child present for our conversation. Make him leave, Lucius said. I believe there's nothing in our discussion that needs to be hidden from Dudley, Dumbledore said calmly. Fine, very fine, Lucius's expression darkened. Now, I'm here to formally notify you. You're dismissed, Lucius continued. Your foolishness has placed Hogwarts in danger and nearly caused its closure. You must take responsibility for this. Especially for those unfortunate students who were petrified, Lucius declared righteously. Chapter 291, Chapter 294, Collections. Chapter 294, Collections. The Hogwarts situation has already been resolved. I've informed the Board of Governors about it. They should understand what I've been doing these days, Dumbledore said. Yes, the great Dumbledore dealing with the previous Dark Lord's matters, too busy to look after Hogwarts, Lucius said with a sneer. If you ask me, if you're really that busy, then resign your position as Hogwarts headmaster and focus entirely on your business, Lucius drawled. Don't occupy the headmaster's position without fulfilling your responsibilities. Dumbledore's gaze wavered slightly, but he didn't refute the words. Perhaps he also felt that Lucius was correct. This term, he had indeed failed to fulfill a headmaster's duties. Though he was still contributing to the wizarding world, he hadn't looked after Hogwarts' side properly. I believe Professor Dumbledore has handled this matter quite well, hasn't he? Dudley spoke up. Before Dumbledore left Hogwarts, he delegated the school's safety matters to me, and I successfully resolved this crisis and received the Special Contribution Award from Hogwarts. Given that point, I don't believe Professor Dumbledore is unqualified. Quite the contrary. He made the most correct decision. Lucius's expression darkened as he looked at Dudley and walked toward him. You think you're so impressive for getting the Special Contribution Award? Aren't you? Dudley replied bluntly. If you're so capable, why don't you deal with the basilisk instead? Or should Draco have gone? Dudley continued. Lucius's face grew even darker. Dudley Dursley always seemed to find exactly the right buttons to push, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. Yeah, Draco probably couldn't handle it. He'd die if he actually tried, Dudley pressed. Snap. Lucius drew his wand from his sleeve and pointed it directly at Dudley. In the next instant, however, Lucius's expression changed abruptly as he looked toward Dumbledore. This time, facing Lucius's disrespectful behavior, Dumbledore made no sound. He simply gazed at Lucius intently. Those blue eyes held a gaze that made Lucius feel genuine fear. I was simply acting on impulse, Lucius said awkwardly, lowering his wand, his face pale. Lucius, next time you point your wand at one of my students in my presence, I will show you exactly what it feels like to face my wand, Dumbledore said calmly. I understand, Lucius's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at Dudley. I will explain my side of the accusations to the Board of Governors, Dumbledore continued. Lucius temporarily set aside pursuing Dudley and instead began accusing Dumbledore of being unfit as headmaster. Dudley watched Lucius's performance calmly whilst his magical essence quietly seeped into the surrounding space. In fact, from the moment Lucius entered the room, Dudley had already begun. Sequence 6. The Baron of Corruption's non-combatability, corrosion. Anyone within 10 meters of Dudley would gradually have their spirit become darker, greedy, volatile. They would take many irrational actions. Simplified, it was reducing one's intelligence. As time passed, Lucius's accusations against Dumbledore grew increasingly aggressive. He even began threatening to throw Dumbledore out of Hogwarts entirely. "Tomorrow, I will definitely make the Board of Governors pass a resolution to dismiss you." Lucius glared at both Dumbledore and Dudley and turned toward the office door. "Wait, Mr. Malfoy," Dudley suddenly called out to him. "What?" Lucius asked coldly. "I think you may have forgotten something," Dudley said. "Umph. I haven't forgotten anything." "Stop spouting nonsense." Lucius, currently feeling quite pleased with himself, seemed to believe he had already driven Dumbledore from Hogwarts. "Once tomorrow comes, without Dumbledore, I will be the first to dismiss you," Lucius said viciously. With those words, he turned to leave. Dumbledore watched this version of Lucius with a thoughtful expression. Tonight's Lucius seemed quite different from the usual one who prided himself on aristocratic manners. He was overly agitated and irrational, resembling more a lunatic than a nobleman. "Yet this diary, I recall it was yours originally. Am I mistaken?" Dudley slowly retrieved Voldemort's diary from the Mirror of Erist. Lucius, who had almost reached the door, immediately paled upon seeing the diary. However, he quickly masked his reaction. "I don't know what you're talking about," Lucius said coldly. However, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he remained standing near the door. "Wasn't it when you deliberately caused a conflict with Mr. Weasley in Flourish and Blots that you placed it in Ginny's bag?" Dudley said calmly. "Why would I put such a diary in Ginny's bag?" Lucius said darkly. "Really?" Dudley said with a light laugh. Dumbledore sat calmly behind his desk, watching Dudley's performance. "Absolutely not. Such an old, worn diary. How could it possibly belong to the Malfoy family? However, I suppose I could help you examine where this diary came from," Lucius said, walking back and reaching out to snatch the diary. "Oh." Dudley withdrew it and stepped back, dodging Lucius's reach. "Since it's not yours, I naturally can't hand it over to you. This diary is quite valuable, after all," Dudley said seriously. "Oh." Lucius narrowed his eyes slightly. "A worthless old diary. What could possibly be valuable about it? An ordinary diary certainly isn't valuable. But if the person who used this diary is extremely special," Dudley continued. Lucius's pupils contracted sharply. "To be honest, this is Voldemort's diary," Dudley suddenly said. "What?" Lucius's face went rigid. He hadn't expected Dudley to actually discover the diary's true origin. "How is it?" "Quite a surprise." Dudley smiled. "Let me tell you something else. I've discovered that this diary is extremely, extremely important to Voldemort. If Voldemort discovers that someone has lost his diary, well, TSK TSK TSK. I can't even imagine what kind of crazy things he'd do." Chapter 292, Chapter 295, The Diadem. Chapter 295, The Diadem. Lucius's face went ashen. His lips began to tremble. "You. What do you mean?" Lucius tried to make his voice sound normal. "I mean that whoever placed this diary in Ginny's bag probably didn't understand what this diary meant to Voldemort," Dudley said. "After all, something this precious wouldn't be carelessly misplaced. Inside this diary, there is." Dudley stopped here, looking toward Lucius. Lucius, who had been listening carefully, suddenly saw Dudley's gaze, and his expression immediately became flustered. He didn't even have time to hide his reaction. At this moment, under Dudley's threat and the effect of his distortion ability, Lucius's intelligence had essentially become negative. "What's inside?" Lucius asked frantically. "I can't tell you that. In any case, once Voldemort discovers this diary is missing, that person will probably not live much longer," Dudley said with a smile. Lucius's face turned completely white. His already pallid cheeks became as white as a sheet of paper. Suddenly, Lucius's mind raced. He lunged toward Dudley, trying to snatch the book back. He shouldn't have done this. He had just denied that the book was his, but after Dudley told him the diary was extremely important to Voldemort, Lucius felt he was falling apart. He had to get this diary back. If Voldemort ever returned one day, he... Bang. However, before Lucius could even touch Dudley, a tremendous force sent him flying backward, smashing him against the door. "Lucius. You truly are becoming more and more unreasonable." Dumbledore stood up, glaring coldly at Lucius on the ground. "Get out of my office," Dumbledore said coldly and furiously. Lucius scrambled to his feet. Seeing Dumbledore's extraordinary anger, he didn't dare say another word. He stumbled and pushed open the door, leaving. After seeing Lucius leave, Dumbledore turned to look at Dudley. Though he didn't ask, Dudley knew what Dumbledore was wondering about. "Professor Dumbledore, do you think there's anyone in this world who fears Voldemort's return more than ordinary people?" Dudley asked. Dumbledore thought for a moment and immediately grasped Dudley's meaning. Those who betrayed Voldemort probably fear his return far more than ordinary people, Dumbledore said. Exactly. And what if that person had also happened to lose something extremely important to Voldemort? Dudley continued. Then they would be even more terrified, Dumbledore said. I believe in such circumstances, even if they were only pretending to betray him, they would still fear that person truly returning. Dudley looked toward the door. A clever move, Dudley, Dumbledore praised. Dudley put away Voldemort's diary. Will I need to attend the Board of Governors meeting tomorrow? If you have time. I've noticed that when you're around, Lucius seems to consistently make irrational decisions. In such circumstances, my position as headmaster might be more secure. Dumbledore winked at Dudley, his face already free of the earlier anger. Very well. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Professor Dumbledore, Dudley said, turning to leave. Good night, Dudley, Dumbledore replied. After leaving Dumbledore's office, Dudley looked at a strand of golden hair in his palm. He had pulled it from Lucius's head whilst he lunged forward moments ago. The show is just beginning, Dudley smiled slightly to himself and tucked the hair away. As he passed the tapestry of the trolls, Dudley paused. I need a place to store things, Dudley thought to himself, then walked past the tapestry 3 times, thinking of his need. On the 3rd pass, the wall opposite the tapestry rapidly transformed. A large door appeared, identical to the one Voldemort had brought him to previously. Dudley pushed the door open and walked inside. Just as before, countless strange and rare items were piled haphazardly throughout. It was essentially a massive storage room. The things preserved here can apparently be traced back to when Hogwarts was first built, Dudley remarked, randomly picking up several items and discovering their histories were indeed ancient. Most were prohibited trinkets, likely brought to school by mischievous children but hidden away for some reason, remaining until now. Dudley casually picked up a book that appeared to be a spellbook and flipped through a few pages. It really does have everything here. Dudley's mouth twitched as he looked at the book. The illustrations in magical books were all animated, and this textbook-like volume's pictures actually depicted a man and woman applauding each other for love. Naturally, the magical world also has its share of old perverts. Dudley set the book aside and continued deeper. The space was quite large, with items scattered chaotically everywhere, creating many narrow passages between them. There seemed to be quite a few dark magical objects here, Dudley's gaze fixed on a 3-faced goat statue. Using his spiritual intuition, he sensed a dangerous aura from it. Continuing forward, Dudley faintly sensed numerous evil auras. After all, this was a place to hide things. Besides storing little books of that nature, the most likely prohibited items to be hidden here were dark magical objects. Dudley noticed a chain hanging on a nearby shelf, exquisitely crafted from extremely precious emeralds. Despite the passage of centuries, it still gleamed brilliantly. Dudley reached out but didn't make direct contact. Instead, he suspended his hand above it and rotated it gently. It seems to absorb human life force. Fascinating, Dudley said. Using magic, he lifted it into suspension and stored it in the Mirror of Erist, planning to study it more thoroughly later. He continued walking and observing, searching for anything that might be useful. There were many treasures here, one simply needed eyes to spot them. Through his keen intuition and spiritual guidance, Dudley was always able to discover small items useful to him. Suddenly, Dudley's gaze sharpened. He spotted a stunningly beautiful diadem with a large jewel embedded in its center. The entire diadem resembled an eagle with outstretched wings, standing out distinctly among all the collected items. An eagle emblem. Something from Ravenclaw House. Dudley walked toward it. Chapter 293, Chapter 296, Dumbledore's Shock. Chapter 296, Dumbledore's Shock. Approaching the diadem, Dudley's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed a dark magic aura, quite strong. Looking at the diadem before him, he could feel a powerful magical force upon it, though this magical power seemed to have been infiltrated by dark magic, making it difficult to distinguish one from the other. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Dudley noticed an inscription along the lower edge of the diadem and read it aloud softly. If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be Ravenclaw's motto. This diadem really does belong to Ravenclaw House. Seeing this, Dudley could almost certainly confirm the object was connected to Ravenclaw House. The eagle emblem and Ravenclaw's famous quote, yet why did this object carry such a strong dark magic aura? Even more, it carried a familiar taste. Reveal secrets, Dudley cast the spell, targeting the diadem, but nothing happened. Dudley hooked his finger slightly, and the diadem flew up, hovering in midair. With his spirit vision activated, Dudley could faintly see a black shadow hidden deep within the diadem. It appeared to be a human figure. Wait. Dudley's face changed dramatically. He suddenly realized why this object felt familiar. He immediately retrieved the black diary from the Mirror of Erist. A Horcrux. Dudley nearly gasped the words aloud. This discovery shocked Dudley immensely. He had just been thinking about searching for Voldemort's Horcruxes when he found one here. Was this truly guidance from fate? This couldn't be such a coincidence. Blazing flames. Dudley cast the spell directly at the diadem. Terrible flames erupted from nothing, engulfing the diadem directly, yet they caused no harm whatsoever. Dudley tried several more spells in succession, but none could affect the diadem. This was almost identical to how the diary had behaved previously. Combined with the familiar aura between the two and the black shadow hidden deep within the diadem, he was certain this was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. If that's the case, then when Voldemort brought me here before, it wasn't just to gain my trust. He wanted to check if his other Horcruxes were safe. Dudley speculated to himself. After all, criminals always want to revisit the scene of the crime, don't they? Dudley said to the diadem. I was planning to go back to sleep, but it looks like I need to trouble Professor Dumbledore again. Dudley stored the diadem in the Mirror of Erised, placing it beside the Trunsoist brass book. Without hesitation, he immediately left the room of requirement. Making his way back around, Dudley arrived at Dumbledore's office door once more. He knocked. Come in, Dumbledore's voice came. Dudley pushed the door open and entered. Ah, Dudley, we meet again. What brings you back? Dumbledore looked surprised to see Dudley. Indeed, less than half an hour had passed since they parted, and Dudley had already returned. Professor Dumbledore, what would you think if I said I've discovered another Horcrux belonging to Voldemort? Dudley asked with a light laugh. Dumbledore first showed a surprised expression, then carefully observed Dudley, as if determining whether he was joking. Subsequently, his expression became serious, for he sensed Dudley wasn't joking. If you're referring to discovering a clue about a Horcrux, then I would certainly believe you, Dumbledore said with a light laugh. He sensed that Dudley had truly discovered something. However, it probably wasn't a direct discovery of a Horcrux itself, but rather a clue to one. After all, only half an hour had passed since Dudley left his office. In such a short time, it was impossible for Dumbledore to believe Dudley had found Voldemort's Horcrux. He had long suspected Voldemort might have created Horcruxes and had been searching all this time, but found no clues until that diary appeared. If Dudley could discover a Horcrux in just half an hour, Dumbledore felt he had truly wasted all these years. It's not a clue, Dudley said. It's a genuine Horcrux. With those words, Dudley retrieved the exquisite diadem. This is. The moment Dumbledore saw the diadem, his pupils contracted sharply. He froze in place. His gaze fixed intensely on the diadem hovering in midair. This object was almost identical to the diadem described in legends. Ravenclaw's diadem. After a long moment, Dumbledore exhaled and spoke. You recognize this diadem? Dudley asked, somewhat surprised. According to legend, Ravenclaw possessed a diadem which, when worn on one's head, would increase wisdom, Dumbledore explained. The diadem you've brought is almost identical to the legendary Ravenclaw diadem. Dumbledore came out from behind his desk and cautiously approached the diadem, examining it carefully. It truly is Ravenclaw's diadem. Dumbledore confirmed that the diadem before him was indeed Ravenclaw's diadem. Moreover, he sensed the dark magic aura upon it. Ravenclaw's diadem. Dudley's brow furrowed. Then Voldemort transformed Ravenclaw's diadem into a Horcrux. Where did you discover it? Dumbledore asked, carefully taking Ravenclaw's diadem in his hands. In such a short time, Dudley most likely found it somewhere in Hogwarts. Yet after all these centuries, Voldemort's Horcrux had been right under his nose the entire time, and he had never discovered it. Right next to your office, in a very peculiar room I'm calling the Room of Requirement, Dudley briefly explained the Room of Requirement. Which means this object has been very close to me all this time, Dumbledore sighed. Precisely, Dudley nodded. This is likely what they call being blind to what's directly in front of you. The most dangerous place is the safest place. If I hadn't accidentally discovered it, I doubt you would ever have considered that Voldemort would place his own Horcrux inside Hogwarts Castle. Yes, I overlooked it, Dumbledore said. The Horcrux that was supposed to be extremely difficult to find had been discovered this dramatically. Was Dudley's luck truly this good? Professor Dumbledore, I've suddenly thought of a question. If Voldemort would transform Ravenclaw's diadem into a Horcrux, wouldn't he possibly use relics from the other Hogwarts founders to create other Horcruxes? Dudley voiced his thoughts. After all, from what I've observed, I don't believe Voldemort would carelessly transform just any rubbish into his Horcrux. Chapter 294, Chapter 297, Sword. Chapter 297, Sword. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then nodded. A sound insight. I am inclined to agree with your explanation. Dudley continued, then what we need now is to figure out which of the 4 Hogwarts founders' relics are unaccounted for. Ravenclaw's diadem has already been found. That leaves Slytherin, Gryffindor, and Hufflepuff. Starting with the founder we know best, Professor Dumbledore, is there any relic of Gryffindor's that fits the bill? At Dudley's words, Dumbledore's expression shifted slightly. He glanced toward a corner of his office. Following his gaze, Dudley found that Dumbledore was looking at the Sorting Hat. While the Sorting Hat is indeed a relic of Gryffindor, there is no way Voldemort would ever think to make it into a Horcrux, Dudley said. If the Sorting Hat had gone missing, it might have been possible for Voldemort to try making it a Horcrux. But the hat sat here in perfect condition, and at the start of every term, it still performed the sorting as usual. Clearly, it was not a Horcrux. I am not looking at the Sorting Hat itself, but at what is inside it, Dumbledore said. Inside the Sorting Hat? Dudley frowned. Did the Sorting Hat have an independent space inside, like the Mirror of East? Yes. The Sorting Hat is not merely Godric Gryffindor's hat. He also placed his most important relic inside it. Dumbledore stood, walked to the shelf, and picked up the Sorting Hat. Oh, Dumbledore, oh, and Dudley, good evening, the Sorting Hat said, coming to life. Hello, Dudley nodded. Dudley, put your hand inside the hat, Dumbledore instructed. All right. Although he already guessed what this was about, Dudley still reached out and slipped his hand into the hat. That feels odd. The Sorting Hat muttered, twisting its brim. Oh. Gently, gently, my friend. Dudley did not touch anything at first, so he applied a bit more force. He had not expected the hat to yelp. What am I supposed to be feeling for? Dudley asked, puzzled, looking at Dumbledore. If you possess sufficient courage, you can draw out Godric Gryffindor's relic, Dumbledore said without spelling it out directly. Dudley frowned. He was just about to use a beyonder ability to take a proper look when his fingers suddenly brushed something hard, long, and cold. Shing. Dudley drew it out in one motion. It was a silver-bright sword, its edge looking keen, with a large ruby set into the hilt. Godric Gryffindor, Dudley read the inscription along the blade and understood that this was the legendary relic of Gryffindor. This is Godric Gryffindor's most important relic, the Sword of Gryffindor, Dumbledore said. Only those who harbor true courage can draw it from the Sorting Hat. As you can see, it has been kept safely here at Hogwarts and was never touched by Voldemort. Then we can rule this one out, Dudley said, looking at the long sword in his hand. He could feel it was a formidable blade, far from a mere weapon. Intricate magical tracery ran along it, not something an ordinary craftsman could forge. The sword is goblin-made and possesses properties only goblin-forged swords have, Dumbledore explained. Once, Voldemort tried to return to Hogwarts to apply for the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, but I refused him. I suspect it was then that he hid Ravenclaw's diadem in the Room of Requirement. At the same time, his purpose in coming to Hogwarts was very likely this sword. Thankfully, you did not accept him. Otherwise, the whole of Hogwarts might already have become a Death Eater stronghold, Dudley said. Unfortunately, I did not stop him earlier, Dumbledore said with a helpless shake of the head. That is not your fault, Dudley said. Dumbledore shook his head again and chose not to continue that line of thought. Leave Ravenclaw's diadem with me for now. I want to see if I can uncover a pattern in how Voldemort made his Horcruxes, Dumbledore said. No problem, Dudley nodded. He already had the diary. Entrusting this Horcrux to Dumbledore was not an issue. In addition, I will pursue this line of inquiry. Hufflepuff and Slytherin both have very important relics out in the world. I believe they will certainly have been Voldemort's targets, Dumbledore said. Dudley nodded, chatted a little longer, then took his leave and returned to Gryffindor Tower. Dudley, you are back. Harry, Hermione, and Ron had not yet gone to bed. They were waiting for Dudley in a corner of the common room. How is Dumbledore? Is his arm all right? Hermione asked. Professor Dumbledore's arm has been treated. There should not be any major issues, Dudley said. Good. It does feel safer when Dumbledore is in the school, Hermione said. Not necessarily. I feel pretty safe when Dudley's in the school, too, Ron said with a grin, then remembered to ask Harry, right, Harry? Harry nodded. Hermione rolled her eyes at the two of them, helpless. It is certainly safer with Dumbledore here. He can absorb a lot of the pressure, Dudley said with a small smile. Thinking back on the semester so far, if Dumbledore had been at school, the pressure on Dudley would definitely have been less, and they might have found the chamber even sooner. However, Professor Dumbledore seems to have some trouble at the moment, Dudley said, and told them about Lucius pushing the Board of Governors to dismiss Dumbledore. What, Lucius wants to sack Dumbledore? Ron said in disbelief. Without Dumbledore, Hogwarts would be in real danger. I truly do not understand what these governors think they are doing, Hermione said angrily. Lucius aside, the fact that the others followed his lead made it feel like the board had no mind of its own. Do not worry. As long as I am here, Dumbledore will not be sacked, Dudley said with an easy smile. In fact, I may even have the board dismiss Lucius. Dumbledore had already permitted Dudley to attend the board's deliberations. When the time came, Dudley had more than a few ways to deal with Lucius. Chapter 295, Chapter 298, Punishment. Chapter 298, Punishment. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances. They did not know what Dudley planned to do, but it was obvious this meant Lucius was going to have a bad time. Their only regret was that they could not be there in person to see Lucius's embarrassment. "Right, Hermione, is the polyjuice potion ready?" Dudley asked. After obtaining the ingredients, Dudley had entrusted the brewing to Hermione. The potion took a long time to complete, and Dudley did not have the spare hours. Letting Hermione handle it also put him at ease. "It is done. I thought we would not need it, so I sealed all of it away. Do you need some?" Hermione asked. "Yes. Please bring me a portion." "I have a use for it," Dudley said. "All right. Wait here," Hermione said, then ran toward the dormitory. "What do you need polyjuice potion for?" Harry asked, curious. "To resolve the matter with Dobby," Dudley said. "How does polyjuice potion solve anything about Dobby?" Ron said, baffled. Polyjuice potion only changed someone's appearance. It had no other function. Was Dudley planning to impersonate Lucius and then give clothing to Dobby? That would not circumvent the inherent magical bond. Even if Dudley looked like Lucius, it would do no good. Harry and Ron were certain Dudley could not be unaware of that. "I have my own method." Just as Dudley finished speaking, Hermione came running back from the dormitory with a bottle in her hand. "It does not smell good. Be careful when you drink it," Hermione warned. "You drank it?" Ron asked in surprise. "No, I only took a sniff." "The smell is awful," Hermione shook her head. "Hermione, you are not going to ask what I am using the polyjuice potion for?" Dudley asked, a little surprised. In the past, Hermione would certainly have asked first before deciding whether to hand over the potion. "No need. I have realized I was meddling too much before. Also, I have noticed that everything you do turns out to be right. I should not interfere so much," Hermione said earnestly. "Wow, not easy, Hermione. You finally figured it out," Ron said, astonished. "Get lost, Ron." Hermione swung a fist and chased him a few steps. The next day, after breakfast in the Great Hall, Dudley headed to Dumbledore's office. The Board of Governors meeting was to be held in a castle conference room. The members would attend in person, and Dudley wanted to check whether Dumbledore was prepared. "Good morning, Dudley," Dumbledore greeted him with a smile when he saw him. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. Is the board meeting about to begin?" Dudley asked. "Oh, I am afraid this meeting will not be happening," Dumbledore said with a smile. He looked to be in quite a good mood. Why?" Dudley asked, confused. For Lucius, this chance had been hard-won. It was one of the few opportunities he had to topple Dumbledore. If he missed it, removing Dumbledore later would be much harder. Lucius is reportedly ill and unable to attend today's hearing. In addition, I spoke with several members of the board. They stated that during prior inquiries, they were threatened by Lucius. After I guaranteed their safety, they decided not to pursue the matter against me. I remain the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore said with a smile. "I see," Dudley nodded. As expected of Dumbledore, bringing down a wizard like him was simply too difficult. Even with all of Lucius's preparations, he could not withstand Dumbledore for a moment. Of course, Dudley's threat last night likely played no small role. Otherwise, Lucius certainly would not be conveniently ill today. It was a pity that the chance to have Lucius removed from the board had slipped by. He would probably continue to harass them in other ways later. "In that case, I will head to class," Dudley said. "Very well," Dumbledore nodded. Dudley left the office and made his way to the classroom corridors. Ever since Dumbledore had announced there would be no end-of-term examinations this semester, everyone had become a bit more lax in lessons. With no exams, there was no need to spend extra time listening intently and taking notes. A casual ear seemed sufficient. Even so, there were a few classes where no one dared to relax. For example, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration and Professor Snape's Potions. When Dudley arrived at Potions, Snape had already begun teaching. "Well, look who decided to return. You win the Special Contribution Award and think you are too important to attend lessons, is that it, Dudley Dursley?" Snape said, his voice cold and cutting. The Slytherins erupted in snickering. "No, Professor. I was helping Professor Dumbledore with something, which is why I am late. I should have asked Harry to excuse me, should I not?" Dudley said. He glanced at Harry and saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione standing punished in the corner. Harry's face was pale. He gave Dudley a slight shake of the head, as if trying to convey something, but Dudley did not understand. "Heh. Picking a random person to excuse you. You really have no manners, Snape glared at Dudley. By now, Snape was nearly certain the students who had attacked him that night were Dudley and his friends. The invisibility cloak was one reason. Another was that Dudley and the others had passed through the corridor on their way back from killing the basilisk in the chamber. That made him even more convinced that the ones who ambushed him were Harry and company. He just lacked proof. Moments ago, he had even found a pretext to cast Prior Incantato on the trio's wands, but unfortunately, he found no sign of a stunning spell among their recent magic. Gryffindor, -20, Snape said through gritted teeth, staring at Dudley. He could not find grounds to examine Dudley's wand. And since Dudley had just killed a basilisk, if Prior Incantato revealed Avada Kedavra, it would terrify the other students. He could only deduct points. Of course, compared to the points Dudley and his friends had earned with the Special Contribution Award, this was nothing. Even Hermione would not be upset by such a trivial deduction. Go stand against the wall, Snape snarled. Yes, Professor. Dudley walked to the corner and stood beside Harry. At the same time, he quietly let the Baron of Corruption's distortion seep outward. Chapter 296, Chapter 299, The Worst Cohort. Chapter 299, The Worst Cohort. He is just looking for a reason to target us, Harry whispered. He probably guessed we hit him with stunning spells, but he has no proof, Hermione murmured beside him. Let's hope he never finds any, Harry said. They had broken a lot of school rules dealing with the basilisk, but attacking a teacher was not something they wanted exposed. That would bring real trouble. Ron nodded quickly. He did not want news of him attacking a teacher getting out, either. Otherwise, he might receive another howler. Now, according to my instructions, add the toad liver and stir clockwise. Snape's voice drifted from the lectern. Bang, bang. Oh. Merlin. What happened? Ah, that burns. Explosions shook the benches. Many cauldrons blew apart in a chain of bangs. Professor Snape, at this step, it should be frog liver. You used the wrong ingredient, Hermione said, looking in alarm at the splattered cauldrons around them. Hermione, don't. Ron tried to stop her, but it was too late. Miss Granger, do you think yourself clever? Snape said icily. When I do not ask you to speak, you will stay silent. Gryffindor, -10. Clean up. We continue, he said coldly. He had indeed used the wrong ingredient, he simply refused to admit it. Hermione's face flushed, but she dared not argue further. No one else spoke either. Even the Slytherins kept their heads down. They could see Professor Snape was in an unusually foul temper today. Do not imagine that with no end-of-term exam, you need not pay attention. In my class, you will do exactly as I say, Snape said, voice flat. He looked over the students and felt his temper spike. Those clear, foolish eyes, it was as if none of them had any gift for magic. Now, stir your potion clockwise, Snape ordered. Professor Snape, the book says to stir counterclockwise at this step, Malfoy said quickly, a hopeful smile creeping onto his face as he waited for Housepoint's praise. Malfoy, even you think you can contradict me? You dare to refute what I say? Snape snarled at him. And no, Professor, I only. Malfoy froze, his face flushing red, then draining. He had no idea how he had offended Snape. Never before had Snape shouted at him in front of everyone. The other Slytherins turned green and stared at their desks. If even Malfoy was being scolded, none of them dared say a word. Continue, Snape snapped, shooting Malfoy a baleful glare. As time went on, Snape made more and more mistakes, and his mood worsened. He even felt the urge to hex these idiotic students. Fortunately, it did not escalate. Otherwise, he was not sure he could have restrained himself. You, Snape said, pointing at the rows of students. You are the worst cohort I have ever taught. Without equal. He flung down his quill and stalked from the room. Only when he was well out into the corridor did the class finally exhale. What is wrong with Snape? Ron stared, stunned. Not sure. Maybe something set him off, Harry said. Honestly, I am almost glad we were made to stand in the corner, Hermione said, still shaken. Nearly everyone brewing that period had been blasted by Snape. Only Dudley and the other three, stuck standing by the wall, had escaped his ire. Dudley shrugged and said nothing. He had merely let the Baron of Corruption's distortion magnify Snape's inner gloom and greed. The reaction had been substantial. Come on, next lesson, Dudley said, leading the way out. All the way down the corridor, Harry and the others kept discussing Snape's behavior. They were convinced the stunning spells from that night must have rattled his brain. Charms followed. Professor Flitwick's demands were not so strict, and with exams cancelled, he was happy to let them relax a little. He taught them a handful of practical little charms. For the next few days, as long as it was not potions, everyone did rather well. On Wednesday afternoon, with no classes, they arranged to visit Hagrid at his hut. The moment they stepped inside, the three of them froze. Hagrid had no shirt on, and his torso was covered in wounds that were still bleeding. "Oh! Hagrid, you are hurt. What happened?" Hermione cried. Harry and Ron's faces filled with concern. It was obvious that Hagrid's injuries were not minor. Had a bit of an accident," Hagrid said, eyes skittering away. "What exactly happened? Did someone attack you?" Harry asked. Dudley narrowed his eyes slightly. "You went to the Acromantulas, didn't you?" he said suddenly. Hagrid glanced at Dudley, then dropped his gaze. He feared that look and could not hold Dudley's eyes. "Hagrid. Those Acromantulas eat people," Ron blurted. I just thought, with Aragog dead, I should check on his children, see how they were doing. But as soon as I reached the deeper forest, they attacked me. If Firenze hadn't shown up, I might have." He trailed off. Pain and sorrow flickered across his face. Harry, Ron, and Hermione did not know what to say. Hagrid had truly considered Aragog a friend. But that bond existed only between the two of them, it did not bind the other spiders. They had attacked Dudley before. Now they had attacked Hagrid. And they would attack other Hogwarts students, sooner or later. "Hagrid, only Aragog was your friend. The other Acromantulas are just spiders. Please remember that," Dudley said, clapping Hagrid's shoulder. Hagrid bowed his head and began to sob. "If possible, clear them out," Hagrid said through tears. "Don't let them threaten any Hogwarts students." Chapter 297, Chapter 300, The Kingdom of Order. Chapter 300, The Kingdom of Order. Hagrid understood that Dudley was right. The Acromantulas lived in the Forbidden Forest and were a huge threat to every Hogwarts student. If they would attack even him, then ordinary students stood no chance. The forest might be off limits, but if those spiders ever surged out and attacked the castle, he would become a sinner in Hogwarts history. Hearing Hagrid's words, Dudley's gaze flickered slightly. It seemed Hagrid truly recognized how dangerous the Acromantulas were. Of course, without Dudley and the others, Hagrid would likely be thinking about how to calm the spiders and stay friends with them, even after being attacked. But now. "Do not worry, Hagrid. We will clear them out," Harry said quickly. "Yeah, leave it to us," Ron pounded his chest. Acromantulas were money. Piles and piles of galleons. "No need to rush," Dudley said suddenly. All eyes turned to him. "The Acromantulas cannot form a real threat just yet. Give it some time." "You mean?" Harry looked over. Dudley did not say it aloud, but the smile in his eyes made the meaning clear. "Let them multiply a bit more," Dudley mouthed. Harry pressed his lips together to hide a grin and nodded immediately. Acromantulas needed time to reproduce. It would not be too late to hunt after they spawned a new brood. That way, there would be a steady stream of spiders, which would become a steady stream of galleons. "Why wait?" Hagrid asked blankly. He had not caught the subtext. "Hagrid, they are Aragog's descendants. We thought we might wait and see whether they can breed a line that is less aggressive. It would be something to remember him by," Harry explained at once. Oh. Hagrid made several choke sounds, enough to make Harry and the others feel slightly guilty, worried he would see through their little scheme. "You are too kind. Too thoughtful," Hagrid sobbed, crushing Harry in a bear hug. "Hey, you are welcome," Harry managed a smile. When they left the hut, Hagrid was still thanking them for their mercy. Dudley also promised to leave a small Acromantula colony in the forest and not wipe them out completely. This way, every so often, we can hunt Acromantulas in the forest and sell the parts. "Brilliant," Ron said, actually hopping with excitement. "That would be a substantial cash flow. And we can train our magic at the same time," Hermione added. Fighting Acromantulas was not only a way to earn money, it was a path to improving their spell work. Ever since the spiders had tried to eat them, there was no going back. No one objected. "Right, today is Wednesday. Dobby should come tonight. Have you decided how to free him from the Malfoys?" Harry asked. "More or less. We will test it when he arrives," Dudley said. "If you say so, it will probably work," Harry said. "So what exactly are you going to do? Can you tell us in advance?" Hermione asked, curious. She always wanted to learn Dudley's special methods, but he told her those were not things she could study, which frustrated her. "You will see soon," Dudley said, leaving it at that. By the time they returned to the castle, it was almost dinner. They headed to the Great Hall and planned to go back to Gryffindor Tower afterward to wait for Dobby. Dudley. While they were waiting, several students walked over, shyly greeting him. Dudley turned to see a group of first-years standing behind him, Ginny, Colin Creevey, Luna, and a few others. You. Dudley glanced over them, and Harry's group watched curiously as well. There is something we want to talk to you about, Ginny said, a little timidly. What is it? Dudley asked. Ginny, if something is going on, should you not tell us first? Ron could not help bursting out. He was her brother, yet Ginny was acting as if he were invisible, speaking only to Dudley. Ginny flushed and did not know what to say. Let me, Luna stepped forward. We would like you to be our teacher. What? Dudley blinked, surprised. It is like this, Ginny said quickly. You defeated the basilisk in your second year and have such talent for magic. We want to learn from you. Would that be all right? She trusted Dudley most. She had told him about the chamber, and not long after, he killed the basilisk and removed the threat. That said, everything is about his ability. Yes. We want to be like you one day, to stand against evil creatures, Colin Creevey said, eyes shining. I think it is a splendid idea, Luna said serenely. What are you lot on about? Dudley does not have time to teach a bunch of little kids. Off you go, Ron said, waving them away. Disappointment crossed the first year's faces. They glanced at Dudley, and when he did not speak, they began to shuffle off. Wait, Dudley called them back. I can teach you magic, he said. Really? Ginny and the others lit up. They had only dared to try. They had not expected success. Of course, Dudley said. But I will not be your teacher. I want to found a magical organization. Are you willing to join? Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared. Why did Dudley suddenly want to form an organization, and recruit first-years to teach them? What kind of organization? What would we need to do? Luna asked, curious. Call it the Kingdom of Order, Dudley said with a light smile. For now, you do not need to do anything. I will give you regular lessons in magic. That is all. Chapter 298, Chapter 302, For Order. Chapter 302, For Order. Dudley had already been toying with the idea of founding an organization, and since Ginny and the others had come to him today, he simply decided to turn the idea into reality. As one advances along the sequences, a Beyonder's humanity steadily erodes and divinity comes to the fore. To avoid losing control and descending into madness, the most straightforward anchor is the faith of followers that can more oneself. With an anchor, Dudley could stabilize his humanity and not lose his way. Even in this magical world, the pressure on him had lessened a great deal, but to preempt any accident, Dudley still needed to take this step. Founding an organization was only the first step. Dudley did not intend to expand it immediately. When the time came, these people could at once become his believers, members of the Church of Order. Yes, the Kingdom of Order was only the prototype. On one hand, it existed to help Dudley digest the Black Emperor pathway's Beyonder characteristics and bind himself to the Baron within that pathway. On the other hand, once the time was ripe, the Kingdom of Order could be transformed into the Church of Order. Religion has always been the most effective means of shaping hearts. Resisting dark wizards and building a personal order would become the foundational creed of the Church of Order. In truth, if he wished, Dudley could make half of Hogwarts join the Kingdom of Order right now. He understood all too well the rhetoric and methods of religious indoctrination. With a unified symbol and gesture and an absolute system of authority and practice, he would need only a week or two to cultivate a large number of zealous believers. Only, it was not yet time. Moreover, Dumbledore would never allow Dudley to do such a thing openly. So while he remained at Hogwarts, all Dudley needed to do was maintain his influence so that he could take that step at any moment. That would be enough. While Dudley paused in thought, Harry and the others were already engaged in an animated discussion about the Kingdom of Order, their interest as founding members being so strong that they were even more invested than Dudley himself. After dinner, Dudley did not wander elsewhere. He sat quietly in the common room, reading, chatting off and on about the Kingdom of Order. What if we use the Chamber of Secrets as our meeting place for the Kingdom of Order? It is big enough, and we could cast spells freely in there, Ron suggested. That is not a bad idea, but do you not think the chamber has too many drawbacks as a meeting place? Hermione frowned. She really did not want to climb back down that drain. First, you may not have noticed, but the entrance is in a girls' lavatory. If people saw a bunch of boys going into the girls' bathroom every day, they would think you were perverts. Second, the entrance requires Harry's Parseltongue to open. We cannot always rely on finding Harry. Harry said, I think that is fine, you can always. Hermione shot him such a fierce glare that he cleared his throat. Ahem, I might not have time then. Also, there are areas of the chamber that remain unexplored and could contain serious risks, Hermione concluded, listing the cons of using the chamber as their base. But aside from the chamber, what other suitable place do we have? Anywhere else would be easy to discover, Ron muttered. He had figured out that Hermione simply did not want to return to that reeking chamber. I had considered using the chamber, but after hearing Hermione, I agree it is not ideal. Do not worry, though. I have already found a place that perfectly suits our needs. I will take you there next time, Dudley said, looking up from his book. The ideal location he meant was naturally the room of requirement. In all of Hogwarts, nothing suited them better. All right, if the meeting place issue is solved, next we should discuss how to resist dark wizards and how to build an order of our own, Hermione said seriously. That sounds like Dudley's problem, not ours, Ron said at once. We can still offer Dudley our suggestions, Hermione insisted. Harry thought for a moment. We are still students. Dark wizards feel far away. If one day we really do need to resist them, we probably will not have to go looking. Dark wizards will come to us on their own. He spread his hands helplessly. Ron and Hermione understood at once. Harry meant Voldemort, who had intruded on Hogwarts twice. The first time had been only a soul fragment, but it counted. That lingering Dark Lord would likely come again. Besides him, there was now another Dark Lord moving in the magical world, a wizard named Gellert Grindelwald. He might well take action against Hogwarts. Their research showed he had been defeated by Dumbledore last time. During his escape this time, he had been thwarted by Dumbledore again. Once he recovered, there was no guarantee he would not try something at Hogwarts. In short, they hardly needed to worry about seeking out dark wizards. Dark wizards would come knocking. As for creating an order of our own, either of you have a clue where to start? Harry asked. Hermione and Ron shook their heads. They were only first- and second-year students at Hogwarts. What order could they build? All right, you have spent nearly the whole evening debating. All I will say is this, none of it will be a problem. When the time comes, I will provide a satisfactory answer, Dudley said, closing his book and standing. Fair enough. We just found the whole idea interesting, so we talked it through, Harry said with a small laugh. Exactly. It makes me feel as if we can really shape the future order of the magical world, Hermione smiled. I truly hope some of the world's orders can be changed. For order, Ron suddenly intoned with exaggerated solemnity, miming a toast. Harry and Hermione caught on immediately. For order, they echoed, lifting invisible glasses. Dudley shook his head helplessly. He could not shake the sense that this entire prototype of the Church of Order felt like a children's game. Would the future creation myth, the canon of order, really tell the faithful that the Church's origin began as a pastime for a few bored kids? Perhaps the Church's future pope would have to beautify that story. For order, Dudley also lifted an imaginary glass, tapping it to theirs. The Canon of Order, Volume 1. The God of Order lowered his hand and, in the midst of chaos, touched his devout followers. Thus, at the dawn of chaos, order was born, and the glory of order spread across the earth. Chapter 299, Chapter 303, Dobby is free. Chapter 303, Dobby is free. It was deep into the night. In the Gryffindor common room, most students had already returned to their dormitories. Only Dudley's group still sat together in a corner. Will Dobby come tonight? Ron asked. Last time, they had only kept Dobby from fleeing by trapping him here by force. With that prior scare, if Dobby was afraid, he might truly not come tonight. As long as he wants freedom, he will come, Dudley said. I am going to make some preparations. In a bit, bring him to this classroom. He gave Harry a classroom location and stepped out of the Gryffindor common room. What exactly is he planning to do? Hermione watched Dudley's back as he left, completely at a loss. If they wanted to free Dobby, the most effective method would be to force Lucius or Draco to hand him an article of clothing. Compared to Lucius, a fully grown wizard, Draco would obviously be much easier to handle, but judging from Dudley's current demeanor, he did not seem inclined to threaten Draco at all. Based on the master-servant binding magic, Hermione truly could not figure out what method Dudley intended to use to free Dobby. Harry and Ron looked at each other, equally curious. They did not have Hermione's urge to chase every detail to the end. If they could not guess it, they would simply wait. They would know soon enough. They continued waiting in the common room. Given previous experiences, they believed Dobby would unerringly find Harry's location. Midnight slipped by. When the clock hand reached 1, Ron had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Only Harry and Hermione were still forcing themselves to stay awake. Pop. With a soft crack, a small, thin figure appeared by the Gryffindor fireplace. Dobby. Harry's drowsy eyes snapped wide open. Mr. Harry Potter, Dobby is very sorry. Dobby came late, Dobby said, guilt-ridden. It is all right, you are not late, Harry said quickly. Hermione hurried to shake Ron awake. At night, Master gave Dobby many tasks. Only after finishing could Dobby come to Hogwarts, Dobby said, head bowed. That is pitiful, Hermione said sympathetically. House elves were exploited to the extreme. They had to complete endless work and endure their master's rage. If they did anything wrong, they had to punish themselves. The very idea made Hermione's skin crawl. "Oh, is Mr. Dudley Dursley here?" Dobby looked around, but could not see Dudley. He went on ahead to get things ready. "We'll take you to him now. After tonight, Dobby will be a free elf," Harry said. "Oh, that is wonderful." Dobby trembled slightly with excitement. He had waited too long for this moment. "Let us go." Harry took out the invisibility cloak and swept it over them. They slipped out of the Gryffindor Tower. The corridor was very quiet, with no one in sight. Ever since the basilisk affair had been resolved, the professors were no longer patrolling at night, so the group was unafraid of running into anyone and moved quickly. Soon, they reached the door of the classroom Dudley had indicated. Harry pushed it open. Inside, everything was pitch black. "Lumos," Hermione incanted. A soft light bloomed and filled the classroom. "Ah! Where is Dudley?" They peered inside, only to find it empty. Desks and chairs were strewn about in disarray. Dust coated the floor. On the other side of the classroom, a wooden door was set into the wall. It seemed there was another space beyond it. "Is he not here?" Ron looked around and, not seeing Dudley, spoke up. "Maybe he stepped out for something, or went to finish some preparation," Hermione guessed. "Let us go in and wait," Harry said. He walked into the classroom and closed the main door. After stowing the invisibility cloak, they glanced around and fell into a momentary silence. "Does Mr. Dursley have other business?" Dobby asked, puzzled. "We do not know, but he should be here soon. You do not have to worry." Harry's reassurance cut off as the sound of footsteps reached them. Instantly, they looked toward the classroom door, then realized the sound did not come from there, but from the wooden door embedded in the wall behind them. Click. The door swung open. "Dudley, you." Harry's words halted abruptly. All of them stared in shock at the figure emerging from the wooden door. "Well now, I truly have caught you," said a cold voice. "Dobby." It was not Dudley who stepped through, but Lucius Malfoy. "Master," Dobby stammered, eyes bulging with terror. "These past few days, I noticed you working with your mind elsewhere." "I did not expect you to betray me," Lucius said icily. "Master, Dobby was wrong." "Dobby will never dare again," Dobby cried, trembling. He stared at Lucius, never imagining this would be a trap. The Mr. Harry Potter he admired had told everything to his master. "Return to the manor, and clean all these things," Lucius snarled, tossing over a large heap of items. Dobby caught them on reflex and prepared to apparate back to Malfoy Manor. But then his gaze locked onto something in his hands. He stared at a small garment, disbelief written across his face. "Master," gave Dobby a piece of clothing. He clutched the garment like a lifeline. "Master gave Dobby a piece of clothing," he repeated, this time with no doubt. He was certain Lucius had given him a garment. The master-servant magic in his body was unraveling. Dobby is free now. Joy and shock mingled on Dobby's face. He had thought everything was finished, that his betrayal had been discovered, and that he would die miserably in the Malfoy household. He had never imagined Lucius would suddenly give him clothing. Was it deliberate, or a careless mistake? Harry, Ron, and Hermione were completely dumbfounded. They were still reeling from the shock of Lucius appearing here. They had not yet processed that Lucius had given Dobby clothing and that Dobby was already free. Chapter 300, Chapter 304, Dudley's Method. Chapter 304, Dudley's Method. "Yes. You are free now, Dobby." A smile appeared on Lucius's face, but when he spoke, the voice that came out was not Lucius's. It was Dudley's. What is going on?" Harry asked in shock. "Polyjuice potion," Hermione blurted, instantly grasping the key. She had given Dudley a large vial earlier, but she had not expected him to use it like this. "But, that is impossible. Polyjuice potion only changes appearance. It does not alter a person's essence." "Master-servant magic is not affected by Polyjuice potion," Hermione said quickly. She had brewed the potion herself and knew it better than anyone. It had a powerful disguise effect and was hard for many spells to pierce, but by its nature, it did not change a wizard's inner being. It was only a very strong form of disguise. Such a disguise could deceive human eyes, but it could not deceive magic. Otherwise, Polyjuice would be a miracle cure. The identity wards on Gringotts vaults, for example, could not be tricked by a dose of Polyjuice. That was obviously impossible. And the master-servant bond between a master and a house elf was rooted in their very bloodlines. Polyjuice potion could not possibly deceive that kind of magic. You are not master." Dobby stared at the Lucius before him, so shocked he even forgot to change how he addressed him. In every visible way, this was the master he served day and night. But the voice just now had told him the person before him was not truly Lucius. He was completely muddled. Merlin's beard, what is happening? Ron yanked out his wand on instinct. The situation made no sense, and he clutched his head, overwhelmed. A few extra steps, that is all, said the man wearing Lucius's face with a light chuckle. In truth, I am Dudley, not Lucius. At that, everyone finally accepted that the person standing in front of them was Dudley, not Lucius. Harry still had a question and asked at once, what is the name of the organization we founded? Kingdom of Order, Dudley answered without hesitation. The three exchanged looks and let their doubts go. How did you do it? Hermione demanded. Had she brewed a polyjuice with new effects by accident? Polyjuice potion was only one step. I found a way to make the master-servant magic temporarily regard me as Dobby's master. Fortunately, it worked very well, Dudley said with a small smile. What method can accomplish that? Hermione pressed. By her understanding of magic, even a very powerful confundus could not do this. Dobby, wide-eyed, also wanted to know. When he had received the garment, the master-servant magic in his body had dissolved at once, with almost no delay. That meant the bond had indeed confirmed the man before him as Lucius Malfoy. Yet in fact, he was not. I call this ability distortion, Dudley said lightly. Yes, he had used distortion, a sequence 6 ability of the Baron of Corruption from the Black Emperor pathway. It could distort targets, actions, and even concepts. Dudley's approach was simple. After using Polyjuice to assume Lucius's appearance, he used distortion to temporarily shift the target of the master-servant magic. In that state, handing Dobby a piece of clothing would dissolve the true, original bond. At first, Dudley had thought this might fail. The master-servant magic was extremely powerful, and it would be hard to alter its target like that. But it went surprisingly smoothly. Perhaps the Beyonder abilities from that world exerted a qualitative, crushing advantage when applied in the magical world. He had even prepared a fallback. If distortion alone was not enough, he would empower himself with the Trunsoist Brass Book and unleash a stronger distortion. In the end, the first attempt succeeded. There was no need for anything extra. So it is an ability we cannot learn, Hermione said with a hint of regret. From the name alone, it was not a spell but an innate power Dudley possessed. She still did not know where his abilities came from. Not for now. Perhaps later, Dudley said with a smile. Since magical power and spiritual force could be bridged, once he fully understood magical principles, he could create spells. Even if such spells could only reproduce a fraction of a Beyonder's ability effect, that would be more than enough for him. That was the direction of his future work. Mr. Dudley Dursley, you are truly magnificent. You actually invented a way to dissolve master-servant magic, Dobby said, his orange-yellow eyes shining with worship and gratitude. I promised you, and I will find a way to make it happen, Dudley said lightly. But, as I mentioned before, would you be willing to do something for me? He was still using Lucius's appearance. The polyjuice would wear off on its own in about an hour. I am willing to do anything for you, Mr. Dursley, Dobby said solemnly. Dudley had given him freedom. It was the dream he had longed for. Now that he had what he wanted, he could choose what to do. Choosing to help Dudley was only natural. I may need you to go undercover at the Malfoys for a while. During the summer, help me find an opportunity to infiltrate Malfoy Manor and search. Can you do that? Dudley asked. It was somewhat cruel to Dobby. He had won his freedom, yet would still need to suffer at Malfoy Manor for a time. Harry and the others looked at Dobby, thinking he might refuse. Of course, Mr. Dursley. I am willing to take the risk. This is a choice made of my free will, not coercion, Dobby said seriously. Before, as a slave, he had worked endlessly in the Malfoy home. Now, he chose to become Dudley's helper and go undercover in Malfoy Manor. It sounded as if nothing had changed, but in essence, everything had. As for betraying his former master, that was no obstacle for Dobby. In truth, the moment he first warned Harry Potter, he had already betrayed the Malfoys. Now that he was a free elf, there was no such thing as betrayal anymore. Chapter 301, Chapter 305, The Pensieve. Chapter 305, The Pensieve. Very good. Thank you for your help, Dobby, Dudley said solemnly. You do not need to be so polite, Dobby replied with humble earnestness. The diary that was sent into Hogwarts before, does the Malfoy family have anything similar? Dudley asked. Do you mean a similar diary, or? Dobby widened his eyes. Not necessarily a diary. Voldemort's old possessions in general. In fact, that diary was Voldemort's, Dudley said. At the Dark Lord's name, Dobby could not help but shiver. I understand. I will keep an eye out for anything like that, Dobby said. It is getting late. Dobby must go back, or there will be trouble if I am discovered. Goodbye, Mr. Dursley, and Mr. Potter. Bless you both, Dobby said, bowing to each of them. Then, with a soft snap of his fingers, he vanished from sight. "That is it," Ron said, a little surprised. "What else did you expect?" Harry countered. "I thought it would be a whole ordeal." "Did not expect it to be that easy," Ron said, then turned his attention to Dudley. "Tisk, TSK. You have to admit, Polyjuice Potion works brilliantly. I could not tell at all that you were fake. Unless someone uses specialized magic to check, Polyjuice's disguise will not be pierced," Dudley said. That was the strength of Polyjuice Potion. Compared to the faceless, full pathaway kind of power, though, it still fell short by a fair bit. Dudley was not going to demand too much. This was the magical world, not the world of Beyonders. "Let us wait for me to change back, then we will return," Dudley said. If he walked around the castle looking like this and ran into anyone, it would be troublesome. An hour passed quickly. As the time neared its end, Dudley's body began to change. In less than a minute, he was back to his original appearance. "Come on," he said. The four of them slipped back to Gryffindor Tower. In the next few days, everyone attended classes as usual while also discussing matters concerning the Kingdom of Order. Dudley decided to hold the first meeting of the Kingdom on Saturday night and had already informed everyone of the plan. On Friday, just after lunch, Dudley received word from Professor Dumbledore asking him to come to the headmaster's office. He knocked on the door. "Dudley, do come in," came Dumbledore's voice from within. Dudley pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. Is there something you needed me for?" Dudley asked. "Good afternoon, Dudley," Dumbledore said. "This is about the Horcruxes. Have you found a lead on the others?" Dudley's eyes sharpened slightly. "Yes. A small one," Dumbledore said with a mild smile and a nod. "But before that, I want to ask you a question. Please answer me truthfully." "No problem." Dumbledore regarded Dudley for a moment, then asked, "What is your relationship with Borgin and Burkes?" Dudley blinked, not expecting that. After a brief pause for thought, he said, "Fairly good, but limited to mutual interest. If you mean how much I trust him, not that far. He is very deep and hard to read. I cannot say what he is really thinking." Dumbledore nodded in silence. After about a minute, he said, "I discovered that after Voldemort was refused by me, he worked for a time in Borgin and Burkes." Dudley's gaze tightened. He had not known that part of Voldemort's past, and Borgin had never mentioned it. At that time, he was still called Tom Riddle, working as a shop assistant, Dumbledore continued. "What I very much want to know now is what, exactly, he came into contact with while working at Borgin and Burkes." Hearing this, Dudley immediately understood Dumbledore's intent. There are plenty of valuable items at Borgin and Burkes, and they often get information that other wizards cannot. If Voldemort went to work there, it was most likely for something in particular, am I right? Dudley voiced his guess. "Very astute, Dudley," Dumbledore said with a nod and a smile. "I suspect he went there to seek out suitable objects for making Horcruxes. It is a point I have overlooked for too long, and I am hoping you can help fill in some of the gaps. After all, I am aware your relationship with Borgin and Burke seems relatively good." Dudley nodded. "I would be happy to help." "Good. Find a suitable time to speak with him, and see whether he is willing to provide me with the relevant memories," Dumbledore said. "Memories?" Dudley looked puzzled. "Yes. Memories," Dumbledore said, tapping his temple. "I often revisit my own memories to make sure I have not missed crucial details. It works remarkably well." He smiled. "I am old. The mind does not turn as swiftly as before, so I often need other means." As he spoke, Dumbledore raised a hand. A cupboard nearby swung open, and out drifted a shallow stone basin covered in ornate, classical carvings. It looked exceedingly ancient. "This is a pensieve. I can draw memories from my mind and place them into the basin, then enter them from an objective vantage point and review them as often as I like," Dumbledore explained. A pensieve. Interest flickered in Dudley's eyes. He looked into the moving substance within the basin. It was not wind, nor liquid, nor mist. He found it hard to describe what flowed there, only that it seemed fathomless, drawing him to sink into it. "Dudley, I imagine there are many scenes in your own memory you would like to revisit," Dumbledore said, his gaze meaningful. Dudley's expression did not change. He looked away from the pensieve and said, "If a memory is forgotten, that means it does not want to be seen. In that case, I would choose not to look. It is a form of self-protection, Professor." Dumbledore pressed his lips together thoughtfully. After a moment, he said, "If you need it, I can lend you the pensieve." But Dudley immediately shook his head. "I do not want to end up damaging such a precious magical artifact." Chapter 302, Chapter 306, Voldemort's Intelligence. Chapter 306, Voldemort's Intelligence. "Oh." Dumbledore looked surprised. Dudley offered no explanation, and Dumbledore did not press him. By unspoken agreement, they let the topic drop. Afterward, Dumbledore asked about Dudley's studies and offered several constructive suggestions. Problems that had stumped Dudley were explained clearly in simple language. This was the teaching skill of one of the magical world's finest wizards. Half an hour later, Dudley stepped out of Dumbledore's office. What exactly is hidden in his memories? Dumbledore murmured to himself. He moved to the pensieve, pressed his wand to his temple, drew out a silvery strand of thought, and let it fall into the basin. Dudley, you are becoming more and more like them. The only consolation is that I do not see that suffocating madness in you, Dumbledore said softly. Then he lowered his head into the pensieve and sank into memory. When the day's lessons ended, Dudley did not hurry back to Gryffindor Tower. Instead, he slipped out of Hogwarts via a secret passage. Dumbledore wanted him to speak to Borgin and Burkes when the time was right about Voldemort. As it happened, Dudley had not seen Borgin since they dealt with the basilisk. Now was as good a time as any. Apparition. Dudley apparat from the passage. When he reappeared, he was standing in a corner of Knockturn Alley. Pulling a black robe tight around himself, he headed for Borgin and Burkes. Knockturn Alley was as filthy and chaotic as ever. A sharp, acrid stench filled the air, distinct even along the main way. In the shadows along both sides of the street lurked many wizards, their gaunt figures and raking eyes sweeping over passers-by like hunters looking for prey. To prevent anyone from deciding he was easy to provoke, Dudley deliberately released the aura of authority from within. That oppressive pressure radiated from him, and several of the wizards lurking in the dark flinched in alarm and backed away at once. Others, though fearful, did not run. They continued to watch him, but none dared to step forward and try anything. Soon, Dudley reached the door of Borgin and Burkes without incident. Ding-ling. The bell at the counter chimed. The shop floor was empty. Borgin certainly trusts his front room. Not the least bit afraid of thieves, is he? Dudley said with a quiet smile. Since Borgin was not present, Dudley began to wander, seeing if anything new and interesting had appeared. Before long, Borgin shuffled in through the back with his bent frame. He glanced at Dudley and said, "We are closed." He turned to leave. Not even interested in my business. Dudley's voice drifted over. Borgin's face changed at once. Mr. Dursley. I did not realize it was you. Please, come in. If I had known you were coming, I would have waited here to receive you, Borgin said, all his earlier coldness gone, replaced with warm deference. Dudley smiled. I am only out for a stroll. No need to keep watch for me. How are you getting on with the basilisk matter? He asked. The basilisk's body was still stored in the Mirror of Ariste. Dudley had not yet passed it to Borgin. There was no rush. A corpse that size could be purchased by only a few buyers. It was better to contact more people and compare offers. Several buyers have made preliminary bids, but I have not accepted any, Borgin said. Most wizards only want to purchase a portion. I believe selling the body as a whole is most profitable. Fine. There is no hurry. Take your time finding the right buyer. Leave the basilisk's corpse with me for now. If a suitable buyer appears, let me know, Dudley said. They were not short on money. Waiting was no problem. Understood, Borgin said, beaming. In addition, there is something I wanted to ask you, Dudley said, turning to him. I am very willing to assist, Borgin replied with a smile. I have heard Tom Riddle once worked in your shop for a time. Is that true? Dudley asked. At the name Tom Riddle, Borgin's smile stiffened. He knew exactly who that was, and he knew who had asked Dudley to come here for this conversation. After a brief pause, Borgin nodded. You are correct. He did work here for a while. But I treated him like any other assistant. We did not have much direct contact. Is that so? Dudley chuckled. I was only asking casually. Do you remember whom he dealt with at the time? Borgin hesitated. Did Dumbledore ask you to inquire? Dudley nodded. In that case, I can give you all the information I have. I only ask that this matter not become too entangled with me. Is that acceptable? Borgin said earnestly. Does that include memories of Tom Riddle? Dudley asked. The corner of Borgin's eye twitched. He had not expected Dudley to be so direct, to ask for memories outright. Memories were the bedrock of a person's will. No one would hand them over without profound trust, especially not memories related to Voldemort. If Voldemort learned of it, he might come to kill him. I am sorry. I do not have much memory of him, and what there is amounts to trivial, everyday scraps, of no real value, Borgin said. He turned, went behind the counter, and took a roll of parchment from a drawer. These details, day by day, what he did while he worked here, whom he met, which magical items he acquired, and to whom they were later sold. Some of it is from his own account, so I cannot guarantee every word is true. I hope it helps you, Borgin said, handing the parchment to Dudley. Dudley glanced over it. The record was indeed thorough. It would likely be of considerable help to Dumbledore's Horcrux investigation. He put the parchment away and was about to leave when he paused and asked one more question. Mr. Borgin, if he were to return now, where would you stand, by his side, or by mine? Chapter 303, Chapter 307, Nightmare. Chapter 307, Nightmare. Borgin was stunned by Dudley's question and stood rooted to the spot, not knowing how to respond. Only a joke. Good night, Mr. Borgin. Dudley wished him good night and soon vanished into the night of Nocturne Alley. Borgin stood in the doorway of his shop, watching Dudley's departing figure, and fell into deep thought. After returning to Hogwarts, Dudley went straight to Professor Dumbledore and handed over all the information related to Voldemort. As for Borgin not providing memories, Dumbledore expressed understanding. Those detailed records were already enough for him to follow the thread and uncover many leads. Days passed, and without end-of-term exams, school life became much more relaxed. Dudley successfully held the first meeting of the Kingdom of Order in the Room of Requirement, and everyone's enthusiasm was high. At the first gathering, Dudley did not teach them anything specific. He simply shared his ideals and confirmed several organizational principles, asking everyone to follow them as much as possible. These first years already admired Dudley, so they had no doubts at all. Whatever Dudley asked them to do, they would do it. Soon, the term was nearing its end. In the week before the summer holidays, Professor Sprout's mandrakes finally matured, and Filch and the others were cured of their petrification. With that, the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk's impact on the school were essentially concluded. In the last few days, Dudley either read or researched magic. He already had some ideas for creating original spells. In fact, Dudley discovered that many Beyonder abilities could, to some extent, be matched to corresponding magical spells. These abilities seemed to share certain interconnections. Often, he did not need to invent a spell from scratch, small modifications would suffice to achieve his goal. For example, starting from a sleep charm, as long as it was cast successfully, it could put a wizard to sleep. What Dudley needed to do was build on that spell and incorporate a charm that allowed entry into dreams. This happened to dovetail with legilimency. After combining the two and making the necessary adjustments, Dudley could enter another's dream. Such a spell would be very similar to the Darkness Pathway Sequence 7 Nightmare ability. Clearly, however, the spell was extremely complex. It required Dudley to master both the sleep charm and legilimency, understand the magical principles behind each, and then fuse them into a single working form. That was no small challenge for him. In this process, Slytherin's notebook proved very helpful. Even when Dudley's spell was not fully formed, it offered constructive suggestions that helped him eliminate wrong options and find the key to the problem more quickly. By the Black Lake, Dudley was studying his spell work while Harry and Ron discussed Quidditch. Because of the chamber, the Quidditch season had been suspended. Though the crisis was resolved later, there was no time to restart it. There would be no Quidditch Cup that year. Everyone had already begun preparing for the following year. Next year I will try to make the reserve squad, Ron said seriously. You will make it. Then buy the latest broom, and we will thrash Malfoy and his lot, Harry said happily. That is a fine idea, Ron said at once, nodding. He still had a large amount of galleons, and there would be another hefty sum once the Basilisk's corpse was sold. For Ron, at present, buying the latest broom would not be difficult. Ahem. Dudley cleared his throat lightly. What is it? Harry and Ron paused their conversation and looked over. I have invented a spell. From the looks of it, there should not be a problem, Dudley said. You invented a spell. Merlin, no wonder you were muttering to yourself lately. Hermione said you were previewing next year's coursework. She is still buried in the library right now, saying she cannot let you get ahead. And it turns out you were inventing a spell. That is far more outrageous than reviewing next year's lessons, Ron exclaimed. Harry looked surprised as well. He had no doubts about Dudley's magical talent, but to invent his own spell while only in his second year was astonishing. If it were merely a simple spell, that was one thing. If it were a difficult one, that would be a crushing blow to every student. Ahem. So I would like to try it on you too, Dudley said with a small smile. You mean you want to use me and Ron as guinea pigs? Harry asked, pointing between them. That is about right, Dudley nodded. Harry and Ron exchanged a look, unsure whether to feel honored or alarmed. Will this spell have any irreversible effects on us? Ron could not help asking. Of course not. You are my cousin and my friend. How could I put you in danger? It will only make you sleep, Dudley said quickly. That sounds like a stunning spell, Harry said. Close. It is modified from the stunning spell, Dudley nodded. He did not mention that the spell also included a component of legilimency. If it is like a stunning spell, that is fine, they said, visibly relieved. All right, let us give it a try. I could use a nap anyway. I am a bit sleepy. Harry and Ron lay down. Do not worry. This spell will not cause any problems. Dudley raised his wand and stirred the spiritual force within. Sleep in peace. He spoke the incantation. A deep blue light erupted from the tip of his wand and wrapped around both Harry and Ron. They offered no resistance and fell asleep at once. At the same time, Dudley closed his eyes, followed the spell's power, and entered the realm of their dreams. It was a dream shared by the two of them. Hum. A roaring wind howled past. In the dream, Ron and Harry were in the middle of a Quidditch match. Ron was already Gryffindor's keeper, and Harry was still the Seeker. Their opponents were Slytherin. Now that is a spectacular Quidditch match, Dudley said, appearing in a stand and smiling as he watched the game unfolding inside their dream. Harry shot forward at incredible speed, apparently having spotted the golden snitch. At the same time, Malfoy streaked toward the same point. The two of them were on the verge of colliding. Avada Kedavra. Harry drew his wand and cast a killing curse straight at Malfoy. Chapter 304, Chapter 308, Dreams and Endings. Chapter 308, Dreams and Endings. What? Dudley stared, utterly stunned. At that moment, Malfoy was not to be outdone. He raised his wand with his right hand and swung it fiercely. Basilisk, move. Bang. In an instant, a massive basilisk appeared on the field, opening its bloody maw and lunging at Harry. Within just a few breaths, the Quidditch pitch had become a battlefield. Everyone was casting spells wildly, dangerous curses flying everywhere. Some even headed straight for Dudley. This dream is too crazy, Dudley muttered, quickly manipulating the dream to pull Harry and Ron away from the chaotic magical duel. The scene shifted. They now stood in the living room at 4 Privet Drive. Harry and Ron sat on the sofa, playing a game. They were having a great time, not at all confused by the sudden change. Ah, hello, Dudley tried to greet them. Hello, Harry and Ron replied, as if just noticing someone else was there. They looked at Dudley, but their eyes were blank, as if they had no idea what was going on. Harry, I have a few questions, Dudley said. Dream entry was not very useful in combat, but it was excellent for investigation. In dreams, a person's subconscious replaced their conscious mind, and they were essentially defenseless. Someone entering the dream could easily extract the information they wanted. Dudley wanted to see if this ability worked perfectly. Okay, Harry answered, his gaze blank. Who is the person you hate most? Draco Malfoy, Harry replied almost without hesitation. That answer was expected. But that's after I turned 11. If you asked about before that, the person I hated most was Dudley Dursley, Harry continued. Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. Looks like the nightmare effect is working. He's not lying, Dudley said. So now, do you still hate Dudley? Dudley pressed. No, I don't hate him anymore. Why? Because he's really a good brother now, Harry said, barely pausing to think. Dudley's expression shifted slightly. And what about the old Dudley? The past is past. Dudley realized his mistakes, and I've been thinking about it. I'm happy with how things are now. Dudley nodded and did not press further. He turned his attention to Ron. Ron, have you been worried about anything lately? Dudley asked. A bit, Ron said, his eyes still blank. Such as? Being around people as good as Dudley and Harry, I feel a lot of pressure. They're my best friends, but I feel like I'm living in their shadow. I'm afraid of losing myself, Ron said. Dudley narrowed his eyes. Ron's situation was exactly as he thought. At home, he had lived in his brother's shadow. At school, he was now living in the shadow of Harry and Dudley. That was not an easy feeling. Do you want to change that? Dudley asked. No. I don't want to lose them, Ron said. I see, Dudley nodded. The space around them began to tremble. Dudley knew the spell's effect was about to end, so he released the dream entry. Hum. Dudley opened his eyes, looking at the shimmering surface of the Black Lake. Oh. Did we fall asleep? Harry sat up, blinking. Seems like it, but why do I feel so tired? Ron frowned. Harry stood up and stretched. The stones by the lake were digging into his back. It feels like I fought a battle in my dream, Ron said, also standing up. How was it? Did the spell work? Harry asked Dudley. It worked. The effect was good, Dudley said. It feels just like a stunning spell, Ron said, scratching his head. Do you remember what happened in your dream? Dudley asked cautiously. Harry and Ron frowned, trying to recall what had happened in the dream. They felt like they had experienced a lot, but could not remember clearly. They only vaguely remembered being at the Quidditch pitch. I can't remember much. Something about Quidditch. Harry said. I don't even remember Quidditch, Ron said. He had no memory at all. Yes, you played a Quidditch match against Slytherin in your dream, Dudley nodded. Really? Who won? Ron immediately perked up at the mention of a match against Slytherin. Wait, how do you know we played Slytherin? Harry suddenly asked. Wasn't this just a stunning spell? How come you know what we dreamed about? Dudley said, it's not just a stunning spell. I can also see your dreams to some extent, he explained, not mentioning the part where he asked them questions. I see. So you improved the spell. That's impressive, Ron said, amazed. Yeah, I made some improvements, Dudley said, a little sheepishly. Harry and Ron asked more about the spell's details, but concluded it did not seem very useful. Just seeing dreams, what was the point? Dudley said no more and continued his research. Today's experiment proved his idea was feasible. Using magic to achieve the abilities of the Darkness Pathway Sequence 7 was only the beginning. He could use spells to achieve more beyonder abilities. Though these abilities would not be as powerful as the real thing, and only low sequence powers could be replicated, they were enough for special situations and greatly expanded Dudley's magical arsenal. Some low sequence beyonder abilities were very useful. As long as he could cast the spell, it was a huge boost to his power. It was also a revolution in the magical world. In the following days, Dudley continued his spell research. The end-of-term feast arrived as scheduled. Thanks to the special contribution awards, Gryffindor won the House Cup without a doubt. When the feast ended and everyone returned to their dormitories, the school year was finally over. I hope I don't run into Voldemort again next year, Dudley thought to himself. These 2 years had been exhausting. Chapter 305, Chapter 309, We Are Too Strong. Chapter 309, We Are Too Strong. The time for parting had finally arrived. By the time Dudley and his friends realized it, their luggage had already vanished from their dormitory and been transported onto the Hogwarts Express. This year was anything but ordinary, Ron said wistfully. They had thought this would be just another typical school year, but instead, they had experienced so many unbelievable things. But we learned a lot, didn't we? Hermione said with a smile. Even without end-of-term exams, she had truly gained a great deal of useful knowledge this year, especially from Dudley, who had taught her how to cast spells nonverbally and wandlessly. For a witch, that was incredibly important. More importantly, we foiled Voldemort's schemes once again, Harry said, grinning. That's right, Ron said. The 4 of us are just too strong. At that, Harry and Hermione could not help but twitch their lips slightly. In truth, most of the time, the 3 of them had just been along for the ride. The only truly powerful one was Dudley. Right. The 4 of us are too strong, Dudley nodded. The 4 exchanged smiles and happily headed toward the train. See you next term. Hagrid waved at the students. When he saw Dudley and his friends approaching, he paused his waving. Another year gone. This one was especially tough, Hagrid said, his voice thick with emotion. His eyes grew red as he spoke. The 4 looked at each other, none of them saying a word. Hopefully next year will be better, Harry said. I never want to go to Azkaban again, Hagrid added, shuddering as if recalling a deeply unpleasant memory. Is Azkaban really that terrifying, Hagrid? Hermione asked curiously. It's terrifying. Very terrifying, Hagrid said seriously. Don't worry, Hagrid. Hogwarts will never become as frightening as Azkaban. Besides, the matter about you opening the chamber has been cleared up. Things will only get better for you from now on, won't they? Harry reassured him. That's right, Hagrid said, thinking it over. His expression finally brightened. See you next term, Hagrid, Dudley said, boarding the train. Harry, Ron, and Hermione also said their goodbyes to Hagrid and stepped onto the Hogwarts Express. The 4 moved in unison toward the back of the train, finding an empty compartment and settling inside. My dad told me Azkaban is truly dreadful. If you go in, you either die or go mad, Ron said, unable to keep quiet. What's in there? Why do you all say it's so terrifying? Harry asked. They say the guards are a special kind of monster called Dementors. They can easily suck all the happiness out of you, slowly corrode your soul, and even their kiss can directly drain a wizard's soul, causing instant death, Ron said, his face paling as he spoke. It was clear how frightened his father had been when telling him these things. Well, since they're Azkaban's guards, we should never have to meet them. After all, they have their duties, don't they? Dudley shrugged. Dudley, don't be so sure. Remember how you said last year you'd never see Voldemort again? Hermione reminded him. Air. Dudley's lips twitched. He had only said it offhandedly, but Hermione had caught him out. That doesn't count. He was Tom Riddle, not Voldemort, Dudley argued. Hermione shrugged, as if to say, if you say so. They then began discussing their plans for the summer holidays and where they wanted to go. Ron said he was going to Egypt to visit his brother, thanks to his father winning a prize that provided travel funds. Ron even had his own little savings, and this trip would let him see many different kinds of ancient Egyptian magic. Hermione could not help but look a little envious. As they chatted, someone knocked on their compartment door. There's a summer safety notice that needs your signature, said Percy, Ron's older brother, standing outside. Summer safety notice? What's that? We've never signed anything like this before, Ron frowned. It's new this year, Percy said, handing each of them a few sheets of paper. Read through it, sign your names, and I'll come back to collect them. With that, Percy left. Why do we need to worry about safety during the holidays? What's going on in the wizarding world? Ron asked, frowning. It's probably related to the increased activity of dark wizards. Don't you remember? The Dark Lord, imprisoned in Nurmengard, escaped, Dudley reminded them. That was the only thing that could be connected to the notice. Ron quickly flipped through the notice, which listed what to do in certain situations, how to report suspicious people to the ministry, and ways to avoid dangerous situations. To be honest, all this useless stuff is pointless. They should just let underage wizards use magic outside school. Only magic can truly protect us. All these safety notices are just nonsense, Ron said. I agree, Harry said, looking at the notice helplessly. Underage wizards were forbidden from using magic outside school. If caught, they faced severe punishment. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter, Dudley said, signing his name. It was just a formality, after all. You can say that. You're allowed to use magic, Harry said helplessly. Dudley, will you teach us? Ron asked, eyes sparkling. No. You're not ready for that yet. If you think you can handle being caught by the ministry for secretly using magic, then I might consider it, Dudley said with a light laugh. Never mind, Ron said, embarrassed. Soon, Percy returned to collect their signed safety notices, and the Hogwarts Express smoothly pulled into King's Cross Station. After crossing the bridge, Dudley and his friends returned to the Muggle world. Dudley immediately spotted his parents and was about to walk over when he suddenly frowned. He felt as if someone was watching him from the crowd. Chapter 306, Chapter 310, The Summer Begins. Chapter 310, The Summer Begins. Dudley kept his expression steady as he continued towards his parents, all the while carefully tracing the source of the prying gaze. It did not take him long to pinpoint it. The watcher was on the upper floor of a tall building nearby. In that instant, Dudley snapped his head round and stared in that direction. A black-clad figure flickered out of sight. Dudley had only enough time to notice a head of blonde hair and a pair of deep-set eyes. Apparition. Dudley frowned slightly. Whoever it was reacted with incredible speed. The moment they realized they had been noticed, they operated away without the slightest hesitation. They were so fast that even Dudley had not managed to see their face clearly. Just got back, and someone is already spying on me. Who could that be, he thought, brow furrowing. With that level of strength and a reason to keep tabs on Dudley, there was really only one suspect, Voldemort. Beyond him, Dudley could not think of anyone else. Even though he had been back in this magical world for 2 years now, the number of people he truly had contact with was very limited, most of them from Hogwarts. My Diddykins, my precious boy, you are finally home. While Dudley was still lost in thought, Petunia ran up and swept him into a tight hug. I missed you too, Mum, Dudley said, hugging her back. Oh, look at you, Diddykins, you have grown so much. You are almost taller than me, Petunia said, pulling back to look him over, eyes reddening. Dudley quickly soothed her, then turned to hug his father as well. Good. Really good. You have grown taller, but you are far too skinny. Dudley, you must look more like me if you want to be a proper man, Vernon said, patting his own enormous belly. All right, Dad. I will try, Dudley said, laughing. Behind him, Petunia had pulled Harry into a hug too, commenting that he had grown as well, but was still far too thin. To Harry's surprise, Vernon hugged him briefly as well and said, for the first time, that Harry indeed looked too skinny and that Dudley needed to look after his little brother properly. Uncle Vernon, Dudley already takes good care of me, Harry said at once. Well then, clearly neither of you is fat enough. In that case, you both need to eat more this summer. Petunia, our job over the holidays is to fatten these two up, Vernon said. I was thinking exactly the same thing, Petunia replied as the two of them stared eagerly at Dudley and Harry, clearly already planning how to turn them into a pair of 200-pound boys in a single summer. They are too idle. That is the problem, Dudley muttered quietly to Harry. Harry nodded in strong agreement. Ever since Dudley had secured that big contract for Vernon the previous year, Vernon's career had soared. He had even started his own company and earned a great deal of money. And all of it had begun because Dudley had made such a strong impression and convinced the Masons to invest. To this day, the Mason couple were still considered benefactor of the Dursley family. Oh, and we can go on holiday to Mallorca this year. Vernon bought a large villa with a swimming pool there. We can finally enjoy a peaceful holiday with no one to bother us, Petunia said excitedly. Really? That is brilliant, Dudley said with a bright smile. Even if using his beyonder abilities on ordinary people was a bit overkill, seeing his parents' happiness made it all feel worthwhile. At school, we spent the whole time on edge. Now we can actually enjoy the holidays, Dudley said. Dudley, have you forgotten what happened last summer? Harry could not help reminding him. Harry, you are an absolute destroyer of moods, Dudley said. He still remembered all too well what had happened around his birthday last year. But even that had not been entirely bad. At least it had made him aware that the magical world held many sealed objects lost in the wild. They climbed into Vernon's new BMW and headed back to their house at 4 Privet Drive. Oh, and Vernon and I have been talking about buying a new house, Petunia said. This one is starting to feel too small. Especially your rooms, yours and Harry's. They are far too cramped, so we are thinking of somewhere bigger. Anything is fine. I have no objections, Dudley said with a smile. I am fine with it too, Harry added. Dudley glanced at Harry. As long as Harry was willing to regard wherever they lived as home, the protective love magic would continue. In fact, as long as Harry and Dudley stayed together, that protection could persist. It did not strictly depend on the house itself. Living at 4 Privet Drive or elsewhere made little difference. Good. Then we will spend the next few days looking at houses, Vernon said. In fact, Petunia and I already have a few in mind. We were just waiting for you both to come back so we could look together and make a final decision. Looks like Uncle Vernon really has made a lot of money, Harry whispered to Dudley. Not sure exactly how much, but the business is doing very well, from what I have heard, Dudley replied. Dad, do you have any new clients? Maybe I can help you lock them down, Dudley said aloud. Clients? There are a few, but they are difficult types. I do not necessarily need their business, Vernon replied. That's all right. When the time comes, invite them to dinner. After all, it was thanks to me that Mr. and Mrs. Mason signed with you last year, was it not? Dudley said lightly. We can certainly try. Our Diddykins really is our lucky boy, Petunia said warmly. Before long, they pulled up at home. Everything seemed unchanged, yet at the same time, everything felt different. Over the next few days, the Dursley family zipped around town, visiting villas. Dudley had to admit Vernon and Petunia had good taste. The properties they liked were all quite nice and reasonably priced. Eventually, they settled on a lakeside villa. You could lie in the garden, look out over the water, and watch the seasons change. It was perfectly idyllic. The villa needed some renovation, though, so they would have to stay at Privet Drive a little longer. A week passed quickly. One night, Dudley lay in bed thinking through the structure of a new spell. Pop. A soft crack broke the silence as a figure appeared in his bedroom. Dobby, Dudley said at once, sitting up. Mr. Dudley Dursley, sir, it is Dobby, the house elf said, eyes shining. Dobby has found some interesting things and wanted to bring them to you. He snapped his fingers. In an instant, Dudley's bed was piled high with an assortment of miscellaneous objects. Mr. Dursley, these are all said to have belonged to you-know-who, Dobby said nervously. Chapter 307, Chapter 311, The Card. Chapter 311, The Card. Huh. Dudley stared at the pile of junk on his bed and fell into deep self-doubt. Had he not explained himself clearly before? Or was Dobby's understanding just that far off? What he needed were Voldemort's Horcruxes, not random old things that had once belonged to Voldemort. And what was all this supposed to be? A quill so bald it had lost almost all its feathers, a tattered set of wizard robes, a single boot missing its pair, and even a soup spoon. Mr. Dursley, these are all things I found in Malfoy Manor. I heard they were used there when he who must not be named rose to power. Please see if there is anything you need, Dobby said, his large yellow eyes fixed on Dudley with hopeful anticipation. It was obvious he desperately wanted Dudley's praise. He had painstakingly scoured every corner of Malfoy Manor for these items, making sure each had genuinely been used by Voldemort before he collected it. Bringing everything out at once now was Dobby's way of proving he had been working hard all this time and had not disappointed Mr. Dursley's expectations. Dobby, thank you for the effort. But what I need are items Voldemort used that still carry magical effects. I do not need just anything he ever touched, Dudley said. He genuinely wanted to comfort Dobby, but felt he should make things clear. Otherwise, next time Dobby would probably bring him another heap of rubbish. So none of these are what you need. Dobby's ears drooped, and he looked completely dejected. I do need them as well, Dudley said quickly, but what I'm really looking for are things with magical effects. Do you understand what I mean? At that, Dobby's eyes brightened again. Dobby understands. I will do my best to look for items like that, he said seriously. Dobby, you do not have to force it. If there is nothing, that's fine too, Dudley added. Horcruxes were not the sort of thing one could just stumble upon in a few days. Malfoy Manor already held one diary. The chances of there being another Horcrux there were slim, unless Voldemort had some strange habit of hiding two anchors in one place. Otherwise, it was almost impossible for Dobby to find anything truly useful. Dudley had sent him only for peace of mind. Dobby knows. Mr. Dursley is thinking of Dobby's safety. Oh, Mr. Dursley is the kindest, most polite wizard Dobby has ever met, Dobby said, moved. Dudley's lips twitched slightly. For a moment, he wondered if using this slightly silly house elf like this made him a bit of a villain. Dobby, aside from these things, have you heard any useful news at Malfoy Manor lately? Dudley changed the subject. Yes, Dobby nodded at once. Lately, Master Malfoy has not been in a very good mood. Since the night I went to find you and was caught by you. Dobby spoke earnestly. That night, when Master returned home, he flew into a rage and smashed many things. I thought I had been discovered. I thought he knew I had gone to Hogwarts. Thankfully, I was not on duty for him that night, so I was not punished. But the other house elves were not so lucky, Dobby said, anger flashing across his face. There are other house elves at Malfoy Manor? Dudley asked, surprised. Yes. Pureblood families like the Malfoys usually have several house elves, each in charge of different work, Dobby explained. Dudley nodded. And after that? After that, I often heard him curse Headmaster Dumbledore and you, Dobby said hesitantly. At that time, Dobby even wanted to teach him a lesson, but I could not. I still had to stay and gather information for you. Please forgive me for not doing anything, Dobby said, guilt-stricken. This is not your fault. You did the right thing, Dudley said. Dobby went on and on about many things, but not much of it was actually useful. Dudley could tell that Dobby's way of looking at events was quite different from that of wizards, and he struggled to grasp what was important. Otherwise, he would never have thought sending Harry to the hospital with serious injuries was a good way to protect him. Oh, right. Recently, Master Malfoy has not cursed you as much. His attention seems to be drawn to a card, Dobby added. A card? Dudley frowned. Yes, I think it was a card. Last night, when I went to bring tea to Master Malfoy in his study, I saw it by accident. It was definitely a card. Or perhaps, a bookmark, Dobby said, suddenly uncertain. What kind of card? Can you describe it? Dudley asked. When it came to cards, he was instinctively cautious. The tarot had shaped nearly his entire journey in the other world. Let me think, Dobby said, propping his head on one hand. There was a man on it, wearing a crown. His clothes were very splendid. Dobby said slowly. A man wearing a crown. Dudley's expression changed at once. That description sounded a lot like the Black Emperor card of the tarot. What else? Any other details? For example, were there numbers or words at the bottom of the card? Dudley pressed. Dobby shook his head. I am sorry, Mr. Dursley. I did not see the lower half. When I entered, the master was holding the card. I only caught a glimpse before he put it away and scolded me. He looked a bit aggrieved as he finished. I see. It is all right, Dobby. You have done wonderfully, Dudley said quickly. From Dobby's description, the card sounded very much like the Black Emperor of the tarot. But there was another possibility, it might simply have been a normal playing card. Dobby had not seen it clearly, after all. Perhaps Dudley was being overly sensitive about cards. If you get the chance, Dobby, could you try to take another look at that card? Dudley asked. Yes, I will do my best, Dobby said at once. After chatting a little longer, Dobby left. Sleep, however, had completely fled Dudley. An uneasy feeling lingered at the back of his mind. What is special about that card? If it can hold Lucius's attention, it probably is not ordinary. But still. Dudley frowned, his thoughts a tangled knot.